Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day here with Blast Slam 7 action. We've got 8 best of ones today on this stream and the main stream as well. Then plenty of more Dota.
Plenty of more Dota. We went over this though. B stream, best stream. We saw some really dominant performances, in particular from the freshly picked up ex-heroic roster, now LGD. Whisper able to carry a couple of times on his Snapfire, but they did falter still with the one loss there yesterday. But like you said, there's a lot of games to be played, and 66 total best of ones. We've got 18 out of the way though, so still a fair few to come. As we see there, the 66 BO1s. It all leads into that play-in as well, right? If you're not in the top 4, you're not going to be going automatically through to the playoffs, which means that you need to go through to the play-ins to be able to get to that next stage, unless of course you're team 11 and 12, in which case you don't even get that chance.
Yes, we'll see. We'll see. Of course, everyone wants to be playing at Copenhagen, though. It's where all the fun is going to be at that setup, of course, for the final week. This is at least how the format looks for Season 7. Of course, it is worth a whole chunk of change, though, Denok. 300,000 for first place.
And that's not even talking about the team earnings on top of it as well. So $1 million for Blast Slam 7. Not too bad for just playing a little bit of Dota, you know, especially when the games are as close as it has been across the board. Hell, even if you don't even make it through to the play-in stage, still collecting clean 10K for that 11th, 12th, but that's not where you want to be, of course. You know, like we've been mentioning over yesterday, we've got 9 out of the 12 teams that are very, very likely going to be at TI. At least 7 of them guaranteed going to be, as we have a look at the schedule for today. Starting the day off in style, Falcons versus Xtreme. That'll be a banger. GLYPH, a bit of a surprise packet, taking on the Eastern European juggernauts in Team Spirit. And you can see the rest of the results coming through there. Anything in particular you're looking forward to?
I think just the OG series, we've got one here at least here versus Tundra, just to see how they're able to, if they can recover or not. Because again, yesterday they looked pretty rough as well, being 0 and 3.
Yeah, I think we might have a bit of a look at the standings so far, just to see sort of how teams were seeded going into the tournament, and then how things have changed. So you can see GLYPH all the way down there at the very bottom, but wait a second, +9 up into 3rd place. That's exactly where you want to be. So ex-heroic, LGD now. I don't think after this tournament we're going to call them ex-heroic anymore. LGD, they're here to stay, especially if they keep playing like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see 2 and 1, 2nd position. Definitely a surprising result to day one, them, and like we just mentioned before, GLYPH as well. So, you know, we saw the schedule previously. We can now look towards a little bit more with Falcons taking on Xtreme. These 2 teams haven't actually faced each other in a while. The last time we saw them play against each other was Birmingham. Of course, you know, there's a couple of events ago previously, so let's see how they're able to go up against each other. Of course, no changes here. I think it's 3 TIs now. I think I saw someone mention that they've been together for, with this one coming up.
Unheard of, right? Like that level of stability. Just, I mean, if you're able to perform at this level for such a long time, why would you split up? Why would you change a winning thing? But I think they were saying, like, before the most recent TI, if they didn't perform well at that or EWC, they were going to actually, you know, change things up a little bit. But, you know, turns out they had the right mix all along.
That they did. Just needs 2 more TI victories for Amar in a row. He can get himself whatever car it was, you know, with
Lambo.
With the bet. The Lambo was the Lambo. Okay, so, you know, well, at least for this series in particular, their opponents being Xtreme. You know, we'll see, of course, how they're able to compete against as well. We do see Xtreme, you know, struggled yesterday, 1 and 2 series count.
Yeah, let's not talk about TIs when we talk about Xtreme Gaming, because they've got so close so many times. Ame in particular, 3-time TI finalist, and Game 5 as well. Every single one of those went to, and just not able to get the chocolates. So, yeah, they've clearly got a lot to prove. Again, China's year, maybe not. As you mentioned, 1 and 2 at the moment, just out of day 1. But there's a lot of games still left to play. If my maths are right, 48 BO1s still left to play. Of course, they're only going to be playing, oh god, quick maths, 10 of them? No, 8 of them, I believe still, that they've got yet to play for themselves. So plenty of chances to be able to switch things up. And it is actually really important, especially because of these best of ones, because it comes down to, like, in terms of tiebreakers, how good are the teams that you've beaten? And then I believe it goes to head-to-head, and then I believe it goes to initial seeding coming into the tournament beyond that. And as we can see there, Xtreme didn't necessarily have the greatest seeding coming into this tournament. You know, they were seeded in 9th position, so clearly needing to get those wins on the board. Otherwise, you can just be pushed out of a potential automatic qualification spot if you get there. You could have to play an extra thing in the play-ins, or even potentially get pushed right out into that elimination zone.
Where would you have seeded Xtreme heading into this season of Blast?
Higher than 9th. Let's give them 7. I think a solid 7 would have been nice for them. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably around the number that I would have mentioned as well. Maybe 6 or 7, I'd say, for Xtreme. So definitely a bit surprised with how low they're seeded heading into this event.
I mean, you had teams like, I believe, like some of the teams that even just had to qualify rather than being directly invited. I'm like, really? They had to go through qualification? That's kind of nutty, you know? I believe Aurora is one of them. Paravision's another. Whereas you have a team like OG who've done really well in Blasts in the past. They got the automatic invite. So, you know, it really just goes to show that recent form doesn't mean much. If you're here at Blast, you got to do well at Blast, and you know, consistency is going to be valued.
Yeah, absolutely. So with this series in particular, what are you expecting between Xtreme and Falcons? Is there anything specifically that you're wanting to pay attention to?
I mean, we saw a little bit of, like, I think it was actually in a series yesterday. Arme loves the Drow Ranger. We've seen him play it a bunch of times, even without the being able to counter a Slardar, but I believe they played it into, I want to say Noticed yesterday, and they still lost the lane with the Drow Ranger into the Slardar. Probably one of the better matchups at being able to respond to it. So not really saying that Amar is like a huge Slardar player anyway, but I just want to see if Falcons kind of have that in mind, that this is the default that Xtreme Gaming are going to be going for in terms of their drafts, and how are they going to address it? Like maybe picking up really early on into the draft those high mobility heroes that are able to get on top of a potential Drow Ranger pick and just evaporate her.
What else do you specifically look at? I know you just mentioned a hero that is highly mobile. Is there anything else that kind of comes to mind that is necessary when potentially going against a Drow?
I mean, I don't think you can get too just focused on the Drow Ranger as well. Sure. Like, you've also got to consider these niche picks that are going to be coming through, right? Nothing to say. Pretty much the only person still playing Tinker, you know? He hasn't done it yet this tournament, I don't believe, but you've always got to have that potential, especially with the turrets. I'm keen to see how he's going to be able to make those work, if it feels like it is the ideal Tinker game. And I believe it's really going to be dependent on you know, just even pick order. And spoiler alert, XG have the priority, and they chose Radiant. So clearly they're not valuing the ability to be able to, you know, choose kind of how the draft shapes up. They just want to be positioning themselves a little bit better with how they feel the map is going to be comfortable for themselves. They will have first pick. Falcons responded by choosing second pick for themselves. So I think that's potentially to protect themselves against these style of picks that Xtreme might be throwing at them, whether it be, you know, the last pick of the overall draft Tinker or last pick Drow Ranger, these sorts of things.
Yeah, okay. Well, we shall see. Yesterday, Falcons, they had their victory versus OG and LGD, but they started the day off with a loss to Glyph. Definitely the surprising one, but you know, with maybe how Glyph ended, they also beat Aurora, so maybe this is a nice little surprise for them. You're just heading in an underdog story potentially, but OG in those, not OG, Falcons in those games, you know, we saw a lot of the same. You know, nothing too crazy, no real experimenting. Against Glyph, they did pick up the Snapfire. No Snapfire yesterday. We saw a bunch in our games. 10 picks overall with a 50% win rate currently.
Yeah. I mean, I still think unless you have that ability to flex it into the offlane role, It's not as bad as the Slardar in my mind at picking it in the first phase, but we've seen if you do have that flex potential, if it genuinely can go into 2 positions, by all means pick it first phase, because it is so devastating. If you get off to a good start, you're almost always in the mid lane even, going to get your level 6 first, so much kill potential is opened up from that, and then just the scaling early damage output. Hopefully teams don't get caught in the situation like we saw yesterday in our first game that we cast, where you just kind of fall behind the 8 ball if your carry is the only other way to be able to kind of end the game. You know, you need to be not only magic but transitioning into that physical damage core once it gets to the 35-40 minute plus mark on the Snapfire, because it is still incredibly devastating if you can get to that level 20.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see if there's any like position 1 attempts at the Snapfire, if we can flex it any crazier as well. Like this would be something, you know, definitely, if we're bored about the carry heroes that we're getting at the moment, why not just, you know, Snapfire 1?
Never know. I mean, we saw a few different ones, right? Like we saw the Nagasaran come out and it looked incredibly good, with, I think Yuma was the one playing that one, unless I'm mistaken.
Which one, sorry? Who'd you say?
Nagasaran.
Naga, we did see Yuma also play Night Stalker. He played that yesterday.
Yeah, I'm down. I think it is still an underutilized hero, especially with the style of supports that are being played these days. Incredibly backline focused. We're not seeing as much of the Tusk. Of course, we're still seeing a lot of Clockwork, which is, again, much more of a up-in-your-face kind of hero, but definitely just being able to take out the likes of the Phoenix, the Silencer, the Lich even, seeing a bit of Oracle come through as well, and Night Stalker, absolute menace to be able to take out those sorts of heroes. So keen to see if it comes through again.
Yeah, it was an interesting Harpoon build. He rushed Harpoon, so Harpoon into Silence. We'll see. Obviously, he's cooking up something there from Yuma. So no, what are you gonna do? You got a Night Stalker with Dark Ascension running you down. It's got Harpoon. Like, sounds like a bit of a problem. So that would definitely be cool to see that hero potentially drafted. Again, from LGD or another team, but for us, we do have our draft ready to go. So we're just getting into this one. Again, Xtreme, they're going to be on Radiant. We've got them with first pick. We've got Falcons on Dire with second pick.
Yeah, we'll see how they look to try and open this one here with the first pick overall, right? Like, I really feel like this is the sort of thing where you need to be prioritizing the sorts of heroes that Falcons would want to be picking with their first pick overall, like a block pick coming through. Essentially forcing Falcons to like ban out the Pango, for example, is really the hero that I'm considering here, just because XXS is fantastic on it, nothing to say is good as well, and you don't want to give that option over to Amar or particularly Melreen. But we were mentioning things about that Drow Ranger. They're just saying, look, let's not even consider it. Let's just look to try and take it out ASAP.
Just gonna take a look back and see if the other teams were first phase banning it as well. OG did yesterday in their series versus Xtreme. I'll just take a look at if Paravision did as well. They also did. So, alright, teams with first phase banning the Drow.
And now first phase banning the Snapfire as well, with good reason if you've got that flex potential there. Nice little start, but I guess this is kind of like an anti-Pango sort of pick, right? Like one of the better heroes at being able to counter it, even from a support role, just through the use of the cogs, of course. But I feel like Falcons are going to feel comfortable enough to be able to pick it if they were really wanting, just because it enables so much in terms of team fight, in terms of being a relatively strong laner, prolonged team fight impact, but also just the ability to get active super early on into the piece. So yeah, I mean, if you've got that flex potential as well, why not just pick it up? And like, this kind of goes towards the Drow ban as well, right? Like, one of the better heroes at being able to deal with the Pango, provided you've got your BKB, right? And you're able to actually just stand there and right click. So keen to see what Xtreme are going to follow this up with. Wouldn't be surprised to see like a Muerta come out here from Arme. Good little combination together with a Clockwork. Again, you can just hit into the Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder. We haven't really seen the Medusa come out from Arme in particular. And again, into the Pango, probably not the best matchup just because of the Diffusal Blade natural build-up. But Weaver, another potential option. Terrorblade, we can see as well. So there's plenty of available carries for Xtreme.
Yeah, I think maybe even one that maybe you missed with the range is Wind Ranger. I don't know if So of course we can also potentially see this for Xtreme too. But when you think of like Pangos and offlane Pangoli players, do you have a top 3? Does anyone? Because of course Amar for me is definitely up there. But is there any other that rival his offlane Pango?
Honestly, XXS is there as well. Right. I mean, FBZ is probably the next one that I would put there. You know, blast from the past from the C region, but he is certainly incredibly capable on that hero.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like teams with the strongest 2-3 Pango kind of flex potential, because it feels like Falcons have always had that for such a long time.
And teams just keep giving it to them.
Yeah, well, what can you do? You're lucky it's not a Razor meta. But we can see, of course, that flex. We're not really getting the Timber at the moment, but I know that's not as strong, and really it's just Amar that's really playing it. We're not really seeing it on Melrine.
Nothing to say was really the first one that was playing at mid though, right? Like going the 4-4-0 build and just getting crazy active super early on, but they banned it out first phase for themselves. Lion coming through here, maybe anticipating a Nothing to Say Storm Spirit, who he played. He did a fantastic job with playing, even potentially preempting the Coddle pick for FY as well. Another way to be able to enable that.
What's going on with this Lion hero though? Because I know the priority is heavily been increased over the really the later stages of Dream League, I feel like.
Maybe it's just because like Puck was still one of the highest contested heroes in Dream League and a bunch of tournaments. I still expect it to be here, but it hasn't been banned out in this one. So maybe Falcons are just saying, look, we have other heroes that are in this current style of meta that we feel are more impactful, and if we can just counter Puck with a Lion, then let's just look to get rid of it. I mean, you and I interviewed Amar as well after their one of their victories, and he just said, look, this Storm Spirit is a stupid hero that you can just 100-0 someone at like the 40-minute mark, so let's just find a way to be able to counter it. So Lion, pretty good at being able to do that. And a Sand King coming out. I mean, normally when I think Sand King, I think Falcons, but Xtreme, they've gone and picked it up for themselves here.
Yeah, and I feel like Melrine was when you think of Falcons, of course you're thinking Melrine, Sand King, so he's definitely the one that knows through and through on what the better matchups are. I think the thing with the Sand King when Melrine was playing was just the fact that he really didn't struggle in a lot of matchups. He could always drag the wave, so let's see what pick they actually give Melrine. If they do just give him the Pango, if we get the offlane Pango instead.
Again though, this is kind of like what a Snapfire does, what a Shadow Fiend does, what a Huskar does, what a Slardar does, what a Monkey King does. It really makes you have a more difficult time picking these, if you are indeed playing at mid, Sand King, difficult time playing against these melee heroes, And so it's good if you were like, right, this Pango is going to be mid against me, he's going to have a rough time, fantastic. But Falcons, they chose second pick, therefore they have the last pick of the overall draft, and they can just throw this Pangolier whatever they want, right? Like, you could still get out of this mid lane totally fine. Melrine's going to be able to make it work. But Amar is very capable of just saying, all right, I'll just Pango off lane, and, we're just going to ban out what are going to be the stronger heroes that we feel into that. But it might just be an XXS Sand King as well, so we don't want to go ahead and assume anything.
We don't, but I do want to assume that it's mid, because if it's offlane, I've got some problems with offlane Sand King. So
sure,
we'll let's hopefully they're not necessary to be brought up, and see what Xtreme want to try and do to deal with the Alchemist, who of course has a pretty good pairing with the Pangoli with one Scepter. We'll see what the secondary one is later. What is their response though from Xtreme? Is there any standouts for you?
Well, Doom's already banned. That would be my main one that they would be able to pick up here. I mean, the thing that I'm wanting in particular is just some burst damage, right? Because you're going up against Ench, Alchemist, and Pangolier, 3 heroes that, if you let them survive in a team fight, just have a lot of sustain, a lot of survivability. So if you're able to just try and wipe them out at the very beginning, that's obviously going to be a very useful tool to be able to have. So is that something in the regard of just having that initial bit of lockdown in the form of like an axe, for example, that's going to be able to cut waves, maybe steal away a few of the Alchemist's neutral camps that he's going to be trying to pick up some farm with, enable a few more rotations potentially coming through from the Hoodwink as well towards the mid lane to help out Nothing to Say? Or is it going to be, I mean, there aren't really any bursty offlaners that are left, right? Like the Sand King you've already picked up, Pangolier's already picked up, Doom gone, not burst, but doesn't worry about. Okay. Well, good way to deal with Lion. And if you get on top of the Pangolier, of course, as well.
How does this lane go? Night Stalker Hoodwink into Elk and...
Again, we're assuming that it's off lane. And Yuma played at POS 1 yesterday, so anything could happen. This could be an Arme Night Stalker, you never know. I think they're going to keep us in the dark for now. I'm just really seeing like where the bans are going to go with this next phase. They've instantly gotten rid of the Dawn, kind of just saying, look, they've already got a lot of sustain for themselves right now. We can't go ahead and give them any more. But I think they really just need... I guess Hoodwink's okay at being able to pull the wave if this Night Stalker is indeed a position 3, right? But I'm still having issues with... Are they going to be able to kill the Alchemist reliably? Especially considering how pretty good of a lane the Enchantress is going to enable him to have.
Yeah, that's definitely
entirely dependent on your ultis to be able to do it, right? And Alchemist, he then has a big window to be able to just be like, all right, I'm going to go back and farm half of an Aghanim Scepter in that time, and good luck when you come into us and our Pango has a free axe.
Falcons will look to remove the SF along with the Terrorblade.
Winter's still in the pool. Decent amount of damage that's coming out there. If you did go down that route.
Be pretty happy with Muerta.
Yeah, and you've got 3 frontliners for you as well to be able to take the attention away from you. Not the worst. Ooh.
We're gonna get the Kez, okay. So this slipped all the way through. 23rd pick for Xtreme. What is banned out already? Tide is available. Axe is also there as well if they want at least a better offlane matchup versus the Kez.
I mean, I know what you're going to say. They've got 4 melee heroes. What's going on? But, I mean, it does make those things like the Tide and the Axe, and probably not the Mars, just because, yes, it's a Mar, if it is indeed still going to be the offlaner to come. But I just don't think you're going to have a good enough time into the Kez Clockwork lane. So I'm interested to see if Falcons do kind of go for a flex here. You know, just try and stay away from the Clockwork as much as possible with the Pangolier, flex it into the off-lane role. But what could they pick up for Malrine here to be a bit of an answer to this? They need maybe a bit of burst for themselves. Another Aghanim Scepter carrier would be nice to be able to secure. So is that going to be something down the route of like... but you can't really run a like mid-Void Spirit because you have a horrible time against the Sand King, right? So is there any ranged mid laner that you might be able to put into this? The only thing I can really think of is something like a Death Prophet, but not many people are playing that, and I don't think it's like that insane Aghanim Scepter value either. Bat Rider as well, I guess. Malrine does play the mid-bat. Beastmaster is another option, maybe. Primal, okay. You are able to, with Malrine playing it, like, he's the king, in my opinion, of cheating out a bad lane, is what I'm going to call it, right? Like, where you're able to just say, right, well, this lane sucks to be able to play a melee hero into, but that's okay. I'm just going to farm behind your tier 1 tower, in front of your tier 2 tower, and... I don't want to say there's nothing you can do about it, because you do have Hoodwink and Clockwork, who are probably 2 of the better rotating heroes that are going to be able to punish, particularly early on if he does go down that route. But I'm expecting to see a lot of lane pulling shenanigans happening from Malrine here.
Are both mid laners just going to drag the wave and then... You know, it's going to be chaos. We're not even going to have a proper mid lane. You know, Sand King can farm in between the tier 1, tier 2. You just brought up the Primal can do that as well. Is this our new mid lane now?
Just not a lane. Maybe, or maybe nothing to say is just like, all right, well, I'm going to let the creeps walk underneath the tower. I'm going to clear him very quickly, and I'm going to maybe get a ward inside of my jungle, build up some stacks, and just look to flash farm off the back of that. They certainly do have a lot of damage that's going to be able to be that burst potential that I was hoping for, right? Particularly if XXS is on point with his silences there. I wonder, is this going to be like a really early Blink Dagger / Harpoon for him, just to be able to be that constant presence around the map, be that damage source, but more importantly, prevent the likes of Skitter from being able to even get off the Chemical Rage, prevent the Rolling Thunder. So it becomes really important for, you know, some 4-staffs to come out here for Team Falcons. Not necessarily the sort of thing that you want to be going for a Lion, but I wouldn't say that it's absolutely necessary for Crit to have a Blink Dagger this game, right? Like, he's not against a Puck, he's not against a Spirit hero. You do have a little bit more luxury of being able to take these team fights a little bit slower and perhaps playing a bit more reactively this time around as the Lion, particularly because you've got the Pango and the Primal Beast who are kind of going to be doing a lot of the initiating for you.
Right. Okay. Well, let's get ourselves underway. See if Falcons can get another victory. We'll see if XG can 1 and 2 get some more wins on the board as well. I'm just checking really quickly how the Night Stalker mechanic works against Essence Distiller, because I have a feeling that if you buy Essence Distiller and just put it on the Night Stalker with Dark Ascension, you get all of his vision, the extra, like how Reflection works. And I just want to make sure that's the case, because if that is, I feel like that's a pretty heavy counter to the hero, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember back at, I want to say, Esports World Cup 2022, I was speaking with Insania after one of the games, and I'm like, did you pick Spectre against the Night Stalker specifically for that, just to give yourselves a lot of vision? And he's like, yeah, you know, Spectral Dagger, I think Assassinate, Spirit Breaker Charge, there's some of the other ones that give that shared vision. So if you're able to exploit one of the big strengths of the Night Stalker, why not do it?
30 seconds to battle.
We've seen that vision has been something that has been so goddamn important over all of the years since Dota has been a thing. We're seeing the kind of different ideas around it at the moment as well. Playtime, I know in particular, you know, one of the teams that are putting a lot of emphasis on like a 20-minute gem. So we saw yesterday LGD even going for pretty early gems as well.
The battle begins.
Information wins Dota. That's, you know, means that you can find the pick-off, find the gank, all that sort of good stuff as well. But I think it's going to be a slowish start to the mid lane, but as soon as it's like level 2, level 3, I'm not really expecting Malrine and Nothing to Say to be facing off into each other.
Are you surprised that we're not getting more Sand King at the moment?
Maybe a little bit. You know, just because it is, again, one of those heroes. I know you said you're not a really big fan of the off-lane Sand King, but I feel like it does have that potential there to, again, be the mid-lane. It reduces the potential hero pool that teams can pick for their mid-lane. So I think maybe not really early into the draft, but like late second phase, third phase, I'm down with it.
I believe I did double check as well. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Essence still does give you that vision. So
Nice.
we'll see if there'll be someone on Falcons that will itemize into this.
Snaking already winning out the bully trade against FY's Hoodwink, as you would, having a natural heal. Not necessarily the easiest lane for a Night Stalker. Alchemist as well. That unstable concoction as well. Once they're level 2, I'm imagining they're going to look to go for some sort of kill attempt here. So really about manipulating the lane, trying to get into that level 2 as quickly as possible. A ghost creep wouldn't be the worst either for Snake King, one of the better basic creeps that you can get.
What do you make of this new afternoon feast from Night Stalker? Does this fix some of the problems previously that we've had from this hero?
I don't know. Like, I really just liked a lot of the increased movement that you were able to get. Like, I know Hunter in the Knight's the innate ability now, but I just feel like you needed that scaling a little bit more than what it now provides. Like, the numbers have been reduced a little bit, so I don't know. The afternoon feast, I guess it enables you to like stay in the lane a little bit more easily, but I don't think it's enough to really be that impactful.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What has been like the most impactful era of Night Stalker, do you feel like, in your eyes? For me, it was definitely when we were getting Night Stalker 1 for a while, and with like a lot of coddles. I know with the Scepter, like AoE Void. Definitely felt like...
I don't know.
It's the version
like,
I like the most too.
I mean, well, I hate Night Stalker because I'm a position 5 player, so I just,
Fair
like,
enough.
it makes my
PTSD.
life miserable whenever I play against it. I mean, anytime you get these Giga backline supports, whether it be Oracle, Warlock, Phoenix, like these sorts of ones, you just hate playing against Night Stalker because you don't have a game, and everything that he does can, like, itemize against you. You know, BKB, great, I can't do anything to him, and he's got complete vision of me. Dust, well, my 4-staff's useless. All right, I'm going to go a Ghost Scepter. He's bought Nullifier. Like, what are you supposed to do against it? You just need to play, like, 2 screens away, basically.
There's definitely some other heroes like that as well. Rav, or probably Spectre is another one for supports that is pretty frustrating. You've got Ricky too. Maybe you're less in this sense where Night Stalker can see, like you said, from 2 screens away, but it is...
How unexpected from Melrine, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm looking at the mid lane as like we were mentioning about, oh, well, both behind the tier 1 tower.
Mm-hmm. They will not lane for a little bit. I mean, it really just comes down to who can be more efficient with a lot of their farming patterns here, right? Who's going to be able to get into those... Ooh, even using his courier in the mid lane, Melrine, to be able to drag the creeps over to him, just making things a little bit easier. Make sure he doesn't miss out on a range creep as well. He's going to be trying to get both of these water runes. We'll get at least one, and he's thinking maybe X-Nova's going to deny away the other, but looks like he wants another neutral camp for himself. Again, not wanting to go to the lane there.
Well, they'll both have to go back shortly. This wave will naturally meet again. How was our...
Pretty level on experience as well. 5.5 for both of them. Basically identical experience as well, actually. Before Nothing to Say got those kills in the lane.
Well, no stacks are being considered for either the Sand King or the Primal back inside their triangle. The moment we do see that, Crits having to continue to play the lane with the Ma. Only 20 last hits at the moment with the Pango. 23 as well for Arme, so not like he's doing anything crazy. Maybe the last hits look a little bit inflated because of the mid.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing as well is, like, when you've got these offlane heroes that don't necessarily have the greatest right-click damage, but are very dependent on being able to use their spells to be able to secure a lot of last hits, like the Pango, for example, that Clockwork is so damn annoying. Like, now he's level 3, so the cogs are going to be burning 80 damage and mana. Able to avoid it, though. It's done by Amar. Oh, and the creep absorbed it as well. Nice positioning. Amar, this is way too good. Dodges one, creep tanks the second, gets the courier snipe, doesn't die. Like, you couldn't ask for more from a player.
It's going to be constant pressure, though, inside this lane, unfortunately, for Amar. So we've seen he's always been able to do very well in tough matchups. See if that will continue to be the case or not. And he's got, you know, fresh raindrops, Blightstone, one bunch of stats, and a random Polywog.
He's doing his best. Good timing of the rotation too, right? Enchantress always wanted to be pressuring the tower. No way you can really be doing that up on the top side of the map for now. So just play along with the siege creep, with the Ench creep. Look to try and keep it right in front of this this tower range until the next creep wave arrives, and look to maybe burst through this, these creeps. And they didn't quite time the fortification right as well for the Radiant.
Skinner's also been able to play 1v2. So somehow he's been alone for quite some time. Xtreme want to try and shut this down, but Arme's got to run the full length through the wave.
Oh,
unfortunately, it is...
This guy's here.
Yeah, okay. Crip will try his best to disrupt. But unfortunately, well, you know, he keeps Skeeter alive. He does also still give the kill nonetheless. Meanwhile, down bottom, X-Nova. With the other support this time with the opposite team will be Brent down. Melrine having some problems here with the battery soul, but only just for a couple of seconds.
I mean, the bigger issue for mine is that, yeah, you give up the first blood, but the Alk survives, and this tier 1 tower is gone. 7 minutes into the game. Very, very nicely done just to be able to manipulate that bottom creep wave, keep the siege creep alive, which it still is, by the way. And Amar has a very good amount of farm for what should have been a very challenging lane for him.
Okay. Well, this would be a big wave if they're able to take it out of Melrine's hands. It's like a double creep wave.
Fortify.
They even try and stop some of the extra creeps he'll get. I thought that maybe there was kill potential, but too early to rotate extra heroes as well. Nothing to say. Doesn't want to move. He'll have this blink. I mean, it's going to be like an 8:30 blink. My lord. That's insane.
Is it impactful without the epicenter though, right? So yes, it's fantastic timing, but it's going to really be 50 seconds until he's going to be able to make the most use out of it. Nice bottle there of the regen rune.
Crit. They get the bushwhack. It's actually going to be okay. Now Melrin wants to step forward. The pulverize that he can utilize, and now even with the enchant slow.
Nice dodge.
I'm not going to say we'll make it a little bit more difficult here for the kill. They'll miss on the onslaught. FY back inside the vision from Melrin, and yeah, they're going to be able to get him in the end. He made him work for it. It was close.
More courier micro though from Melrin. Really nicely done, just to give him that little bit of extra vision as well. So did it with the creep wave to be able to manipulate it, and did it there just to make sure that he was able to track him down and not get juked. Nice try by FY though.
I think the big thing for me is like the last couple of Alchemist games that I've seen lately, this hero and the teams that have been playing Elk have really struggled. So it's actually a game where he's freely farming. They haven't been able to pressure him. His tower will maybe go down. It's at least in deny range, but you've also got a really farmed Primal Beast that's going to get a very early Scepter, and a Pango who also is ahead of his lane matchup.
Wonder if they even just give the Scepter to the Pango instead, right? Like, he should probably be reaching it at a similar sort of time as, well, actually a bit later than the Diffusal Blade's going to be coming out. I know it's important for the Primal for sure, but I really feel like it's just going to enable Amar so much in a lot of these team fights where he might just not have an impact at all, but because of the farm that Melrin's been able to get for now, he's still going to have an impact regardless.
Yeah, I want to see it on Amar. I think earlier on, Pango Scepter just a little bit more value inside some of the fights. We've seen Amar again. I mean, we've seen this more frequently with the mid Pangos as well, but I know Amar kind of, I feel like really was the first one to do this, where he went the 3-3 build, or at least no points rolling Thunder. So we'll see if he puts a point in at the 7 or if it'll just be at 9.
Yeah, he might wait for level 8 for it. It really just depends. Do they feel that they're going to be in a position to be able to take any sort of fight around a tower, right? Like tier 1 is still at 100%. You've got the siege creep wave coming now, but I think if you're Falcons, you're pretty happy to just sit back and chill, right? Like Night Stalker that's not getting kills is a Night Stalker that's not farming as fast as your heroes are. Still very single target focused.
Yeah, how's he looking right now? He's gone Echo Saber, Ag Shot into the Blink is going to be the item build at the moment from XXS.
Sure.
So
4-2-1
build. It feels like either side though is very happy. You have, of course, no surprise Falcons with a pretty greedy triple core lineup, but they're always able to make work. They play the lanes the most out of any other team really. They like to go late. Xtreme love to go late. So it feels like we are gearing ourselves up for a fun mid game at the least.
Not really willing to commit everything here onto the Primal Beast. Maybe if FY had a sharpshooter available, they would have considered that. But just for now, continuing to farm that little bit further. The shield rune being bottled up though by Nothing to Say really leads me to believe that they might consider going for this sort of thing, particularly before Alchemist is into any of his items, right? Like he doesn't even have the Sacred Relic at this point. That's not saying he's farming poorly by any stretch, but you kind of want to force a team fight when the Elk isn't quite ready, or force a death onto him, which is going to slow down a lot of these big timings that we've been talking about. Not just the Radiance, but those Aghanim Scepters as well.
Well, let's see how the smoke actually goes from XG. It's earlier than I expected, just with the supports being so close to level 6.
They see the fact that XXS is up on this top side with the Observer Ward placed, so they know that he's not going to be part of any sort of gank, so kind of is why you've got a few more of the supports maybe hanging out on the map a little bit more, ready to soak up some of the power.
Nothing to say. Okay. Yeah, again, I feel like they're lacking spells without Sharpshooter or Hookshot. I think maybe if he stepped in the river, maybe they would have gone for it even without the spells, but
it's going to be a very different story once they've got those, right? Both for the catch element, but also just being able to isolate the backlines as well, in particular with the hook shot there. But for now, just going to look to prioritize using the most out of the shield rune, getting a little bit more damage onto the tower, opening things up. But, See you, mana.
That helps. Yeah, 3 cogs connect onto Melrine, so...
Night Stalker's here.
Melrine's just gonna look to try and move in forward, but they have a quick way to cancel the Pulverize. Now, this Primal Beast is exceptionally tanky, unfortunately. You can't say the same about the Lion. Falcons are responding, and it did take a bit more time for Xtreme to secure the kill, so it meant that they had to go deeper into Falcons territory, but they're lacking the control to prevent Xtreme from disengaging. They'll get the initial stun onto FY.
That
A
diffuser
on the other side as well will slow down XXS, and Melrine's got another charge as well for the Cogs. X-Nova. They're still gonna have a problem with getting out. It looks like they'll use the stun to get the clockwork, and they feel like they'll have a separate way to also catch up to XXS, and with Diffusal, that will absolutely be the case. Falcons find 3.
Without Rolling Thunder being used, by the way, as well. You know, off the back of some really nice cogs from X-Nova, burning a lot of mana to be able to start off the fight, and even putting himself in harm's way with that really obvious TP to try and, you know, bring the attention onto him. It's just that Falcons, they had the stuff to be able to get the damage regardless, so nicely done by them. And this is one of those issues that we were talking about, right? You go for this kill attempt, you end up killing a Lion, sure, but is it really worth it at the end of the day? And once you've used that epicenter, where's the follow-up damage actually coming from here?
Yeah, it's just how different this would be if you actually had the 6 online. So unfortunately, go just a little bit too early. And now Falcons, you know, playing with a sizable lead at this stage of the game.
They are indeed.
But Skitter's got a massive stack for him to be able to get towards a triangle. I think it was a double, triple at the hard. Got the Ancients.
They are farming up a decent amount, though, on Xtreme. Arme finished up the Mage Slayer. He's got a Blightstone just about to come out to him. I really don't want to see them take another fight. I know it's just about to turn into nighttime, but wait for the Aghanim Scepter on the Night Stalker, the level 12 plus the Aghanim Shard on the Night Stalker, the Aghanim Scepter on the Sand King, and Fakez probably not going to have the full Desolator, but even just having one Mithril Hammer will probably give them that extra damage that they're going to need.
What would you like, Snake, to build this game? You know, the Enchantress has got quite a versatile item build.
It's not really the game where you can just stand and try and man fight them, right? Like, even against the Kez, you're going to get parried into if you're just trying to wail in with a lot of these right clicks. 4-stuff, like I mentioned, he's already got it queued up, so pretty standard way to be able to go about things. Honestly, wouldn't even hate something like a Drums coming out from this Enchantress, just to be that additional way to be able to help pushes happen, enable your Primal Beast a little bit further, enable the Alchemist to be able to just chase people down. I think it could work nicely.
Okay. I wonder if the utility items in the sense of the Force and defensive against a Night Stalker, and I'll hold that X-Nova.
They just want a freebie.
A little stuck. I'll get their freebie. They'll also get the power in for Melrine. Haste up.
Not a bad one for a Primal to have.
Really difficult defense, but maybe with the amplified damage, it might be that much easier. They'll bring down the Primal.
Nice
stun. Amar will do his best to counter. It's a decent chunk of damage early on onto Arme's Kez. Can they get him out? The Grappling Claw is going to be up if necessary, not even required. And now they might even consider about running down Amar. They're going to have the vision. You're plenty of that. There is nothing that Falcons will do. They'll have to stand idly on the side and watch Amar die.
No damage issues that time around. You know, just getting a little bit too keen there, coming through from Melrine and his Primal Beast. Maybe thinking, you know, with that haste rune bottled with the Consecrated Wraps, plenty of survivability, but definitely not the case if you're getting 100 to 0'd. And you just see the difference there with the Hunter's Boomerang, with the Sharpshooter, with the level 2 Epicenter. Not sure if that was even prior to the Aghanim Scepter coming out from Nothing to Say, but now he's got it, so there's a lot more consistent damage output coming through.
Now, as BKB is his next item of choice, or Mr. Nothing to Say, they will get a D-Ward back into the mid lane from Falcons from that previous fight, and they'll continue to beat onto this objective.
Because again, that is the big weak point for Xtreme, right? Like, without these ultimates, it's a very, very different story as to how effective they are at being able to take these team fights. No Epicenter, no Dark Ascension, no worries.
Radiant's middle tower.
Does that ever change just with raw items instead, or do you feel like there's always going to be problems with them needing cooldowns?
I think it's always going to be a problem, and it's only going to get worse as it gets later on, right? Like, later on into the game until you get Refresher, literally.
Oh, unfortunately, not going to be able to outplay his way out of this one. Try and step in here with the finger. Crit's got his second charge. And they just... too much damage.
With a blink coming out to him as well. Also a consecrated wraps for the Lion. Screw Glimmer Cape.
Is he going straight into... Yes, okay. So he's going back-to-back scepters on Skeeter.
Mm-hmm. And it was Primal that got the first one. So just enabling him to be a little bit more aggressive, I suppose. He's been doing a great job at it on Melreen. Punished once, but got to risk it for the biscuit. Nearly 3k HP already.
It just shows how insanely farmed the Sand King is, though.
Mm-hmm.
If he's like only, what, 800 behind the Primal Beast with the scepter given over to him, like this is very impressive from nothing to say.
For sure. One of the best heroes at being able to get that flash farming happening. Really wanting to make the most out of this nighttime while they can, using the smoke, using it to potentially find this pick off here.
They reveal that they smoked. Falcons still will get initiated on Melreen. Onslaught's out, nothing to say. Won't be able to get the stun. Is there any more extra control or damage? It's close. If the follow-up tries to be there from the Kez, the last moment they're going to secure the kill. Amar will now try and TP out with the cover of the Rolling Thunder. He's going to be able to make it, unfortunately, snaking. Does not live to see the light of day. So, back-to-back here for Xtreme. They do even get crit up onto the high ground as well. Nicely done, nothing to say. Utilizing his net worth perfectly. He actually usurps Falcons as a lineup. He takes his top position.
Absolutely. And you just see the impact there if you're able to find the initiation coming through. The Night Stalker essentially just isolated both the Lion and the Enchantress throughout that entire team fight. They were in the river the entire time, not really able to join in onto things, which meant that there wasn't that instant follow-up, that turnaround potential with the Rolling Thunder to be able to burst some 100-0 with that Finger of Death or provide a little bit of extra control. It was a nice force staff that came through, but with just one, it meant that Melreen, your main damage source at this stage, was just taken out of the fight way too quickly, although...
He's going to be close. He's going to be real close, Danog. They won't be able to get at least the Tormentor, but he might be able to get some kills. Arme has to go a different direction. Meanwhile, Xnova's actually in to disrupt Melreen, but still, they found Arme in the tree line. It didn't matter about the heroic intent from Xnova. Arme does still go down.
Is under attack.
It's the thought that counts, you know?
Yes, of course. It's a good support right there.
Mm-hmm.
They do, you know, he gets... Because of that, you know, he also got the Ag Shard as well. They wanted to reward him for that heroic attempt.
Mm-hmm. Probably the only reason he went for it, by the way. Thinking that, you know what, I'm going to be able to get out of this with Jetpack. Oh, my POS 1's dead. Oh, no.
oh, what a shame. Hey, at least I have Jetpack.
True. Well, that's just about to be a second Ag Scepter finished up, by the way. So,
okay.
Big buff up for Amar, who's working on... He did buy a couple of components of the Mage Slayer, but then he sold them. So I wonder if he's... There's nothing really else that he could look to buy. Maybe he just wants to get the cloak to be able to begin with. Or Voidstone, perhaps, just to enable him to stay out on the map a little bit more.
Yeah, let's see. Like, I wonder how he will try and scale this game. Like, what is the 6 slots that Amar feels necessary for his offlane Pengo? Because I know that we've been seeing a lot more aggressive, like, damage-wise item builds from Melreen specifically when he's been playing Pengo, so intrigued for Amar. He's going Octarine. So we have seen this actually a lot as well from Melreen.
And again, look, they find a pick off onto the Alchemist there. Again, nothing to say. That impact coming through. 404 damage was found on the Alchemist there. I mean, I think the important thing is, again, just to abuse your relatively short cooldowns compared to Xtreme, right? Like, even when this is absolutely maxed out on Nothing to Say, 100-second epicenter. What's Dark Ascension? 130. Like, you're going to fix it a little bit in terms of cooldowns, but that's not until level 25. Compare that with a Pangolier, you know, 80 seconds. Alchemists, 60 seconds. Primal Beast, 40 seconds, soon to be 35. So you just want to be getting so much more active once you get into those items. And I suppose it's just about picking up your farm now so that when it comes time to fight, you can just do it back to back to back.
Right, yeah.
Wouldn't hate a disperser as well for Pango, by the way. Just to be able to get rid of the Kazurai Katana really hinders a lot of the Kez damage output later on into the piece.
Who is a little bit more behind in net worth than I was expecting on the Kez, to be honest. I mean, you know, now, of course, has one higher net worth than the Elk with the second scepter given over, but with that death that we just saw top lane. But yeah, was kind of expecting Arme to be a little bit further, 2-2 and 2. So at least what the KDA is looking like at the moment.
This is basically exactly what Falcons are wanting, though, right? Like, they haven't really given up anything major. You've got a relatively farmed position 5 as well, working on a pipe for snaking, which I don't hate either. And now they feel like they've got the stuff to be able to make this initial move in. Blink, again, is up on the Lion, and they want to try and get that quick pick off
the jump. And they got the damage, though. With the onslaught in deep under the T2 tower, they should be able to get it, but the BKB Borishock, nothing to say's out. He's going to look for an opportunity to be able to reinitiate. There's just a question if they can stop Falcons from disengaging. With the Cogs, they do get both dragged out. So snaking, the only... Whoa, we jump it back in? Really? Nothing to say as well. So a 1 for 2 when it's all said and done. A little bit of an interesting reinitiation for Nothing to Say. Meanwhile...
Grabbing that jetpack out of the air.
Yeah, rip that one off your back, says Melrin.
Can they Roche off the back of this is the real question. It doesn't seem like Alchemist is too keen. Just wanted to show up to be able to get a little bit of that assist goal, throw in a concoction. But the lanes aren't really in an amazing place right now, so would much rather get into that BKB Blink Dagger level 20. But you really saw the impact of the Night Stalker in that fight, right? Like, they weren't able to get the initial kill onto Nothing to Say.
They got the finger, they absolutely do. It's going to be another kill onto Arme, man. Amar making something out of nothing. You didn't think this was an opportunity, but Crit's great positioning. And we are getting lower and lower with the net worth here from Arme.
For sure. What I was saying before was XXS, like, he really did a good job of zoning out Crit. Not able to get that initial burst kill onto Nothing to Say Sand King because the Finger of Death didn't come. Because he was isolated with the... with just diving straight in on top of the Lion, who, by the way, is going for that 4-star next, so following up the Blink Dagger purchase. But, I mean, just, again, have a look at what XXS is buying. Blink Dagger, get on top of them, try and reduce a bunch of their net worth before they get to that stage, and then nullify it. You know, you can have all the 4-stars in the world, but it's not really going to mean all that much. Can they kill Snake?
Should be able to with the break. Good thing they're eyeing up X-Nova. A couple of heroes showing down bottom. Falcons can go for their own little quick punch. I don't know if they also got a glimpse of FY with this Observer Ward. Crit's starting to walk towards the high ground.
Found him.
And with XXS here, it will be a double kill for Xtreme. So nicely done. They won't take the Arcane out of the hands of Melrain, so at least the Primal has this.
Really looking to set themselves up for a potential Roche fight, it seems. Not quite ready to be able to take that fight. I think they're really conscious of just having that Blink Dagger.
Ran into Skeeter, and now with the early dust, Ravensvale's not really going to assist too much, and no one's actually tipping back to the T2 tower. He will still get it off. The spell will be there, so yeah, no chase.
No chase for now. Still not quite ready to fight though on Arme, right? Like, can't commit into the center of a lot of these engagements. You want to force the Primal Beast to use his ulti onto the Kez. You know, there really isn't anyone else that he should be prioritizing once it gets to that stage, but until you've got that BKB, you just don't feel safe in the center of a lot of these engagements. There's so much damage just going out randomly.
Even with this 9k lead that we're seeing at the moment from Falcons, like, how difficult do you truly feel like these fights are for Xtreme?
Extremely.
Okay.
I mean, I think it just, again, it's just going to come down to the net worth differential, right? They haven't been able to get enough done. They haven't picked a draft that's really great at being able to push into towers. Yeah, they've got all of the tier 1s at this point, but I think it was particularly around Arme, just with how poor he is relative to everyone else. That's the big issue for mine. You know, at this point, at the minimum, you would have been expecting a BKB and maybe even level 18 off the back of what should have been a relatively decent start for him.
Yeah. It's going to need a little bit of time, unfortunately, for Arme.
I want to see him grab the Wisdom Shrine as well. Get up to level 18 as quickly as possible. Get that extra base damage coming through, the cooldown reduction, and start to beat Falcons at their own game.
Well, Falcons see that Arme's all the way to the west side of the map, so that he's not available for this team fight. Skeeter, along with Melreen, trying to catch up to Nothing to Say, won't be able to do so. And well, XXS, the only person getting a kill currently until Amar shows up.
Oh no, XXS, he got bashed by Roche.
Unlucky.
Well, that's all right. They don't see him for now. And, you know, might just quickly shove out a lane while he can.
Ew. Okay, there's another one.
Not what you expected?
The question is, can they do anything off the back of this? Like, Epicenter was not used, and I think that's the thing that Falcons are just going to keep in the back of their minds. But maybe they feel like with the vision that they were able to plant down, that that's not going to be as big of an issue. The thing is, though, they haven't scouted out this observer ward placed down 3 minutes ago by FY that saw them walking into the pit. So maybe they do go for this move. Can with no BKB on Night Stalker though. Arme does have the BKB, but no way to be able to get to the area that they're contesting Roche, so should be a bit of a freebie there for Falcons.
Okay. The Aegis are into the hands of Skeeter. AC is going to be completed pretty shortly. Pipe now getting delivered. Also is already delivered for snaking.
So again, this is my issue with the Night Stalker. It's fantastic at what it does, but you just don't farm to the same level as a lot of other heroes. You know, he's 5, 1, and 6 on XXS, and yet look at his net worth, right? Like, we've been saying how Arme hasn't had a great game, and he's level with that.
Yeah, I guess you just compare the last hits, right? 335 on the Pango compared to the 240 on Night Stalker.
I mean, you just got so many more farming tools on the Pangolier.
Yeah, Amar is massive. He skipped the Octarine. He went Shivas. Now we'll go back for the Octarine. They may also run into Arme, Skeeter.
Oh, really doesn't want to pop the BKB early here.
Veil instead. Skeeter does use the dust. No BKB just yet from Arme, and it will not be necessary.
Much happy to use the Raven's Veil there.
Mid lane. They really think there's an opportunity on Melry? They were charging up the Epi.
There's a little wink there, maybe. You have the Blink Dagger on the Night Stalker as well, right? So for the additional damage coming through.
Sure. I'm not sure also the damage spike with 20 on Nothing to Say with the extra epicenter pulses.
Pretty good. Going into a Shivas of his own, of course, going to be very impactful going up against this this lineup with all the healing that it's going to be outputting. Do want to see a shard from him as well. Just these additional little epicenter pulses as well. But it's going to be a while until he gets it from a Tormentor, so we'll need to buy it, and much higher prioritization on that Shivas, of course.
Crit will be the lucky man. It's an Ag shard from Tormentor. Amar is completely alone top lane. But apparently, is it a problem? They're going to make the attempt. 2,500 health if they got the hit points. It's close. No way. Amar actually going to complete. They got this crash off.
No.
Rolling Thunder stuck inside the box. Force up to the north. Amar's not dead.
The Kazurai.
Rainbow.
Oh, they fed him. They fed him a Lotus.
Okay, Amar, he's chill. FY, is he chill? He's also chill.
Cool hero, man. The impact of Shiva's just passive HP, passive armor. Mage Slayer, of course, providing a lot of utility as well there. And he just lives, and he's just going to get tanky now. He's got a freaking Octarine, so
Yeah,
add
wow.
another 400 HP.
He's so rich. Like, this is insane net worth, actually. I know, inflated. You know, he's got this stupid scepter from Skeeter, who is farming up a storm. Falcons 14k can do really whatever they want. I mean, what was the last move we saw from Xtreme? It's been a while.
I mean, that one we just saw up top to be able to try and kill the Pangolier, but yeah, I mean, it felt, I don't want to say hopeful. It was hopeful. It wasn't desperate. It was hopeful. But now, like we've been saying, it's just going to become even more challenging. You know, level 23 on the Pangolier. Rolling Thunder has a 60-second cooldown with the Octarine.
Nothing to say. They're going to try and go over towards the Enchantress, but the Epicenter used solo just for a support.
Yeah, that's the big issue for mine. You know, he's rushing into that refresher orb as quickly as he can, but now are you really that concerned about just frontlining this? I wouldn't be, especially with how poor you know Ame is. Should be a very simple process for them to just go lane to lane, shove in all of these tier 2s. They've still got 40 seconds left on the Aegis, so may as well just look to take away a lot of the map that Xtreme Gaming can look to play on.
They'll do it slowly. I'll just put Skeeter there to siege. See what the decision's actually going to be after for them. Where would you go on the map now?
I would just take control over this outpost area, you know, make sure that you don't have space for Army to be able to pick up a lot of this farm, because it's not really safe to be playing down on this bottom side. FY, he's got a sentry just to be able to cover this couple of camps, really, but as soon as anyone steps out into the lane, that Observer Ward by Crit next to the river is just going to catch him out. So you can see Ame is just kind of standing around next to his tier 2 tower, just waiting for creep camps to respawn, waiting for the creep wave to maybe push into him, but he ain't farming. And all the while this is happening, the rich get richer. They even spot him now underneath the Observer Ward. So Crit, with his vision game, has been just playing amazingly.
Yeah, let's see if it's a bit more difficult now with the Lincolns on Ame. They will smoke out of the base. Amara is a little bit away from the team currently.
I mean, you just got 100 to 0 this Alchemist if you can, but again, they've got double 4-staffs. You don't have the Nullifier yet on XXS.
Gonna try for the Wisdom. Look to potentially bait this, but they'll put Snaking forward. With the Bushwhack, with the Sharpshooter, they want to commit pretty heavily for the Enchantress, but if you get an initiation from the right side like that, it might make it worth it. Both the supports will die to start the team fight, so now it's just up to the cause. They're having a bit of a difficult time with Ame. Ame's doing a decent amount of damage at the moment, but once the BKB expires, he is in a world of pain. Down goes Ame. XXS is wanting to run into the thick of it all towards the end of the fight, but he gets nothing done. His BKB will come to a close as well, and he has to get away. Meanwhile, Amar is just he's doing whatever he wants, apparently.
Yeah. Well, the most damage in the team fight is what he's doing. You know, that was the final team fight where you were actually able to do something there on Ame, you know, contribute to the team fight. And that's probably, it's a shame, but it's the one fight that XXS, he underdelivered for me. He held that BKB for so long that he was just controlled up. They weren't able to get the kill onto the cores. The supports died like nothing. We saw that, but it's not really all that important if the damage sources are still going to be there live and kicking, especially once that BKB and Lincolns go away.
Here comes the siege. Falcons, like the technical gameplay, as always from them, farmed up enough of a lead on a convincing fight and now can crack that high ground. So full set of barracks will be claimed top lane. We've got mid that's heavily shoved through, your double catapult wave.
The thing is, Xtreme, hold on. They've still got an avenue into this game, in my opinion. It's a 21k net worth lead, sure. But Roshan's potentially up in 30 seconds. You've got Nullifier that can potentially come out now on the courier for XXS. They want to try and kill Skidder.
Okay, they're going to have the damage. Skeeter to BKB at the last second, and now Melrin should easily be able to catch up to Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say. An opportunity for the BKB, but there was always Pulverize to cancel any attempt.
You needed a +1 there, you know? Like, no Hoodwink, no Sharpshooter, no Hunter's Boomerang as well. It's 37 minutes into the game where Alchemist, he's done his job of, you know, being the supporting position 1. He just needs to get his own farm, and he's almost, you know, overtaken that pos 1 position again. Just another way that they've got now as well to be able to get rid of the Kazurai Katana. The Disperser's been picked up, like I mentioned, for Amar, but it's a purchase of the Aghanim Shard for Skitter as well, just to be able to throw that Berserk Potion onto whoever it is that's the main target for Ame. Basic Dispel, all that's needed.
Let's get to the point.
Dire's top tower
Oh,
is
here
under
they go. 25 seconds without the Sand King. But we got Roche up in 15 seconds. So probably just a disciplined gameplay from them. Are we going more Scepters? Kind of boring, Skitto, to be honest.
It's his time now. He's level 25. He's got plenty of regen. He just wants to survive for as long as possible, really. And, I mean, Xtreme, they've just got to be thinking about creating situations where they can contest Roche without giving up that it's incredibly obvious, giving away a lot of their base. Do they have a gem on them? They do not. That is the one thing that I would be purchasing right now if I'm FY. He's got enough for it.
Oh, they're going to have to try and take a fight beforehand, unfortunately.
They smoked underneath an Observer Ward, though. So they know
Falcons will
exactly
leave
what's
the pit.
coming. Do their own
Maybe with the
smoke.
low ground, Lincoln's going to get popped early on. Xtreme will try and give them some vision as well. Nice way. They cancel the Pulverize early. Army's going to be able to turn. They have an opportunity to use the epicenter. A lot of damage from nothing to say with the backline jump. Melrin's dying inside the BKB. They just need Army. They just need Army, but he's nowhere to be seen. Without your
Still
damage
there.
out of Kez. Yeah, but now he sees an opportunity maybe.
But
for
the rest of your
Melrin,
team is
but-
gone.
Yeah, without the rest of your team, it's not going to work out. Melrin can dive over the cliff. Amar will try and find him. He's
Got a
very
raptor dance.
mobile on this Kez, but it will only continue to be that way forever so long.
Oh,
and
he's
Melrin's just
gonna
not
live.
even gonna die.
Yeah.
Like it's just normal Falcon stuff, really.
It's just a bunch of little mistakes really amplifying and going for more, right? Like not committing the right spells in the right order to be able to get that quick pick off, not buying a gem, which means that you smoke underneath some vision, not popping BKB at the correct time, which means that you just get burst down very easily. Nothing to say, he did get off the epicenter. It did an alright amount of damage. The fact that it's off cooldown now is just because he's got a refresher, and he's still farmed as hell, but they just waited too long. You know, you let an Alchemist draft mature, and yeah, it's going to be a 40-minute GG for Falcons.
All right, easy. Very well done. We didn't really see much fight from Xtreme, to be honest.
No, definitely not. Again, I do want to commend XXS for his early game. I really don't think he could have done much more. He just came in at the right times. He isolated the supports fantastically. He did what a good Night Stalker does. But in terms of being that core that's able to transition into the later stages of the game, just doesn't have that same farming potential when you compare it to someone like Amar, who... Did he still finish at the top of the net worth charts after everything? After even Alchemist had that extra time to be able to pick up farm? It wouldn't surprise me if he did.
Yes, it did. Pango on top. 33k, Oak 31.
Cool hero. Just ban it! Especially against Falcons, just ban it. Come on, man. How many years has it been that, you know, these players have just been Pango fans, not just across the one position, having that flex to be able to throw it into another. And we saw that Nothing to Say, even though he did a fantastic job of being able to pick up a lot of farm in the game, if you're just picking a lot of these low cooldown heroes that are able to maneuver their way around the Dark Ascension, around the epicenter, it doesn't really matter.
That it doesn't indeed. So, well, Falcons going to be able to get their third victory. They are 3-1. Xtreme will continue with the rough start here, 1-3. For us, we're now going to look towards Glyph versus Team Spirit. My God, this is going to be high. Team Spirit struggling at the moment, 1-2, and Glyph apparently looking very good off the back of day one. Let's see if they can get an important series victory over Team Spirit. See you guys after the break. We are good to go for our second series of the night. We've got the boys on Team Spirit taking on Glyph. So Glyph, finished day one with a 2-1 series count. We saw Spirit finish with a 1-2 series count. So let's see if Glyph, you're with this. They should be the favorites and they should destroy Team Spirit.
Absolutely, not a chance in the world that they have to be able to get it done. Then again, we did see two sides to Glyph yesterday, right? Going up against, was it LGD that they just got absolutely monstered by? What wasn't good showing if you were a C fan. But then again, I think it's the top highlight of the recent clips on Instagram that Blast have posted as Yokam just getting off about 20 spells in a fight on his Rubik, stealing arenas and just styling on absolutely everyone. So clearly they've got the stuff to be able to do it. Like you mentioned before, 2-1 series score at this point, and I mean, a very unexpected early showing from them. So hopefully they can continue it.
Yeah, it would be a difficult opponent, but we shall see. Maybe, like you mentioned, get the Rubik in Yokam's hands again, or we could see potentially in not me or Rue's hands as well. Of course, a very good finish we saw from Spirit at Dream League Season 29, third place from them, first tournament. With, of course, the new roster, Collapse coming back, with Not Me coming in as well. So impressed with their showing. We'll see how they're able to perform. What were your thoughts in general from this new Spirit roster?
I mean, I think they're good. They'll pick it up at the right time, it might not be right now that they do it, but when the chips are reeling down, when you're getting towards those playoff stages, there really is no one else that can come back from an unwinnable game like Spirit can. They've still got that Spirit magic coming through.
Yeah, absolutely they do. This feels like we can always see it no matter what. A late game comeback potential is always something that's there for Team Spirit. So let's get ourselves underway. Lol, a lot of smiles and laughs for him. We'll see if the gameplay shows the confidence, enthusiasm,
absolutely,
energeticness from him.
Did you see with Spirit as well, Collapse, when he was asked about his new lane partners and that sort of thing? He was like, okay, so I came back from break and I was told that we're going to a different support. He's like, great, who am I laning with? And he's like, not me. Fantastic. Also, Rue really doesn't like laning with you, so he's going to go and play with Yatoro for now. He's like, bro, I haven't even been playing, but okay. So it's one of these instances where he's just like, so chill, when you've won, a few big tournaments, I think you've got that license to be like, all right, cool, let's just chill out a little bit here. But we will not be chilling with the Snapfire pick instantly snapped up by Team Spirit here in the first phase.
Yeah, what do you make of the bans? Is there anything that screams like it was necessary to protect the Snapfire?
Probably just the Pango from Glyph being banned out. It also prevents, when you see that hero is gone, you're like, fantastic, we're able to go in onto this one. Not really, I guess. Wyvern doesn't really do anything to be able to protect a Snapfire, or get aggressive against a Snapfire. Wind Ranger, a lot of the damage is still magical. Kez really needs to get up in the face to be able to do a whole lot, so, that's where Snapfire is going to be thriving a lot of the time. So, no, I think it's just very team-specific here.
Okay. Well, Dream Protector is the response from Glyph. So we'll see now automatically looking at a hero like the Phoenix for Team Spirit, if this is something that they may potentially want in the second phase to kind of respond. Very nice with the team fight answer that you have. Overall, wonder what heroes we see from Glyph in particular when they have a melee carry too. Of course, we kind of touched on some of the range carries previously with covering China.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for Jackie, he plays plenty. He plays the Wind Ranger as well, so obviously just taking that away. Luna, something else that he plays that does enable you to get a little bit more aggressive early on. Terrorblade, I think we saw him play that in his previous game, and the Muerta as well, still in the pool. So still plenty of options for him if you did want to go that ranged pos 1 setup.
Yeah. He had a SF yesterday with a mid Storm Spirit that went 26, 1, and 15
against a Snapfire, and that was after Emo got absolutely bodied by a Snapfire earlier in the day as well. So clearly he took some learnings from that and was able to say, look, I'm not going to be bottom of my core network again. And he's going to pick it up again. This is 3 times now that we've had an Emo Storm Spirit, and why not? I would have to imagine as well that one of these next picks that's going to be coming out here for Glyph is going to be the Omni Knight. It's something that Zeal, basically the only one that plays it, and from what I understand, it provides a similar sort of thing to what Largo does. So, you know, that Pos 3 that has a pretty good amount of sustain and acts as kind of like a supporting Pos 3, you know? And you were laughing at me when I said that's what Largo provides, but in reality, that's what it is, you know? You've got the Guardian Angel, you've got the, is it called Repel now, or is it still the Heavenly Grace? I think it's Repel. Whatever it is, yeah. That just enables you to really bring someone else into the game so much. Now, with a Storm Spirit, I'm not sure what they're going to be valuing. Is it going to be this... picking the Largo for themselves, because they can play that too, and with a Storm Spirit it feels amazing? Or are they going to be like, well, we're playing into a Snapfire and a Lion, that Repel is going to be amazing for our Storm Spirit to just be able to dive in onto the backlines?
Yeah, definitely interesting, something that teams don't really need to consider it, but then you come up against Glyph and now this random Omni Knight offlane. I know Jackie's even played as a carry in the past before. I don't know if we're at that meta just yet where it needs to be considered. We do have, of course, duo support from Spirit, both the Lion and the Tusk, so a lot more control against the Storm specifically.
They are still there at the Alliance boot camp in Gothenburg, by the way, not in Stockholm.
I see.
Closer to where Bulldog lives, I think.
What's going on with the Tusk? I'm kind of surprised we're not getting this hero even more, to be honest. I know we're getting it a decent amount, but it feels like there are other supports that we're, of course, seeing prioritized.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I still value it incredibly highly. And we do get the Shadow Fiend. Are we getting Rubik after this? Or are we just going to go into the Omni Knight now? Because again, like, this is the sort of game where that supporting Pos 3 is going to be so impactful. And I wonder if that's the discussion that's being said now. Like, do we just want our second support to be able to respond to this? Or do we want to reveal all of our cores? And does that leave us a little bit too vulnerable to be encountered in the lane in particular? Because if you don't pick up the Omni now, for example, then Team Spirit are going to either need to pick the Largo for themselves, which could happen, you know? Like, Collapse has shown that he's very happy to pick it. They're just going to go the Rubik. I'm fine with it. The only other option would be like Doom with the last overall pick for Glyph here, if they were to go into the Largo. But again, it's not even like a guaranteed counter to it, right? They're still happy enough to play it regardless. But this does feel like it's set up for a 3 protect 2 style from Glyph, right? You've got the telekinesis lift backwards. You've got Overgrowth, Leech Seed, Living Armor, all that sort of stuff as well, and the potential for this Zeal hero to be able to provide the additional survivability and support to the SF and the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see what that hero will be for Zeal. So would Spirit want to close out the second phase as well?
I think Yokan plays this Rubik literally like 80% of the time. Like, I'm not even over exaggerating. It's that much that they're putting prioritization into it. And, you know, teams just let it go this late into the draft. He's like, sure, I'll make another Instagram highlight.
I think my only concerns with the Rubik is I'm not a big fan of their support duo with the Storm. I feel like I've really been... Let me see, how do I word this? I think the hero functions better with some like Hoodwink-esque position 4 where you're able to gank with the Storm Spirit early. I think the Rubik is just maybe a tier below that, specifically that role. And I know the Train doesn't do that. That's my concern with it too, where I'd like to have a hero that can play with Storm.
So I wonder if then you just need to change up the style of play where you don't actually go for these early ganks. You just look to be incredibly greedy and just farm as much as possible and play a little bit more reactively to what Team Spirit are going to be throwing at you, you know? At least until you get into one of those damage items for yourself and, you know, you're going to be able to make a play with the Shadow Fiend actually there, as opposed to Jackie just sitting back and picking up some farm for himself. But, I mean... We were talking about, are they going to go with this Largo or Omni Knight pick for Glyph? Drow Ranger is a pretty good answer to both of them, right? Like, they don't really have that ability to, prior to the Blink Dagger, of course, really just get in on top of you. Other than the Storm Spirit, there's no one else that's really going to do that. And, you know, Drow Ranger feels pretty good as just an answer to a lot of these sorts of issues. I mean, could they go something a little bit different with like a Mars, for example, where they just look to try and pull the wave, get a little bit of this farm early on, and then maybe not have that supporting core, but you still do make Drow Ranger's life a whole lot more challenging in these team fights, as well as the mid Snapfire. Although they're thinking it might be an offlane Snapfire.
Yeah,
PTSD
the cool.
from the from Whisper just styling on him.
What are some offlane heroes nonetheless though for Collapse that you can see? What even do they need in regards to like the style of offlane?
I mean, they've got good pick-off. They need team fight, and they need something to be able to be the body for the Drow Ranger. So I really think Largo is fine here if they wanted to pick something like that up. They've got the ability to pick it first as well. Doom's not banned though, but maybe they just really don't care about that counter matchup.
Okay, so still looking at Largo though.
For me, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just thinking about like what also is going to lane relatively well into the Shadow Fiend Tree and Protector. Not an easy lane by any stretch.
Tough.
So, I mean, maybe they even want to go down a different avenue of like an additional level of control in the form of like Axe, for example, that doesn't necessarily need to play the lane, and you can just, you know, pull waves, farm neutral camps instead, because outside of the Storm Spirit right now, Glyph don't really have that strong potential to be able to roam around and gank, although we did see Jackie get bonked by a Tree Protector, the KJ Tree Protector, while he was jungling.
That's
so
true.
Anything can happen.
Oh, we will see that Axe get removed though. So Spirit down to a couple of options for Collapse. Got a minute reserve time, so plenty still to work out what's necessary for them.
I mean, can they primal for Collapse? It's not the worst. I'm just
Primal's
thinking of
fine.
things that can jungle, basically.
Yeah. I think I mean, it's not a jungling hero, but the Mars is something you can look at too.
Yeah.
Of course, Arena did just against the Shadow Fiend, any range right-clicking core. I think with your heroes it works really well. Maybe it's not as much of like of a body in the sense where you're like a blink initiator, whereas, you know, your tides and whatnot can be in the middle. I don't think you pick tide anyway this game. Just
no, not this one. Watch them pick it. But I mean, just another way, like a blink initiator for the Storm Spirit as well. Like, I don't think you can wait for the Lion to come online before you even consider doing that sort of stuff. So, you know, what is there really to stop Emo from doing whatever he wants outside of just being outplayed in the mid lane there? They're really taking their time to think of this one for Spirit though. Leaving it up to Marga to be able to make that last choice.
Alright, and they do it. Okay.
Cool. Instant response. Ooh. All right. It is another front line for themselves. And I guess they were just saying, look, the heroes that we might have want to be paired together with the Storm Spirit and the Shadow Fiend, they're just going to have a horrible time in lane. So we can't afford to do it. You know, Rue paired together with the Drow Ranger, such a formidable lane. The multi-shot is so nuts these days, man. Like, it has far too wide of a range. I think that's a big part of the reason why it's being picked so often. You just get away with so many free trades on this Drow Ranger if you don't have a good matchup to be able to actually get aggressive against it. So at least with Zeal's Batrider, they're going to be able to, you know, cut waves, pick up some farm, potentially go for some dives underneath the tower once Emo is starting to make some of those movements. But at least they're not going to get crushed in the lane, I don't think.
Okay, but you feel like for them to put pressure on the Drow, they rely on Emo?
For sure. Like, what is a Batrider and a Rubik and a Treant going to do on their own, you know? Maybe Jackie making a rotation through once he's like level 5, perhaps, with a couple of raises there just to be able to secure the kill. But I think they do need Emo to be able to make a lot of these moves. The difficulty is, of course, when you're playing against this Snapfire that's going the 3-0-1 build, he's going to shove in your lane, you know? Like, you can't spend too much time away from that mid lane because Lyle is going to have the net worth lead onto you. You're going to lose some HP on your mid tower. You might even lose it altogether, and it's pretty quick for him to be able to dish out a huge amount of damage early on into the piece on this snap.
Yeah. I think another thing to look at specifically this game is that I think Spirit are a little bit more reliant on their ultimates in general compared to Glyph. Requiem, of course, not as much. Overgrowth a little bit, but it's not like your Snapfire ultimate, your Finger of Death, or Arena or something like that. Arena is almost a guaranteed kill. You'd probably say the same with Finger as well. So
sure, but I think once they've got Blink Daggers on both Lion and Mars, and honestly Tusk and Snapfire, they're all going to have them. They do have potential to fight outside of their ultis, right? Like, all you need is a Blink Spear back. Even better when he's got the Aghanim Shard, of course, on Collapse. Into a stun, into a Scatterblast, into a tag team Walrus Punch. Like, they've got plenty of ways to be able to fight without ultis, in my opinion.
Sure, it's not even necessarily in the sense of them being ultimate reliant. It's just more to look at the level 6s. And for me, in my eyes, I feel like they're getting 6 early for Spirit. So looking to Wisdom, see if that goes one way or the other. Is it 1 for 1, or does one team get 2? Just because those 6s, I feel like then for the 10-minute fight where we have that ultimate
if they've got
line,
it as well.
That's a thing.
So those lanes are going to be super important as well. Wonder how much that means that Zeal obviously wants to be cutting waves, getting a bunch of farm for himself, but how much is he going to put himself back in the jungle, give a little bit, at least, of that farm over to the Rubik, just to make sure that Yokam's got the XP to be able to fight early on.
Glyph will kind of half attempt to stop the deforestation going on. They don't really do anything, to be honest. They just already prep a sentry that doesn't block the hard camp. Kind of intrigued, to be honest.
They wanted to protect it, I suppose. Maybe anticipating that they were going to be blocking it up early on. Don't know. Oh. Collapse. It's the 3-man God's Rebuke, but he's like, I don't need that bounty.
Not me.
Maybe the movement speed will help him.
Telekinesis, it's a kill. Oh, I don't think Jackie saw it. Jackie see him?
That's right. You don't really want to level telekinesis anyway.
Oh, it's not as bad as you think anymore with the changes to it. I've seen some people do it and it not be as bad. I've even do it not for a kill. You want Fade Ball, but I think it depends on your offlaner. Which, this lane, what's a bat going to do against a range creep? He does go telekinesis, but still my Zeal is getting run down, and my Rubik telekinesis that didn't get first blood doesn't keep my offlaner alive.
Tell me, okay, he didn't TP to the lane. Small miracles, right? So he's going to be able to avoid the Walk of Shame there on the bat. But certainly not the way that you want to start these things off. And again, just less than a minute in, Yatoro, with his love affair for Ame, picking the Drow Ranger into a pretty ideal matchup.
You last picked the Bat Rider. Right?
Hold on. Rue's coming. Oh, no. Okay.
Well, this time the telekinesis is good enough to keep Zeal alive, but Yokam, unfortunately, my brother.
This is what I'm talking about.
Just eat a bunch of arrows.
That's so ridiculous, the amount of damage that you're able to do this early on.
Oh, come on. All right, what happened here? You literally last pick Bat Rider into Drow. This was a very quick Bat Rider pick. Obviously, are they just getting completely outplayed from Team Spirit? Is it just how naturally the lane is supposed to look for the first, minute or two?
I mean, I think it's how the lane is supposed to look. Hold on. Telekinesis happening one more time, but is this going to result in their death? Probably not. I think they just took like a couple steps too far into the lane, right? Like, you can't... Oh, actually, they're looking to go for a bit of a dive attempt here. Can they afford to, though? Like, losing half of his HP off the back of one multi-shot. Oh no! Oh no!
Zeal's just dead.
All right.
What's going on bottom?
I mean, they need to just cut the wave. It's not like Tusk even has a ton of movement speed. He's got Windlace. Jokam doesn't have boots yet. With that kill, at least he'll be able to secure it for himself and a couple of these creeps. So hopefully, for his sake, the equilibrium is going to bounce up closer towards the Glyph Tower. But yeah, not ideal way to be able to start this one.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at how some of the other lanes are looking. Are they going
Surely
a bit better?
There's not another kill down bottom.
Surely, at least not for the moment. We got some time. So mid looks like Lull, solid at the moment, 13-5 compared to the 11-3 from Emo. Top lane as well, we do see Collapse 15-6. Really wonder what the build is going to be specifically on Mars. This is my first Mars, I think, with 7.41. I've been asking for the hero, have yet to get it. So mainly the item build is the thing that I'm really unsure about.
Oh, not me. Might be getting a little bit bullied here, but I don't think they want to expend mana on Jackie until he's at least level 3 for the extra value out of the Shadow Rays. Mid lane looking a little low, but back up top, a bit more action here onto the Tree and Protector, of course. Armin wanting to be that bodyguard for the Jackie Shadow Fiend as much as he can. Once again, creep wave attempted to be pulled, but just with the good start that they were able to get off, means that Rue was able to interrupt that somewhat. There's a double wave pushing into the tower, though. So.
Is it disappointing from Utoro that he only has +8 items queued up? He doesn't have the full 6-slotted inventory?
Maybe he just got lazy. He's got to have something to do after dominating the lane.
Yeah, but it just shows, he doesn't have a good read of his Drow Ranger. Come on, Arme. I expected better. I expected literally your entire 6 items to be queued up already. Collapse is fine.
So just on Collapse, you were asking before about the item build. What he's got queued up, it's nothing like groundbreaking, right? Phase Boots, Windlace into the Blink Dagger. Wouldn't hate a Raindrops as well in there, just to be able to survive a bunch of these early attempts. But again, this really feels like it's just enabling the Snapfire more than anything. By the time you've got that, Snapfire is going to have maybe level 10 and be able to make a lot of plays. Yep.
Emo got a really cool Vortex pulling the cookie in. And a nice position from Yokem. They might be able to capitalize on that, but Rue also strikes back. Emo stuck inside the shard. And the last Scatter Blast, Lyle's going to be able to yoink the kill. And also maybe get a little bit of extra damage. The cookie was still up.
Oh, the Raindrops, man, ended up saving him. Oh, not able to get the kill, though. Best item in the game. I'm going to keep saying it.
Yeah, so I think with the Mars build, I was considering if there's a Yules anywhere that's necessary. We've seen this previously against the Storm Spirits, the Pox as well. Maybe feel like they just have an overwhelming amount of stuns. Yeah, just the easiest. I mean, really, the mana is like super on this hero. Is the big problem, and also, of course, with the Windlace being built into it as well. It's just a nice build up overall, but
should be able to get into a Soul Ring as well, though, for his mana. But yeah, he even did queue up the Raindrops. No, we don't collapse. Yeah, it really is all about, at the end of the day, this Snapfire. This is what you've opened up the draft with. This is what you're able to play around. This is what deals the most damage in the game of any hero at the 15 or so minute mark. So just play around it as much as possible. Don't play around your ultimates if you can. Just blink, spear back into Scatter Blast, dead. There really isn't anything more complicated than that.
No, not at all. Lyle's going to have the power rune to work with, so he has the shield. And they're actually going to kind of cut the wave pretty aggressively. They've even got Not Me sticking around. They get a glimpse of Yokem. Another kill for Lyle.
Pretty miserable lane for Collapse, to be honest. I'm just watching him constantly try and aggro the creep waves, but as soon as he does, he might get one, but the other two get denied away, and he takes a little bit of harassment damage. He cups a Shadow Rays to the face, so not easy by any stretch. And speaking of him, he's getting dived on.
Easy kill. Nice rotation from Emo. So a little bit faster. We see that Spirit. They're going to go for their own play, but they want to invade and take away the Wisdom instead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, not Zeal again. He's already been through so much.
Well, gonna have to continue to go through some difficult times, unfortunately. 3 deaths for him.
We did also say how important those ultis were going to be, but at least Narman was able to snipe the enemy Wisdom Shrine. So placing down a nice deep ward as well to potentially enable a few more dives happening. But I don't think Zeal's in a position to be diving anytime soon. He really needs to focus on playing as selfishly as possible for this next little bit. And now he doesn't even have a tower to be able to play around with either.
I feel like I like that move more often from when Radiant do it compared to Dire, where they rotate they aggressively gank for the Wisdom, then connect with the carry, open up the objective, because we know how important that tower is now, especially with the Tormentor spawn being bottom. Just seems a little bit cleaner for Radiant to execute it than Dire.
Yeah, just able to, prevent TP rotations to be able to contest the Tormentor, you reckon?
Yeah, just the Tormentor. Really the large one. The large one that there's a lot of priority on. With the other patches, the offlane tower wasn't as important. Didn't really matter.
Yeah.
And we'll see Spirit try and smoke, so ruin Lal. Go from bottom to top, swing past, pick up the invis. And want to play with Collapse. Collapse getting pretty close to the level 6. I don't know if he'll have it after this wave. Double range creeps.
Shouldn't need it though. You know, you've got Rue playing around with Lyle. And just the two of them should be absolutely plenty of damage. I wonder if he's even going to snowball Lyle in there just so that he can really get up in the face for the point blank scatter blast.
Unfortunately, it's just Narman who's a bit slippier to get. Still don't have Collapse yet without the arena.
Tower is under attack.
Almost have it, but his other heroes leeching his XP might actually prevent him from being able to have it.
Oh, they're still going to commit.
They're out of
Kisses as well? Collapse trying to yoink the kill. I mean, is this a good kill? I feel like if they don't get the tower, is that actually good?
No, I don't think so. You know, you really need to get a whole lot more than this. You need to get a higher priority target. You need to, as you mentioned, be able to get the tower, open the map up. What's the skill build? Yeah, 3 points living armor already for Narman, so he's going to be able to heal this one totally fine.
I guess at least, you know, throughout this time, you do have Not Me that's soaking up a lot of experience mid. We do see Yoken's doing the same. So both these supports currently sitting level 5.
Has Urn coming out to him as well on Yoken.
Okay. See, more than likely the Essence Distiller. It's
I
also
wonder
giving...
if they're wanting to fight now on Glyph, right? Like, you've got Overgrowth, you've got Spell Steal, you've got Urn, and you've got a smoke coming your way, including the Shadow Fiend moving down here. Not quite yet level 7, but all it takes is one creep for them to be able to get that quick pick off.
I'll get the pick up onto Rue by the looks of it. The rest of the team trying to secure with the power runes, but that's going to be a spawn dump bottom beam. Well, they even have Zeal that's very quickly getting towards mid. Collapse will have to respond with his TP to try and push the Bat Rider away, but really the most important objective just is that power rune. So Emo now is the regen bottled.
Downside, of course, is that the Archero not TPing at all. Just continuing to farm down here, literally doubling Zeal's net worth at the 10.5 minute mark. So, you know, things will change a little bit with the drums now coming out for Zeal. So, enabling his team, of course, to be able to make a few more aggressive plays as well as himself. But certainly was envisioning something a little bit better with this Bat Rider last pick.
See that Poly market as well, the official prediction market of Blast. You guys can live trade on the games on polymarket.com. So make sure you check that out. All these crazy best of ones are going on. 8 BO1s today and potential another team fight as well. Spirit, do you want to see the arena used on Narman? Narman. But again, this is that objective that they need to get. Collapse will actually just try and take the tree and protector out.
And Drow's here as well. Are they going to be able to respond to this,
It's taking some time.
And he's out of mana.
Zip over the top. Cookie getting Yatoro back to the high safety of the high ground, but they've got nothing to be able to protect Yatoro. Now Lao's going to be rent down as well. Really well done. So you just lose the tree and protector, but a successful defense from Glyph, and we just see the emphasis. I mean, they bring every single hero to try and keep the safe lane standing, and that means you just get a triple for Jack and a bunch of galvanized stacks too.
Yeah, fantastic rotation coming through. It's again Yokem with the style in plays, right? Realizing the most important spell for them is Steal to get that little bit of extra control. Because we're at the point now where Drow doesn't exactly have a ton of mobility, right? So anything that's going to be enabling a little bit more movement, anything that's an additional stun, really going to be punishing them.
By Rue?
There's some decent stacks as well inside of the Glyph Ancients area to be able to pick up even more of this farm for Zeal. So just like that, after a pretty shocking laning phase, it has to be said, he's going to be able to recover himself quite nicely.
Yeah, we'll see. You blink BKB is his decision. So no boots are bearing this game, I suppose. Really just the Drow slow, maybe not as necessary with things like Arena and all the control that Spirit have.
especially with Emo having a pretty good game, right? He's got the Kaya coming out to him right now. He's sitting third on the net worth. It really is just around finding that key target. And it honestly doesn't matter if it's the Snapfire or the Drow Ranger. Take out either one of those two targets with the Blink Lasso into storm damage into a couple of razors. And then how are you supposed to actually take these extended team fights on Spirit? You really can't. Damage will be lacking.
You feel like the fights really work best for Spirit over like a shorter period compared to the longer one that Glyph won?
No, other way around. I think probably Spirit want the more prolonged fights just because you're going to be able to dish out more damage consistently with the Drow Ranger. I mean, Jackie is going a much more right-click oriented Shadow Fiend, but that can really be a double-edged sword, right? Because you're going up into the Mars. So if you don't have that magic damage potential that you can get from going like this hybrid style build, then all of your damage can essentially be removed just off of a really well-placed arena.
Yeah. We'll have to see how Collapse is able to use that. They will try and force the fight out of Glyph. They could run into Brew first. Yatoro, along with the rest of Spirit, are kind of nearby, thinking about maybe poking their head out to offer some support, but not going to happen. Meanwhile, Collapse top lane. It's just the tree. Going to the Arcane. Would have loved to see that in the hands of the Storm.
Zeal's changing things up, it seems. Just going a casual Ring of Tarask to be able to start out, but you would have to imagine he's going to be building into some form of magic resist for that one there through the pipe. Maybe the Boots of Bearing as well.
Yeah, okay. So he's going to go the Boots of Bearing then.
It's quite nice into this lineup, right? Like you've got all 5 slows. Yeah, they all have slows on Team Spirit there. So valued.
I guess so, actually. Yeah, because I brought it up before. I thought it was the Frost Arrows, but I mean, I guess God's Rebuke, Scatter Blast, there's a couple more things.
Tag team.
Sure.
Mana Drain.
Nice. Yep, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say 5 if there wasn't 5.
No, I know. There's slows on slows.
So now, you know, they've had the ability to be able to maintain that tier 1 tower top. It seems like Spirit still considering looking to try and take at least a tier 1 tower away, but not wanting to fight around where Narman has himself set up with a bunch of good tree coverage. Maybe just looking to walk in, see if someone TP's in to be able to protect from this. Baiting it out a little bit with everyone under the cover of the smoke. And it is a Spirit pause coming through here, but it might give Glyph the time to be able to consider, right, what are they actually doing right now? So definitely not a puppy pause. Do they even respond at all? No, they just toss the living armor onto the tower.
Yep, that's good enough, apparently. And Glyph. This tower will go down, especially with the Yatoro rotation.
I don't think they really value mid that much, you know? Like, this isn't protecting your Shadow Fiend. It might protect the Storm Spirit a little bit with where he's been farming around the Dire jungle, but for now, it's probably the happiest tower that they were able to give up at that point.
Right. How close do you feel like they are to hitting that next big strength for them?
Glyph, this is?
Yes, Glyph. Yep.
I want to say give him like 3 minutes, let's say. You know, you'll have the full Kaya Sanj on the Storm. He's already level 12. Maybe Zeal like pivots and goes into a Blink Dagger instead of this BKB that he's got queued up next. But by that point, Jackie should have a Shadow Blade as well. Building into the Solar Crest for the Tree Protector, but it's going to be a little bit until he gets to that stage. 4 stuff coming through just to be able to protect against, you know, gusts, arrows, ice shards. Plenty of useful items about to come out here for Glyph, but for their sake, hopefully they're able to hold on to this tower so that those items do come through while still maintaining a little bit more of this map control. But with the Treant dead, he's up in 5, I know, but still a little bit more vulnerable. They'll get a quick pick off onto Not Me.
Okay.
And he will
11 stacks
trying to protect this one. Collapse again. He's not shy about just dropping the arena to be able to blow up all of these trees.
Yeah, they just got detection though. Brew's got Sentry along with Dust. Collapse doesn't have
Pop it.
anything, but the dust will actually connect. They don't want to actually push forward towards Narman, so instead they're actually going to feel it necessary to reposition. They'll dance back to where Yatoro will reconnect. They do also have some rotations coming through with the portal from Glyph. Now, Radiant have scanned this out. They also see that Emo's still hanging around by himself. Bottom, not me, gets to start with the Hexa. They're going to have to damage with these two. It's going to be close, but it's good enough. Now, back to top, though.
No Storm TP is a big deal.
Nice silence. Zeal's going to be in some danger. Collapse gets the arena with a speed combination. Jackie tries, but the Requiem does nothing.
Ooh, the Overgrowth does nothing as well.
And now look at the angle.
Nice.
Back in.
Use of the spear, but really is only enough to delay the inevitable, although no dust on the front lines.
Oh man, they might be able to get the SF too. Nicely done. Yatoro Collapse and Muru continue to pursue for that last remaining member. And Spirit, yeah, they'll find that full 5-man wipe. And finally, that last tier 1 tower they've been wanting to claim.
Just so crazy how much is enabled by the fact that they're just able to pick off a Storm Spirit, right? The one thing that they haven't been doing an amazing job is playing around this twin gate. The ward placed by Rue has about a minute left on it. A nice use of the arena as well, just to prevent any sort of follow-up there. And the Requiem only ends up catching onto one, Overgrowth onto none, maybe one at the very end there, but that's a lot of big spells being used for not much outcome.
Yeah. It's just, you need these BKBs on tile. I don't know what's going to happen inside the fights and how different it's actually going to look without them. You're just going to get arena'd every time on Zeal. The Batrider has massive problems because of this Mars ulti. I know what you mentioned earlier with the SF as well.
A little deep.
Yeah, he is. Yatoro.
It's going to back off though.
Oh, we've got the Tormentor that we're looking at. And Collapse currently isn't with the team. Nor is Jackie.
Just doesn't have mana. Needs to get back to base. Refresh that one up a little bit. They've still held on to this tier 1 tower. So, just as important as being able to take away the dire off-lane tower is keeping your safe lane tower for the objective of being able to secure that Tormentor for themselves. But the TP actually comes towards mid for Collapse instead. Maybe anticipating a different sort of move from Glyph there. Considering they've got some good wards up already. They know that they didn't walk into the pit.
Oh, lol.
Shield
Doesn't
room.
really have anyone close. Activates the shield. Is it going to be enough with the lasso dragged back closer towards their side of the river? Unfortunately, you've got a random Roche that throws Yokem too. So I don't know what's going on there, but it happens.
Have another. Roche playing for Spirit right now. 6th member.
And then are they thinking about killing Roche as well?
Now, when you've got a task, absolutely.
This one's tag team's good enough. So looks so they've got the medallion as well. And this Roche will go down. It's like uncontested. Glyph want nothing to do with it.
I'm just watching Roche here. Yoink. There you go, have another one.
So funny. I love this interaction. Random fights that happen around that time. It's always the thing I look for. If there's just some Roche going, I just stop looking at the fight, just look at Roche to see if he picks anyone up.
So the big downside for mine there, for Glyph in particular, is that they weren't able to get anything in exchange for that, right? Like, the lanes aren't shoved in where they need to address that defensively on Spirit. They weren't able to take the Tormentor. They weren't able to take any towers. This is a big issue. Like, you've given up Aegis, but you haven't actually gotten anything off the back of it as well. And now Yatoro's in the point where he's got this this Manta style. So he's just going to keep this top lane pushed in. He's got to force people to respond up here, and then they're just going to go and take the Tormentor themselves. Just fulfilling multiple objectives at once is one of the things that sets Spirit apart.
Oh. They're also going to get another objective by free. Free, I should say. Not in a position to respond, so Not Me gets the Aghanim Shard. Dire were kind of starting to consider about coming down, but it's another objective that they're going to frustratingly have to give away.
Storm's still fairly big, though. You just got the Witchmail delivered. You still do have that legitimate kill threat coming through. Of course, it's going to be on the back of just being able to play around Yokem. Level 12 now on the Rubik, so does have a good amount of damage potential.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And they can just they can do whatever they want on Spirit with this info. They see the Batrider farming on the complete opposite side of the map. So they know that any initiation...
He doesn't have TP
at least for a
either.
while, they're not going to have the Bat to respond, which means that Collapse will freely be able to jump. The Shadow Fiend kisses Arena. What a hell of a combo. They do even up the exchange. It's going to be onto Emo to add a secondary kill. Does he want to commit forward? Not necessary. But the damage for the Witchblade will tick out. Is he going to find an angle? Looks like Collapse will not. So they'll get the 2-for-1. Zeal doesn't even need to TP back, which is nice for Kim. He's going to be able to continue to farm towards that BKB.
A little bit lucky, but you did give up your pos 1 for that trade. You know, it's 2-for-1. It does give a little bit of time for Zeal to be able to pick up that BKB, excuse me, which you've been saying is so important. But yeah, it's a big price to pay as well if you're slowing down your pos 1's BKB timing.
No, they're smoking. So under 400 gold away from the BKB. But of course, some big abilities on cooldown from Spirit. If they could get low,
nice catch.
2200 health. See if they're going to have to damage with these two. With Emo, they'll get the arena as well. You stolen from Yokam, so not much Yatoro can really do on the outside. They will cancel the TP. Yeah, they got him in the end. So it's, again, 1 core, 2 supports.
1 core, 2 supports, but other 2 cores farming, you know? Like, it's okay in that regard for Glyph. It's, what, 100 gold away from the BKB now for the Batrider. 500 away for the Shadow Fiend, so not the worst. And again, another Galvanized stack for Emo to be able to play around with. Almost reached up to his level 18 as well. So just with where they've been able to make a lot of these kills happen, dodge out the Aegis holder for now. They just need to do it for another couple of minutes, hit a few more of these big power spikes, because Storm Spirit's now working on his own BKB, almost level 18 as well.
Do you want to see Spirit force the issues? This minute 40 left, do you want to see them walk at the top tower?
Yes, specifically, maybe not necessarily top, but I just want to see them like fix the lanes, then use the Boots of Travel on the Snapfire to get to wherever you need to be, where the rest of the team is looking to play. Because you got to make the most of this Aegis, you got to take advantage of the fact that the BKBs aren't quite ready yet, and look to try and get a little bit more map control off the back of this first Aegis.
Why are they doing this push down bottom instead?
I think it's just about, again, reducing more of the place for them to be able to farm, and it's still so important to be able to maintain that that outpost control, right? So not only are you not able to TP into the outpost, but you're also not able to TP into a tier 2 tower. So how are you actually looking to help the engagement for the secondary Roshans if it is going to be down bottom when it next spawns?
Bunch of map control, importantly for Spirit, and a bunch of gold for Yatoro. Very close to having the butterfly completed.
Gotta remember that there's only 1 set of ancient creeps on either side of the map now, and that is a really valuable tool for your cores to be able to pick up farm, right? There's none on the river side anymore. Might even be able to get 2 off the back of this. I mean, still 20 seconds left on the Aegis, but I doubt Yatoro. Well, never mind. Maybe with the butterfly, he feels like he could just play in this tree line.
Yeah, you see instantly MKB is going to be queued up for Jackie, but yeah, they'll have quite some time without a real great response to the butterfly. It's even great against the storm as well.
No Blink Dagger though on the bat means that they can't really make the jump onto the Drow Ranger even with that Aegis expiring.
They won't still stick around for it though, so even against the living armor, this tower's going to be healed back up. Surely you just stick around to get it.
We'll see.
No.
I think they're giving a lot of respect through to Glyph. I mean, we saw what happened when they went for that dive up top, the triple kill going the way of Jackie, and now they see that the BKBs are up as well for all of these Glyph cores. So that's going to be at the front of their mind.
Yeah.
Hopefully Emo switches is in. Okay, good. The Healing Lotus in the inventory instead.
See, Collapse has got a Hex queued up, so wanting a instant control.
Smoke's coming on the Courier.
Storm.
I do want them to deal with this mid lane first on Glyph though.
Yeah, you got to. It's too obvious.
That should be enough. Flame breaks them out of the Nature's Guide.
So surely it'll go down in the end.
I mean, the thing is as well, like, this is ballsy to go up here when you don't really have a good understanding of where exactly Team Spirit are on the right-hand side of the map, but Zeal should be able to farm up his Blink Dagger, Wasn't in a position to be punished despite walking up underneath the vision, but they're holding on to a gem as well on Emo, so should be able to get this D ward off. Everyone is there to be able to back him up. So I'd say big win for Glyph off the back of this, right? They maintain one of their tier 2 towers. They're able to not take an unnecessary fight into the Aegis. They've all got BKBs, and now they've got a Blink Dagger, and they've retained Outpost control. So, you know, minute and a half left until potential Roshan. Blink Dagger now on the Courier, level 18 as well on the Bat Rider. They could very easily go for a smoke right now.
And do you believe in their lineup more than Spirit's late game?
It really just does go down to the initiation, doesn't it? So I'd say for right now, yes, but you're also going to get to the point where Link can start to become a factor.
This ward can definitely help the initiation from Spirit. They're going to see Naaman away from the team. They'll respond with the kisses as well, just to guarantee the early kill. But you don't have the ultimate on Snapfire now.
A couple important spells used though, right? Like no Arena, but like you mentioned before, the Mortimer's Kisses and the BKB on the Mars. So it's going to be something that Collapse is mindful of, as he was stuck in the trees briefly there, but he's out. So do they go for it again? Just trying to find anyone that's kind of showing themselves. Don't want to support at this stage of the game. They want to maintain control over this area so that when that Roshan spawns, it's going to be Spirit that needs to walk into their own vision. No one's revealing though. This is what Spirit does so well.
Yatoro. I mean, he's gone through the portal, and, well, they're not revealing, but they're going to have to shortly here, because Yatoro lassoed up. Collapse needs to go massive with the Arena to counter, but he's just a little bit too far away. So second death onto Yatoro, and they're even going to use the Requiem as well. Lots of hate onto Rue, but, I mean, finally we get a nice little fight from Glyph. We haven't seen much from them as of late, but 2 big kills.
It's twice now that it's actually happened around this twin gate, right? Previously, they were able to get the pick off onto Emo that enabled Spirit to take the tier 1 tower up top. This time, it's an Naaman ward on the top twin gate that does basically the exact same thing. Gets them a tier 1 tower, opens up a whole lot more of the map for them to be able to farm, and gets them a kill on that valuable pos 1. Just the second death for Yatoro.
Makes this game even more even. Probability is favoring Team Spirit pretty heavily, 73%. It's a potential other jump in the mid lane, Lal. Gonna maybe poke his head a bit too far forward. Zeal almost found him.
Almost found the Mars as well, but Zeal, nice timing with the flame break there, just to be able to push him back. Still not able to get rid of this pesky tier 1, and you know, it's reaching the point where now tier 1 actually is important. You know, second Roshan, just getting that quick TP response, even if you don't have outpost control, going to be very important to have. Just that quick reinforcements off the back of the buyback. It's going to be spawning up top as well, so advantage Spirit in that regard.
Interesting. Yatoro went for the gust movement speed at the 20.
Definitely not lacking in damage for sure. Just all about that survivability, and we're starting to see some of those Lincolns get queued up now. Actually, just the one for now on Yatoro himself. No one else buying it for the team.
Zeal. Oh! Bit too slow from Collapse. Surprising. We don't see this often, honestly, for him. Always very quick with his reactions whenever he initiates.
But I mean,
Naaman?
Well, hopefully they don't just give up a free kill here, because this is really the go time for them.
Well, they're actually thinking that maybe Glyph is going to be the one to initiate. Emo's in with a zip. They'll get the lasso to drag back Collapse as well to put him in a bit of an awkward position that maybe that Arena will not even be possible. Now Yatoro is going to be run down next as well. Cookie to reposition. He's got the Manta to assist. Telekinesis drags him back, but now they're actually going to turn it around because the kisses is perfect from low. A defensive Requiem, but they are in a lot of danger. Run down one by one. Low is on to Jackie next as well. He does his best, but nothing can come through with the BKB turnaround. What a fight from Spirit, and just the double back from them.
Yeah, and it was just the supports that had to use the buyback as well. Collapse not even needing to do so, so not even this huge investment there. They're going to get Roshan off the back of it too. Maybe even just putting a little bit of pressure into this top lane, because why not? I want to have a look at that replay at how low the Drow Ranger got, because it wasn't necessarily that low. You know, some nice little dodges coming through there. Rubik almost was able to get into that Earth Spike, but you have to wonder how much impact did you actually get from the Butterfly, because all throughout that team fight, you were only like 500 gold away from the full MKB on Jackie. So maybe if they had that, they're able to burst him down a little bit quicker, they're able to get those other kills a little bit quicker, and you're not able to get back to the safety and bait Glyph in quite as deep as they did.
Unfortunately, they did get baited nonetheless in the end. So 6k lead, Ages, along with Roche's banner. You do have to buy back onto Brew along with Not Me. There is an amp damage that's waiting for them at the bottom side of the river. They're able to find it in time. Let's see what they want to do with the amp damage. They'll get the bottle over towards Yatoro.
I mean, he's still the tower sieger, right?
Yeah.
No one else on the team can really do so. So just put him in the tree line. Whack, whack, whack.
Just bought the Glacier as well.
Dire's middle tower is under
Not even
attack.
popping the amp. I'm hearing a BKB from Collapse.
Dire's middle
All right,
tower has
won't have
fallen.
that. Almost has Scythe of Ice, though. So, you know, we talk about the initiations coming through from Glyph. Well, they've certainly got some avenues of their own.
Emo did get scouted on this far west ward. The tippy one back being snap fired, not me. They know that he's at the Lotus. But they're gonna have to damage once again. That along with the chain control collapse is close. Double cookie. Lau gets him.
Just wanting that extra
Very
layer
well
of control.
done.
Yeah. I mean, he's going into the Shiva's Guard. Still important for him to be able to have, but you almost wonder, like, is it getting to the point where he needs that that Aeon Disc for himself? A very, very defensive item for this stage, but it's not like there's really any nullifier builders on Team Spirit right now, so it's the sort of thing that you could... It means that you're able to take a lot more team fights on your terms.
Oh, they've got other problems. Because for them as a whole, this high ground banner along with the Glacier amp damage push.
Got to be mindful as well, though, of the buyback still to come from the Storm Spirit. It is a possibility. PKs have come back, and they go for a smoke.
Got that MKB now as well, importantly from Jackie. Zeal going to be able to get the last one, but the instant counters there, and with the arena, Jackie, how are you going to right-click inside the walls? They want the Requiem to provide the damage, but
All
it's just Ages. You commit so heavily, and now you got a double cookie at the front door. Storm, he's going to try and go in towards the end, but it's just not enough out of Emo. You lost your main damage source in the Shadow Fiend, and now Not Me. He's found another jump down. This time it might be a little bit too deep.
It's
Just
his
creating
own.
some space.
Yeah,
Dire's top barracks has
doing
fallen.
very nicely.
Dire's
The big
top
thing that I'm
barracks
noticing is
has
the difference
fallen.
there is that they didn't give them any good steal. They're really respecting Yokan and the way he's able to play this one. No big spells being used. Wasn't able to steal anything effectively there. It's getting to the point where you're almost going to need to use the spell steal just to be able to proc the Lincolns, just because it's one of the longest spells that you have right now.
Yeah, you might need to, honestly. You know, play
Zeal
off the...
probably needs to go into a 4-staff as well for himself, just to be able to do it
Oh.
on his own. You need something.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's also repositioning. You know, maybe the force into... You know, of course, with the lasso, they get you further back. The telekinesis maybe gets you out of position on Spirit, but the thing with that is that you have such... Well, one, you have the Mortimer Kisses that's always able to follow the person who gets lassoed, and usually Mars is always going to be able to drop the arena on the like second fight afterwards. So maybe that repositioning doesn't even assist that much, unfortunately, for Dial.
Free Tormy, very nice.
Okay, get the Ag Shard for Rue. Well, he's close to another item. You got Satanic for Yutoro. 1/4 of the way left until
Is under attack.
level 25 as well.
I wonder where he's going to go. You know, maybe just the marksmanship chance just to be able to man fight a little bit more effectively against the Shadow Fiend there. You're already going to have a pretty reasonable time at being able to make the trades happen, considering you have the Satanic and he doesn't. Also, I would say more saves on Spirit relative, considering you've got the Cookie, you've got the Blink Snowball, of course, as well.
How insane is this Lion innate to hell and back? Like, well, what do we rate this out of an 8?
Radiant
Eh.
scanning.
It depends, right? Like if you're going a core line and you got a hell of a lot of stacks and, you know, it's getting late game and you get the level 20 talent and yada, 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 then
Is
it's
it really
great.
just meh? Is it really, like...
It depends at the stage of the game that you're in, basically, is what I'm
okay.
saying. Later, the better.
Then your camp, don't do it. You just fadebot. You fadebot from afar, you know, that's okay.
I'm looking for these big spells for him to steal as well. He's looking to really build into that Essence Distiller just to enable him to find people on the sidelines because he's got the Aghanim Scepter. He's got the potential to make some big plays.
Well, Root with the high ground ward. Zeal. Find the initiation first. And they're going to be quickly there with the Mortimer Kisses as well. Emo tries to go towards Yatoro, but was there anyone else that was even remotely close? They're actually down to the south instead. Naaman has got the SF, but the SF is struggling with actually being able to get the right-click damage out. He'll try and TP, but Rue is quickly there to put that to a stop. And this is SF down for 80 seconds. No buyback for him. We still have not seen the MKB fight.
Nah, that was a little messy. It felt like they were taking 3 separate team fights on Glyph there. You know, just giving up the life early on. I understand it was immediately after the Observer Wall was dropped, so you can't really fault Zeal too much for that. But, you know, beyond that, you know, the choice to buy back and then go in at the same time on 2 separate areas.
Another pickoff. And that one is a dieback, and that one is all she wrote. They're going to tap out instantly with Emo dead for too long. So Spirit get an important victory again, considering, you know, day 1 that they finished 1 and 2, Glyph 2 and 1. So kind of how you would be expecting the results to look, at least just with the power rankings from these 2 teams.
Yeah, they're both 2 and 2 now. So, you know, a lot more of an expected scoreline, you would say, at least for Spirit being on the winner's sheet. But Yatoro making this Drow Ranger look pretty damn good. What was that, like 3 kills in the first 2 minutes that they were able to achieve? And turns out Dota's a whole lot easier if you're able to just crush the lane in the face.
Yeah, absolutely. Any standouts with heroes? I mean, we didn't really get anything too experimental, I suppose. Maybe the SF a little bit. Are you wanting to see this hero a bit more?
Not really. I think it needs to be... Well, I think he did an alright job in the lane, right? But you're so vulnerable to being rotated upon, so that if there's like even the slightest slip up where you don't have vision around twin gates or you haven't tracked where the enemy mid laner is, you're just going to die so quickly. And we saw how quickly they were able to snowball off the back of just a couple of kills onto Jackie, and that net worth differential just grew and grew as the game went on, with Yatoro just putting a big difference between himself and the enemy POS one.
All right, well, we are ready to go here for our 3rd series of the night. We're going to have BetBoom taking on Liquid. So we've got another affair where one team is currently 2 and 1 and the other being 1 and 2. BetBoom getting 2 victories yesterday. But yeah, we've got that series ready to go. When we come back from a break, we're going to get everyone in the lobby, and then we've got more action here for Blast Slam 7. We are back with Blast Slam 7 and with our 4th series of the night as well. We got Liquid taking on BB Team. So we saw BB yesterday. We covered one of those series. I don't believe we've had a Liquid series so far, at least that we've covered over on the B stream. So again, they finished yesterday 1-2. We saw BetBoom on top with a 2-1 series count.
The one in the 2-1 though was a bit of a yikes, you know,
it was a rough one.
Against LGD, who were looking fantastic. The 19-minute Midas did come out for GPK in the mid lane on his coddle, which was not ideal, but I'm interested to see how they're going to fare against Liquid, because it really has been like pretty damn 50-50 over the course of these two organizations playing together, right? Like, you'd have to say that BetBoom have the slight edge in the very recent times. I think they've taken the last 2 series wins against them, but prior to that, it was all Liquid. So how well are they going to be able to carry that recent form into the rest of this group stage? We will have to wait and see as the different form of the 3 Merlinis comes out once again with Kiritich, GPK, and Save coming through. I'm keen to see again how they're going to be able to flex around this coddle, around this Wind Ranger. I just don't want to see them together in a game again. I thought that was a little bit too much, trying to be a bit too cute with how they were able to set themselves up there. And then on the other side, you've got Liquid, who, again, it's all about Mickey for me. Like, yes, you've got the great playmaking potential, like Nisha, one of the best players in the world, no doubt. So solid across both supports and ace, but Mika is the one. You know, he is the definition of a position 1 that is going to be your win condition, whether that be what enables you to go up onto the high ground, whether that be who's going to farm the map more efficiently, but most importantly, it's about the early game tempo. That's the thing I like about Liquid. They don't leave it all to Nisha. They let him get a little bit of farm because they know that Mickey has that potential to be able to rotate across the map and be able to get super impactful with a bunch of his early engagements.
How do you slow down Mickey then, if you're BB?
Crush him in the lane. Just prevent him from being able to do that, right? I think the last game that we saw that Liquid just seemed like they had no answers was when it was... Whose Terrorblade was it? That it was Shiro, right? Played a Terrorblade against it for VII in, I want to say Dream League, where they were able to just prevent Liquid from doing absolutely anything because they were constantly microing Illusion's back. They were forcing them to defend, which is not the way that Liquid like to play. They want to play on the front foot as much as possible, so you either got to crush them in the lane or force them to play defensively, and then you're going to have a pretty good shot.
Let's see how they can set themselves up, what draft, they set themselves up with to find that success. Or if BB team are going to be able to get a 3-1 series count as we head towards the middle stage of day 2. Kez, SF, both removed. Feel like this is...
Chose first pick, by the way.
Okay. Chose first pick, wanting to get rid of some of Mickey's heroes. I feel like we see this pretty regularly. You know, whenever, whatever meta it is, you know, for Team Liquid, it feels like Mickey's heroes always have to be removed, mainly because there's always like the NP that's considered as well. And when you have such an incredible Nature's Prophet play with how, like, the concept of the hero, it feels like he's always first pick ban material.
Is there anyone else that you would put on Mickey's level with Nature's Prophet?
Specifically for carry or just in general?
Carry. I have one that's a bit of a reach.
No, not really any that comes to mind, but let me get the list up as well. What's your reach?
Ramses, back in the day. He was a fantastic pos 1 Nature's Prophet. Like, just the amount of farm he got, the amount of impact. The one thing that I didn't like about him was that he just didn't want to buy that BKB. He never did. He's like, doesn't do damage, don't want to buy it.
I think... I actually, like, I'm looking especially through the carry plays list at Blast, and I'd say there's no one that I would even put remotely close to, like, Mickey's level. Spirit, I think, look in general pretty good with the NP. I was maybe going to say, like, OG, their peak. Natsumi looks really good on the hero as well. Watson. But, like, I don't feel like anyone comes close to Mickey.
Yeah, definitely. So, need to obviously address it. They've, again, with that first pick for themselves, this is where you get that hero, or rather team-specific specialties really start to come into the equation, right? Because there's nothing really out of the ordinary about a Lone Druid Clockwork Beastmaster ban in the first phase. There is something out of the ordinary about a Keeper of the Light ban, and that's specifically because BetBoom have that potential to flex it so effectively. But what it means is that a hero like the Snapfire, of course, can slip on through. So they're very happy to be able to pick that one up. And Liquid, they're going to do... How many times are we going to see this matchup back-to-back in this tournament? And I mean, BetBoom have kind of done Liquid's job for them in already banning out the puck. So, you know, there's not even the danger that Snapfire can now move to the off lane and you're going to have a potential puck that you need to ban out in the future. So...
Are we seeing that... I don't remember, to be honest. Are we seeing that Snap is actually doing a little bit better mid into the Storm than what the Storm's been doing? I feel like from the games we've been seeing, maybe it's like
slightly, yes,
55, 45, 60,
you're
40?
You're getting your level 6 earlier, so it really depends more on what your supports are doing to be able to enable you to get that, I don't want to say free kill, but, you know, much higher likelihood of getting a kill and, you know, breaking open that lane, pulling a little bit further ahead in terms of net worth. But of course, later on into the game, you provide completely different things, right? Like one, Snapfire's damage is going to be far higher. Then you kind of have a drop off where Storm Spirit gets really strong, and then you're both pretty devastating when it gets to the late game. But again, very, very different roles in terms of how you're initiating into these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, though, the important thing is that they really do need heroes to play with to get the maximum out of them. Of course, we saw the previous game, things like a Mars, of course, we saw from Collapse, the Liquids with the Storm Spirits. We've seen, you know, Hoodwink is one that we continuously bring up. So any position 4 that can play pretty active with the Storm Spirit early. See where some Largo needs to be in the back of our mind as well. I know that you mentioned specifically the Coddle versus BB team, but just in general with, like, you know, Coddle and Io and Largo with the Storm Spirit in the first phase.
Io is the one specifically that I was looking at here, you know, just as a way to be able to withstand a lot of that snap burst damage. You know, I guess really early on into the piece, you're still going to get good value out of the mechanism, the relocate and all that sort of thing. Another option, of course, is just the Boxy Rubik, right? Like Snapfire, one of the better heroes at being able to steal spells from, just because you're not exactly the most mobile, is why Blink Dagger is so important to be picked up on that one. I mean, the thing is, like, have we seen Ace play much of the Largo? Is my big thing.
Yes, I believe so. I believe before the... well, I think we were... Liquid were one of the teams we actually saw pick the Largo into Doom. But I also think Ace played it a lot more before the Largo nerfs.
True, yeah.
I think he was more of a believer then.
But maybe Doom... BetBoom are still believers with the, there's the IO we're talking about, with the Doom ban, you know? Again, it's going to enable something like the Largo to have a little bit more of that impact, perhaps, if they're able to pick it up for themselves, you know, just another frontliner that's able to play around the Snapfire effectively, or they just go a little bit further into the teamfight aspect of things, you know, look to ignore IO buffing up that singular hero.
Yeah, when we spoke about the IO, I was going to mention that I was a bit surprised that we don't really see Liquid actually draft this hero much. I know this is, you know, Liquid through whatever roster they have always been a team that has someone on there that can play the IO and can play it at a very high level in general as a 5-man. I've been surprised that they haven't been picking it a lot lately, especially since other teams are still, you know, getting some IO priority and playing it. But yeah, Liquid just haven't really been.
No, definitely not. And I mean, the IO pick not only is it good with the Storm Spirit, of course, for obvious reasons, but it really does open up a whole lot of things for Ace to be able to play as well. So I honestly wouldn't be against holding Ace's hero until the very last pick of the draft. You know, there haven't really been too many offlane heroes banned out already, and you're going to be able to... It depends where it's being run, right? I'd say it's more likely for Boxy to be playing it in the Pos 4 role. If that's the case, maybe you pair it together with... I don't know, an Underlord or something like that that's just going to be able to be a little bit more of a right-click threat in the laning stage. Maybe you pair it together with a Slardar if the lane is right for it. Especially now that you've got these, I mean, 2 very backline supports, and Snapfire, until she gets Blink Dagger, is going to be pretty similar sort of thing. You're going to get it pretty quick. But it needs to be the right lane matchup for you to be able to make it work. So I'm keen to see what Liquid are going to do here. Like, do they consider Tiny? Do they consider, if they're looking to pick up the pace, something like the Luna, perhaps? Nature's Prophet, still a possibility. even a POS 3 Night Stalker could work, you know, into this, just because of what the IO is going to enable you to do in the lane. But of course, you need to know what you're playing into with Kiritich there.
Yep. Yeah, need that lane matchup. So, let's see, unfortunately, may have to pick it a little bit blind.
More avenues of initiation is what I want here. Or a silencer. I wouldn't hate a silencer. They just go the tiny. Good. Good little pairing means that you can play the IO in the POS 5 role, quote unquote. And it's really no... Ace and Tofu are no strangers to playing with each other if you just need to throw Tofu into the POS 4 role, just at least for the laning stage.
Sure.
But I mean, like, Silence is pretty great against this, right? And they have 0 push right now on BetBoom, so I wouldn't be worried about getting abused with like a Lycan. Yeah. And it just means that your initiations are going to be so on point, right? With how you're able to... It really just depends on the vision, right? And I wouldn't say IO and Silencer are the greatest heroes at being able to put down vision. So you're going to be playing into a lot of situations blind and kind of waiting for BetBoom to mess up. And it really depends if they're on their A game or not, because BetBoom that's disciplined doesn't give you those openings to be able to make these plays. So I wonder how it's all going to turn out here. But for BetBoom, I would imagine they're going to pick their offlaner now, like get rid of a little bit of that flexibility. They do go the Lycan still, okay, trying to go for the push. So I was wondering, like, with everyone else on their team being pretty garbage at doing it, can you now look to try and abuse IO and Silence's lack of abilities to be able to deal with the split push? But I guess BB think that they're going to be able to. You know, you're not really someone that's going to be punished by Silencer at all when once the team fights start to break out. But the more important thing was, I mean, I guess they can still play this as a POS 1 Lycan as well, right? Like, more likely it's going to be Miro playing it, but I just wanted them to keep their POS 1 until as late as possible. Just giving Liquid the largest possible hero pool to be able to pick from with this last overall pick for their offlaner.
Right. We will see the Monkey King be removed, though, from Liquid, so at least getting rid of a stronger laning carry.
Suggests to me again the Slardar, you know, right? Just something that you want to be able to bully into. So, like, if they banned the Drow, for example, I'd be totally on board with it.
Yep.
There's the Slardar.
Tide is probably another one that I'm looking at.
Yeah, Tide's all right.
Because it's a insanely free lane with the IO Tide into the Oracle.
I mean, even the Underlord, right? Just a nice way to be able to deal with some of the split push too.
Yep, absolutely. The Fiends get potentially nice to get the line of the Oracle on the back line, maybe even the Snapfire too, if there's some play with that.
Like the Dawnbreaker ban as well, right? Because you are one of those offlaners that can deal with split pushing you, but also still join into the team fights off of the Solar Guardian. So, like, it's probably not going to happen. Could we get an offlane Nature's Prophet, you know? Just something that you can buff up with an IO, for example, that's going to have a pretty decent time into the lane. You're probably not going to get punished by an Oracle, and just use Wrath of Nature to keep things pushed in towards BetBoom the entire game. Like, what else really is there that's going to be able to deal with Lycan while also being active around the map?
Well, that's also another hero that needs to be dealt with. Doom's already gone. What are your offlane options here for Ace?
Necro? Into the Oracle feels weird though, and the Snap and the Lion. I'm fine with Underlord. I'm totally cool with it. Fiend's Gate means that you don't need to be together with the IO at all stages of the game. Gives them a little bit more teamfight control. Going into like Pipe, Aghanim Scepter, I think would be a pretty nice build for you, just to be able to find these catches and prevent a lot of the early burst damage that's going to be coming out from the team. And even just the percentage damage is going to be quite nice into the Alchemist and into the Lycan. Of course, the Atrophy Aura too.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if the Underlord is something that they will consider in the end for Liquid.
I'm fine with Tide as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what hero I feel like they necessarily need. What role to cover.
Lane shover, basically.
Yeah, like your Lycan. Way to address the Lycan is kind of the big thing.
Yep.
Just really wonder, the support duo for me is something I'm just concerned about for Liquid. I feel like if this game goes late, I'd favor BB's lineup. But a lot of this will determine how Liquid are able to perform. You know, regardless, it can be a very strong lane. In the past, we could look at Legions as well. Io Legion. No, this hero's rising a little bit. Now we go back for the Night Stalker, which is something you suggested very early on, I think second phase even, so...
Me and Jabs, we're on the same wavelength here. I think called, what, 4 of their picks? Not too bad. But should have a pretty decent time in the lane, right? Like going up against the Alchemist Oracle. There is some kill threat for sure, especially around like the level 3 mark, but Boxy should be able to, you know, maneuver things around a little bit, provide a little bit more survivability to prevent that from happening. Hell, we might even see... could we see Tofu making an early rotation? Maybe.
You think there's kill threat with the Night Stalker IO?
No. Like, if 4 people come to the lane, yes. But not with them just on their own.
Right, yeah, I just, with the beginning of the sentence, I thought you were mentioning by themselves as well.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
I'm saying BetBoom going back the other way, maybe at level 3, because, you know, the Purifying Flames has a pretty big power spike, and if you're able to land a nice concoction as well, can be kind of good.
Sure. I think one glaring thing, just specifically with the Alchemist, is the fact that you don't really have the best Scepter carriers.
Wolfspite.
No. Yeah, but sure. It's okay though. Like, I don't know. It's not anything crazy. It's not my, you know, Quap mid or the Largo, the Primal, whatever. Sure, the Wolfbite's nice, but I feel like we see that later on in who you're gonna Wolfbite. Are you gonna Wolfbite my Alchemist, who has 8k gold? You're just a Radiance after he gave away the Scepter. You have Snapfire maybe, but you can use the Wolves to chuck in. Yeah, I guess maybe you can glob, you eat the Wolves, chuck them in the globs, but it's not the best as well. So I really wonder what the build is actually then going to be for the Alchemist, because I know, again, this heroes really look the best when you've been giving Scepters away.
I mean... I kind of want to see the Oracle get given one, just because I've literally never seen this Diviner's deck ability be used.
And you never will.
Well, unfortunately, we'll see about that. We'll see how late this game goes.
4 Master Tiers on BetBoom. And Ace is just a plain bronze tier on my Night Stalker.
He hasn't paid up. This does really feel like a Liquid draft though, doesn't it? Right, like just playing the map so effectively, playing on the front foot as much as possible. Have a look at Night Stalker's build. He's got a headdress to be able to start things off.
Wow. Okay. I guess just tanking the acid spray.
Sure. Also, you know, he's going to be tethered up too, so may as well try and amplify a little bit of that healing that's going to be coming your way.
Really interesting. Can he not... yeah, I guess obviously feels like the sustain isn't enough just with the IO.
30 seconds to battle.
I wonder what that means IO is going to build into. Like, is he going to go... he's got a Circlet picked up. Is it a own sort of build up? Is he going to go into a couple of braces just for that passive regen? We will see.
Yeah, is this really like... Do you want... Couldn't IO have gone the headdress instead?
Maybe. I did say that they needed a pipe builder, so not really that Ace wants to be the one doing that, but maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Seems like it's just a casual headdress though, with the items that he's got queued up in the quick buy.
We'll have to find out. Of course, before we get underway, opportunity for you guys to head over to polymarket.com. Live trading going on with the games as well. They are an official prediction market partner. We shall see.
Who are you predicting?
I think BB Team, but it's just, again, I don't understand. A lot of IO lineups I don't understand. I'm not sure why Liquid haven't been drafting it, and then I also don't like IO Silencer support duo. But again, this is, I just don't understand. That's simply it.
I mean, it's good for the lane, it's good for the Storm, and then it's good for the tiny late game. So you're always going to have some sort of impact coming through from the IO there. And I mean, they are kind of single target-ish, right? Like, where is the actual AoE damage coming from BB Team outside of the Snapfire? So IO is actually going to be really nice at just being able to, you know, individually heal up a target, whether it be through healing locket or relocate out to safety. Again, looking to try and get as aggressive as they can. You know, you're going to have the zip, of course, throughout the game. Just relocate in, quickly blow someone up. Multiple avenues to be able to get into the Oracle in particular. It's going to be very important to be able to take him out. But even if you don't kill him, you've got the global silence to be able to just ruin his life. So he needs to do what Insania used to do when he played the Oracle, right? Just start channeling that Fortune's End when you think the global silence is going to come.
Well, what is the main strength with this Liquid lineup? Like, do you feel like they can 5v5 and team fight into an even game, and you know, like an even BetBoom, or is it other things, you know, with the classic IO pick-off strategy?
Pickoffs, yeah, that's their strength for mine. And it's not really like BetBoom are massively lacking it, right? It's just that I think theirs is a little bit more reliant on a support getting items in the form of the Lion there. It's a very talented player, right? So he's going to get his farm, but when you compare that to, you know, a Storm that's just going to be zipping in with an IO, giving him mana back, a Night Stalker that doesn't need to blink onto the back line, can just, you know, maneuver around to the back. It's a lot easier, I suppose, to be able to play this Liquid lineup.
Okay. And what about BetBoom then? What are the strengths from their lineup?
The Diviner's deck, Aghanim.CET, that Kiritich is going to be given over. I mean, if it gets to the later stages, you've got to say it's going to favor them again, right? Like, not that Liquid are weak in the later stages, but you're going to have a late game... Hold on, top side. It should be okay. A late game Snapfire, very devastating. You're going to be getting Aghanim Scepters built up into you. You're going to be giving up the first blood.
He just right-clicked the wave. I was really confused for a second. I also didn't know if that damage, the last right-click, was going to be enough from the Night Stalker, but... okay.
Power. Headdress value.
Yeah. Oh, Ace is topped up. For me, when we're speaking about late game, I mean, it's just the support duo as well from Liquid. Like, what I prefer
double
BB's
global
late game. Yeah, I mean, global's massive, but then, you know, what are we gonna have from Dire to be able to get rid of the globals? Like, this is something we can see. This hero can be dealt with pretty easily. Top lane, Elk goes down. Save will still be ran down, however, so Tofu and Nikke able to be problematic. Okay, got another kill. Neat. That is
solo kill. Wow. All right. Very nicely done. So what happened? Just it was a slow death over a matter of like 7 seconds that Storm was able to do there. So yeah, just maybe an early-ish level in the Electric Vortex, playing off the gank potential, realizing that Snapfires do want to try and get up in your face as much as possible, and really exploiting that as much as you can.
Yeah, he had the Corey was waiting to deliver the raindrop, so that actually may have been enough there. It was, you know, delivered a couple of seconds earlier for GPK. Kataomi's going to be run down top lane as well. Void up in 3 seconds. Whatever needed. So this is the thing though. Liquid, you get online, you get the ball rolling, you get kills, you win the lanes. These towers start to go down, and then, you know, with an open map, we can see what can happen with this Iron lineup. So
they're even just very aggressively shoving this lane in as well, using the IO spirits to be able to clear out this creep wave a little bit quicker. Not wanting to give Alchemist any sort of chance to be able to just sit back and farm. They want to be punching as much as possible.
We almost get the return kill onto Save. Save's got a Self. He's going to be chilling. Kataomi did also TP to bottom. I don't know if they got a glimpse of the Oracle actually being down here, but yeah, Kiritich is dead again, unless he can survive to get the deny met. Ace was kind of made it a little bit closer for comfort.
That was all boxy though. He pulled the creep wave into the small camp.
And bottom instead on the tiny. The Avalanche actually going to be able to allow him to step away. He did still eat an Earth Spike.
He's getting a few charges here. IO TP coming in. They're actually... Boxy's huge. Go supports. Get him.
Maybe honestly? I think they
No
missed
maybe
that
about it.
one. No, maybe apparently. Okay. Boxy's even going to look for Kataomi as well. I mean, he's got a Fairy Fire and some one charges shortly, so Boxy will get a second. Tethers away. Now the Avalanche is back up, and they're just outplaying BB Team down bottom. It's as simple as that. You've got the early toss as well from Mickey. Now we'll have to look at mid lane too. We don't want to pay too much attention elsewhere because Nisha almost getting solo killed from GPK, but we'll not miss this one.
And he does have his level 6 up now, so off the back of that solo kill that Nisha was able to get previously, they were able to, you know, hit up onto that a little bit earlier, so it means that Nisha's able to get away from that one, but still, GPK really the only one flying the flag for them right now. You know, level 6, amp damage, siege creep wave hitting into the tower. Doing a fantastic job so far, backed up by both of his supports that have kind of just abandoned these side lanes. 3k net worth lead already for Liquid.
Okay, so what do you do then how do you use GPK? Like you mentioned, the best out of everyone in regards to the experience inside the lane. How do you try and utilize this good start?
I mean, don't throw it away for starters. Would be my main thing, right?
Okay.
Like I don't think you can get overly keen to try and you know, go for these super deep dives. I think he just needs to play as he's doing right now. Take the tower if you can. Nice positioning by Save as well to be able to scout out these TPs as they come in. But if he's able to just bring attention towards the mid lane away from the side lanes, force Liquid to try and respond around that, he's done his job, because that's what this Lycan and Alchemist need, is they need time to be able to recover.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, this Night Stalker and Iroh doing stupid amounts of damage. GPK is going to be run down. And there is absolutely nothing they can do to protect this Snapfire. And Ace, what do we want to go, buddy, huh? Like, you're 402 top net worth. You've got an IO like Night Stalkers very rarely in this position. And he wants to live out his best life here with an Echo Saber.
For sure. Again, it just leaves him as that constant presence throughout the map, right? We saw the POS 1 Night Stalkers go into the Harpoon. Going to be another great time to use it this game, right? Both for catching up onto the Oracle or the Lion, but also just repositioning to be in melee range of a Snapfire if the Mortimer's Kisses is going, catching up to the Lycan. Very useful tool.
Heritage is kind of being ganked by Tofu and Boxy. He's a creep away from getting level 6, unfortunately. He'll get the ultimate, but maybe the damage from the balls actually is too much. Is Ace going to be able to get in range? The movement speed surely here with the drums phase and nighttime. Ace will take it with the Void. Now they do have to be careful though. BB team, I mean, if this move does not connect, they'll angle back to this game.
Mickey knows what's up. He knows about the early rotations. They're going to see the Wolf, scouting him out, and should give him a bit of an indication that they're coming to gank him. Is he going to go on the far side of the Twin Gate as well?
Oh, they got him. And no relocate. Gonna have a difficult time of getting those extra heroes down bottom to help protect Mickey. So Mickey will take him a little bit of time now with the Mortimer Kisses being out of range. Meanwhile, back under the tower though, Nisha does run into GPK. Now with the relocate, they've got the level 6 from Boxy as well. And now Ace with the vision. We'll also see Kataomi. That is a ambitious TP. We are up to 14 kills on Liquid, along with 6 galvanized stacks as well.
We're going to see it on the replay, but anytime I see someone just stop moving when they are about to get killed, tilt mode is on, and GPK did that. I mean, he's had I was about to say a pretty decent start to the game, but he's actually bottom of all of the cores on BetBoom. Wasn't really expecting that one there. You know, a pretty clinical kill on to Mickey to be able to start this one, but yeah, the camera is going to pan over to GPK. He gets gone on by the Night Stalker, and yeah, movement stops. It's just done. Get me out.
And we got more kills on the map.
Oh, Kiritich, he's getting gone on again. He doesn't even have the chemical rage available.
I'm sorry, Liquid. I never doubted. I didn't doubt for a second. Mid lane, GPK. No, he's going to be flown out as well. Kataomi, you're also dead too, by the way. Just a quick drive-by from Ace. They might just leave him. He doesn't have false promise. Who cares? Let's get some cores. And then, for some reason, if Kataomi's still sticking by afterwards, they can go back and secure the kill. It takes them far longer than they were expecting, which does mean that Nisha is left alone. Kataomi does get his level 6 now Oracle as well. Carry, he's going to get run down without the help of the creep from the arrow. Now,
honestly, do they get this?
I think he's okay, right? With the arrow?
Don't
Oh, they got
underestimate
it.
the purifying flames, man. This is what I was talking about. Like, this is what you can do with an Oracle. You know, you just need to be there to snipe a lot of these kills. It's why it worked briefly for mid when Thompson was playing it. But as a POS 5, level 7 now, 4 points purifying flames. Not a lot of mana to be able to play around with on Kataomi, though. So I'm not sure if this smoke is actually going to pay off. Might ask for a bottle sip from GPK.
You've got kisses along with finger of death.
Come on, just one bottle sip.
A late wisdom.
They got the global now, though. Something that we've still yet to see on Liquid. So even more of this fight potential. They seem to know exactly what's up, though. Lines being drawn on the map.
Dire's
All
middle
A's. Much more valuable kill if they're going to be able to find it instant. Global silence.
Yep.
Cool
Don't
morning with
wait.
kisses.
That's all you need. That's why the silencer is such a value pick.
Well, they've done still a solid job to put this net worth down to 4K. Boxy doesn't really get away with the tether. And now they actually want to try and take the team fight here from Liquid. They've seen the Oracle that's maybe in a bit of an awkward position. Nisha using a lot of resources to try and secure the kill. Meanwhile, they've already lost Tofu.
I relocated
Further-
back to the base already, by the way.
Down to the south, they love the Aura to be here to help out Ace, but yeah, they're not going to get him. GPK's nuke is too much here with the scatter blast.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about, to be honest. You know, just going back to the base. Was being chased down by the Lycan Wolves, so well done by Miro and his micro, but certainly can't be abandoning your team like that, especially with Ace feeling so confident to be able to go in at this stage, and why wouldn't you? You know, ultimate pops, top net worth on an offlane Night Stalker. This is the time to be able to abuse your advantage, and with that cookie being used, they're going to try and get onto GPK.
It's fine, too much health. Okay, so what's going on with the other sides of the map, though? We've had a lot of emphasis put on mid. Mickey about, 600 gold away from the blink. Getting close towards that. We've got the Helm of the Overlord builder as well from Miero.
Yep.
And with the Dark Troll Summoner, this should be a tier 1 tower that's going to go down bottom. So Liquid not wanting to put some emphasis on defending this. They'll give this up.
He's doing what he needs to on Miero. I thought he's probably been BetBoom's best player at this point, right? Zoning out the IO, putting some pressure in onto the tower, and he's going to need to be. I mean, this is the reason that you pick the hero, to be able to abuse these supports that just don't have the ability to be able to deal with this tower push. Relocates up. I wonder if they're going to consider yoinking away the Wisdom Shrine here. Doesn't seem like it. We'll see IO roaming around with the Observer Ward there, scouting him out.
Where do you want to go if you're Liquid here with the blink on Mickey?
I'm still fine for them to just play around the mid lane, to be honest. I think, yeah, that tier 1 tower bot would be nice, but not the greatest Aghanim shards to be able to play around with on Team Liquid, so I'm not sure how highly they're going to be prioritizing the Tormentor. I'd rather just play for the map control instead. Enable Night Stalker to roam around a little bit more easily. Smokes just that couple of seconds faster, and we know a couple of seconds is an eternity in Dota terms.
Can open up the power runes as well, potentially for Nisha. A bit easier for him to be able to secure these. They will force the issue, so BB team have done an exceptional job. I mean, the lead was about up to 5k. Of course, the Alchemist helps to quickly put this back in an even position, but the smoke from Liquid, they will run into the Lycan. So Miero gets the ultimate off, but it will not do anything. That puts it now on cooldown for 100 seconds.
They held on to the Dark Ascension as well, so this is just the regular nighttime. I was thinking maybe they might have put Ace on the front lines just to get that extra vision the second that it turned into nighttime, but the Blink Dagger on Mickey, again, getting active early was all they needed.
Yeah, what do you make of the blink instead of like the Shadow / Silver's Edge that we've been seeing a lot more frequently with the Tinies?
I'm cool with it. Again, like, they need multiple avenues to be able to get onto this squishy backline and take him out.
Sure.
You know,
Okay.
just the silencer, sure, it's great at being able to do a lot of that heavy lifting for you, but nothing does more heavy lifting than just straight up killing people.
Well, Mickey wants to control the triangle. There was a double stack that was there. So the supports had to kind of stick around as well from Liquid, but then pretty quickly,
Not sure
Ace
how
is in
useful
here with
this
the
is
Dark
gonna be.
Ascension. Yeah, I mean, Mickey,
wrong
they
toss.
try for the toss, but unable to get it. Now, BB will respond. Tofu's going to get isolated to the right side. They push him away from the team with the solo kisses. They use the global at the last second. Long zip
right.
in from Nisha as well. Both supports
Nice
are
reload.
absolute food. They just got to wait for the Ghost Scepter to expire. Once that's over, Katsuomi
Alk
will
stunned
go
himself.
down. Now, GPK tries to jump back into the middle. They were hoping the concoction would come through Kiritich, but the self-stun doesn't have this available, and now GPK, he was begging for some more assistance, but it doesn't
go
get
for more.
much, unfortunately, out of Miro along with Kiritich.
So a nice little trade coming through there. What, 2 for 3? You'd have to be pretty happy if you're a Liquid fan. Also able to play us some vision down behind that tier 1 tower. So again, they've already taken that mid objective that they were wanting, opening up another potential possibility to be able to just get into another, because Miro still needs to be spending a little bit of this time farming. It was a late global silence, to be sure, but it still just enabled them to go in just that little bit too deep where they were able to get those big punishes that they were really wanting.
Is this like an instant nullify getting queued up? I guess Ace still needs Blink, but we're going to see pretty early nullifiers, you imagining?
Maybe. I mean, they're going to try and get a kill onto Miro instead, and that is by far the more important kill. I mean, it might seem little, just the Aghanim Shard, being able to get the Summon Wolves there. Honestly, a kill onto Tofu doesn't mean much at this stage, considering Global Silence is off cooldown. That's basically what you've picked him for, like he's a global bot at this stage. But yeah, if you can even just delay that Aghanim Shard being purchased by the Lycan, it's so much less pressure that you have to deal with on the map, and it means that you can keep playing this aggressive style that Liquid are known for.
Sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is
We'll
under
see again,
attack.
Power Run's going to be up pretty shortly, so 2 heroes save along with GPK. And now even more as well as BB. Going to try and bring some extra heroes towards mid. Liquid are ready.
Reload.
But they are itching for some fights, and this is a pretty aggressive relocate straight to the backline. Global Silence, Mickey isolates the Oracle. And now Miera just runs point blank in. They should be able to kill off the Eye thanks to the finger, but they've also lost GPK as well. And they are not done just yet. Liquid, these fights are looking a little bit too easy for them at the early stage of this game.
Yeah, again, it's the way that you beat the Snapfire though, right? When you're in this little bit of an awkward stage before you can get into those big items, like, this is not a traditional mid-Snapfire build from what we've been seeing. No Kaya, no Sanj, no Blink Dagger, nothing. It's just about trying to survive at this stage for GPK. It'll be a little bit too deep here on Mickey.
Okay, Mickey, lots of damage here with the minus on with the Wolves as well. Mickey's just dead. What? Well, there's that Ag Shard that you were mentioning out of Miero, and man did it do a lot of damage. But he did half the amount. The Elk did the 1300, the Lycan did the other.
He's clap.
It's just Roche now?
All that minus armor really coming in value. Tofu has some pretty decent vision around the area. I think to be mindful of the Blink Dagger potential coming through from Kiritich here.
He actually jumps aggressively over towards the Silencer. Boxy's going to be in with the tether, but Tofu, not the most important kill with Global Silence on cooldown, so Boxy loses his life as well. And yeah, those 2 kills are now instantly back into Roche. And we have a free Aegis now.
Which definitely changes things when you're going for this more pick-off style of draft on Liquid, right? Like, suddenly you're not really as worried. You just stick the hero with the Aegis on the front lines when you're trying to get a little bit more of this map control back for yourself. So I thought this was looking like a real good game for Liquid, but just like that, it's going to be coming back in the favor of BetBoom.
Yeah, well, it's a game that you have Kiritich specifically for BetBoom isn't slowing down with this no Scepter build.
Yep.
So
Now
it's
they
an
have
interesting
a good Torment
choice.
lineup.
Absolutely. This will
I'm
go
gonna
down
pop a
pretty
smoke
quickly.
for it.
See who gets it. You got the Reign of Destiny or the Mana Drain.
Reign of Destiny is pretty great, honestly, when you've got an Alchemist.
We've got a pretty decent read that maybe someone's top.
And they're right. There's Mickey, but he's looking to blink out immediately. Going for the AC, had the Harpoon queued up previously, but I think he's really mindful of all of that physical
Nisha.
damage coming out.
So they're actually going to run into the Storm Spirit, but the save stuns off the mark. He should potentially dodges a bullet there. Maybe tough, honestly, with Cookie being on court. I don't know. Regardless, he gets out.
These freaking wolves with the evasion.
Yeah.
Mickey tried to swipe him down, but not going to be successful. Instantly going for the smoke the second that they finish that AC as well.
They're going to get the initiation. Mickey quick. Very, very quick. Blows up the Oracle. And now with the Dark Ascension as well, they got a glimpse of the lion inside the river. So secondary support.
No dust though. I'll get it. Can they play around this mid lane is the real question. Are they worried about buybacks? Do they want to just keep this pressure up with the Dark Ascension? Because the second this wears off, you kind of need to take a back seat once again. Luckily for them though, it's into the Aegis, so they don't necessarily want to be overly diving. They can just sit back, get into their next items, and then look to go again when it's up and available.
Do you think the net worth on Ace changes the potential of how late game would have looked? Because I was more heavily favoring BB as the game went on. But I'm just unsure. Yeah, specifically just because I was more confident in their late game. But I'm just unsure on like a really fun Night Stalker and how much that changes things.
I mean, it massively changes things, right? Like, if you're able to get off the back of all of these kills into that really early level 25, then suddenly your uptime increases massively. And you've already got 2 other cores that basically aren't reliant on their ultis at all. You know, there's no cooldown component to it. And you've got an IO to act as that mana battery for the Storm Spirit as well. So, I'd say that means a lot of things with regards to Liquid's late game potential. And of course, like you've been saying, there's still plenty of room to grow for Ace as well. By the time the Aegis is gone, you'll have the BKB. He can build into the Nullifier as a bit of an answer to the Ghost Scepter that they've already got on the Oracle. Plenty of chances there for him to be able to progress into the late game.
Well, Mickey's continuing to progress as well. Happy with getting the Helm of the Overlord creep. More items to get him closer towards that 6th slot. He's got the Harpoon, I believe, completed. Into the crit stick, but of course, Kiritich himself. A Bloodthorn and Unbearable yoink the tower. Liquid will try and take a team fight, though, down the Aegis.
Don't want to run into the Alchemist, though. Once again, GPK would be the ideal target. He's got his BKB now, though.
The first point of contact, Mickey gets initiation, but the BKB comes out too quickly. Now they will respond as well with the rest of the team. Mickey in some danger to relocate. Is there at the last second, though? And now BB supports are actually in some problems.
They're in a lot of problems.
Along with Kataomi ran down. GPK puts a beacon on his back with the Mortimer Kisses. And Liquid may even get Kiritich as well. Tofu on a random high ground, right-clicks down the Elk. And they will be able to surround him off the back of the respawn. Liquid lose no one.
IO value, my friend. That's all what it's about. And it was actually a pretty decent response there, but GPK just was so keen to try and get into this team fight, try and get any sort of kills there. They just straight up commits onto the Tiny. By far the tankiest person on the Liquid lineup, and it's just some really solid positioning there from Boxy to make sure that it doesn't result in a kill. Channeling the relocate off to the side there. Again, the combination with the Global Silence means that you're not going to get that impact coming through from the Snapfire. Mortimer's Kisses at the very end just to try and salvage something out of it. But you just see, again, this is what Night Stalker does best. It's his bread and butter. Just take the supports out of the team fight. Give them absolutely no game. Have we seen a false promise? Maybe one.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe one.
But it's gotten to the point where, like, what can you even buy? Like, he's going for an Aeon Disc, but if you go Nullifier on the Night Stalker, who cares? Oh, never mind, he's got one. So,
okay.
What do you need to do now? Like, do you need to just go Blink Dagger? Because honestly, that's probably what I would be doing. I would just be playing 1.5 screens away from this Night Stalker at all times, and then at the very least, you can blink in and maybe get a false promise off and try and turn the team fight around in that way, rather than just be completely taken out of the every single team fight.
Yeah, this is just something he's going to have to change. Ace is doing too much. 14, 2, and 11. What a Night Stalker pick. What a performance as well from Ace.
He does have the Blink Dagger on Kataomi, so that's good. He's changed his mind.
GPK will be found, however. And with the TP on cooldown, he
they're
can't
just trying.
BKB TP out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm constantly checking his quick buy for the Midas.
Nah, come on.
He's died 8 times, man. Poor guy.
Yeah, it's just like the first Snapfire game we've seen like this, though. I feel like we've always seen this hero, at least in our games, just
At least break even.
yeah, break even, have impact, do very good. But this is, yeah, it's a
Not
rough
that.
Snapfire game. Unfortunately, it is what it is sometimes. It happens, GPK. We got Nishid.
I mean, yeah, solo kill in the mid lane does change things for sure. We were talking about that's generally what the Snapfires tend to do, right? Having a support rotate to your lane, have that level 6 up a little bit earlier than the Storm Spirit does, and you're able to punish him, but wasn't the case. Early level in the Electric Vortex, I think at level 4 or 5 from Nisha was enough to be able to change things up, and that's the directive from Coach Jabs coming in there and saying, you got to play pubs, you got to work on your mechanics. It's clearly paying off.
Did Blitz get kicked? What am I... Is it a
I'm just giving some credit to Jabs, you know?
The unsung hero.
Also, it was him that gave that directive as well.
Which one? Oh, the
pubs.
Yeah. Well, that's Kisses as well, by the way.
Yeah. To farm... Well, not farm.
Is he
he's not
okay?
moving again.
Nah, it was...
He's tilted, man. I'm telling you.
What do you mean? Well, he's tilted. I feel like you think this is your 2022 GPK. This is a new GPK. He's been new version of him for a while.
He's queued up the Midas. No, I made you look, didn't I?
Yeah, I didn't look. I didn't.
You believed me for a second, didn't you?
I definitely like stuttered in the sense of I went to like move my mouse and I'm like, yeah, what are you doing, bro? He's cute, mate. No way. Like, come on. You thought you had me. It was. I definitely thought about it.
Mm-hmm. He's nearly got the Blink Dagger at least. So again, like you can look to play a little bit further away from the Storm Spirit, from the Night Stalker. Try and recover yourself into this game, and because it's very rare that he's been able to get onto the front foot, right? Even that previous team fight around where top Roshan is, he just started off the team fight with BKB Little Shredder, and he does not have the items to be able to be dealing damage with Little Shredder. At least now, you know, maybe they can look to prioritize playing around the vision that they do have on the map, and they've got a pretty decent ward inside of the Liquid jungle, right? So maybe just position yourself around this sort of area, look to try and initiate a team fight off the back of the Blink Dagger and Orchid that you've now picked up on Kiritich, use the Lycan Wolves to be able to scout out, and then it's just a simple blink in Scatterblast, and suddenly GPK is having an impact again.
We'll see if he's going to be able to get those items. They're interesting. Yeah, no 5-snap cookie cooldown reduction, so slows down the farming speed a little bit, but
He's thinking about the late game.
Yeah, might just go right-click damage now. All eyes on that late game. Liquid, the smoke's not going to connect, so 3k lead.
And there's no Roche as well, which they would have been hoping for.
It's maybe running through... Well, they also place an Observer Sentry where Dire already had vision. BB will have an idea of something going on. They'll continue to play quite defensively.
All in their base, huddled up, praying that Roshan isn't up, but they will be right.
But the only wards that Liquid do have saw Kataomi along with Kiritich out of the base.
Mm-hmm.
And they continue to scout out Kataomi.
Ace is licking his lips right now. Hello.
Oh. Well, okay, I was going to say, just make sure the Alchemist doesn't die.
He's getting out.
No way. All right, well, they're both
Used the Void way too early. All right. A win for BetBoom.
Kiritich did have Scepter queued up for a little bit. He's actually changed away from that. Just unsure of what the decision was going to be, because I know the Lycan also has Scepter queued up.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was what I was looking at. Miro looking to give that Wall Spite over to the Alchemist. Pretty useless if the Alch doesn't have.
Sitting pretty aggressively in Liquid's jungle, and with Nisha's start, I mean, vision from them. Yeah, I mean, you're picking out the ward, but it's damage has been done.
Well, they knew. They had an observer
you're right.
sentry combo there. So
yeah, they did.
I'm not sure what he's doing, just walking around that area.
Now, he's not even dead for that long, all things considering. 9 deaths for him, so he's going to be up pretty shortly. But unfortunately, though,
that's some coke, bro. Come on.
No, yes, I know, absolutely it is. But regardless, it gives him too much time. You instantly invade into the other jungle from BB team. You zone them out.
Take Roche.
You get control of Roche.
I do have a pretty decent ward here by Katomi, though, so it's going to scout out a little bit of what's going on. What can you get in exchange, though? I think they've resigned themselves to just giving up this Roshan, because we've seen they do have decent pick-off potential. It's just that Liquid's teamfight is just way too good, or rather, they're at the stage of the game where they can kind of just ball up and move forward as a unit. I thought maybe that was a really long zip from Nisha that would be able to catch out the Oracle, but not going to be the case. Should get at the very last, at the very minimum, excuse me, this tier 2 tower top.
Alright, well, we have the Wolf Bite online now. So let's see how much this will actually assist them inside the fights and how important it's going to be for Kiritich.
Like, how useful is this Bloodthorn actually going to be, though, is my thing, right? Like, it's only useful if he finds Silencer, in my opinion, because all the other cores have BKB. Actually, Tiny doesn't, but maybe that's actually going to be the key if they're able to kill him off, but he doesn't. He has the Aegis for that reason, and he's about halfway towards being able to pick up that BKB for himself.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it to be as valuable as obviously what they're hoping.
It straight up is find Tofu. That is the objective right now, because then suddenly maybe 3 of your heroes have a little bit more of an impact. Because again, GPK, he's gone for this little Shredder attack talent, but he's not going to be able to get value out of it until he's actually able to start building into a few more of these right-click items. He's got the Specialist's Array queued up, though, and he's getting jumped on. And he doesn't have TP.
Well, his team's somewhat close. They're still going to have to try and force out a bit of a fight here. Force Promise along with the Earth Spike to try and hold back the Tiny.
Doing a pretty decent job, to be honest. And they get a kill onto the Night Stalker.
Easy.
Wolf's Bite.
Massive streak. What do we want now for Kiritich? Some close towards the Abyssal Blade.
Double Wolves.
Alright. Not bad, not bad. D-Ward as well.
Feels so weird hearing a wolf hitting someone and then you hear the clank.
Yeah, like the elk sound cue. I don't know what to make of this game, to be honest. At least, like, who is stronger? You know, net worth 1,000 for Liquid, of course. It's with the Alchemist, so, like, you'd be, like, naturally, this is pretty good. This is an Alchemist lineup. You're usually supposed to have a far larger net worth lead, but then again, like, I don't know how Liquid's lineups actually scales into Dire's.
I think the big thing for mine is, like, wondering what Liquid are waiting for, you know? Like, they've got the Aegis, they've got...
What's going on here? Tofu's just on the other side of the tree line. Now Nisha's going to poke his head out. Gonna look for a TP, and he's got plenty of health to be able to live through that. Bit too late, unfortunately, with the relocate.
It wouldn't have really mattered to be time faster than the relocate anyway, unless they were preemptively doing it. That's relocate being used. No BKB to even put on cooldown for Miero. Working towards a nullifier for himself, just so that they want to be able to take out this Io and the Silencer. But I mean, are you really waiting for Silencer to have Refresher? Like, is that what you're waiting for? I don't know how I feel about that. Like, to me, it feels like they're at a stage where they could just clump up and go. GPK still doesn't really feel like that much of a hero right now on his Snapfire. Level 17 compared to the level 21 on Nisha. You've got the nighttime, you've got the Aegis to be able to play around with. There's been moments where the waves weren't really pushed in that far by the Lycan. But still, they've wanted to sit back and get into this next item.
Yeah, well, if that's the decision from them, like you mentioned, Tofu's going to have this double global, so he still needs around 1,000 gold.
I don't know, I just feel like they're giving BetBoom an avenue back into this one, where your Snapfire is actually going to be a consideration.
Definitely needs a long time though for GPK. Like his net worth is super rough.
Yeah, I mean, what if he gets level 20 and he's able to get into just the Chrysalis, you know?
Of course,
like, that's a huge difference.
I think more just in the sense of saying like he still needs a while. Because I honestly thought his net worth was even higher than what it is. It's very, very low. So, but he's farming faster. Every minute this game goes by, gold is increasing. They will lose their last T2 tower though by the looks of it, so don't feel confident to mount a defense.
Can't really go high ground with this though, can you? Double siege creep wave might tempt them. 25
Really?
seconds left on the Aegis. They will place the banner, okay. Still wanting to maintain that that relocate save, with Boxy playing on the sidelines, not wanting to tether up to Mickey to be able to take this a bit faster.
They're with the wolves, unfortunately.
They're just taking the banner with the wolves.
Okay, banner gone. We'll try and use the kisses to maybe help push them away and give them time to deal with the catapult, which will go down. And now the siege is
banner gone,
done.
Aegis gone, and they don't really expend anything other than the kisses.
You got to go back out on the map. Mid, there's a double wave. Top, there's a double or triple wave. There's too much farm that Liquid are going to miss soon.
Someone's going to need to TP back, and as soon as they do, that's when they're just going to put all systems go on BetBoom. There we go. Tiny revealing in the mid lane. As soon as they catch someone, they're just going to jump in. Oh, that concoction does not connect, though.
Oh, they're lucky, Liquid. We got a bunch of gold.
And Bloodthorn.
Yeah, Mickey just completed Swift Blink though with all the gold. He got mid and they're going to give him, you know, he'll get this mid wave. He got the one previously, he got top, and my Nisha will take it. My greedy mid right there. It's alright, he wants Aeon as well.
I don't know if you actually, I mean, it looks like he's going to buy it out, but won't have buyback now, so is a little vulnerable, and we've seen that the Tiny can die. No, Mickey.
Oh, the Tiny, okay.
Scan connects. It's all about Kiritich saying, guys, we're finally ready. Don't have an Aegis to have to worry about. Snapfire starting to build into a little bit more farm.
Yeah, they haven't been too trigger happy either. Oh, they've got an exceptional ward.
Here we go.
But again, just a bit too late. So they don't take a fight with the ward, shapeshift on cooldown. You've got double global silence now.
Yep, here we go.
Mickey will push to the other half of the side. They'll try and get the initiation, but there's the first global silence, so it's a bunch of physical damage, and Mickey's just dead. God. Tofu uses the refresher for the second round. They're going to try and deal with the backline supports on BBT, and they'll deal with the Oracle. Save is going to be ran down next as well. Now BB looking to try and get back in, but already a quick snatch and grab of both the lives of the supports. So Nisha and Ace, they are out, but of course, you also see Tofu and Mickey die as well in return.
He took 1870 Bloodthorn damage. That's crazy. That's crazy, the amount that he was able to dish out into him there. Just to pop at the very end. And you know, I thought, oh, it's a pretty decent save coming through from Boxy, but not enough, clearly.
That's crazy, actually. All right. So much damage just with the Bloodthorn.
But just like that, you know, we could see now GPK about to hit level 20. He's got Chrysalis to be able to play around with. He did a decent amount of damage to the Tiny in that previous engagement, 1500, and that was without any sort of crit, without the multi-shot. I'm telling you, BB team had their chance to be able to get back into this. Win prob's basically back to 50-50.
All right.
Ooh, and the baubles as well. They've started. First one on GPK.
Okay, what enchantment did he opt for? He's gone for the alert.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
The night vision against the Night Stalker.
Shiva's online now for Nisha too. We'll see how he's able to scale. He's also having an exceptional game, 7, 1, and 13.
I love this from Katomi, right? Like, it gets to the point of the game where Night Stalker is just going to have too many items to be able to carry the gem. So, let's go a Shadow Blade on our Oracle.
Sure.
Just, why not? Can roam around a little bit more easily. Even just looking to grab a few Lotuses to be able to pass through to whoever target gets jumped onto.
Super important for the Oracle. You'd love that for Nisha as well, specifically, but Yeah, you don't have them, unfortunately. Oh, you do. Sorry, Boxy's got them. Also, just as important for him.
Mm-hmm.
Two with the
Probably
storm.
more
So
so.
he's got a greater healing Lotus. He's got one normal, just great healing Lotus as well. But they are both sides are very, very cautious. And you see how they're posturing on the map. Really, the only person that's pushed out of the base was actually Kataomi that just TP'd back to join together. So everyone a little bit concerned that there's a potential smoke play that's going on.
Pos 5s just do everything these days, man.
Yeah,
But,
they're just the best, honestly.
Agreed.
God damn, I love me some
Radiant's
position
bottom
5s.
tower is under attack. Dire are
Double siege
Best
creep pushing
people.
into this bottom tower. So again, like, reveals a lot with Liquid not defending against this one. So I wonder, again, are they just going to look to huddle around any sort of vision that they might have for themselves? Don't necessarily have great vision on either team, to be honest, right? Like, Liquid's is back in the lane where it's just expired next to them. The only one that they've got is around this this river sort of area. And then similar thing with BB team, they've just placed one up around the Roche pit. So they're clearly ready to take this next fight now that they've hit a few of these big power spikes for themselves.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see, speaking about vision, the problems with the wolves starting to really come into play here. Mira is just scouting out a little bit too much. We're seeing it's causing some problems for Liquid where, again, they're even further back now.
Yeah. Just shoving
Like-
in waves as well with them, right? Not just giving vision, but massive creep wave in this mid lane. Nisha's going to farm it up because, honestly, mega value with the Aeon disc now that he's been able to get, but it's into a nullifier, so it really depends on not only who makes the jump, but who's also in the best position to be able to answer to the jump.
It's a massive fight. With Roche the prize, Refresher Shard. Importantly, that ages as well. See if Liquid, what position they're going to be able to get themselves into, if they can get these backline supports as well. Mickey might be in a great spot to get both the line along with the Oracle. They do need to get towards Roche and scout it out. It's actually not dying fast enough. They're going to leave the pit to try and take the fight. Instead, it's Mickey. You know, he should have to take it short. No, not going to be able to hold the Lycan into place for the moment. Won't be able to run himself away back towards the middle lane.
That's a
and
big
initiation
alchemist.
goes wayward. They will still be able to kill the silencer, but he got both global silencers off. They'll still try to turn
Big
to kill off
combination on the
Nisha.
storm.
Nice stun. Double Earth Spike. And now Mickey just doesn't have what it takes. Bocky's is going to try and do his best, but the Iron will only delay the inevitable. He is gone, and now Boxy in an awkward position. Yeah, but beautiful stuns from Save and the recognition from BB. And they may even be at Boxy's life to the chopping board as well, and that will absolutely be the case. BB team. Now they find a 4-for-2.
I mean, he straight up saved that team fight, right? Like, saved by name, saved by nature, was able to just get that clean double stun that they needed because, I mean, Nisha had everything available, right? It was full mana, BKB still unpopped, but just that chain control that they were able to get was enough to be able to turn the fight in their favor.
Now they get Roche. We got all the components. So definitely happy with how they're able to execute some of these fights here from BB team. I mean, this shapeshift, the bite, the wolf bite, I should say, from Miera. Yeah, they give him the refresher shard now. Do you like this instead of anyone else?
Middle tower
Sure, why not? Double wolf bite, double shapeshift. Why wouldn't you?
are fortified.
And also now, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, GPK is a legitimate threat at this stage. He's got Specialist Array, he's got Daedalus, he's level 23. He's dishing out a lot of this burst damage that you're going to need to be able to combine together with the Bloodthorn.
And so it's actually going to be BB team that strike first. Long zip in, Nisha. Doesn't have that much mana now. They do get the shapeshift out.
Radiant's middle base.
You'd love, if you're a Liquid fan, to get Nisha into that level 25 for himself, just to enable a little bit more of that damage, but we saw how previously he was able to get picked off even with that Aeon disc available. Should be able to buy into the Aghanim Shard though, along with the level 25, so a lot more of this burst damage coming through from him. Downside, of course, to losing a big team fight like that, it's nighttime. Most of the time you're very happy with a Night Stalker, but not if you've got literally zero vision on the map.
Yeah. Just crazy position as well that Ace is 17, 3, and 13. And just the state of, I think, his net worth in particular. The fact that the GPK is caught up.
It's what we saw with XXS earlier, right? Like, he was 7-1-6, and he was last on net worth in terms of all the cores. Like, you just don't farm quite as effectively, even with this Aghanim shard for the AoE Void.
Yeah, definitely a cool idea from Ace just to keep up with that farm, but not enough. Of course, you've got never able to compete against an Alchemist who gets the Tormentor. So Ag shard for him. They're all back inside the base, Liquid.
They see, though.
Absolutely.
They see the rotation through.
Well, Nullifier and Butterfly, apparently, for the Alchemist.
All right.
Just because one big new item's not enough. We need two.
And they're just going to be on the hunt themselves. Going to try and jump in there. Get rid of any sort of vision that Liquid might have to be able to play around.
I guess he disassembled the Radiance, so makes a bit more sense of why it came so quick.
And again, like, mid's pushing in. Like, Liquid need to respond to this. And you're going to have a Helm of the Overlord creep coming in a pretty similar sort of area.
Well, they will. Okay, we'll go back to deal with the wave. They will lose another ward by the looks of it outside the base. They're flying on over to try and get there in time, but yeah, they won't be able to do so. So again, the vision game, like you mentioned, you got a Night Stalker, but it doesn't matter.
It does really just feel like they've missed their window, though, doesn't it? Like, you compare the current game state to what was the case at the 25-minute mark. That's probably too early. Let's even say 37 minutes. You know, it was still a Liquid lead by a little bit, which is great when you're going into an Alchemist draft. They were doing a fantastic job, but again, they're just falling behind a little bit too far. You've now been able to itemize multiple different ways on this Oracle to be able to survive the fights. Same sort of thing with Save. Shadowblade on both of the supports now.
Speaking of Save, you might even come close to running to Nisha, but you know, it's tasty. You see these Satyrs, especially as a support. Your mind, it starts to go in different directions. You know, maybe a potential core kill. It's like, but Satyrs just too fun to farm.
He needs it for the buyback. Can't see going without that at this stage of the game. What is the status of buybacks, by the way? Tiny's got it. Night Stalker, Snapfire, and Silencer. So slight advantage towards Liquid, but a lot of people, 5 different players with 200 or less to be able to have theirs. So maybe they can pick someone off when they're moving forward just to try and get that last little bit of buyback gold. Early use of the Shapeshift and Warp Spite, I believe, as well.
Boxy on the low ground. They get the jump. They're going to be able to find the IO as well to start the team fight. He's won without buyback, and man, did he disappear in an instant.
That's a bit of a silly mistake from Boxy, to be honest. No real reason to be on there on the low ground there, and this is just a zoning Mortimer's Kisses, basically.
Look how fast he's hitting.
Look at them claws.
Let's see what they want to do still nonetheless from BB Team. 4v5. The vision from Nisha gets the initiation with the 3-man drag back. Global Silence as well, but Nisha's damage isn't enough by himself, so he needs Mickey. Mickey waiting to find an ankle.
Gets one.
A little bit easier thanks to they killing the Oracle. Now Miera is actually considering about stepping back in because with the Hex over towards the other side, and GPK finally gets revenge. Nisha again. It's good with the Vortex. Mickey will finally be able to step in to provide the damage, but Kuritic just doesn't care. The Alchemist will shrug it off. Mickey will toss him up, but it just doesn't matter. Nisha out of resources. Aeon Disc will protect you just for the moment. It gives him time to get another Vortex, but Mickey just doesn't want anything to do with this team fight. He will now jump in. It's not too bad. If they can kite out the Chemical Rage, it's coming to an end pretty shortly. So we've got about a third duration left standing. Mickey along with Toph, they got it. Boxy's back alive, maybe. The Bloodthorn might actually be enough. No way, Kuritic with the life steal.
Against the world.
Kuritic for 1v5. Is he even done? He's got the vision of the high ground. Nisha with the buyback. Surely that will be enough to quit this fight in the end. But man, Kuritic almost doing it.
All right, I want to see some of these damage of these team fights. Yeah, just a casual 18,000 by Storm Spirit in that one there. A little bit of work done by Liquid. They're just crazy, crazy, the combos that they were able to get off, but it just wasn't able to sync up absolutely perfectly, right? Like, we were able to get the Vortexes off, but then there wasn't an Avatos combo to be able to follow afterwards. Even just with his last dying breath there, we saw Nisha able to land a great one onto 2 at the very end, and I was wondering, like, are you really sticking around here, brother? You know, your BKB's gone, but then they just didn't have the avalanche combo here after the fact. It's a nice toss, but it just means that he was so vulnerable at the end here from Nisha. Timed it perfectly, by the way, the move of his Aeon Disc out of the backpack, so that the second the nullifier wore off, the Aeon Disc was able to proc. This was the point that I was talking about here. Like, where is the boys? Where is that little bit of extra help coming through from the Tiny? He eventually came and the cavalry arrived, but not able to save Nisha.
Yeah, where was man? We were just waiting for Mickey to get through, but you know, he's there now. Unfortunately, this lead is now up to 12,000, and we have apparently got some big Alchemist problems.
Did they have the Lotus Orb prior to this?
On
Io. Yeah, because I was kind of thinking, like, where was the Lotus for the Bloodthorn response? But maybe it was just used a little bit too early. I'm not sure.
Not sure either. Let's go to MKB now for Mickey. Some other items that we're getting close to. We're getting first scepter of the game actually for Kiritich.
Is he giving it to the Lycan just to give him some money, or?
Well, what do you go for? I guess
deck?
maybe a Diviner's deck. Yeah. I was thinking maybe you want the Abyssal from Miera then with the
Hold on,
gold.
they
Jump
found
in.
someone. Oh, they find the
GPK
stone.
actually gets the initiation onto Nisha. Nisha.
Aeon
Quick on
pops
the
though.
fingers. We saw how important it was in the previous team fight with the Vortex, and that will be the case once again. What a counter from Nisha.
They want to find more. They give the Wolf Spite over, so they're going to be feeling a little bit apprehensive, especially with that Blink Dagger up on
Did they see that?
the Alchemist. Yeah, they did.
Okay. That's a pretty big ability on cooldown now, though, with the Wolf Bite.
Yep. They had used the Refresher Shard previously as well. Night Stalker, now level 25 too. Have a little bit of that lower cooldown on the Dark Ascension. Oh, a regen rune for Storm Spirit as well. Unluckily for him, though, it is a long Aegis respawn. So by the time it's up, they'll only have about 20 seconds without GPK. Who's hit level 25 as well, by the way, as a result of that previous team fight. So if he's able to do the right-click damage, he certainly is going to be providing a whole lot more. But you just saw how he was just completely blown up there, thinking that he was in a position to be able to just solo Nisha down, but not into the Aeon Disc. Absolutely not.
Well, how do you feel about these late game decisions then? You know, Mickey with the Ag's Blessing that he wants. I guess what can you do? He's got some slot problems. Kiritich again, what we mentioned for him. Are there any big items that we feel like he's going to change the status of this game?
I'm going to need a second to think of
Yeah,
that
fair
one.
enough. Kiritich? Actually given the Wolf Bite, expecting that someone's trailing this top wave, but they will be incorrect with that assumption.
I mean, the only thing that I can really think of, and it's nothing major, but just like buying the Ag's Blessing for the Lycan and then letting him buy an Abyssal Blade as well. Just another way to be able to get through those BKBs that, you know, it's a pretty big deal that minimum BKB duration is now 7 seconds instead of 6. So anything that you have that's going to be able to go through that duration is just going to be even more impactful than it was before.
Sure. How important is the gobble up actually as well from the Snapfire to send you Wolf Bite Kiritich, then gobble him up and send him in the middle? Is there plays where you feel that that's more value than what you suggested?
It's a possibility. I would rather be throwing in Miro, to be honest, right? Let him backpack the Blink Dagger or even sell it at this point just to have the Abyssal Blade more available for himself there. Because the Alchemist has the Swift Blink. Like, he's not really lacking the ability to be able to jump in, especially once he's been wolf bitten.
Because that really is what it feels like. It's just the supports in their positioning.
Look how scared they're playing. I mean, is Tofu resigned to this? Is he just literally playing inside of the fountain and he's just on global duty? Maybe a tiny bit of tower defense?
That's a good little base defender right there.
He's got two of them.
Knows his role.
And he's got the Aghanims as well. So Arcane Curse applied to everyone too. Might interrupt some of those BKBs if he's Blink Daggers if he's early enough. And for once, Liquid have a little bit of map to be able to play around, a little bit of vision.
Let's see if BB swing all the way past mid and go to bottom instead.
I think they might be anticipating that Tofu is going to do a similar sort of thing, try and deal with this next wave that's going to be pushing in, and they can try and pick him off then. He doesn't really have any defensive items on this silencer, so eventually he's going to move out onto the map, play around that vision that they've got.
They will know that at least BB have been smoked. A random black dragon just poked his head into the mid lane. So you see kind of Mickey left the wave, went back over towards the triangle. Giving a lot of respect to the unknown of where BB are.
I mean, they've just got fingers instantly on that relocate from Boxy, I think. They're anticipating the jump onto Mickey. Even just using the Mortimer's kisses.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
The creeps will give them all the information they really need, though.
Both mid and bottom, by the way.
We
They'd
also
love to be able to catch this back line, though.
Importantly, got the arcane route out of the hands
Good
of the Stormstick,
positioning
who'd love that for the team fight, and he's going to be able to get
Good
this start once
initiation.
again with the damage. It might be too much for the Alchemist. They're gone. Again, back-to-back fights is just all we needed for Nisha to get some combinations with the Vortex. And finally, once Mickey is there time and time again, they are tearing people apart inside just one stun.
Certainly not the same level of damage for sure, but the same level of control that you're needing for this stage of the game. Those overloads bouncing around absolutely everywhere, and now gives you the luxury of being able to back off, deal with the creep waves, and look to still join the rest of the team. They're looking to consider trying to pop some buybacks here out of BB team. Still not even walking up onto the high ground, despite the fact that it's only the Snapfire that he's going up against. But eventually he'll go there on Mickey, just wanting his creep wave there as a little bit of a safety blanket. Of course,
The only-
Roshan available.
Yeah. So let's see if they're going to be able to get both here from Liquid. Pops it without a
two
doubt.
lanes and Roshan, you reckon?
Yeah, that's just a question if you try and get both.
I think if you've
That's
got
the
IO
IO helps.
tethering, you absolutely can. That's
can you
their
look at
last glyph that
more?
they got.
Do you look at more?
Do you consider going for throne at this point? Do you just get the melee racks? Do you get both? I wouldn't go the third. I would look to consider Roche, but I'm a much more conservative style player. Clearly, they
You're a
want to at
pussy,
least
that's what
force
it is.
something. Exactly.
Save. Yeah, I
They
still
got
up
a
to two.
good initiation.
Nisha with the Aeon is actually going to be enough nullified off, and
Save
Nisha's
again.
gone. Well, maybe being a pussy sometimes works out a little bit. You know, Liquid, they don't respect the buybacks. GLYPH has to use his, which is a massive commitment.
When in doubt, bitch out. That's what I always say.
Careful
Will
as
it
well.
come
They
back
have
to bite
this-
them? They have outpost control though, and of course buyback on the Storm Spirit, so got to be careful about how deep they're going because they did expend it on GLYPH. The thing is though, makes it a little bit more obvious. Again, just save with his positioning, force-staffing him in, getting the double stun as well, being able to pop the Aeon Disc nice and early on into the piece and get that follow-up stun coming through as well. Just perfect spell usage coming through from BB team.
1 second the BKB was on cooldown for.
Yep.
So,
Dire are
yeah,
scanning.
really was perfect. Couldn't ask for any better. And we're apparently continuing with trends then. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Dream League, similar trend where like day one, the first series, we have insane games. Your game 1 and game 2. That was day 1 and day 2. Then day 1 and day 2 are blast. Apparently games 1 or series 1 and 2 are pretty quick. Then series 3, we get a 60-minute game.
Yep.
So,
You love
we
to see
shall
it.
see.
At this point, it's just going to become more of the same annoying crap that Liquid are going to have to deal with, right? Like Book of the Deads, you would have to imagine, are going to be coming out here from BetBoom, just because you've already got Helm of the Overlord, you've already got Wolves, you've already got actually same sort of situation with the super creeps, right? 2 lanes for both sides, but they're already having difficulty dealing with it, and it's just going to open up more avenues for them to be able to find these pickoffs. Who's he giving it to? Who did he give it to? Is he even using it?
No one yet, I don't think.
Oh, it's on the career.
I think Snap.
Nope,
Or-
I can.
So go with this one now?
I will get my Diviner's deck.
I don't know, Doug. I think that one might be...
Imagine the 100% increased gold gain, though, at this stage of the game. or a 400 all damage barrier. Ooh!
Oh, nice.
Might survive one silencer right click at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read through it again. So what is it?
The spell
so
amp
you-
is great for the
Yes.
divine, the death tarot card for sure.
I wonder, if there's maybe Oracle needs to be buffed up a little bit. Then we look at some like core-ish Oracle. Like, what does this scepter do actually? Is there ever a world this is a support scepter?
No, absolutely not.
So
It's a late game luxury.
Well, oh, come on, buddy. Give me that luxury up. He's been good this game, Katomi. The false promise saves were solid in the early game. Late game, it's really just Nisha, who is under award.
He absolutely is. Without
Let's see
buyback,
how
by
they
the way. He's
can-
gone Stygian Deso, so some potential rat plays, some potential save, big plays again.
Okay, they'll use the Global Silence to do their best to cover him. With the Bash and the Abyssal Blades, unfortunately, aren't enough. Nisha's able to break loose.
Unfortunate there, Save really wanted to wait for using that Finger of Death with the 5 charges to be able to, get the damage after the fact, but it meant that the Global was able to pop off before the Aeon Disc procced, so the follow-up there from Kiritich not able to lock him down.
Who's the only person currently without a buyback, of course, on cooldown for 4 minutes on Kiritich. Any interesting tier 5s?
Fallen Sky on a Silencer is a little interesting.
Yeah, okay.
A little bit of movement, I suppose, away from a Lycan, but most of the time if you've been caught out by a Lycan, you're just dead. Witchbane is enormous, actually. Global Silence, goodbye.
It's AoE, right?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. You got Rapier as well from GPK, so you went
Oh, okay.
for the Enchanter's Bauble, of course. Again,
course.
went for the Evolved instead.
Even just Kataomi having the Minotaur Horn as well, right? Like, you've got your own mini BKB as well, so not even needing to be playing next to the Witchbane.
I don't know, dude. There's going to be a lot of damage on the Snapfire initiation. They're going to use the Kisses again for vision.
It's all on Nisha.
Radiant's top tower
Can he find that jump one more time?
He's got a buyback, so if he doesn't find the perfect one on the first life, he gets one into the spike! What was that?
Oh, save!
How are some people so good at Dota? Are you serious? Does Nisha buy back? They've lost
You're gonna
Ace.
have to.
What?
Just one buyback. Testing their resolve.
Yeah, but this is Megas.
It is.
Mid's also in for Radiant. Gotta keep that
Any
in
rat
mind.
plays going on, or
A little bit hesitant on BB.
and trying to force another set of cooldowns out of them? Maybe wait out that Aegis for as long as possible. Not gonna take the bait.
What are they waiting for? Is it just the Lycan cooldowns? I guess so, right?
Yep.
Well, they may lose the banner, unfortunately.
They're able to the dead on Liquid.
Army of Necros.
2 of them. I feel like you just send these down mid if you're Liquid, right? Like try and win out on the trade, force BetBoom team back for a change.
Yeah, I think they did before, but they had to do with the banner.
Yep.
Maybe once the banner's dealt with.
I'm seeing pings as well from Boxy. They're trying to get Megas off of a relocate here.
Yeah, but they also have to be worried about their own base. There's the buyback and there's the Global Silence as well. Nisha over-zips in case there was anyone playing behind Kiritich. Doesn't get the best
gotta get
Vortex
out.
back. Double Global Silence, but it's just not good enough with the first
Nice
round of
pass.
spells from Liquid. This will turn things though. Mickey with the
Oh, the stun.
Tofu! What is this? My position 5 Fallen Sky to hold the Alchemist, and now they've got the Vortex as well from Nisha. Die back on the Alchemist. Can Nisha get away though?
He has
Eats
to.
the double stun. Enough mana to be able to zip away. He actually wants to zip in instead. They've caught out the Snapfire and they've got the damage. That's the Rapier on the deck. You've lost the third. A potential fourth, and Liquid have done it. They've held this game once again. And this Miero Lycan, you are not running away. Liquid, they will run you down to the ends of the earth to
God.
guarantee a team wipe.
What a game. No buybacks on both the Night Stalker and the Lycan, and more importantly, the Alchemist. Even with it being up in 50 seconds, doesn't have money for it. And what's an Alchemist without money? They're going to get this haste rune and just run it down. Nisha again, but what a play with that Fallen Sky. Just able to interrupt there on the back lines. What kind of silence is initiating?
I know, bro. What is that? What's going on? Oh, Tofu. Bad man. All right. We do have enough gold for recovery. Well, not recovery, but, you know, second rapier.
Okay.
Unfortunately, can't buy back, though. That's a bit, you know, slightly problematic. You won't have both.
Won't get megas before this next set of creep spawns, so again, small silver linings there that you're still going to have to deal with a bunch of heroes hitting into your base as quickly as possible. Rapier on the Tiny with an IO backing him up. Another buyback used, and the kisses as well, just to try and clear out this and get that backdoor protection kicking in. But at this stage of the game with Rapier, do you care? I don't think you do. Especially with that Stygian Deso.
It's just too fast. It's far too much damage. And Liquid in the end, 65 minutes is what it requires from them, but they will get the ever so important victory against BB team. And what? Yeah, that's a good stretch back there from Mickey. That was an insane game.
Easy clap, you know, never in doubt. Probably in a position where they could have potentially closed this one out, but again, the respect being given over towards BetBoom, not wanting to overstep a little bit. That was the man of the first 30-40 minutes though. Ace started out, what was he, like 14, 2, and 15 or something like that. Couldn't have asked for too much more from your offlane Night Stalker. Able to do a crazy amount of work there, but at the end of the day, the value of that silencer pick really came to the fore. I think out of that 66-minute game, we saw maybe like 4 false promises come out from Kataomi, just because you couldn't really... There was no counter to being able to deal with not just the one, but the 2. You know, maybe he could have gone Guardian Greaves, maybe he could have gone an early Lotus. Doesn't matter. You know, he was always just the main focus from whoever it might be. Tiny blinking in, relocate, Storm Zip, Night Stalker, Global Silence. It was a miserable game to be able to play this Oracle, and I thought despite all of that, Kataomi did a fairly good job, but it was Liquid's day, Lockie.
It was indeed. So get a victory over BB team, and that pushes us to our next series of the night, which is going to be the boys on Xtreme taking on Yandex. So of course we saw the series earlier today with Falcons beating Xtreme in 40 minutes. We'll see if they have some better results versus Yandex, who are 4-0. They are still yet to be defeated as well, with a 20-minute victory over OG earlier. So a difficult opponent, but we shall see if XG have what it takes. We're going to break. When we come back, we got more Blast Slam action. See you guys soon. All right, now we turn our sights to our fourth series of the night. We've got Xtreme taking on Yandex. Of course, we saw Xtreme earlier in the day with the loss versus Falcons. But Yandex, have we covered a Yandex series? I don't think we
have not, and they have not covered a loss on their scoreboard as well. 4-0 so far. The only team still yet to Copenhagen, and they did one in pretty convincing fashion going up against OG, was it right? 20 minutes the GG happened in. Crazy stuff, and I'm keen to see what they're able to bring forward, because a lot of this team, like, it kind of seemed like the leftovers from somewhat, right? Like Watson, he's been moved around for a few teams. DM, kind of a similar sort of thing. Melody moved from team to team, and Chira Jr., very talented individually, but just as a team, these guys seem to have what it takes to be able to band together and make it happen. I leave Saks out of that one because he's obtained that long-term glory with a bunch of different rosters as well. And more importantly, I'd say this is the style of gameplay as a position 4 that suits him best. He's always been best at that long-range spell-casting type pos 4, and that's really what's dominating the meta right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, see the man himself. They've got a cool boot camp. I don't know where the heck they are, but it's cloud background, you know?
Very cool. I want a beanbag chair like that.
Beanbag?
Looks comfy as hell.
Yeah, got a beanbag behind me. I feel like having a beanbag. Just, you can never go wrong with one at least in the house somewhere.
I wasn't sure if that was like a Russian Burger King logo on Sucks's jumper. It seemed like it, and now I'm hungry, even though it's like 10 p.m. here.
Got you thinking about burgers and...
Always. You know, I'm always thinking about food, man.
Yeah, it's a hard one. What do we... this is practice room. I don't know if we should be... Have I got codes up there?
Oh, yeah, true.
Welcome to ENAT? I don't know what ENAT is.
I don't know.
Kind of, honestly, the design gives us some, like, hostel vibes. You know, some straight, random ladder on the wall with...
True, actually. What's that ladder doing there? Where's it going?
It's just random other designs and
random
everything.
Conveyor belt going up halfway through the ceiling. A little house on the wall as well.
Yeah, true. Well, yeah, Arrow House.
Keeping their keys in it, maybe in little openings. Who knows? Who knows?
Anyway,
very targeted bans coming through, but very standard bans as well, because you just got to play the meta as best you can there, with the Pangolier and the Lone Druid being the main ones. Coddle as well. It just enables the one, Sucks' style, 2, Chira Jr., probably one of his best heroes as well, is the Coddle, but he just wasn't playing it for such a long time because it wasn't great in the meta at the time. But importantly, it just enables so much of their style. What I do like about Yandex is that they really don't care about this puck hero, because they're going to be able to find answers to it, even just playing the Midnight Stalker against it. I remember, God, it would have been years ago now that, I forget if it was Nisha or Mickey that was playing mid lane for Liquid at the time, but yeah, they were the first ones to experiment with that answer, and they always seem to do really well with Chira Jr. playing it, but they might be doing it this time around with a Slardar. Again, I don't value it that highly, but they have already banned out the Drow Ranger, clearly not putting a ton of priority into the Muerta. I want to see where Yandex's mind is at with how to be able to best respond to this.
Yeah, I think for me with Slardar, it's a hero that I was prioritizing a lot when I finished doing Dream League Div 2 and also One Win Essence. But I didn't really see the hero as much just through the whole... So what I should say is that I wasn't as convinced by Slardar at actually Dream League Season 29. Leading up to it, I thought it was definitely one of my preferred heroes in regards to like top value, top 3. But yeah, I was also surprised at not performing as well.
And they don't have the last pick of the draft as well. So unless you're like ending this draft with a Kunkka or something on Yandex, you're going to be able to respond effectively to it on Xtreme, right? Like, give yourselves the best possible lane setup to be able to counter it, whether it be mid or pos 3.
Yeah, I think if you're just looking at carries, right? Like, Wind Ranger and Muerta are the other ones we're considering
Dusa,
for,
I guess,
for
as well.
Arme. Sure. Dusa, but I feel like this hero, yeah, I mean, against a slot, I understand. I feel like just even, we're not really getting this hero even into Doom. So I feel like then Dusa might just be not as strong of a hero at the moment, if that's not the case.
Yep. No, I get it.
Regardless, it feels like there's a lot of carry options for Arme, and we've seen that double range lanes can be quite problematic. They also can go a different route. We get the Kez for them, so we saw Arme played earlier, right? Yep.
Seen him in multiple tournaments now, him be able to pick this one up, and he absolutely shredded with it in some games. In the game that we saw earlier today, though, not so much the case. I didn't think he got anywhere near as active as he probably should have. You know, it's kind of like, it's people that buy Blink Dagger but don't use it and go back to farming the jungle. It was kind of that sort of instance with the Mage Slayer plus Blightstone, and then he just went back to the jungle instead of really trying to get active around the rest of his team. So hopefully, if it is going to be him playing it, I'm still leaving an opening for Nothing to Say to potentially run it in the mid lane. He does get that little bit more active around the map playing with his team. Bit of a block pick situation happening as well, because I think it was Lone Druid, 2 Shadow Fiends, and a Kez that Watson has played up to this point. So out of the 4 and 0, all heroes unavailable for him to pick, and he's going to need to go down a different route now.
Yes. Nice enough for Watson. He does have a very diverse hero pool. See if the Tiny is something that would get considered from them, though. I've been impressed with the Tiny into Kez. At least the ultra late with the double toss is something that I was liking, but maybe not ideally a carry that is the best against the Egg.
Weaver, maybe. You've already got some minus armor from the Slardar. Combine that together with a Swarm. Just run away from the Kez. Feels nice. Kazurai Katana gets a little bit too high, just time-lapse it off. Don't really have an ability to 100 to 0 him all that reliably at this point. Nice Egg hitter too. I mean, Alchemist is always an option as well. As an Egg hitter, as a way to be able to have that basic Dispel from your ulti, to be able to buy the Berserk Potion as well from your Ag Shard, just to be able to have at least a little bit of an answer to the Kez. Not any great Ag's Scepter builders at this point on Yandex.
But the Lich.
True.
A blue hole. Oh, yeah, you forgot. You didn't first phase ban it. This is and Nothing to Say team, my friends. We will remember this. Mid lane, you got look over. Second position. Oh, Nothing to Say. That's right. Yeah, Tinker. Yeah, can't let that one through. But they did. Yandex, we'll see what the response is going to be from them. Now, how do you deal with Nothing to Say's Tinker? Because apparently the best way to deal with it is just ban it.
What's still left in the pool? I mean, you could puck yourselves into the Tinker. Wouldn't be the worst. It's into a Lion, so it doesn't feel amazing. But you need ways to be able to jump the backlines, right? Lion, Tinker, Phoenix, all somewhat vulnerable to being controlled. I could even see them, honestly, it's not that backline dive, but I could see them getting away with a Chira Jr. Invoker as well, just as a little bit of a way to, control the area a little bit more effectively. It would mean that Watson needs to play a very frontline style pos 1, though, if that was the case, just to take a little bit of attention away from someone like the Invoker.
The only thing with the Invoker is that do you want a more active mid laner for the early game to take the tier 1 towers away from the Tinker?
Maybe, but we'll see. We've got the Wind Ranger as a potential pos 1 option for Watson here. I mean, the thing is, like, do you need to get that active around it? You can, once you get level 8, let's say, you've got the Forge Spirit, double Forge Spirits, to be able to put a little bit of extra pressure on. You've got Shackle Shot, Sinister Gaze, Bushwhack, and Slardar Stuns to be able to combo together with a Sunstrike. So I feel like you can get pickoffs relatively easily if you went down that avenue.
I think it's not necessarily for me the pickoffs. I think they definitely thrive there. It's more just taking objectives is the big one. Because I know in the past you mention it when you see Tinker, is that like this hero, you need your towers up. For the hero to work early on, you want to keep your tier 1 towers alive. So
sure, but again, like, what hero can you pick that also isn't countered by the Lion that they already have? Is my question there. Like, you need to be able to to balance what's actually needed for the draft. And I get it. They need a way to be able to actually find and pick off the Tinker if you can. But I don't know. I think they've got that in the Wind Ranger and the Slardar once they have their Blink Daggers available.
Yeah, But we'll see that Axe is removed. So trying to get rid of some initiating heroes for Xtreme, because they don't really have anyone at the moment able to combine with the Lion along with the Phoenix. Timber's also going to get banned out as well. So worried about XXS's 24th pick Timber.
Mm-hmm. Pango's gone, Slardar's gone, X is gone. Don't really want Tide into the Wind Ranger. We've seen Centaurs attempted. I don't know how I feel about it this game. You know, it feels specific to the Wind Ranger. So don't feel that great about it. Bristle, no. Primal banned. Tough one, honestly. Like, do you... Is this the Largo game? Just to be able to get rid of at least the Corrosive Haze on whoever gets jumped onto. Sinister Gaze. Is this the Omni Knight game? Not really that XXS plays it, but...
Don't you need a Blink hero? Don't you need someone to do stuff? Like a... to blink in and be in front of like my Kez and Tinker.
Yes, but maybe they just play off of the counter initiate for the beginning until you're able to get, you know, nothing to say into his items that he's looking to try and go for. And, you know, once it gets to that stage, it just becomes about protecting those two. Swagness. Well, we will get the Invoker from Chira Jr. So again, like, 1, comfort. 2, decent time against the Tinker. 3, great combinations to be able to get pickoffs across the map. And I mean, I get what you're saying. I do, about, you know, having difficulty being able to obtain towers because they're always just going to be shoved out. However, if someone's dead, they can't protect the tower. So, you know, maybe just looking to play off the pickoffs in that regard.
Yeah, it's just like having a hero that can group up and walk down like your 10-minute catapult 15 and take objectives. Because you say you're not forced to, is that what you said?
Why not?
Yeah, but
like,
okay, sure. If you don't do that, then you're up against a Mag, Tinker, Kez as your 3 core hero. I mean, this is insanely greedy as well from Xtreme. They literally do nothing. And I think the main reason, even before you see the Magnus, is again just the Tinker. You know, so he doesn't have positions to TP in to the T1 tower. And it depends on what the build is as well for Chira Jr. Like, we might not get the Exalt, which is potentially insane. Again, with what you mentioned in regards to the heroes he's playing with, there's a lot of great ways to set up 4 Sunstrikes. So we'll see if that's something he considers or not. But it's just purely just being able to get towers. That's a big thing for me. The really early stage.
Yeah, again, I get it, but I think they're not going to be that worried on Yandex for now, right? I feel like feel they're going to hit their timings a little earlier than what Xtreme are, just off the back of like Wind Ranger having 1 item into the Blink Dagger, Slardar, you know, a couple of value items into the Blink Dagger, and they're going to come out a little bit earlier than, for example, the Kez's item is, or the Tinker's items are going to be, because Tinker really only starts to be truly impactful at like the level 12 mark, right? When you get that second point into the rearm.
How good of a Tinker game is it in general as well? Do we feel like this is one where Nothing to Say is able to take over?
Honestly, I haven't seen enough of the turrets to be able to tell, right? Like, to see how well he's going to be able to do in the laning stage. Because I think I've seen him go like 3 points into it at various stages, just to be able to really just straight up dominate, keep the lane shoved in so that the enemy doesn't have time to be able to rotate elsewhere. But he's going into an Invoker that doesn't really want to be doing that. So I'm interested to see how that's going to change up the build that he's going for. Like, is he just going to go full on greed now? There's just march the machines purely. I don't think he even put a single point into the laser when he went down that avenue, but never mind. He's just put 1 point into it now.
I think for the new Tinkers, a lot of it is also the warp flare. This Ag shot is absolutely stupid.
Look down bottom.
Yeah, it's very nice angle. Melody.
Trying to force him into the hoodwink.
Be able to get the Sunstrike off the mark. Gonna get first blood, unfortunately for the Invoker, but the first blood will be claimed nonetheless, and maybe a secondary kill. FY tanks a blood grenade and a bunch of right clicks as well. So Yandex, what are we getting right? It's the bounties. It's a 3 for 1 and 2 kills.
They get 3? There's one still around, isn't there?
In my
2 for 2.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But I mean, Slardar's really wanted. Oh, hold on. Armin's getting a few right clicks pumped into him. At the very start of this. Yeah, very happy with being able to get that first blood on the Slardar. Just get you off to a nice start. Enable you to just stand, man fight, trade against this Kez whenever he moves on forward. Because you're playing with effectively a 10 attack damage differential. So you should be able to really dominate these last hit and deny trades.
Yeah, speaking about the attack damage as well, Mag has also got a big advantage in that regard. So we'll see if he's able to have a pretty good lane versus Watson. We'll see what the item build is in general with the Magnus. We're getting some people dabbling with that. Bottom X Nova, sorry. Those end up going down. But yeah, we're getting some people dabbling with the Mag at Dream League.
Again, I think it's going to be pretty similar to the Slardar, right? Like a couple of value items, like those braces that he's got queued up into, yeah, I guess treads. And then I imagine Blink Dagger to come pretty soon after that.
Okay, so like a less greedy build you'd like on the offlane Mag.
Yeah, I do want to see him get into like some sort of thing that's going to enable him to farm, but I also want something that's going to really enable you to play around Finger of Death when it becomes available for FY. So, hold on. Speaking of FY, he's getting Sunstrike.
Massive. Chiro Jr., that first Sunstrike we saw used wasn't able to get the first blood. He used another, of course, for the range creep inside the lane. So it already used a couple to really not get too much value out of it. But that one with the mana gets gold. Extra experience as well. It's going to feel nice here for Mr. Invoker. Wish more people were picking this hero, to be honest. Really is just BZM.
I mean, it's fun to watch.
Insane. It was such a fun hero. Just wish we were getting, unfortunately, more Invokers. What do you feel like at the moment? Like, why actually aren't we getting that much of the hero?
Maybe just because of what you were saying around the concept of being able to make a move, to be able to find a pick off, to be able to get a tower, and Invoker not necessarily the greatest at that. So, you know, with a lot of the +3s that you're playing around with, they're playing a little bit greedier. Actually able to get a kill up on this top side of Melody. Nicely done. But yeah, you're just kind of giving that aspect up of what you're able to make plays around. But this game in particular, where you're also playing into a game that, like you said before, Xtreme Gaming's lineup does nothing for a long amount of time, you can get away with something like the Invoker. Might put a little bit of pressure on though. Looks like he's maybe considering a Meteor Hammer build up for himself.
Yeah, I don't know how we brought nothing to say down low. I think a Sunstrike connected, but I don't know if he needed what else previously. So early level in Wex.
Just the 1 point, all you need.
How's our Kez lane shaping up? On there, 18 last hits compared to the 21 on Slardar, even with the first blood.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. Just trying to bully away as much as possible while Saxa does the denying. Very nice use of those early items as well. Of course, the Bracer just for that passive regen, playing inside the Slithering Crush puddle, just for a little bit of that extra regen from your innate. Good understanding of the hero and the hero-to-hero matchup specifically.
Yep. Top lane XXS. We'll find Melody with a skewer. Both make sure they step out of range here from Watson's power shot, which may have been the damage necessary to get the kill into FY. Trying to juke through the trees, unable to do so though.
Trying to do his best to be able to get some return damage there, but a pretty healthy magic wand there from Watson. Going to make sure that's not the case. Once again, going for a little bit of a dive here onto Chiro Jr., who's got now 3 points in the Exort. Really looking for avenues to be able to maybe get some additional damage in onto Nothing to Say, who's built up his level 5.
Nothing to miss, unfortunately, though, with the Sunstrike.
Nothing to miss. no stacks built up just yet for either side, so you would have to say that by far it's going to be Xtreme Gaming that have the more beneficial stack-taking lineup. The Wind Ranger is going to be able to do early on into the piece. Same deal with the Silencer and Invoker. Mid lane, though, a little bit of damage in onto nothing to say, but the uphill miss, oh, really ruining his life there.
Very close. I wonder what this does for the side lanes as well, considering both mids don't... I mean, they don't use the power runes nearly as well as, some Storm or Puck. So I wonder how this actually frees up the supports. It's a very different game they can now play instead of having to worry about mid.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, it's kind of reaching the point with this Slardar gets tankier and tankier. You're not... Oh, hopefully this isn't...
That's no good.
Big issues, both teams. Holy. You're not going to really need to babysit the Slardar quite as much anymore. Like, it does obviously loop back into the favor of the Kez once that level 6 is available, but at least for a little bit, you might enable Saxa to start making some of these moves. I'm just not sure if they're going to be able to get a kill onto Nothing to Say after what just happened. A lot of health and mana expended by Chira Jr., not able to get the kill as a result of it, and a healing salve back to full means that Nothing to Say still feels relatively safe. However, you might feel kind of forced to be able to do it because he's approaching that level 6. And so you want to try and be able to put him on the back foot, at least before he gets to that stage. No TP available for FY's Lion. I'm sure that's being communicated right now by Watson and Melody as to an avenue for saving not being available. Also, the Fire Spirits and Icarus Dive have already been used by X-Nova, so even if they did TP towards that mid lane, they wouldn't really be providing too much impact. So here we go. Will they look to try and make a move? Might even be going for a dive with an early use of the Tango there.
Nothing to say. There's a rotation from Sasa. See if they can actually have the damage. Chira Jr. yet didn't use an extra spell, was hesitant with the Meteor.
I think they were just a little bit off the mark as well. They overlapped some of their spells a little bit there with the Akon shot, not able to do the full damage there. Use the Tornado. So able to dodge that one out, brings himself up to level 6. Still needs to be mindful of Saxa being as annoying as he can.
We'll get back to base in the end. So now weren't able to convert with that kill on mid. Let's see if we got the Wisdoms about 40 seconds. It's going to be that next big objective that either side wants to look at. Again, mid laners, you're probably going to see Nothing to Say potentially to react if they play aggressive on Team Yandex. So it might just be a 1-for-1 trade, to be honest.
Maybe we'll see Nothing to Say react here. Like, he's TPing back to be able to pick up some farm inside the jungle, and he's going to be scouted out by this Observer Ward here, seeing that he's not in the lane. I don't believe that Sentry Ward is quite in range, though, of the Obs, so nice placement there by Saxa. Means that they're not really enabled to go for this yoink of the Wisdom. Should still be able to secure it there for F1.
Okay, easy 1-for-1.
This will be a slow one, particularly with Nothing to Say, though. Like, he's just not in a position to want to do anything at this point of the game. It's just farm, farm, farm. One value point in the turrets just for the displacement, value point in the laser for the blind. Beyond that, just march the machines. Look to try and pick up as much farm as you can, as quickly as you can.
We'll see instantly as Melody comes through the portal. F5 will TP down to bottom. Melody very shortly, unfortunately, is going to get a rude awakening that there's a ward up here.
Hopefully not too long of a pause. Information, though. Oh, crash. Well, that's no good. Will he be able to get the D ward? Maybe. Maybe not. Minute 23 left on that Observer Ward that he got scouted underneath. Wouldn't imagine DM wants to commit into this team fight either. But pretty ideal start for Yandex, right? Couple of kills off of the first blood. Really strong showing in the lanes. And once again, we're seeing the Arme Kez just have a little bit of a slower start here. Hopefully for his sake, he's the one that's going to be able to get the last hit here onto Melody to bring him a little bit more up to par with how everyone else is looking to farm.
Kishy kishy meow meow, kishy kishy meow meow meow.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
Just trying to think of when they're actually looking to try and get a little bit more active on the Yandex side. I would say maybe around the 12-minute mark. You know, you get a power rune, you play around the blink dagger that DM's got queued up after, again, just a couple of those value items that he built into.
Oh. See how fast he can get that blink then from DM.
Pretty similar timing, you would imagine, to the Meteor Hammer and to the Maelstrom that that Watson is going to be looking to play around with.
By Lich.
It's actually continuing to commit in here on DM.
DM's actually going to run FY down. Or do they want the Phoenix instead?
They'll take
Nice
this.
timing with the crush, especially with the Sunstrike position from Chiro Jr. And they even have the carry coming through the portal as well, so they don't need to stop. Nor an FY, because they can even potentially look towards Arme. The ultimate
done.
out from Watson, and is a beautiful rotation.
Just again, flexing the muscles there on DM, just saying, you know what, I'm the scariest person in this game right now. You picked a Kez into the Slardar. This is what's going to happen.
I'm not supposed to say so.
Now it's a game where DM is going to be top net worth. And yeah, you just see though, 1v2. Not really, 1v2 is what you would think, sorry. 2v3.
2v3 plus a Sunstrike. Certainly,
Yeah, plus a Sunstrike.
with the start that Chiro Jr.'s had, it makes it a whole lot easier for them to be able to play around. Just about to hit up into that level 8 as well, so we'll have that 4 points Quas, 4 points Exort to be able to play around the double Forge Spirits as well. So we've seen how good these mid laners can be in terms of microing their creeps around, making sure that they're able to drag waves, let the creep waves do the majority of the work there. But of course, you've also got nothing to say now with the Kaya finished, almost level 9. Looking to build into that Blink Dagger pretty soon after. It's all about the farm, though.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that if this game potentially gets out of hand in the next couple of minutes or so.
Yeah. I mean, also, they've sentry blocked up his ancient camps, and it's been like that for the past 3 minutes. And I think he's been trying to farm them, but hasn't been getting them. So, lack of communication. Not sure what it might be, but... Oh,
mid lane.
catches him.
Acorn Shot's going to give them the information. Tornado clips on both, but really the important thing is just we're watching it, nothing to say. Will not die. Sunstrike's off the mark. Gets very close to it, though. Wow. Ooh. We'll send him away from the lane. This tower may go down as a result of it, especially Watson's nearby.
That's what I like about Watson. Always knows about the time to be able to rotate, knows the importance of just being able to take away this one, reduce a little bit of the safety net for them to be able to play around with, and hell, he can even just take this haste rune to be able to get back up top without using the TP if you really wanted to. Just keep yourself as an available option to be able to show up wherever it might be. You know, I really wouldn't even hate to see him shove this lane out, and then with the siege creep that's about to hit into the bottom side, never mind, Arme's doing a pretty good job of dealing with it, but to be able to make a rotation through the twin gate to be able to get a nice easy pick off there. Another Sunstrike kill.
Perfect. Really couldn't have been better there from DN with the chain control.
That rotation is coming.
Arme, you know where the starter was previously, so with the angle, it's going to be coming from behind. The exact trajectory you wanted to try and escape off. But now with Watson's movement through the portal, Arme does a pretty decent job with the parry. Now XG will respond, trying to duke and jive, and he does miss out on the Sunstrike.
Quick fingers on the parry there as well, otherwise he would have died from that attempt. So at least he's got a little bit of extra sustain now with the Ring of Health coming out to him. Survives that gank attempt. Still though, all 3 cores on Yandex, sitting pretty clear of their next opponent. It's just about those value items that Chiro Jr. is able to pick up now. Some more passive mana regeneration. I think he's got a Windlace coming out to him and a little bit more mana. And then just take away these towers. Now is the stage around that 12-minute mark that I was talking about where they can actually look to go and start to make that big impact.
Oh, XG. You're going to have a difficult task in mounting a defense here. FI slowly getting poked down first. Meanwhile, Army's going to try and get in, but a great placement out of the tornado means that
Chira.
Army's just gone. What a combo from Chira. Now DM as well finds the Tinker with no tower to protect him. And god damn, do Yandex look good, man. No wonder they're 4-0.
Yeah, just clean across the board. And again, I love me nothing to say Tinker, don't get me wrong. But I feel like they picked it way too early into the draft. They needed it to be in that last phase to be able to really have that gotcha element of these best of ones. And yeah, the Invoker, something that we were talking about during the draft, just feels like a perfect response to it, right? Not only are you able to pressure it in the lane, you're able to pressure towers, you're able to connect through with a lot of this kill threat that they have across the map. And you could just see there, I think he even alacrity'd up the siege creep so that while he was getting a kill onto the Kez, they also took the tower, despite the fact that everyone else was focusing heroes. It's just poetry in motion.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're able to spellcast like that from Chira Jr., polymarket odds are definitely going to be favoring Team Yandex with a lead like this. You know, our official prediction market sponsors here. So Chira Jr., he can do whatever he wants. I was intrigued on what the item build was going to be in general, because I know BZM is going for very early egg shards out of this Invoker.
I'm totally on board with what he's going for, right? Just a little bit more team fight. It's probably the big area that they were lacking, right? That AoE control, if you're not able to land the perfect blink crush from the Slaughter. I mean, DM is ahead of his timings, right? He's about to be able to afford the Aghanim Shard about a minute early. Unheard of territory.
Dire are scanning.
Speaking of DM,
Radiant are
after
scanning.
pushing that wave out, looking to connect through with Saxa to be able to make a move elsewhere, and the main target that they want is this Tinker. Just TP'd in, not quite level 12, so still in that really vulnerable stage, and there we go, all eyes on him.
Oh no. My Tinker!
Oh, nice. Nice try. Those turret displacement. Oh, and they're going to take away the stack as well. Bad to worse, Ares. Bad to worse.
Man, Chira Jr.'s loving life though. He gets his own ancient stack and apparently can yoink a bunch of these. How
Give
do
Lich
you...
a little bit of farm on the top lane as well while this is all happening, so he's been able to push this creep wave in. Now they've got the Alacrity Forge Spirits plus the creep wave hitting into the tier 1 tower plus the Meteor Hammer. Like, where can you even go at this stage on Xtreme? Because again, you've got the Mage Slayer on Army, but you're also 8k behind at 15 minutes. So I don't want to see him just sit back and farm passively. Maybe you can afford to farm up like half of an item, get to your level 10, get your talent there, maybe just the Blade of Alacrity. As soon as Tinker hits level 12, I'd be going if I'm Xtreme Gaming. Like, that is your possibility to be able to get back into this game, and hell, even just take the Wisdom Shrine for yourself. Be greedy, nothing to say. You are the only option off the back of a great Blink RP as well to be able to get Xtreme back into this one.
Yeah, well, he has to do some pretty crazy stuff here for Mr. XXS.
Would love a pick onto Chiro, 6-0-0 at this point, and seem to have an idea of where he is, walking underneath the Observer Ward, but
no sentry.
No sentry, and I mean, XXS is still walking in that general direction as well.
Does also have some other heroes close by on Chira Jr.
Walking into the
runs into the Phoenix first, but there we go. There's the RP, drag back Skewer into the Supernova. That's the fight that they have been waiting for Xtreme. They'd love to get DM, and they will as well. With the egg exploding, beautifully done from XXS. That is a much needed fight from XG.
Without nothing to say as well, they were able to do that. So Tinker still sitting back, still farming, pushing that middle wave in with the siege creep as well. So very clean execution, shrinking the net worth lead by 3k. It's still clearly in Yandex's favor though, and two of the cores still end up surviving, but we really haven't seen consistent team fight impact from Watson. Still been involved in 9 of them, but now he's gotten to the point where he's got the Mjolnir as well, and whoever's getting focused on by the Kez is always going to be that that target for the Mjolnir active.
very close to Chira Jr. being problematic in that fight once again to disrupt. I mean, that tornado almost clipped on the Phoenix, almost clipped on the Mag. Even just the spells in general afterwards, a deafening blast to be annoying. So again, we're gonna have to continue to watch Chira Jr. It's a very early GLYPH he wants.
Yeah, that's going to become even easier once he's picked it up, right? The increased area of effect, of course, but just that extra layer of control. Also some pick-off potential with Melody coming through.
FY is actually going to be up on a high ground, which might make it a little bit awkward. Chira Jr. steps out of range. Nicely done. I mean, if they just get that stun from the line, that your mag stays alive, but just, I don't know how we knew, but just a read from Chira. Yeah, that FY's pinging out there's a ward mid, but there's no ward. If for some reason he just stepped out of range of the line, they get that Sunstrike extra damage, and now it's Roche for them as well.
Yep, the next level play coming through, that Corrosive Haze, that Meteor Hammer, the Cold Snap as well, in combination with how damn farmed you are on Watson right now, means that they're just going to absolutely melt through it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You happy with this Aegis on Watson? Any considerations about Invoker taking it?
Nah. I mean, when is he ever going to go on the front lines? Really want to see it on Watson, able to use it in still fair ways away from the BKB for the Wind Ranger, so just wanting to enable him to perhaps play aggressively somewhat throughout this mid-game stage. He's almost finished up the Dragonlance for himself as well. This is that aggression that I'm talking about. Not quite able to land the Shackle, but should be able to get the pick off here. Couldn't die.
Easy.
They'll get
and now...
No, they won't even get the D ward. Oh, it's out of range. Poor FY, man. Death number 7.
It's been a tough one for him. So, you know, he's going to come back and get a bunch of extra spell amp from dying. Nice.
Easy.
You know, he's had that 7 other times this game, but hasn't been able to get kills, unfortunately. So let's see what is possible for Dire to get out of the Aegis here. They're going to have in their hands, of course, for 3 minutes 30.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They want this triangle control at the moment to, you know, take top along with mid.
Maybe just looking to play around the Tormentor. You know, you've already got the Ice Fire available for Melody, but Hunter's Boomerang, pretty great one.
Fallen lane, Arme. Showed pretty far out of the lane. DM going to be able to get in range with the Raven's Veil, make it a little bit problematic. They do still get the Essence Distiller out. Okay, yeah, the RP inside the mid lane. Chira Jr. does end up going down. FI gets a massive streak. What did they have to commit?
Dire's bottom tower
Finger, RP. Okay.
Sunray. Worth it though. Means that now you've got a Blink Dagger available for your Lion. Another way to be able to get a little bit more active. Perhaps pick off the Wind Ranger or the Invoker before they're able to get into that BKB for themselves.
Nice.
More importantly though, takes away a big part of that kill threat across the map. Still though, they'll be able to secure this this Tormentor for themselves. Either going to... Actually goes Chira Jr.'s way, okay. Slider and Lich already having bought theirs up.
Takes the Ghost Walk instantly.
Dire's middle tower.
Still nonetheless though, kill from Xtreme is going to be able to waste away a little bit of the Aegis. They get that tower mid lane now as well. And you are buying important minutes. Nothing to say. Scepter's going to be worked on after the Aghanim Shard. You got XXS going BKB as well.
Man, they're just so fast across the map on Yandex here. They might be able to catch out. Nothing to say here.
Yeah, they're going to have him. They drag him out of the Sunstrike, which I don't know if that's going to be a problem in the end, and it's not. Sarks is actually right-click damage with the Acorn. Guarantees the kill. Now he's looking for FY as well. XXS is starting to swing towards this left side. Sarkso, they want to try and secure the Wisdom, and they'll be able to do so. Freebie end the objective. Arme gets the kill.
I mean, he just wants to be able to stand in the middle of a lot of these team fights as well with the Manta-style purchase, of course. Bit of the Ghost push happening for sure, but also just a way to be able to get rid of the Corrosive Haze, get rid of the Cold Snap. Nice little tool for them to be able to use. How long left on the Aegis? Minute left. Won't have the BKB at that time, but still with Slaughter effectively having the ability to just fight at every stage with how farmed DM is. Wonder if they still look to make an attempt to go, even without having that that spell immunity for themselves. Seems like they'll just farm up for the rest of it.
Yeah, they want it.
Unless Chira Jr., Glipnir available. Gonna try and find a farming army, it seems. Farming.
Dire are scanning.
Actually, farm is nowhere to be seen, other side of the map.
Becomes a lot more obvious that you're doing this when your Ghost Walk is killing neutral camps. Pinging out the fact that they've got to come through here. Watson showing up a little early.
Oh, wow. Just want to force reactions? How did that skewer work? I thought the stun prevented the skewer now. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Apparently
Skewer.
Structures are
Cool.
fortified.
Should still be able to get this tier 2 tower though, off the back of the Focus Fire and the Meteor Hammer, not wanting to commit for this one with the RP. And honestly, it's getting to the point where it's like, yeah, they need to farm up their items as well on Xtreme Gaming, but how much are they just going to look to play around a bottleneck a little bit more, just to give themselves a chance in one of these fights? You know, the previous one that worked was at the top of a couple of stairs inside of the Xtreme Gaming jungle. Do you even wait until they're trying to go up onto the high ground? I wouldn't say so, just because Yandex are a good enough team that they're not going to just blindly go high ground without Aegis at the bare minimum, particularly against this Magnus.
Can't be walking up blindly, like you're saying, to an area like that. Somewhere where XXS is able to get that multi-man RP, who he is hunting for. Actually, Xtreme not going to run into anyone. Meanwhile, Yandex will actually go for their own play on the opposite side.
We'll see what happens with Chira Jr. here, because he's just about to walk into the Phoenix, who Icarus dives back. Been watching Melody in his positioning.
Oh, Arme inside the river, inside the lane, sorry, DM. Look at the shot, goes to fall. Oh, XXS! Is there going to be any extra? There absolutely will be. What an RP! Oh my, XXS, I mean, really, the only fights that have looked remotely close or good on Xtreme has been when that RP has been onto multiple members from the side of Dire. What an ulti.
I mean, that's all you can really hope for, right? No one has buyback as well, so I mean, there's not really that much on the map that you can take. I guess this tier 1 tower down bottom would be the absolute best, but you know, there's getting that little bit too deep. They all jump in, they all get baited in with the prospect of a juicy Arme kill, but 4-man RP, 4-man stun, 4-man Raptor Dance, and the Supernova and Sunray to go on top of absolutely everything.
And back live, actually, Chira Jr. looking for a hero play, 1v2 against the course from Xtreme, but he will now enter a wonderful world of route after route after route. So he is dead. 50 seconds. And now let's see what they want to get out of the map on Xtreme. I mean, XXS resources aren't the best, but we've got some objectives that are available.
Some big kills. Some big kill streaks as well. They were able to take from that. Of course, stopping Chira Jr. from getting into one again. Took away Watson's kill streak previously, and XXS, the main beneficiary of all of that, brings him into his BKB timing around the timing for when this next Roche could be available. You know, 13 seconds away at the absolute minimum, but he'll definitely have the RP back up by the time it's time to contest. And again, this is all what Chinese Dota is about, right? Take these big team fights, get the wombo combos. I guess it's one of the things where you just need to be a little bit more mindful about just straight up don't group up. You know, this is what's going to happen.
There's a good ward placement from Xtreme in the bottom lane. So able to scout out that movement from the Wind Ranger plus the Hoodwink. So Arme along with Phoenix get out of danger. They're pretty deep on Dire's side of the map. Another ward they now have inside the lane as well up top. They might also be able to run down Melody or Chira Jr. Chira Jr. is going to pan his way over towards safer position in the map here from Dire.
And he's got a ward of his own on Melody. So again, the question for me is, like, what are they actually waiting for on Yandex to be able to say, all right, it's time for us to actually fight rather than just pickoffs. Is that a moment even ever going to come just because of the team fight that they're going up against is probably another question. You know, we just saw how impactful it is when you're taking these big 5-on-5 style engagements. But at the very least, they're going to need this BKB for Chira Jr. So he's doing his best to try and shove the wave in for now. Use the Forge Spirits to be able to do it. Steal away some of this jungle.
Radiant are scanning.
Not too much that Watson's really hoping for beyond this Chrysalis plus his level 18, though. So we'll be fighting fit probably around the time that the Aegis is ready. Gonna need to be quick, though, and sometimes when you just get a little bit desperate, they see the power shot. But he's not going to take the bait. He's not going to walk in there.
Yeah, nice scan. Aware of the positioning from Radiant. Unable to get the outpost, though. They'll have to go back, send nothing to say to deal with the bottom wave.
Another one of the advantages of playing the Tinker, right? Pretty hard to get ratted into, and they don't have any of that forced repositioning unless Wind Ranger eventually looks to purchase a Gale Force Aghanim Shard. But much more focused on damage at this stage. Crystal is finished up. Level 18 obtained. Roshan up. Smoke about to happen.
Radiant are scanning.
It's going to be a fight where we still don't have that MKB yet on Arme. So at least in regards to the Kez matchup into the Wind Ranger, they're going to be once again relying on XXS.
Well, obvious with this move, with the creep wave hitting into the tower for a little bit. Meteor Hammer being used. They didn't see the courier moving out there, and they're microing
on
it
the
quite
low
well.
ground.
Chira.
Reels for a split second. They're going to try and go with the tornado. Which does connect, but there's no response. Arme is quickly able to get away. Meanwhile, over towards the other side, DM, counter initiation. Melody's also going to try and jump as well to make sure that XXS does not blink in. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is great for Dire. Double BKB on your cause wasted. XXS going to have such a difficult time to initiate in these fights now, so they have to get out. They almost make it on the Phoenix as well, but both supports will die from Xtreme. I don't know if Xlover had the gem. Regardless, there's one on DM.
I mean, it's just such a great move there by Melody, right? Gives up his life, but gets 2 BKBs and a Supernova out of Extreme Gaming, and it just leaves it so much easier for them to be able to go into this this Roshan for themselves, claim it with the amp damage, and it should bring DM closer to his level 18 as well. So you talk about the burst damage that's available from Extreme Gaming. It's going to start to come through as well for Yandex. And now they've got that thing that's going to enable them to go up onto the high ground as well with the Roshan's banner.
Is this still, like, how do you tackle high ground, even with the banner against the Mag and the Tinker?
I think at the very minimum, Mag needs to die, you know? Like, you could probably still look to tank up a little bit of the Tinker, march the machines and everything, because it's going to be putting himself in a position where he can die, but XXS cannot be alive. 8-1 and 5-1 and 8 has not got an Aghanim Shard purchased yet, or an Aghanim Scepter being queued into. We're going to try and prioritize that Lincoln Sphere, particularly because he knows the importance of Melody.
5-second BKB cooldown on Arme. Are they going to start? Miss on the bushwhack, and now Arme.
Well.
Oh, the rest of the team are actually pretty close as well.
Rare misses
so they
here.
will absolutely be able to punish the side of Team Yandex for those missteps.
All right, not bad. Nothing big really used either from Extreme, other than the BKB on Arme. Still gets him 2 kills, gets him to his level 20. Much more attack speed from Falcon Rush now as well. Of course, still does need to be careful as to who he's focusing because of that Mjolnir damage coming back the other way.
Yeah, interesting decision with the 20 talent though. I don't know how much this has to play with just the item build in general that he's going for, because the Mag not having Battle Fury, but I feel like we 90% of the time see the
Kazurai,
the Katana, yeah, the Kazurai talent instead.
MKB time for Arme. Doesn't want to have to worry about the win run at all from the Watson Wind Ranger. Even just the Scurry, you know.
Sure.
Best way to be able to quickly catch up and get that burst damage through.
Point of they didn't lose their Aegis in the hands of Watson with that previous little engagement down bottom, so...
And he's got Daedalus. Goddamn.
And with the focus fire reduction at the 20 talent, Oh, like you just said, with the Daedalus, extra damage there, and then with the talent.
The only one that does... actually, Hoodwink still doesn't have Ag Shard, so yeah, I imagine Tormentor is going to be, again, the main priority for them. Would love to be able to give this one over. Gale Force, not the greatest thing for them to be able to get at this stage, and Sux is the lucky boy.
Radiant are scanning.
Would you agree with the probability being 52% for Dial?
Yes, only because of the difficulty going high ground, right? Like, to me, this game, as it has been from basically minute 0, is entirely on XXS. If he finds the pick off, they win the team fight. If he gets picked off himself and he doesn't have buyback, you're probably losing high ground. So,
okay,
you know, it's all about just how you can manipulate fights for him to be in the most advantageous position. I don't, like, FY is a great player, don't get me wrong, but I don't think we're going to see him hitting these save-style Earth Spikes like we saw from BetBoom last game.
Well, how do you itemize them with the remaining gold that XXS will have in this game to be able to play the game that you want from him?
It really depends how these next few fights go, right? Like, if you're playing on the defensive, after this Lincoln Sphere, you just got to go the Aghanim Scepter and try and get the Horn Toss, bring someone back into the base when they're attempting the high ground. Or, if you're in an advantageous position, maybe going down the avenue of a Refresher, just to be able to get that double RP, because, I mean, we've seen that he's going to be able to land a fair few devastating ones.
Yeah. Well, they will try and smoke and move through bottom. They clear the full wave. So see if Yandex are able to read this. There's a Lich Scepter as well from Melody.
Yes. We love the ice hole. I heard Sunsfan and Syndrome were talking about it yesterday, and they were wondering what to call it. The Sinister Hole. The Gaze Hole is what they said as well. But I like Ice Hole.
I think Ice Hole's... Yeah, that's good. It's fun.
Because Blue Hole is Storm. White Hole is Coddle.
Yeah, it took the ice hole.
Yeah.
It's almost an insult. Sounds like asshole kind of. Yeah. Just hey, insult this? You're just take my ice spiral.
Take my ice fire in the ice hole.
Yeah. T2 Tower will go down, so not really able to get as much as what they'd be hoping for out of the Aegis on Yandex.
What's the vision game look like at the moment for Xtreme? Yeah, a couple of Observer Wards. I'm a little surprised that they have been able to get a bit more D-warding going on. DM's holding on to the Gem of True Sight, but they've still got a couple of Observer Wards out on the map. So giving Xtreme Gaming the freedom to be able to go for a play now that this Aegis is expired. And I mean, you got to say now, Arme does feel fight ready. You know, got the Manta Style at MKB, BKB, Mage Slayer, going into his own Lincoln Sphere after the fact, being very conscious of the fact that, you know, he's going to be going up against that Blink Sinister Gaze, the Blink... Actually, still no Blink Dagger on the Wind Ranger, but just all-out damage for Watson at this stage. You would imagine that maybe he's going to shift into it after picking up this Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Do you feel like Blinks are necessary when you like 6-slotted Wind Rangers?
I like it just because of the fact that I think you need to have multiple different avenues to be able to take team fights, because if you're too predictable, you're playing right into XXS's hands, right? You don't want to just be looking out for one hero. You want to be a threat across multiple different avenues.
Okay. Yeah, because at the moment, really, it's just the threat of the initiation from DM. I guess maybe now, you know, the Lich as well with Melody. Potentially Invoker on Chirin Jr. if he's also able to find some combos as we go further in our 4th series of the night. Both Wisdoms are going to go 1-for-1, nothing too crazy. Arme wants his, DM wants the other. DM gets his 20 talent, does the extra damage with the crush.
Scythe of Vice, by the way, for Chira Jr. as well. So, you know, if he's roaming around with that that Ghost Walk, much easier way to be able to find the initiation and find the pickoffs there.
Yeah, you see, they're playing pretty aggressive out of the map as well from Dire.
DM once again misses this Observer Ward.
Yeah,
next to the bottom Roshan, so more challenging when they know exactly where they're looking to move into. But you know, how deep can you afford to go here? Looking to just drop a couple of Forged Spirits and the Meteor Hammer and get straight out of dodge. Not wanting to give XXS's Magnus the avenue to be able to once again keep Xtreme Gaming in this game.
been killed.
We'll see when they feel comfortable then from Yandex. We're looking at next Roche.
And damage.
That'll help.
They'll see that Watson isn't there, so I wonder if this is the trigger that brings them out on the map, but they'll see that he's finished farming up and come back into the river now, so maybe once again, just playing a little bit more conservatively. Because again, Xtreme Gaming do have a draft that is very, very, very ultimate-centric, right? Like, everything, basically, that they've got. Hold on.
Jumped in. All right. A little bit left to be desired with my Lich Scepter. It's okay.
Is under attack.
All right, you get a D-ward off as well. Nicely done. So basically what I was saying is you can't afford to like take a team fight that doesn't result in something happening after the fact, right? Like you've already taken on the tier 1 towers. It's going to take you a little bit more time to be able to get into the tier 2s because you've constantly got the waves shoving into you. And if you can't immediately go Roshan after the fact, by the time they've respawned, your ultis probably haven't cooled down. So that's a big issue. You know, you want to be able to convincingly win the team fight into Roche rather than win the team fight for the sake of winning a team fight. So waiting seems to be the name of the game right now for Xtreme, and it is a really quick Roche respawn, just 10 seconds. So it just comes down to who's going to be the team that first realizes this. Maybe using Arme's Manta Illusions to first scout it out for Xtreme. For Yandex, of course, it's a lot easier off the back of the Forged Spirits. Even just the power shot into the pit.
Sure.
Or even just walk into the pit. Why not?
That's also your old-fashioned ways good enough as well.
Sunstrike.
It's a good Sunstrike. Now they're actually going to try and take this high ground first. Make it very difficult for XG to put themselves in a formation where they can contest Roche. They'll have to go through Yandex.
Phoenix the one holding on to the gem for now. And again, what I'm really just looking at is where are the Forged Spirits? You know, where is the pressure being applied? Where is the information that you're able to obtain? And it seems like he just wants to put a little bit more pressure up on this top side of the map on Chira Jr. before joining the rest of the team. You know, take their attention elsewhere first.
Careful, Danog, don't do this. They're baiting Radiant. They have to come. They've got to enter this high ground with Roche roaring. They'll try and do that through the form of Arme. Meanwhile, the backline jump from Sasha gets a pushback onto 2, which also disrupts the jump from XXS.
BKB's gone, though.
He won't die to the Sunstrike, but it's not going to matter because you've already lost Arme. What? A counter initiation from Saksa. Just making so much chaos, and as soon as a little bit of damage is dealt into XXS, when there's no potential blink RP, they look lost in fights.
Absolutely. Like, you totally understand what Arme's going for, right? He's like, yes, there's this big objective. We know it's up because the Roshan roared. I'm going to go in. I'm going to pop my BKB. You're going to follow up. But as you said, clear MVP of that team fight, Saksa, just being that bodyguard, essentially, for the rest of his team and doing that as a position 4, able to hold off 3. Crazy good work.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much solo killed the Lion.
Yep.
And then
prevented the RP from coming, so Arme was just dead meat.
Passive. You see,
just have
XXS
the
is...
buyback though.
Yes, we'll see how you do. Again, this high ground conundrum is... It is quite the problem that, unfortunately, is going to take maybe a while for them to crack.
Just Meteor Hammer from the Ghost Walk, I guess, every single time that you can. Prioritize bottom lane a little bit further, perhaps. But XXS with that shockwave damage from the level 20 talent. Just wants to be spamming this out as much as possible.
I think Watson's enchantment with the alert as well, having the extra attack range, maybe makes it a little bit easier.
Sure. I heard an Aeon disc popped.
Oh, we have an Aeon disc? Oh, we got one on X-Nova. His popped, okay.
I'd love to do one of those mini games, you know, where they just play, like, you listen to a team fight blind and you try and say which 10 heroes are in the team fight, you know?
Yeah. I wonder... I'm trying to think... How difficult would that actually be?
I'd say Dota's probably got one of the best sound designs
absolutely.
out
Absolutely. Dota is incredible at that. As a random courier as well. I feel like a lot of people are getting a majority of them. I think he is.
Not to call out my countryman, but there was a video of KP doing it, and he didn't do a great job.
Oh, no, he didn't? Okay. I think it's, you know, for us, our job specifically, we know ability.
We listen to
at
so
least-
much Dota.
Yeah, we listen to so much Dota, and for me, I know ability names as well. If there's anything like ability names, hero names, so like especially having the sound cue as well. Maybe players, they might like be familiar with the noise, but then be like, oh,
What's the name of
what's
Tinker's
the hero?"
new ability, by the way?
Yeah, exactly right. Deploy turret.
There you go.
Okay.
Deploy turrets, actually.
Turret, sorry,
Incorrect.
apologies.
Actually.
Actually, that is false. You know, it's an easy one. The deploy turrets. You know, there's some more difficult ones.
Okay, what's Kez's one that lets him yoink on a rope towards someone?
Radiant's bottom
Grappling claw.
Ooh, very good.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have got that.
Unfortunately, apparently Tinker is getting ratted. There's goddamn Forge Spirits, huh? Unhealable damage on the range barracks.
Radiant's courier.
Oh, that's 2 couriers that have had
Yeah.
Lincolns and... Was that Nullifier? Yeah,
That was
Nullifier.
the...
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright,
problematic.
so... I mean, you kind of wanted to delay the game 2.5 minutes anyway, just because Aegis. So, if you can, fantastic. Force them to go up onto your high ground. By that point, you should have E-Blade, Lincolns, Nullifier, level 25 Kez. So, there's some more power spikes still to come for Xtreme, for sure. And of course, I mean, the big counter to these big teamfight ultimates as well, if you don't have Refresher, is Aegis, you know? Like, you've seen it with Chronosphere, Black Hole, whatever it might be. Second Life, answer to it all.
Unfortunately for them, they're not going to have this second life to work with for too much longer.
And with them only really needing to deal with one right-clicking core in the Kez, Lich is afforded the ability to be able to go Chain Frost on death at his level 20 talent. So, you know, even if he is making those crazy solo jump-in plays, you're still going to get a ton of value out of it. And they don't want to wait for this Aegis to expire. They want to find a quick pick-off whenever anyone ventures even just a step outside of the base. Maybe looking to place an observer ward just on the edge of the dire area. Nothing to say. Can't walk down to this low ground, and you'll see the Ghost Walk ticking in there.
What do they do, though? From
Blind
Yandex?
jump, maybe, is what they do.
Well, they're going to use actually the Sunstrike for the vision and jump in straight away. XXS tries to do his best.
It's just
But
a
the
Lich.
RP, it had to be better. And the Chain Frost actually even kills the FY in the backline, and without a multi-man RP, it's a full set of barracks. It's more than that. It's 100 seconds for RP.
Yeah. That's the big thing, right? You've used
All right,
everything.
well, maybe skill up. You don't need the RP. You can just get this one back if they're able to line up.
Oh, it was
It's
just
a
about to
very
expire.
heavy commitment. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get the stun, so Watson's able to blink away, and these buybacks to go for the play doesn't work out in the end, unfortunately, here for XG.
I didn't quite see it on the live play. Maybe we'll see it on the replay. The amount of duration Watson had left on that Aegis, because I saw as it was expiring, the Roshan dead timer was like 2 minutes 55 seconds, so it would have been pretty damn close.
I skewered back, literally. Oh my! What?
Yeah,
It's a
so
second.
close.
I would have been under that. Mid lane, what do we got? Another fight going on. Back live onto Kez.
Ooh,
Oh,
he's
where'd his
leaving.
health pool go? It's back up to about a quarter. Arme trying to juke and drive, fighting over towards the MTM, gets another crush, and down goes Arme. Close to living, but not close enough, and that is going to potentially spell the end of our 4th series, because they've even caught nothing to say on the right side, but it's got a BKB, he's able to TP out. We'll need some buybacks, so to withstand this next siege.
Just trying to push the lane in a little bit here with the Lich. Is there anything that Melody can't do? It doesn't seem like it. They just got buyback on the Kez, by the way.
Okay.
By the time maybe they want to use it, they just want to wait out the Magnus RP. By that point, he's got the Nullifier now picked up as well. He's got his level 25. So again, the damage is there. Seems like they just want to try and bait out a buyback in some capacity, but not taking the bait is Xtreme. Another
Just a
blind
bunch of
jump
turrets.
might be needed. Yep. Just using turrets, shockwave, whatever it might be. Melody is just always on the prowl. Sure, let the siege creeps do it. You got the banner.
Pew, 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 pew. Oh, jumping again.
Melody.
Now they're all comped up. This one's far better from Melody. That is the hope that every Lich player has when you buy a scepter. Get the dopamine hit like that. I mean, Mag was hoping for it. He's been hoping for the entirety of this game. We had it once. Actually, once is, by the looks of it, all we will see.
Never doubt the power of the ice hole. It's all...
Here you go.
And for Yandex, looking absolutely dominant at the start of that game. A little bit faulty around, well, I wouldn't even say it was big mistakes for them, just clumping up a couple of times there. XXS being able to make the big plays, but the mark of a good team is to be able to learn from their mistakes, and they absolutely did. They didn't give those avenues to be able to just give the easier team fights again, and Melody brought it home for him.
So it was a good stretch from Watson there. Much needed stretch after a game like that.
I mean, you're always tense when you're playing up against a Magnus, right? Like, where is he? Will he? Won't he? Who knows?
Yeah, you never know against a hero like that. XXS 7, 2, and 8. Unfortunately, it just felt like every single team fight had to be multiple heroes clipped by the RP, and if unfortunately that was not the case, then your lineup...
I was about to say, it's becoming a bit of a trend for XXS, no? Nightstalker earlier in the day, he had a pretty similar scoreline, but still not able to get the W there.
Yeah.
Like he is not letting Xtreme down at all. Like, always performing on the big stage, the big moments, coming in clutch, but there's only so much that one man can do.
Only so much indeed. So, all right, for us, first half of the day is now concluded. We're going to look towards the second half, and with that, we'll start it off with OG taking on Tundra. So OG still yet to get their first series victory. We'll see if they're able to finally get that ever so elusive one against Tundra. But yeah, we got a break. So when we come back, we got a bunch more action here. Of course, it will be ever so exciting like all the other series have been previously. So stick around. See you guys after the break.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to Blast Slam 7. My name's Cryptic here with ZQuixotics, and we've got another half of a day of games planned, ready to go. Before we get into that, Zach, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. My cat's also feeling good and ready to go outside. You can you can hear it.
Yeah, they're always just, around and about. Mine's sleeping somewhere. She'll come bother me later.
Saw the Kez pick from the last game. I was like, I hear a bird out there.
Yeah, they're on the hunt. We've got a really fun series lined up next. Going to be OG versus Tundra Esports, and I think we've seen a little bit of each team, right? This is OG with a slightly modified roster, right? Toronto, Tokyo standing in on the off lane now, or not standing in, but taking over in the off lane. The series we saw yesterday was a little rough. The draft didn't really come together. They kind of struggled a little bit in some of the team fights, but the team is, they have their moments where it does look okay.
Yeah, there are moments where it's okay, but not pulling together into a win yet, because I believe they are 0-4 at the bottom. So hopefully those moments start to, become a little bit more frequent. So they can grab some wins. Tundra maybe feeling the same thing. We certainly know this roster works, right? These are championship winning teams, but we have seen them have some really just I don't know, is it out of character performances if it does kind of happen semi frequently? I don't know, or sometimes they just fall really flat in the group stage. And right now, it's still just day 2. There's time to turn the ship around, but 1 and 3 to start it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really out of character anymore when it's the 3rd tournament in a row, right? I think at that point you're like, okay, something's not clicking like it used to, or there's some issue with. I do personally think that Tundra did suffer from a lot of heroes getting nerfed, that they just, it was kind of their hero patch in a way, right? 33 specifically, his heroes were all super overpowered. And, now that they've gotten nerfed a little bit, things, things are kind of back into more balance. Maybe they're struggling with adapting to maybe some other strategies, but I am surprised to see Tundra struggling once again.
I do wonder if it's a suffering from success type of thing sometimes. Because they often do have deep runs in the tournaments, if not winning the entire thing, which means they go straight into the next tournament, without as much rest. And it also means they're then the one of the most studied teams. So it's really tough. And then maybe the burnout plus prep of enemy teams is okay, we have a bad time. And then you get a longer break, so you're refreshed, you're doing the studying, and then you're good to go the next time around.
That's actually a really good point. I mean, rest is important. You don't wanna undercut that. I mean, we learned yesterday hydration doesn't matter. Maybe rest is not it, but I feel like it's
only
a
for
pretty
Zeal
thing.
though. Only for Zeal.
That's true.
He wanted to hydrate though. Okay, we thought, one way we took it is oh, you don't need water, but imagine that. That was weakened Zeal. Imagine with water what power he could unlock.
Absolutely terrifying.
Today, he's definitely got 3 water bottles today by his desk. He better have learned.
Well, let's take a look at the bans, right? We got the Invoker, Lone Druid. There's the Doom ban. Windrunner, Pango, Shadow Fiend, and then, of course, the Clockwork. The one support that seems to mostly get banned out. It's squeaked through a couple times, but it looks really good in the games that it does. So I'm not surprised it's still getting banned.
Yeah, it's a safe, cover all bases type ban, right? It's a flexible support. It's got the debuff immunity piercing hookshot. It's got a lot of... It's not permanent lockdown for the most mobile heroes, but it's a bunch of different forms of crowd control, which is just really useful. You'll find a way to make use of it every single game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, currently Clockwork and Lone Druid are the only 100% contested heroes of the tournament, right? So they've been picked or banned every single game. Lone Druid has actually been banned more, which I'm not surprised. I think there are some teams that have tried letting the clockwork through, and they have managed to beat it, but Lone Druid is one of those heroes. It just forces you to play a completely different game of Dota, and like no one wants to do that, right? Like everyone's like, all right, we have an idea of what we're supposed to be doing, but now there's a Lone Druid in the game. We have to change the entire plan.
Storm Spirit. Early storm response to the
that is weird.
The Timber. I do think OG is still trying to like find their style. I feel like looking back on their drafts, they're kind of different. I know it's like a sample size of 4, but it feels like, you know, like some here, I mean, like Tundra, right? You look at the bands, like, yeah, we got to take out like the Doom, the Invoker, right? They have a very specific style that they always go for. And it's not that OG doesn't pick like, you know, the heroes that the players like, but it does seem like the drafts are kind of different each time. So I wonder if they are still trying to find what works for them. And, you know, they haven't got a win yet. So let's try another style here with the Storm into Timber. No lockdown from the Timber, so you can kind of ignore that hero in a sense when you're thinking about going in, and you provide a lot of magic damage, so you can actually help kill the Timber. But you'll need some other heroes to fully enable that, and same for Tundra, right? They're gonna need some kind of hero to help lock down the Storm Spirit. I imagine, well, OG will probably ban some kind of counter pick, like Ember, for example.
Yeah, I would say
or
Ember's
Puck.
the obvious one.
But then
Puck
you
as
leave in a
well.
lot of supports, like Lion, for example. We've seen a lot of Lion this tournament, and he's pretty good versus the Storm Spirit.
I would say they have to take the Coddle here if they ban the Puck, because the problem is if you ban Ember, then you get Puck on Tundra, but if you ban Puck, then the enemy team gets Ember Coddle. So you have to pick the Coddle there. There's literally no choice. So with this, it's a good like mana battery for the Storm, enables him in the mid game, giving him a lot more to play around, but you are still going to be countered in the mid lane pretty heavily. The beginning of the game goes well for Storm Spirit in the Ember matchup, right? It's mostly just that mid game, that like 10 to 20 minutes where Ember is just shutting down Storm Spirit's every possible rotation. Like just it's so hard to play the game. So I am curious to see what they're going to do here on Tundra. If they want to give BZM something like that, maybe they'll go to some of his more like niche heroes. His Invoker is already banned, so he doesn't have that one available, but we'll see what he does. Yeah, it is just the
grab that Ember. I mean, it's solid in the lane, and like you said, you'll kind of match the rotations. Though I will say, Storm Spirit versus Ember is one thing. Ember versus Storm Spirit and a Keeper of the Light is another thing. So there's a lot more recovery for the Storm because there's going to be stacks from the Keeper. There's more mana to work with. Yeah, maybe your first zip in gets chained, and there's like usually it's like, okay, that's half my mana pool in the early game. But with Keeper, it's like, okay, here's the next zip once the chain goes down. As long as he's not dead, which that Bane's going to try to help with, right? Nightmare and Fiend's Grip in the back line when Storm zips in is something he's going to have to be careful about. Maybe we'll need to see a Lotus Orb from somebody to give him some safety going in. For now, they're going to have the Beastmaster, which I do like. Anytime you have some kind of summon, it helps a lot to deal with Nightmare. And the players certainly have the micro to do that. We've also just seen it's a very stable hero in general. Roar is pretty good versus both Ember and Timber. Provide a lot of damage to kill them as well. And it's a good pairing with the Keeper.
I like the heroes like Beastmaster into the Bane. I do think it is still very good at just having Fiend's Grip for the fights, which they do need right now because it kind of forces OG's hand where they have to find the Bane, and Storm Spirit is quite good at that. There it is. Okay, so I was gonna say I think you need to find something else that can catch the Bane that's not just Storm, because if Storm goes on anyone else and just gets Fiend's Grip, like your fight is really rough. So they have the Silencer now to cover. I think this is super smart. I don't know exactly how you can respond on Tundra to like from the support role here to enable it. You could pick your carry if you really want. not knowing, I mean, are they really going to play position 1 Beastmaster? I feel like that role for Beastmaster is kind of dead. Yeah, they just go for the PA. Okay. Not the hero I thought, but I did expect the carry here. I mean, they really do not have the lockdown to find PA right now. Like, this is a pretty sick pick. Like, the time it takes for Storm Spirit to zip in and reveal her because of like that blur delay, it usually gives her time to get out and avoid the vortex.
It's also an old school counter to the Beastmaster. We haven't seen as much because she's been such a bad hero, but she's pretty good at killing the boars, which is just like free gold in the laning stage, which will force him to play axes, which I think he was going to anyways because he has the keeper. But you know, at least you're guaranteeing he can't like do one style of build. And you also don't care about Helm of the Dominator if he goes for that, because like you'll farm that easily once you pick up the Battle Fury.
Yeah, she's actually one of the oldest counters to a couple of these like consistent offlane heroes. I think Beastmaster and Mars, even Pango were some of the heroes that like were just always pickable, and PA was always solid into them. But recently, just ever since Facets came out, her pick rate was kind of questionable, and except for that one tiny period of time, and then it got, you know, nerfed into the ground. So she's back. We'll see how she does in this game as the supports going to be getting banned here from OG, and Tundra need to ban out their carry counters. So they get rid of the Muerta. I could see something like a Terror Blade. They get rid of Largo. So they are actually worried about a carry Beastmaster.
That's a lot of tempo. Largo off lane, carry Beastmaster, and then these supports. Like, most early to mid game fights go your way when you have the silencer, right? Because you just pop the global, and eventually BKBs, Mantas, Lotuses, right? They'll deal with it, but those all take a while. So Largo would have added extra tempo that, you know, PA just cannot deal with. She is not a hero who gets involved. She has like a little kill potential in the lane with a strong support, which, I don't know, maybe it'll be Bane, maybe they'll end up picking a different support, and then they could have that. But if they're running at you with auras and globals, like, you contribute nothing.
I wonder if they're gonna go for, I mean, Enchantress. It kind of is weird as a Bane 4, but I think the plan is to kind of just let Timbersaw do his thing, and then maybe you can put a lot of pressure mid with something like Bane Ench. Like, that does sound kind of good.
I think they need more control, which, they end up going with Hoodwink.
I'm surprised it was not banned.
Well, there's only so many bans. You can't take them all. But yeah, OG had the same read that they were thinking like position 4 Bane and like, okay, take out the Lich, take out the Warlock, that would make this PA really strong. But after, like, with those bans out, I feel like you still want a bit more control, and I'm like looking through the 5s that are left, like, who brings control but also doesn't care about silencer. So you need someone like Hoodwink who just throws the bushwhack, and if you're silenced, like, whatever, the bushwhack's not silenced, you know, so it's the stun's already out. I don't care. It can't be anyone who channels, which most of the hard supports who had control left are like Shadow Shaman, for example. So he would not have been able to cut it. Whoa!
The carry Necro. Dang, that is cool. Such a good Necro pick, actually.
All right, this should do well in the lane. You just gotta be careful not to get like burst early. That is where you're kind of weak. But we've been seeing, like, 33 actually showed it himself when he was doing it. Some like early fluffy hats just to tank up and not get burst down by early nukes. And then after that, you're good to go. Farms really fast to pick up the pace. So we could still be seeing a very fast game here. And I think you need to, because as time goes on, like, you know, PA is an actual carry. And she can eventually build like Nullifier to deal with the Ghost Shroud, and she can kill all these heroes. So I do think you want to play for that mid-game timing before she gets too scary. And they've got the heroes to do it, though a lot of it is on the Storm Spirit, since these supports do not offer crowd control. Roar is a pretty long cooldown. Scythe, you know, also pretty long. So it's all about Vortex. It's not that much to work with once the game gets later and later. So, you know, they got to have good lanes. They got to keep the momentum going.
I feel like OG's absolutely cooked them in this draft. Like they have an answer to almost everything. The biggest concern I have is still going to be that mid lane of the Storm Spirit into Ember. It's going to be fine, level like all the way to level 5. It's really, that post lane stage, early rotations and stuff where it can get a little dicey. If he's got the backup of the Keeper of the Light and, you have Silencer to make sure to cover him if they're making those types of ganks, I think it looks good for OG. I really like this carry Necro. I think Natsumi should be an absolute monster in this game. And, well, we'll see what happens as we jump in to game number 1, only game number 1. The series, I suppose.
This is everything.
Everything on the line.
Unironically, it kind of could be because these teams are at the lower end, so literally every win matters, and you might end up looking back on this and like, oh, if we had won this one, maybe we don't get eliminated. So truly gotta win this one. And I agree with you. I do think OG's draft, I like it. I like what they got, but I think the execution is a little tricky, and you see teams get messed up. And I feel like Tundra is a good team at buckling down when they need to go late, and they like play weird stuff, guys. Like go creep cut, go jungle here, go like do some wacky stuff here. They're good at that.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see how YoPaj does on his Storm Spirit, because this is, YoPaj Storm Spirit, bro. Come on. You can take YoPaj out of NA, but the Storm Spirit's still going to go with him. It doesn't matter. Like, it's going to be there.
Stormtrooper goes with any mid player. I feel like if you want to be a pro mid, you've got to be a very confident Storm player.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. We'll see Toronto Tokyo. He's going to have to do some magic on the off lane here as well. Like, the Beastmaster lane is going to be difficult into the PA. The good news is that they are going to be putting the Bane there. So you shouldn't really be under too much threat of the Bane. Like, Keeper of the Light does pretty good harassment damage. Blinding Light's great. So, it'll be just fine.
Bane's not someone who can deal with the summons all that well. Though you can like throw some nukes for healing, and then like with a dagger, you can kind of farm them in a way. Down here, I like that they both got Quelling Blades to cut the trees. 33 on that Timber. Gets mana back when he's breaking trees, so you remove them. They're putting the damage in right now, though. Everywhere. Everyone's fighting a lot here. Ari bottom, getting 10 really low.
All 3 lanes are super low, and First Blood will be bottom for Natsumi, and boy, it begins. That is a +1 for the Silencer, and a very good start to the lane for the Necrophos. Just a full reset thanks to Sadist. Maximum HP and mana back.
Yeah, you do want to punish the Necro while he's weak. Level 1, very, very low stats. But Ari ends up going a little too far.
You have Silencer Glaives. That's the issue, right? You're like trying to put this damage into Necrophos, but you're taking so much damage from the Silencer Glaives.
I'll be honest, I was trying to think of a transition for the shout out to the official prediction market of Blast Slam, but I could not connect the first blood to it. You guys can check that out for live trading over at polymarket.com.
You know what? Honesty. That's what we look for. Thank you, Zach. Sometimes it doesn't need to be you don't need to.
Sometimes the brain's not there. Sometimes the brain's not ready. Pure? He may not be ready either. Barely gonna live. He was very ready, in fact. Or is he? This is kind of dicey. They won the kill.
Oh, dude, he wakes him up
the nightmare
with
trade.
Okay, Pure's gonna die first.
Bro,
Toronto
that's
Tokyo
sick.
axes in 3. Okay, he's just gonna leave the Bane at 1 HP. He's like, I don't care, bro. Have fun over there. What are you gonna do?
Oh, that was hype. The intentional taking of the nightmare for the momentary save.
Yeah, it was really sick. I mean, it's really heads up play there on OG, but also like Whitemon maybe just underestimating that they would do that. Because
could have canceled it. Yeah,
he could have canceled it, right?
Tundra's taking a beating down here after that first blood exchange. I mean, to be fair, it is into the silencer with the Glaives build. He has literally not stopped pressing W for the last 3 minutes. And of course, you're taking the Heartstopper Aura, the Death Pulse Harass. It's a very tricky lane down here.
Ari might just be dead again. Skem gets the blood
Silencer
grenade, the
is
curse.
so annoying.
One more auto attack. That's another +1 int for the silencer. I mean, like I said, this lane is going to be a disaster for Tundra. Like, I don't know how you play into the Necrophos, let alone the silencer. Like,
I will complain though. I
Yeah,
miss
go for it.
Brain Drain. I like that more. Suffer and Silence just doesn't feel the same for the intelligence scaling.
That is true.
All right, bottom sucks. Ari's gonna come mid instead to try to help BZM, but
I mean,
so is Silencer.
there's
Is
no
that enough?
way. No, he's got Flame Guard.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty close though. If he had just a little bit more intelligence, maybe he gets that kill. Some much needed help. The matchup is supposed to be good. I'd say Storm is doing better than expected, but the beginning levels are a little bit Storm favored, so it should turn around now, but this is where the support help could determine how that goes. Top, everyone playing so low this game.
I mean, it really is OG just putting a beating in on these lanes.
I wonder if this is an underestimation, like the old PA counter to the Beastmaster, but
Chakra Magic.
yeah, Chakra Magic really changing that dynamic when you can just press axes non-stop.
Oh, nice rotation top from Ari. Does have the blinding light on Tim's, but he's probably dead here.
Hellbear.
Trying to hide behind the tree, but not gonna happen. Hellbear aggroed by Ari. Nicely done there.
Yeah, I like these moves. He realizes really can't do much bottom. Died twice trying. Okay, never again. Bottom is a bad place.
Necrophos has 40 CS and 10 denies, man.
It's a little scary.
This is gonna be like an 11 to 12 minute radiance if he keeps this up.
Yeah, when you have the tools to potentially kill him. If you bring both supports with an Ember rotation, perhaps with this 6-minute rune coming up here, you could do it. Natsumi should see that coming and should just be careful, though.
Yeah.
Step one is to get the rune, though, so
Radiant structure.
It
we
really
don't
is
even need to
Ember
be
with
careful.
Urn. Like Ember with Urn
Are scary.
and like the Hoodwink is probably the only way they get the kill.
Oof. That
That's a
amplified
big
damage
rune.
could have helped them get the kill, but instead it'll go to GLYPH, so it is Tundra that's gonna have to be careful. Actually, 33. If he doesn't get out of here soon, the silencers getting close.
Ooh.
If he runs straight into him,
I mean, it's looking like there's not many other avenues he could be running. Skem will find
like,
him
wait
back
a minute.
behind the tower. And with the
didn't know
blood
you were
grenade
there.
and the curse, 33 into the Reaper's Scythe immediately puts that to good use. Grabbing
They're gonna
himself
need to
his
bring some
first
help.
permanent health regen. And yeah, with the rune spawning, they're gonna bring the amplify damage Storm Spirit bottom. Like, this is double Wisdom Shrine unless you can somehow contest top.
honestly, the tower's gonna take a beating too. Like, they have the creep wave here, another one's coming in. Amplify damage, if he just pops it to hit the tower.
I think he should, right?
Tundra's giving it up.
No?
They're too scared. I mean, I
Double
don't blame
shrine.
them. This is really tough to fight down here, but that's going to be really painful. You're going to lose both shrines. You may not lose the tower, but it's going to take a lot of early damage. And Bane and Hoodwink both want their level 6s pretty early. Those are huge for getting early game kills. And instead, it's going to be the Silencer hitting 6 way sooner. So you can use it first, get a kill on like Ember, for example. And then by the time the enemy supports have their ults, you probably have yours again. So then you finally try to Fiend's Grip, and then another global is going to come out. So we said OG, their early to mid game is looking very good, and everything is on pace right
Here
now.
he comes. Amplify damage Storm coming top lane. Wants to put it to use, trying to find the Phantom Assassin. See if he's able to do that. Gonna wrap around potentially, but no. Doesn't quite connect it. We have 8-minute power rune spawning as well, so see what happens here in the mid lane as Whitemon sitting at the top rune. BZM here as well. And And as the rune spawns bottom, it's just a regen, gets denied, and Skem will be the first casualty, it looks like, of the mid exchange.
That's a lot of damage, but a good amount of healing coming out from Brain Sap. Keep him safe. Just making use of the tail end of the amplify damage.
Yeah, so during all of this, right, like they make this play
maybe stuck around too long in that mid lane.
Oh, okay, that's not supposed to happen. That's just a really bad death on GLYPH. Because you're making all this space to kill pure top, and the only thing that you have to do is not die mid.
He has a ward there, so I feel like he should have seen them.
He absolutely saw them. He just underestimated the damage or was just trying to play too greedy. I'm not quite sure. I didn't catch it.
I don't know what happened there, but and now it's kind of getting worse. They tried to defend it. Now you're going to lose Tim's. The tower still falls.
Storm?
It doesn't make it.
What?
Should have definitely grabbed that.
Oh my goodness.
A couple mistakes, and now he's going to Fiend's Grip.
Okay. They have Bushwhack.
Oh, no.
I am at a complete loss of words here. OG just handed the best possible start to the game you could have ever handed the Ember Spirit after completely dominating this lane.
Yeah, so mistakes happen, but obviously they will hurt you a lot. And I feel like everything was going really well for the OG game plan, and they still got things going for them, but that was a series of disasters in that mid lane. First, the Storm dies the first time, right? And because he's the mid laner who's been winning, he gave a lot of XP, which means Whitemon actually hit 6 first, despite losing the Wisdom Shrines and the lane's not going that well. So then he has an early Fiend's Grip pre 10 minutes before the Silencer to get the second Storm kill. And it shouldn't even have been a second Storm kill because he should have
The first one shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, the first one shouldn't have happened, and the second one shouldn't have happened because he should have vortexed the Ember to kill him. Because he didn't, Ember was able to go home and come back and then kill the Storm instead. So a complete reversal around what should happen. And I mean, we see it in the net worth from near the top straight to the bottom. But at least you can be like, I am making space for Necro.
I mean, the only hero that kills Necrophos in this game is the Ember Spirit, and you just gave him like 1,700 gold. Like, I actually just don't understand. This is the only hero you had to prevent giving a good game to, and BZM just completely destroyed them with the help of his supports. That is gonna be. I mean, we'll see how much it ends up just like affecting the game, right? The Radiance is about to be done. It's an actual 11-minute Radiance. He just needs to get it from the side shop. But here comes Ember. Here comes Hoodwink. There's the Sharpshooter. And he has more than enough damage. The question is, can he get help from the other heroes on his team? The Global comes out. They get the roar. Ember is dead. Okay. No Spirit Vessel was online to prevent the healing, and that is the item you're waiting for.
A literal sigh of relief from the guy not even in the game. You just want to see it work.
It's like, man, if they lose the Necro there, I think the game is just legitimately over. Like,
it would be pretty bad. I mean, he's so rich. It's so much money to give over. So, yeah, they're hanging on, right? You keep the Necro alive. He actually gets another scythe kill off of that, so still sort of on track, you know? There was a big blunder in that mid lane, but it's not like you lose the game off of just one mistake. So as long as OG can kind of right the ship, play around the Necro's strength with the, like you said, 11, 12-minute Radiance is exceptional. He's already halfway to the bots thanks to that kill and the tower. So he will be able to now join the Beastmaster, especially anywhere on the map, but, you know, around the map with the bots in general, to apply the pressure. PA, still not at Battle Fury, right? She needs what? Battle Fury. Probably gonna go like BKB. You eventually need the Nullifier. I was gonna say before she gets involved, but actually they're smoking her right now. It would be a very surprising play. And it is.
I like it.
Some of OG's heroes are already down here. Is this a sneaky play to get kills, or are you giving more kills to Necro?
Yeah, they want the Necrophos. They're bringing everyone. Fiend's Grip is a great tool for that.
Global up in 13 seconds. Your kill attempt is over once that's up.
Oh no!
And the bushwhack
so
misses.
Unlucky. Natsumi cuts the perfect tree, sees them
Scythe
coming
him.
through, and yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
You wouldn't get the scythe kill, but you would get a kill. I guess he really wants the scythe kill though. Toronto Tokyo almost at his Helm of the Overlord. I didn't think he would actually commit to this build because I do feel like PA will just farm it, but she is slowed down, so maybe he can get enough use out of it to like have that early impact value. I guess Ags might be overkill as well. You know, there's a lot of magic damage to the Necro carry, who is under some trouble here. That Spirit Vessel is now
Finally
finished,
done.
so
Yeah.
a
Bro,
little bit greedy. Little bit greedy there, Natsumi.
he's really far forward. They'll get the mid tower with this, thanks to Toronto Tokyo's Helm of the Overlord. So it's like, yeah, you know, kind of space made. But your Necrophos needs like BKB now. Like he needs a BKB to legitimately not die at this point. The magic damage from just Ember alone and any other hero is probably enough.
Dire's middle tower.
But we're gonna see them smoke bottom. They're gonna look find 33 here on the Timber Saw, gets up to the high ground, but GLYPH will chase into an immediate Fiend's Grip, and he's gone. Global silence. Held just a little bit too long there, as they will get the kill on the 33, but I think considering the smoke rotation, getting Storm Spirit once again, and slowing down his game. He has one Galvanized stack, Zach. Very different from the, you know, the emo Storm Spirit we saw yesterday.
Are they playing on ping, man? Like, I feel there
that's
are
what I'm
mistakes
wondering, 'cause
happening
that
that
was
are
just like
they're just like a half second late on these things, which is, I mean, I get it, you know, we're humans, but too many of these adding up from all the players is costing them a lot here.
it did feel like the global was just late, right? Like there was no reason to hold it.
I don't know how many mistakes you're allowed to make with this draft. I feel we are at the cusp of not having enough of a lead for the OG draft to outpace the PA. Because the Battle Fury's online now. She's working towards the Yasha, right? There's a ticking time bomb on this PA.
The big timing really for Pure in this game is just going to be that like BKB and the Nullifier. And once he has that,
Scanning.
I don't know what you do on this side of OG, because Blink Roar is not reliable against PA because of the blur, you know, fade time essentially. And it's the same thing with Vortex until he has an Aghanim Scepter. You can't reliably jump the PA,
Dire's top tower
and you
is
need to reliably jump the PA in the late game.
They are chipping down the towers though, which is good. But this is kind of in the game plan anyways, just minus a couple extra deaths.
Yeah.
But, you know, at least
Yeah.
this part is still happening, restricting the farming space of Tundra, the rotations available to them.
Toronto Tokyo is doing a great job on the Beastmaster, right? Like we can highlight these, like his performance so far has been super solid. Mid lane, Global Silence committed onto the Ember, into the Reaper's Scythe, they get the kill. Very nicely done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You do need to defend bottom,
Is under
but
attack.
you need a couple heroes to do this because you use Global. If you had Global, you could just send like one hero, but I think you gotta be careful
Comes the
of
Fiend's
this
Grip.
Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, there it is. Sharpshooter Pure comes in. That's a dead storm. A 1-for-1 trade as the Bushwhack to disengage. Pure will TP on home. All right. I mean, it's
Part
a
of the
good
reason
setup on the bottom lane.
Yeah, part of the reason that works is because Whitemon has Tranquil Boots, he has a Windlace, he has the Cobalt Cup, and the Quickened Enchantment. So he's able to literally just run around the trees and land that Fiend's Grip.
Oh boy, that's a very dead Necrophos once again. Another pickoff from BZM here as he looks for Skem. The Vessel, the magic damage just burning him down. And this is what worries me. Like you said, like you're not far enough ahead now to be able to position like this on the Necrophos. Like you have Boots of Travel and you have a Radiance. You have 1,400 health, whereas, you know, they easily have that much magic damage now.
Yeah, it's 8 to 12. You have a 1k gold lead, and that's mostly just from all the towers you have taken. I believe Tundra has weathered the storm at this point, but you can see big swings around the Tormentor Roche timings, and I think that's one of the last things OG is gonna have to play for here, and they're gonna have to. Hopefully the mistakes are out of the way. You know, they got to get it all right now. Oh, the roar!
That's the fade
just
time,
a little
man.
too slow.
That little bit of fade time, it keeps her alive.
Yeah, that one's not a player mistake. That one's a the fade time.
That 0.8 seconds is all you need.
Is under attack. Dire's middle
It should get them
tower is
Roche
under
now,
attack.
though. I
That's a
don't
good call.
think OG can really contest this. They're just going to trade towers up top, which makes sense. We just mentioned the gold lead is mostly due to the towers, so you're at least going to balance that out. And I don't think you're really looking to fight 5v5 anyway, so even if they have Aegis, your game plan doesn't really change. You're still just looking to avoid. But you got to make sure they don't get too much with this Aegis. Yeah, giving it to the Necro since he's still a little squishy, but I kind of
That's a
feel like
farming
you'd rather
Aegis,
have it
bro.
on the Storm. I guess so, but
Yeah, he can't afford to die again on the Necrophos is the big thing. Like, he needs to be able to get to the Manta. He needs the Aghanim Shard because it's a huge boost in damage as well as farm speed. So he's got a ways to go. Which
think
they're
if
going to
he
look for
hadn't-
Natsumi. Immediate Fiend's Grip. Global Silence does come out. Spirit Vessel burning him down, so he will go ahead and try and chase a quick turnaround kill here into the Bane. So an attempt for the Aegis doesn't quite get it. Nice punish and good response this time from OG.
kind of think they could have killed the Ember there, though, with the Zip Vortex plus Scythe. But at least, you know, you get a support kill. Still save the Aegis. I was about to say, that's why he needs the Aegis, because he's died a couple times. But actually, preferably, I think he wouldn't have died those earlier times. He'd already have his Manta, and then he wouldn't be at risk of dying. So you would give it over to the Storm to play more aggressively. They're trying to use the boss to find a kill, but the Blink Hoodwink already out. And actually, the Silencer gets picked off. Wait, they actually found a better target in 33. It's tanky, but I mean, this is 4 heroes wailing into him with magic damage. And the Consecrated Wraps is, you know, it's pretty good, but not that good.
That's an
I'll
odd
free the
one. You know they're
Tormentor.
coming bottom for that Tormentor. You just saw them TP in.
Yeah,
Maybe,
Ari escaped knowing they were there. It was a little funny.
Maybe he thought they just turned for the Tormentor and he was going to go cut the wave or something. So playing it a little bit too greedy of like a path that he took. So they get the kill, they get the Tormentor, and the Shard for the best hero that they could have asked for, right? The second Solar Bind, increased healing for Tims on this Coddle.
Scam up here to fight for the Wisdom Shrine. You're gonna need some help. Ow. But he will secure it. And this is Tundra just trying to avoid the Aegis. Maybe giving it one death they shouldn't have, but otherwise, successfully dodging a lot of this so far. Pure farming up. Has the Manta on the way. I'm curious if he wants to do... I feel like you need BKB and Nullifier. The question is the order that you want. I think BKB first probably makes sense, but maybe the Manta's enough safety.
She could also consider like Aghanims eventually, but I think BKB and Nullifier are pretty essential. For BZM, he's got that Mage Slayer completed going back for the Lotus. We're going to see another Lotus being built on the Timber Saw. All right, now Natsumi's in a really good spot. He's got his Manta, he's got his Aghanim Shard. Super strong bottom lane. They just drop everything on the PA. Okay.
who baited who. They were waiting there for that play, but I mean, that's the strength of the global, right? Even if you do have dispels, it will cancel the Fiend's Grip, and once that's down, then you've got time to press all your other buttons.
They're gonna find another one here. Ari grabbed by Yopaj, trying to get through the trees. No blink for a few seconds as Yopaj will use that little bit left on his mana. Miss. Nah, all right, they'll get the kill. Nice reset there from Tim's.
It's one more outer tower down bottom, and actually a fast TP up here. Knowing there's no Fiend's Grip, and now having the Manta for a Dispel, he should have a much harder time dying.
Yes.
So you can make these kind of aggressive moves as they close in on the mid tower, the last outer tower. I don't think you're going high ground with this, with no Aegis time left, unless you find a really nice kill. But I think Tundra, I already see them moving to both side lanes. They're like, yeah, just give it that mid tower.
All right, a 5,000 gold lead. The Aegis basically took them from dead even to like 5,000-6,000 ahead, and they made some pretty good pickoffs around the map, like slowing down Pure here, who does have that BKB queued up. And the real question is whether or not you can stop this snowball that is Natsumi. Like, he is going to be the one that is going to eventually be too big to fail, and it's really on the Phantom Assassin. As another Reaper's Scythe kill comes out, it's really on the Phantom Assassin to have that nullifier and the burst damage to kill him. But he's going for Heart of Tarask. They actually find 33 once again in the jungle, and he is dead again. Natsumi just using these bots, getting all over the map. Global Silence is out. They'll just dive, look for BZM. Vortex pulls him back in, and it's another kill. OG turning up the tempo.
700 gold from that Lotus on the Ember. That's why there's this ticking time bomb, but it seems like OG has made it just in time. They're chipping away at these towers. Some of these kills, I think Tundra is stepping up a little too far, giving up kills in the wrong places. Because they're pretty close to having the items they need. Just needed a little bit more careful play, but OG will secure the bottom barracks, and I think they can move mid if they really want to.
Oh yeah.
Well, they don't have
Heart.
Roar. That's true. Heart's pretty good. PA's not online yet, so even though he doesn't have much armor, like, nobody else can deal with him. And
I'm gonna go back and look for PA actually.
why not? You got the bots. Should be out. Yeah, starts the TP. Uh-oh. Ari. Oh. I thought he would have taken some damage from that zip, but gets to blink away after Storm grabs the haste. Otherwise, that's one more free kill for Yopaj. They will smoke up with his haste rune to go connect to the rest of the team. Roche is going to start to spawn in about 50 seconds. So a big kill here could secure you the next Roche. They've already got one barracks, so the banner plus Aegis should allow you to get another, if not the third, get the megas. That'll close out the game.
It's a nice haste rune, but Bane will get the TP out.
Oh, it's a long TP!
Oh, he overzips? No. Yeah. It was a long TP, and Whitemon still gets out at the last second. That's the gem, too. If they had found Whitemon, that would have been absolutely massive.
He didn't expect him to be there, so he zipped past and he was looking past. He could technically have vortexed, but I don't really blame him. Like, you didn't expect him to be there. I believe the BKB is being delivered for Pure. Yeah, here it is. I think if you don't get this Roche, which fortunately was a pretty fast spawn, right? The fights are about to get a lot harder. And Natsumi can pick up a plate mail though, which will really boost his survivability versus the PA, which we're seeing the damage is a little scary.
I thought for sure he was just gonna go in on pure. If he gets one crit, that Storm is dead, but he doesn't quite see the rest of the team. So I don't blame him. He really is the one that needs to be farming. Any more deaths on the Phantom Assassin and it really hinders their game. So good restraint there. Couldn't have been me. I would have died for that.
Wouldn't we all?
Radiant's middle tower.
I believe this boar is scouting out. Roche has respawned. So OG TP in. I imagine a smoke. Do they have one? They're just gonna walk as 5. And it's
BZM,
working. They're gonna
roared
find
up.
BZM.
Yeah, I mean, greedy on the wave. I mean, they weren't even smoked. He was just playing in the one spot where you wouldn't be able to see them. They just get the roar into a free kill, and that is Roshan.
You know, for the critique we gave OG at the start, there were some misplays mechanically that cost them heavily. But the counterbalance, Tundra is giving up a lot more kills than I think they should. And in their best form, I don't think they give these up. But
Yeah.
there's just a few too many instances of heroes being a little bit far up. And I mean, to be fair, OG's done it too, right? So sometimes Dota's a game of who is making less mistakes, and for now, Tundra is making mistakes at a costly time, and OG has brought this back into a pretty good spot, despite what we were worried about with those early deaths.
Oh, yeah. And now you have, you know,
Oh, amplify
Aegis
damage.
Necro again. Ooh, that's quite nice. Amplify damage for GLYPH, who I believe has... What was
Dude,
it?
Pure, I thought Nullifier, right? Sacred Relic. He's going Divine. He's feeling it. He's like, oh, this is a scary game. I don't think we have much left in us. We got a surprise burst here.
I mean, it is not wrong. When he's under BKB, it's really hard for them to kill him. He kind of does need it. But are they actually trying to take the fight outside the base? They know that
he does not have
Necrophos
the
is
Divine
top,
yet.
but... Roar, 33. They need the Nightmare to save him. Is it going to be there in time? It is for the moment, but the Reaper side comes through anyway. 33 is still dead for 70 seconds. They tried to bait him. It doesn't work out, and now Ari will burn here on the high ground as well. 2 dead outside the base, and you still got Global Silence.
I think if you're going for this Divine Rapier, you're on the same page of like, we are not fighting till we have that. So I don't know why they're all postured there.
They can global BZM right now if they really wanted. They're gonna instead just dive for
Don't even
Whitemon.
need to.
A moment. But that's a 3rd kill. And your high ground, it's crumbling, and the Rapier is still 900 gold away. We'll see if he gets it for next game.
You'll get it to defend Megas. Because Toronto Tokyo is an objective gamer with this Golem. He is not diving with his team. They're making the space. He's taking the buildings. 20 seconds. I mean, you can buy back on the Bane. They're fortifying, but yeah, it's not coming. They're going to wait one more final defense with the Divine Rapier, but actually there's a refresher on the Silencer.
Refresher Silencer. Pure just jumps in, gets the BKB off, and, you know, it's going to buy him some time, but...
Well, he doesn't have the Divine. Where is it?
It's just on the courier. Now it's here, but his BKB's been spent. BZM's just going to go and throw his body at the problem, and there it is. The global comes out once again. Roar's caught the Phantom Assassin. He needs some help, but the Feed's Grip, is it enough? Absolutely not. Wait, it is.
Maybe
Pure
it is.
Alive, 100 health. Back into the fountain, but Natsumi's
Natsumi's
gonna
going
chase
for
him.
it.
He wants the Reaper's Scythe. Who's gonna go
Guess
down
right.
first?
1 out of
He's
3.
found him, baby. No Nightmare to save. Your PA Whitemon will take the Divine Rapier. It's
No,
mine,
drop it,
he
Whitemon.
says.
Don't lose your stats. Losing games with the Divine Rapier. That's so sad.
Oh, man. All right, OG, pull it together after a little bit of a rough moments in the beginning of the game, but it looked good. Like, the draft made sense. The Necrophos did exactly what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, in the end, the game plan came together, but OG will definitely reflect on that because I think if Tundra had been in better form, OG would not have won, right? They made too many mistakes early, and Tundra should have been able to turn that into a longer game to then win. But Tundra then, in turn, made their own mistakes to allow OG to get back on track, get both Roches, and get kills really close to the base. Like, usually Tundra's really good about, oh, you killed me, but I was jungling on your half of the map. So then half the death time is spent running to the base. But this time they were given kills right in front of objectives, which, as we saw, let OG, especially Toronto Tokyo with his Helm of the Overlord, just destroy the buildings in those deaths.
Yeah, his game it's like he's kind of a silent champion of this game. 2-0 and 12. But he has
20,000 building damage.
He has so much building damage, 20,000 building damage. Toronto Tokyo knew what his job was, and it was open up the map, reduce the amount of space that Tundra can play on, and give Natsumi as much farm as possible. So the boosted travel, there was a couple deaths early on because he wasn't quite strong enough. But once he got the Manta, that first Aegis just spent to farm, right? It was just that farming Aegis gives him Manta and Aghanim Shard, and that was really what he needed to catapult himself in this game and finishes 11, 2, and 8. Yeah, it was a good game by OG, I think, generally. I think overall, a solid performance. Like you said, though, a few things that they can tighten some nuts and bolts on to look even better, but they get their first win of the tournament.
This item scoreboard's so funny. There's a Divine Rapier on Bane and a Salve on the PA.
My favorite. Yeah. Well, that is going to be, our 5th series of the day now under wraps. So we've got a lot more. And coming up next, it is going to be Liquid versus Glyph. So definitely stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to Blast Slam 7. We've got another great game getting ready to start here. It is going to be Team Liquid versus GLYPH. We just came off the back of Tundra versus OG, and that was a series that, you know, I think a lot of people would favor Tundra in, especially since OG's had a little bit of a rough start, but they turned it around. They get themselves a really important win here to, you know, over Tundra. But we'll see what's going to happen in Liquid versus GLYPH, because these are, I will say GLYPH, I think maybe catching a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, they're currently 2-2, so in the middle of the group, which for a team that formed relatively recently is pretty good, especially when you compare it to, like, you know, Tundra is kind of struggling, and they're a very well-established team. So I'd say pretty good for them, like above expectations, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the thing with best of ones is like it like draft matters so much, and we're seeing you know, some of these teams, like, you know, kind of struggle a little bit in the best of one drafting scenarios, but I do think GLYPH quite good at that. I feel like this is a team that typically is kind of getting what they want in their lanes. Their drafts make sense. They're straightforward, and they have zeal. You know, the master, you know, off laner who just doesn't need anything. He'll just get the job done. And sometimes you just, you know, emo carries you with like 70 galvanized stacks on a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, the game we caught of them, it was a draft that, you know, we weren't too sure of. We felt like they would be really high execution, and they nailed it. They absolutely did it. We didn't see the other game, so I don't know if that was like a one-off. I guess we're gonna find out here in game number 2, and they'll be playing versus Liquid, which
Also,
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, also 2-2 right now. I don't know how much there is to say for them. I think everyone's quite familiar with this team. They are typically near the top. One of the games they lost yesterday that we saw, they were attempting a bristle mid, which was pretty different than usual. And it was kind of working at first, but a couple mistakes from them ultimately cost them that game. Kind of in the way we saw in that last series. You know, like those early mistakes that just kind of throw your game plan out the window. OG was able to bounce back from it. Liquid was not.
Yeah, and they actually did get a win this morning over BetBoom, which that was a really long game. I'm not sure, you know, if anyone was up at that time. I'm sure, you know, a lot of people were catching that one. Almost 66-minute game against this like Alchemist Lycan. It was a really sick conclusion, and Liquid just clutched up in the final team fights. They got themselves the victory there, and honestly, there's like a couple like major standout plays, but there was one in particular that might have legitimately been the single best. Oh my gosh, it's not Meteor Hammer. What is the name of the item? Fallen Sky. It was the single best Fallen Sky, I think, of all time. It was so sick. There was like a shape-shifted alchemist trying to run away, and Tofu just sniped him on a silencer. Just sends himself in there, stuns him up, gets the kill. You know, sometimes you just got to commit, and we'll see what I'm sure they're feeling pretty happy after that game. It was a fun one, I'm sure, for them.
I think anytime you win a 60-minute game, feeling pretty good. Maybe if you were supposed to win at 20 minutes and then it took you to 60 minutes, maybe you're not feeling as good. But I think in general, anytime you win a late game with all sorts of wacky Dota happening, it's a Dota high. I think even the non-pros can relate to that.
Absolutely.
That's one of the best parts of playing Dota. It is a new game now, though, so we can see Liquid players locking in here. Figuring out which broken hero am I gonna pick first.
We were waiting on one of them to get into the lobby, but it looks like we finally made it, so that's good. So I have been enjoying best of ones quite a bit because it does give us, I think, way more variety overall in games, which I'm not sure if that's like supposed to happen, right? But when it comes to like best of 3 series, I feel like teams try to rely on a very similar strategy or stuff that they've scrimmed and they've ran in best of 3s against these teams. and they're trying to like out mind game them for game 2 and game 3 drafts. In best of ones, it's like we're just seeing counter picks out of everywhere, like heroes coming out that you don't really expect all that often. So I don't know. I like best of ones for that reason.
I think some of it is also that you're just seeing a lot more team matchups, right? In a typical group stage with those best of 3s, the groups are usually split, and then you only play a certain number of teams. But now you have to theory craft like one draft versus every team. And, you know, it was day 1 to get a little bit more wiggle room. And this time only the bottom 2 teams are being eliminated. So you're, you know, it's like, I got a little extra safety. Though with that said, I think historically, the teams that do well in the group stage at these Blast Slam events tend to then like win the tournament or place very high. Partly it's the format, but I think it's also partly it shows you had the better ideas leading into the event and developed them through the group stage. So, you know, you just close it out with the win. So you don't want to goof off too much. I mean, it's not goofing, you know, but like exploring too much as opposed to refining. Though maybe for the teams that are at the bottom, maybe you do need to do some exploration, right? It's like, what we're doing is not working, so we got to figure out a new strat.
I think if you top the group stage, right? Like if you finish first or second, I think you end top 6, like guaranteed, right? Something like that. So maybe it's top 8.
Well,
maybe
for the new,
this
format's a little different. I'd have to double check what the exact placement is.
Because it seeds you to the upper bracket semifinals. If you place first, second, third, fourth is upper bracket quarterfinals. So it's like you're pretty, like you really do it. Like there are incentives to still doing well in the group stage. It's not like, oh, you know, we placed top 8, so we're just gonna go into the upper bracket, right? Like there is a last chance qualifier for the teams that end up in the bottom 4, but the top of that bracket, those top 6 teams, definitely are rewarded. Like they just go straight into the final playoff bracket and are seated there. So there's something to be said for doing well. Top 4. Oh, it might be top 4. Holy heck. Okay. Top 4 advanced semi. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. So yeah, it's a unique format as we come to experience with Blast, but this one is my favorite so far, I think, with the ones that we've seen.
Yeah, it's good to explore with these things. I think try something new a little bit. For the draft, maybe not so much to start. Storm Spirit first pick for Glyph, an emo classic and a classic response as a result. The Ember Spirit. We saw this just last game, which I would say the Storm started slower, then did better, then fed a little bit. We'll see if emo follows a similar pattern this time around. The early levels are supposed to go towards you, but then the Ember Spirit really messes with you. Last game he had the Keeper of the Light to help him get through that,
Yeah,
but this time
I was like they're just gonna take Coddle.
yeah, it's actually been stolen away by Liquid. But maybe now you can get something like the Silencer, which can limit then what the Ember can do to stop your Storm Spirit.
Yeah, this was my exact concern with what happened in that previous game's draft, where it's like you got the Storm Spirit pick on 9 as opposed to 8, so it was like the 9th pick, which meant you were guaranteed to get yourself the Coddle if you want it. But now you go Storm Spirit as the actual opener on 8th, which means they get the Ember on 9, which is the counter pick, and they get the Coddle to follow it up. It's a really odd choice from Glyph. They have a lot of faith in emo Storm Spirit to be able to play into it. At this point, you have to bring a lot of supports. You pretty much have to tri-lane mid at like the 6-minute mark going forward.
Okay. Don't want to give the Beastmaster Coddle pairing that we also saw in the last game. Just a little mix and match of the heroes in the draft. I do think, I agree with you. You want a support who can roam over. I think that's part of why it's nice to grab Beastmaster, actually. This is a pretty self-sufficient hero once you get him a couple levels, which actually can be said from offlane or carry, even though we don't see too many carry Beastmasters nowadays. It's always, always possible. And that means your supports are free to come over and help out the Storm Or you just stack a lot and like, okay, one of you will farm it. You know, Beastmaster, Storm,
Yeah.
someone's gonna get this stack. So like the game plan's the same.
Okay. Grab the Enchantress. A little bit of a deny pick, right? They don't want... They know they're struggling in one lane already. They don't want the Enchantress to shut down the Beastmaster.
It's also nice to have that Dispel versus Ember. You can remove that Flame Guard, and maybe if you pick up one of those Dispel creeps, you can actually help your Storm Spirit that way.
We've seen this one before.
It's another classic combo, but this actually could be the carry Bristle to go into the Beastmaster.
It definitely could be. I actually wouldn't hate it, but I think Bristleback Coddle to me just sounds like it is such a strong, stable lane, and it plays really well into Enchantress. So I'm okay with it being the off-lane duo here, but keeping the flex open is nice, like you said.
The doctor is
The Witch Doctor! Let's go! We finally get to see one.
The cask bounces are pretty good versus heroes with summons, and actually now wherever he goes, right, there's an Enchantress with her creep, and then there's a Beastmaster with his summons, though he will eventually have enough summons that they kind of absorb it for him. But the early game, it's nice. With that said, actually the build we're seeing a lot now is just not even going for it. You take Maledict for trading, which you always did, but then you actually getting the heal so that the extended fights in these early laning skirmishes, they actually go your way, because that heal really adds up.
Dude, they have so much sustain on the side of Liquid.
It's true. What kind of anti-healing can you get?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm wondering. I was like, you don't have an urn builder at all, or a vessel builder. There's not a lot of position 4s that build it anymore.
I still kind of like the Silencer, except Enchantress 5, Silencer 4, or like you swap it, that would have been weird. They're going to go for the late game then. They're going to take the Faceless Void and just say, okay, we got to weather the storm, and in the end, we will have Chrono to win us the game.
Is it weather the storm or weather the ember?
I don't know.
Not worth the response.
I just can't. I can't think of a way to work it.
I think my main issue right now is there's not a lot that can be dumped into the Chronosphere. It is potentially good for killing the supports like Keeper of the Light and Witch Doctor, right? If you can get on top of them. It is fairly survivable against this Bristleback lane as well. So I am, like you said, they have the flex potential to keep it open if they really want, and they could go ahead and pick a new off laner. They get rid of the Doom. There is still the carry Tiny as a potential here if they want to play fast. So if Liquid want to play quick, you could go for something like the carry Tiny. It's not something Faceless Void plays into very well. And then you have like, double healing supports behind like a 5,000 HP Tiny with 40 armor. That seems pretty good.
I wouldn't mind, especially because I think to make the Witch Doctor work, you want burst damage in the lane, because that's what makes Maledict good.
Yeah.
So yeah, something like the carry Tiny offers a lot. Maybe Gyro if you do want to play fast, right? You can just flat cannon. You've got
open?
Rocket Barrage. It's not that common anymore, but
Shadow Fiend is still open, actually.
yeah, they do think it's a carry Bristle though. They're banning out offlaners, or maybe they're just most worried about the offlane.
Yeah,
flex.
I think you just have to protect the Faceless Void. Like, he has to have a good game, and you can't if he's playing into Doom or an Underlord, it's rough. You could look for something like a Tidehunter, but doesn't play super well in the Chrono. I kind of like Shadow Fiend, I'll be honest. It seems pretty good. It's a really kind of fast tempo hero. The armor synergizes well with the Bristleback. It gives you that burst damage to play with the Witch Doctor.
It's a little
The only
annoying into
downside
the
is
Nyx.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the only downside is the Nyx, the Roar, and the Chrono. So you could go something safer. Let me look at the offlane pool here. What do we got left?
They actually have so much reserve time, I just realized.
Yeah.
They can spend a lot of time thinking here.
You have Slardar as an option. You could go Dawnbreaker to cover the Chronosphere and have like even more healing, but I think you run out of damage if you go that route.
It's like, do you want to try to have a hero that matches up to Faceless Void and you have your own late game tools, or do you just full commit, go fast?
Dude, they go Ace Broodmother here.
That would be wild.
I mean, it's actually an insane Broodmother game.
They have no way to deal with it besides the Storm. I haven't seen that in a long time.
I haven't either, but like, if I was gonna go a Broodmother game, I feel like this is the Broodmother game.
It'd be kind of sick. The lane's pretty weird though with that support, those support options.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, you just kind of like bide your time to level 6, and then you just have a Chakra Magic just dumping mana into the Brood.
The thing is, you can either play fast and like crush the lanes and try to just like run them down, but you won't have lockdown. So if you mess up, you're kind of like cooked.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's why like something like Viper off lane, for example, you could just try to crush and go, but it's a little scary. So something like Axe is a little bit safer. The Call gives you a lot more lockdown. There's a lot of summons, so you get more spins. Pretty annoying for the Faceless Void because the Battle Hunger is something that you can't really time walk off. The occasional random spin adds up as well. Do you lane swap to get the Keeper with the Bristle? What is this ridiculous? I feel like everyone has such large water bottles.
I mean, I have like my water bottle is like a liter.
Does everyone need that much in one go? I mean, I guess mine's also kind of, I don't know. They just seem so tall.
Gotta stay hydrated, right? That's what Zeal said yesterday. It's important.
Did he learn his lesson where I didn't see his water bottle? Where's his?
I saw him on camera earlier. I was looking for one. I didn't see it. No water bottle.
He's hiding his water tech.
Yeah.
Hiding most of his face as well.
He's shy.
Just hiding. Just hiding.
I like the Liquid draft quite a bit here. I think the Coddle Ember is going to be a big problem for Glyph. I do not see like the clear avenue to shutting down this hero right now. It has to be the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
But the follow-up is, who makes the play with Nyx Assassin when your when like your Storm Spirit's getting ran at by Ember Coddle?
But the hero who can run mid first is actually Enchantress and the Nyx.
That is true.
I think that's the dynamic, right? If you show up first before the Keeper and the Ember can start playing together, you can slow them down. Kind of what we saw last game, actually, initially, where the Ember actually was struggling a little bit before then there were some mistakes. I think you have the supports to do that for Glyph. I think it's tricky, but I also thought the last draft we watched for them was tricky, but then they did a great job, right? So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt here. They end the draft with a Nyx, not very common, but gotta believe they have a plan here. Plus, they got 3 Grandmaster heroes. Surely they're ready to go here.
And I feel like I like their draft overall. For Glyph, I just worry. Anytime I see Coddle Ember, I'm always just like, well, your chance to win is like 70% immediately. Like I feel like I never see this combo like really fall flat or fail. So we'll see what they can do to slow it down on Glyph, because that's the name of the game for them. They need to slow this game down, get their farm on their Faceless Void. It's going to be a lot of Zeal, Beastmaster, like going this Helm of the Overlord, like looking to pressure these off lanes, pressure the towers. And they're actually pressuring the Bristle back here quite a bit. Mickey
Nice
getting
body
blocked up. That's going to be first blood, and they're going to try and give it over to the Beastmaster. Zeal, a fantastic start for him.
Didn't think he could die. I mean, Nyx is not historically a very strong laner. Ooh, they're also gonna get the range creep here for some early equilibrium. Or maybe you shove it and you go for even faster level 2. There's a couple of options you can take here. I mean, Nyx is not usually that strong of a laner, so you didn't think, you know, you thought he could risk it going for the rune. He's like bristleback. But some nice body blocks plus the Enchantress waiting in the wings.
Man, this is with the boar nerf too, right? Like, these things lost like 6 damage, but the double boar, the slow, it's more than enough.
Maledict hurts though. Ouch.
All right, Tofu completely pushes the Nyx off the lane. He still has a... I don't know how these creeps still see him, guys. Like, they should re-aggro here. So it will push a double wave out towards the Beastmaster. Mickey is doing just fine, though.
Yeah, doing his own pull, which is good. I like that Tofu got boots first, because he knows, like, yeah, Nyx is just going to creep drag, so I'm going to chase him with the boots. If I buy standard items, I'm not doing anything in the lane. They're not going to play the lane, so I gotta run around with him. I will say this Faceless Void pick, something I hadn't really thought about. This time dilation is pretty annoying for Keeper of the Light and the heroes he wants to play with, right? Because you're typically going for a lot of low cooldown spells, and then Faceless Void's like, well, how about you don't do that? Because I don't want that. So that's kind of a cool counter until Dispels come out. And I'm interested to see if he'll get a shard, actually. This time dilation shard seems good to me, but we haven't really seen a lot of players, or I haven't, adopt it too often. But surely in this lineup, right? This is such a good time dilation game. I want to see
purge creep from Narman here. Ace is trying to get the battle hunger out, but he does have the Satyr Banisher, so
lucky spawn.
Doesn't have anything to do with it quite yet.
Unfortunately, it's gonna die now because it's on level 1 enchant.
Yeah. He's just biding his time, waiting to see that thing die so he can start spamming battle hunger again. Mana burning the Coddle lane. Yeah, good luck.
Nisha forced to pop the Fairy Fire. But yeah, this the early levels do go to Storm, just, you know, ranged hero versus melee. So doing these kind of like creep drags helps you just survive this part, same as the offlaners like to do in bad matchups.
Yeah, he's doing perfectly fine. Like, he's getting decent XP. He'll walk back to base, refill bottle, come back to lane. He's not going to be missing too much.
It's rare all 3 lanes are doing alternate laning. Up here we got like creep cutting behind a small camp. Down there they're creep dragging. Mid lane Nisha's creep dragging. Just no one wants to play an honest lane.
What happened to Dota, man?
What happened?
How did we get here?
You thought when they forced the 2-1 yeah, for real. You thought when they forced the 2-1-2 lanes it was to enforce laning, but no. It's just to have more heroes to not lane. And the Nyx rotation really early.
Nice dodge there on the stun, and well, Tofu is here. Maledict, Blood Grenade, couple auto attacks. Whoa, Nyx. Spooky.
He should live, but he will walk home. If that stun connects, like I believe they kill the Ember, because he would have tanked probably 2, maybe 3 tower shots, plus the heroes attacking him. So a very critical dodge there. One fake out there, maybe. You know, you bait that Sleight of Fist, and then you hit him after. Hellbear's hurt. A lot of health, too, so they can't just die to the spins. Just by giving up that first blood, Mickey doing well down there. I mean, that's kind of why I thought they might bring the Bristle there, because the matchup is good into the Beastmaster, right?
Yeah. It's a pretty quiet lane stage from the teams. You know, he's just got himself a lane of health. The Null Talisman, he's chilling. He's just gonna farm up on the Bristleback and get his treads. I'm curious where he goes after this. This is the part where I'm not entirely sure what the carry Bristleback build, you know, has transitioned to. Is it just Sanjay and Yasha? Is he gonna go for more like utility items? I don't really know yet, so we'll see.
I would love to see an early Lotus for Liquid, and it's a little strange from the carry Bristle, but I think it's not that crazy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think he removed Time Dilation, Reflect Vortex, Roar, Carapace, right? Protect whoever goes in. Might be you.
Tofu dying to a couple of boars and a bug. Very nice rotation there from the next assassin, and a good find. But Mickey, Nisha gets a kill on the other side, but Mickey will dive, finish off Zeal on the bottom lane. So 2 kills for Liquid across the map, helping out the Ember Spirit there a little bit.
Storm does end up with the rune as a result, though, but he popped it right away to trade with the Ember, so not really going to get much out of this amplified damage besides a bit more farming speed, unless he wants to TP somewhere. I'm just going to poke the tower a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha just needs to buy his time. Like, he's chilling. He's actually ahead of the Storm Spirit in net worth thanks to that kill. And he's almost got his max Flame Guard. Coddle starting to stack up the jungle here a little bit, so Boxy will give him something to play around, but we're going to see a rotation for the 7-minute Wisdom. Mickey, being very strong on the Bristleback, will take that away. So that is double Wisdom Shrine for the side of Liquid. Gonna help out Boxy get closer to that level 6, but the supports on Liquid are kind of starved a little bit for XP. Mostly the Witch Doctor, I guess.
I feel like that's a mistake to pressure mid on the 7-minute Shrine. I suppose Enchantress is not the most level 6 dependent support, but Nyx kind of is. Witch Doctor and Keeper are also not the best at capitalizing on the level 6s, at least in the pro level.
But Tofu, he's gonna die for this. Okay, no, they're not gonna chase. I was like, maybe they rotate in and try and punish Zeal, but no, the rune, more important. Emo bottles it up. Now Nisha needs to be a little bit careful here. That Flame Guard, about half duration left. They'll just dive under the tower to get the kill onto Emo. Nisha stunned up when he needed to get the Remnant, and will have to Remnant to safety. He will TP back. Oh, wait, he
canceled. I imagine that was a misclick.
Yeah, he tried to remicro his courier, but his courier died, and so I think it issued the command on his hero.
You hate to see that.
That really hurts. That is the urn. Like, he actually needs the urn. That is a really big loss for him. Not to mention his, you know, bottle refill and TP and everything being burned.
Well, he's going for them. Mickey just solo killing the Nyx assassin down there, who, because he didn't get the Wisdom Shrine, is trying to catch up on some XP down there, but instead actually just gives more over to Mickey, who is level 9 at 9 minutes. This is pretty absurd. Though at the same time on the other side, Axe is level 8, so side lane is just popping off for Liquid.
I feel like we've seen this. I feel like this is exactly what we've seen from Liquid many times, where so much attention is put on the mid lane, and then you just look at, you know, Ace and Mickey, and they're just towering over everyone. Super chilling, like no pressure being applied to them. It's 100 CS on the Axe at the moment. Like,
and this time
that's insane. 100 CS at 9.5 minutes, bro.
I mean, he is a pretty free lane, both of them. This time, Nisha's on an Ember for this kind of playstyle. The last game he was on that Bristle, so as soon as he fell behind, he couldn't do anything. But this time, Ember, even if you were to lose, right, you just sleight of fist chain people, right? You're still contributing. And he's actually not even losing, really.
Nice dunk in the mid lane as they look now for the rotation for more Emo. Trying to get the kill on the Boxy, but a lot of healing out from Tofu. Jackie will drop the Chronosphere, look to get the kill onto the Witch Doctor. Nisha has a slight change. There's going to be the call. Do they have the damage to go? No mana for the dunk, but they still have enough left in the tank. Big kill for Liquid. They managed to keep Tofu alive through it all.
Got the heal going during that chrono. 20 heal per second. It's not to be laughed at. Especially for Faceless Void, doesn't have that much damage early. Stomp him. Yeah. Show him what's up.
He even has the dagger of Ristool. So it's like he popped everything. He was like, I'm going in, I'm getting this kill onto the Witch Doctor, and he just barely lives.
Where the level 6 is at. Nyx is still 5.5. Actually, despite everything, all the supports are under leveled. They're really giving everything to the cores.
Yeah. They really are. It's going to be a consecrated wraps for Mickey coming out here in just a moment.
Wants to put it to use. His early gold lead. Getting out here. Okay, well, no action ended up happening, so good time to remind you guys the official prediction market partner of Blast Slam is Polymarket. You can live trade the game over there, polymarket.com. Looking pretty, Hot's favoring Glyph.
That's interesting.
Maybe I don't know how to read those
is
lines.
just stack machine right now. That being said, mid lane, Nyx Assassin hunting. We'll find the Witch Doctor. He does get the heal off once again. Boxy hiding off to the side into a nice little cask as well as Maledict. And Nisha's going to try and just chase down Emo. They get the chains into the Sleight of Fist. I think, Emo, you're burning, my guy. Now it's up to the Enchantress. Ace ran over, dunked the Nyx Assassin, and walks back. So that's nice. But this will be 3 kills across the board here for the side of Liquid, as they are very happy with that series of events.
That regen rune allowed Nisha to just tank the tower, tank everything, still end up at full health. That was so value.
And there's the Vessel.
There's the Vessel, consecrated ramps as well. And, okay, it wasn't quite first item, but he got the Perseverance on the Bristle, went back for the consecrated ramps, and now he is going to get the Lotus. So with that, whoever is on point for Liquid, I don't know how they die. You can't roar them, can't use any number of your crowd control abilities, time dilation will get removed.
This is, I mean, it's such a clutch time to get the heal off, but also he gets the coconut right before the Vortex comes out. So puts Emo in a really rough spot.
The level 6 of the Enchantress, it's good in the right games, but this time there's actually not that much auto attacking, right?
No,
I say
it's a lot of
you see
damage.
a slow attack speed, but yeah, it's mostly spell damage, so it's not feeling that impactful here compared to the other support abilities.
And
you
now
can
you
kind
have
of see
Death
that in the
Ward
way
on
Nisha's
Tofu.
playing, right? He's just like running aggressively on the enemy's half of the map. He just doesn't care.
Well, Vessel out onto the Enchantress. He was really hoping to get that Arcane Rune, but he was being baited, pushed back thanks to the Blinding Light, and one more kill for Nisha. Top lane, looks like they're hunting Ace. This dude is beefy. Vanguard, Blade Mail, they're gonna go in with the Vortex to follow it up. Jackie does have, he's called, he needs help. Slight Chains is there.
no.
Oh no, the Chrono comes out, but he still dies. And Nisha, I don't think he cares all that much quite yet. Tufa was gonna come in, they just dropped the Death Ward. Okay, never mind. They do manage to take down the Ember, but a 2 for 2, an honest, pretty good trade here for Glyph if Zeal can get more, and he does. Just chops down the Witch Doctor. It's all Zeal, baby. Dude, where did his net worth just come from? Triple kill. He got 1,200 gold in this fight.
In the end, I guess that's all right. It always hurts to see Chrono get used and the Faceless doesn't get a kill and in fact dies. But the rest of the cleanup for Zeal means the Helm of the Dominator into the, I think, Overlord, right? Yeah, this is the weird part with the heroes they have. It's not easy to just use Chrono and then get damage, right? So he ends up holding it a little too long, and then he sees an angle, but still ends up catching his own teammates to a degree. But it at least caught Nisha, which means the Roar comes out, finish up the kill here, and then Zeal just steps out of the the Death Ward, cleans up some extra kills.
Yeah, Zeal just went absolutely nuts in that fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, that's his Overlord just sped up by like 2 minutes.
Yeah, the fight was over. He had like 3,300 gold all of a sudden. So it is, you know what? Beastmaster, this hero, I feel like every single game we've watched doesn't feel nerfed, Zach, I'll be honest.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's a couple heroes in Dota that...
This is the fakest nerf I've ever seen. The most fake nerf of all time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
When will Vengeful Spirit be good?
I literally was thinking about that in the draft of this game. I was like, man, I would love to see Avenge again. That'd be cool.
When will Ricky see pro play?
That hero doesn't exist. They actually they went into the game files and deleted Ricky Maru from the game. So in case any of you Dota players were hoping to play him, I got
They
bad
were
news.
actually trying to get Pango and Beastmaster, but you know, like autocorrect nowadays, right? Just like, did you mean Ricky? And deleted him. Just like Nyx got deleted right there. Too many heroes. There's no way you're getting out of that. And that'll be actually a tier 2 tower with a catapult here. Speed boost those creeps as they stationally stand there.
They're doing a pretty good job at applying pressure still on Liquid. Nisha, okay. I was like, Nisha is the only hero right now that's in danger. He was underneath that tier 2 bottom. They didn't feel comfortable going for the dive there. No blink on Zeal to try and go for like a blink roar or anything. So as long as Nisha is able to stay safe, get to... Looks like he's going to go Lotus as well. I'm not sure if he's going to finish the Mage Slayer first, though.
I think he should.
I think he should, right? Like, he's got... Yeah, he's pretty much got everything. So he just needs Orb of Corrosion, and it's his. So, yeah, he's going to finish the Mage Slayer. Very good game for that.
Radiant's bottom
Not
tower
Enchantress,
is
not
under
the
attack.
target you want. But actually, they're heading for Zeal.
Is a huge kill if they can actually find him.
Oh, they see
but-
the axes. Oh, he's teleporting. No,
Oh, they
not
got
fast
him.
enough.
Slight Chains, Death Ward, Malediction, and to the Calling Blade. Another stack
kinda
for the
close.
axe. That was very close. The Maledict almost messed him up.
Dire's middle
What is that?
tower
The 4th Culling Blade. So he's got, what's that? 6 armor. Part of why it was so hard to kill him up top. He is so farmed. Ash Legion shield for some barrier, Vanguard, Blade Mail, Phase, all this bonus armor. It's not gonna be easy for Faceless to kill him.
Oh, he's been chasing this Helm of the Overlord creep for so, like, literally since bottom. It died to the tower. No way.
Space
He just-
Maid.
He just chased it across the map for the gold bounty, and it dies to the tower. That hurts. Enchantress walking right under a sentry. That is unfortunate. Well, they have the Malediction. They have the Call. They have a Blade Mail if they want to use it, but they're kind of just holding everything at the moment as now in comes Nyx Assassin. That's a really good cast. Here comes Emo through the Twin Gate. They'll find themselves their first kill. Jackie does have the Chrono. Will use it. We'll see if they have enough damage to actually finish off the axe. I think they're quickly realizing they do not. Slight Chains onto the Storm Spirit. This Mage Slayer reducing so much of the damage that they can offer. As Axe will continue the chase. Their original target, this Enchantress. Yes, come to the creep wave.
We will get you. It took a while. It took all the heroes showing up.
Ember.
Actually, it's not done.
That's a roar. They got him. Okay. Great rotation from Zeal.
Yeah, Ember not
Foxy
nearly
Hill.
as tanky as the Axe, who did get chronoed, but barely lost. I think he dropped like half health in the chrono. They just don't have the easiest way to deliver damage into it. Until eventually Enchantress, like if she goes for a right-click build, which it seems like she's doing, she has the drum, she's going for Force Staff, then she will be able to throw impetuses into the chrono, and that'll do a lot. You have to get there, though. We are entering the point where Liquid is picking up everything they need, right? They have these Lotuses. Axe has the blink. They're starting to play very fast. You got to get through this. Probably 10, 15 minutes, and then it starts to turn the other way.
Oh, as another dunk into the dive for the Enchantress. Both supports not going to survive this Witch Doctor. Proven to be a pretty good counter to the Ench. And now they can look for the tier 2 if they want. And they don't have a catapult or anything, but it is on... Oh no, it already died. Oh, that's unlucky.
It's okay. I don't think Bristle needs it. He'll
get it.
He'll get through on his own. And
Consecrated
then probably fall back for Tormentor. Because I don't... Well, maybe you're a little worried about them stealing Roche, so maybe you could go for that first.
You got Witch Doctor. You got Bristleback minus armor. Like, you should do it, I think.
By response, I feel Glyph should steal Roche, though. And they're not really in position. I think if you steal Roche, you really hurt Liquid's game plan. Because they want to be doing things right now. So they want that Aegis. Go get Roche, Glyph. Go, go, go. This is a nice thing about being Radiant, though, at this timing, right? If they did go for Aegis and you're suspecting it, you could all TP to your outpost. Or even the tier 1 off lane, which is still alive because of how good of a game Ace was having.
Yeah, Ace is cooked. He's so farmed. So, Tormentor Shard goes to the Keeper of the Light. I mean, either of the supports having it is really good, but I'm a huge fan of the Coddle Shard. I think it's one of the best in the game. So, I think you're very happy about either. But now double Solar Bind, that increased healing. Lots of potential. Ace looking for the Nyx Assassin. Only you can really do for it at the moment is hope that Spike Carapace is enough to slow him down. But there's the roar from Zeal onto the Coddle. But the cast catches Zeal on the side. Death Ward on top of him. Beastmaster cannot get away. Emo's going to go in. They will turn it around. Get the kill onto the Witch Doctor. A 2 for 2. But 2 supports for the off-lane support. I think generally an okay trade here for Liquid.
And Mickey wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Right? The Faceless Void came in to try to help, but only got there at the very end. I don't even know if he got... Oh, he did actually grab the kill. So at least he got that. But Mickey was just free farming top. So that was a 4v5 for Liquid that, like you said, you got the off lane. So I'd say it still favors you.
And Beastmaster's the only hero that takes Roche. So, you know, as long as Beastmaster's dead, you're not worried about, you know, Glyph going in and threatening Roche on pretty much ever.
Yeah. Some of it is this Coddle. You mentioned that Shard, and Glyph realizes, like, you can't really focus other heroes, because otherwise there's so much healing coming in from Coddle, so you have to target him. They had to use Roar for that, which, you know, I get it, but, yeah, it feels bad. How are you going to kill Ember without Roar? How are you going to stop Witch Doctor from just channeling his ultimate? Right, that's one of your stuns, and you have to throw so many at...
He keeps losing the Nasal Goose stacks on the Roshan, and I don't know how this keeps happening. It slowed down this Roche attempt quite a bit. But it's all right. They'll still get it.
Sometimes he just stops sneezing.
Yeah. His allergies haven't quite kicked in this season, I suppose. Enchantress, I mean, I'm not sure if you watched the Witch Doctor. Tofu, I'm sure having a laugh there, spent the entire time trying to throw one auto attack.
That's Enchantress Gaming. Quick FPS issues. He needs those FPS. Helps him land the chrono.
So
right,
what do you do now that you have this Aegis on Bristleback? If you're Liquid, what's your game plan?
I think this mid tier 2 is pretty free. I like these lines. Let's interpret them, actually. Why pitch my own idea? So they're going to push top, and then they suspect that the response is going to be bottom. So then we're going to go bottom and catch them in our jungle when they back out there. And then we're going to go in. Who's purple? Nisha? Nisha's like, no, we're going to catch him here. And then we're going to go back top. But guys, what if we lose that fight bottom and we have to go this way? Then we'll get him in the Tormentor and the Twin Gate. And then we'll push all 3 lanes. A genius plan.
I like it. Sign me up, you know?
All right, let's see it in action now. Mickey's pushing top. The heroes are...
The
yeah, I thought they were heading
line.
bottom. Guys, the plan. The plan.
They just pinged the top tower. They're like, guys, kill it. Kill the tower. I'm going in. Going straight to the tier 3s.
Well, you do have to see if they avoid you or not, I guess, right? So maybe
Yeah.
the new plan is like, just force them back if they... We got to force him back first. He's going.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Mickey did hit level 18, right? So he's got a ton of damage coming out from the Warpath. He's got the Coddle sustained behind him, the Witch Doctor sustained behind him, just finished Sanj and Yasha. Like, this is everything you could ask for.
For some reason, I thought yellow was Mickey. I see now. Boxy laid out a brilliant plan, and then Mickey went, I'm just going to hit the tower, bro. I'm Bristleback.
Whoa.
I'm just going to go in.
Nisha? Nisha! All right, Nisha's dead.
And Boxy's now like, this is why I laid out the plan. We were supposed to catch him down here.
Oh, that hurts. What a great play from Glyph. They get the bottom tier 2. They kill the Ember Spirit. They protect their top tower. Was this only... It was only first Roche, right? Like, there was no banner anywhere,
Yeah, this
right?
is just first Roche.
So, okay. That makes sense.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Despite that Ember death, they still have 3 minutes on the Aegis. So once Ember's up, you can still just look for a kill. Try to turn that into something. Glyph, thinking about bottom, they have Roar, and he did just finish the AC, so that's a nice damage boost, especially for the Faceless, who he has his Manta now, so the damage is starting to get there. This is the weakness of Faceless, right? The early game is just so low damage, but once you have the items, getting a little help from some auras, starting to get scary. Axe is still not the target I think you want, but with 3 of them here,
They should have the damage eventually. You just need some bashes here from Jackie.
trying to stay out of
There's
Chrono
the
if they need-
roar.
okay.
They'll get the kill.
Not even using
These
the
are
Chrono.
2 really big deaths.
Oh, I forgot they used it earlier on the Ember. Right. Yeah, this is it's supposed to be down like that. He's gonna chase, maybe?
Radiant's top
The nasal grew heard across the world.
Well, the first half of your Aegis has pretty much been spent, and it has resulted in Beastmaster getting lots of net worth.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, some of these staggered deaths are really hurting him, but you still have 2 minutes to make it work. He captured his outpost, so I can TP in, boys. You can still go for the tower.
I guess you don't have to break high ground on this Aegis push, but I think you would have liked to. At least crack a tier 3. There's no fortification left on the Dire. They've got some creep waves bottom here to play with. Mickey will start to walk up to the high ground, looking at Narman, which Enchantress, not very historically good against Bristleback.
They got half of the top tower with just Mickey, so this time with the team behind him, they should be able to force this. They got 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Oh, blink call.
She's gonna go for the
try and hold the
Enchantress.
Enchantress in place. Mickey, I think, has this damage. There's not much that he can really do to survive this.
Dunk.
The dunk comes in from Ace. They get the kill, and Mickey, still 1 minute left on the Aegis. All of the healing coming in. They've even got the Seeds of Serenity on the ground, right? Everything to keep these heroes alive. That will be the first tier 3 tower to fall. As Jackie still farming on the Faceless Void. I mean, he got his Mjolnir. He's looking for that BKB, but he needs that 20 talent potentially. He has no intentions of coming to fighting this this Aegis push.
I wonder if one of the heroes on Glyph could have pushed out mid a little further while bottom was happening, but actually this is a little slower than I thought since it's just Mickey hitting it, and he didn't do like all the typical right-click carry items. Okay, never mind, didn't matter, killed Nyx. So his actual building damage is a little lower than it might usually be, but he is unkillable as an exchange, so it allows Liquid to like leave him there and then actually come back. All right, in the end, just the melee barracks bottom for all this effort, and now they're heading mid. Only 5 seconds on the Aegis, though. Nyx is dead.
I think you just still do it, right? Like, can they kill Bristleback in a Chrono?
I think
I don't
depending
think-
what way he is facing and if the other heroes can attack him or not.
Yeah, that's fair. I think if the Beastmaster's got like a bunch of stacks on him, it's possible. But they are just going to continue to let Mickey wail away at this tier 3. Trying to bait here with maybe a Faceless Void illusion, but not gonna fall for it. The next wave got cut by the Storm Spirit. Emo's been doing this to try and slow down these pushes, and it's worked out. So no more creep waves making their way to the Glyph side of the map, and that's it for Liquid. They've got to go back, fix all 3 of their waves.
Or do they? Because right now they're just sitting mid. They think we're gonna go back, guys, but we're gonna get a mid. Okay, never mind. Let's actually go back. We should not lose tier 2s for no reason. So, gonna send a couple heroes home. Zeal, good use of his Helm of the Overlord. The Prowler Shaman has been dealing with bottom, though it is about to die. His time is up. Glyph saw Mickey kill that Prowler bottom. They're smoking top. They're gonna see the courier heading down there. Oh, that's got the heart. If you can snipe, I think they just checked it, and then they're all turning like, should we get that?
Nick's just like, come on, let me get it.
I think that's actually worth it. It feels bad to reveal your smoke for a courier, but that's a heart.
Yeah, that's the Bristleback heart, and now he has an amplify damage, so...
I think that would have been worth it.
If the Knicks could have done it, I think he would have. Because it
I
doesn't
think it's worth
necessarily
it for
reveal the
Storms
smoke.
to zip. I think Storms should just zip and get it.
Yeah.
Like, he went for the Embers. See,
Yeah,
that's
the
the
Aghanim
regret.
Scepter.
He's like, I should have zipped for that last one. And then he sees this one and is like, I've learned my lesson. I'm gonna get it.
Never again.
Never again.
That's the difference between the pros and the rest of us. They actually learn.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Except when it
Amplify
comes to
damage
the courier.
with the catapult is just crushed that tier 3 in the mid lane. They're looking for Narman. They want to see if they can actually find the kill, and the Enchantress punish this positioning, but this is the last fortification, I think, for Glyph for quite some time. So they need to get back, and they need to stop this push. Otherwise, this melee Rax is dead. They're going to jump in, go for the Vortex. Maybe. He's still got the Lotus to play around. See if they can actually keep himself alive. Slide Chains will hold the Beastmaster at bay. They really want to try and find the kill onto Zeal. If they can prevent the Roar, prevent him from getting the damage in, that's absolutely ideal. I hear a Death Ward. They've just killed Nyx Assassin. He's gone. Storm Spirit comes in right into a chains. A nice Chronosphere from Jackie will be able to take out the Keep of the Light, but he's going to TP back into the outpost, and now the Faceless Void needs some help. He's got a Manta, does get the Time Walk up to the high ground. Emo goes in, but he's out of mana, forced to BKB. Hobble his way back to the throne, but Narman's going to catch himself a Vessel and a Maledicт. He will burn out on the Enchantress, and Tofu
Blink
gets
catches
roared up,
Faceless.
but survives. They cannot kill him. Jackie able to time walk this one off for now, but Zeal slowed up, trying to get away from Mickey. Pops the Crimson Guard, will survive as Emo is back out on the storm. Nobody quite dying yet. Jackie forced to BKB now as, yeah, the Heart of Tarask seems it was the item that they needed to deal with because Mickey cannot die. They have spent everything.
Yeah, and with that, you can now just return to hitting buildings because there's no Roar, there's no Chrono, and that's what made it a little scary. Good positioning from Liquid, right? You put the Bristle in front, the healer's behind, and Ace and Jackie are playing this game, right? It's like, I want to Chrono the back. Hold that thought. They're going for Mickey.
They're gonna go for
actually
it.
a lot of damage.
He gets quite low, but the barriers, now comes the healing, and Jackie needs to time walk off. He got caught for a moment there. But Zeal, he's got that Roar at the ready. He's trying to find Nisha, but they just continue to start chipping these heroes down. And the sustain from Liquid is just too much. Emo's going in. He wants to coddle. This would be a dieback, and they got him. Huge Cask Maledicт onto 2. Jackie is dead, and Emo is gonna potentially join him. Ember's not letting you get away. You got the coddle, but at what cost? I think the cost is the game, my guy. That might just be GG. Mega creeps are down, and that's going to be tier 4's Under Siege from Liquid.
They're gonna fight to the death. Maybe just get one more kill for fun.
Man,
the mental victory.
They really want these supports, man. They are so tired of all of the healing, and Tofu, well, he's got a Guardian Greaves. I just want to point out, Tofu's still got his Gree. It's 1,000 potential gold he's just been sitting on. Never popped it.
Chad. Chad move. Yeah, this was well done from Liquid. Really strong start. At the end, there is hope for Glyph, but they need the greatest Chrono. And the thing is, there's cast time on Chrono. So he's looking for he needs to catch the Keeper, but he also has to catch Axe, because Axe can blink call before he can Chrono. And that's what they were trying to space at the end of the game there. You eventually find the Chrono, but this is where your gold deficit is too much. It's like, okay, you kill the Keeper, but can't actually kill enough heroes after that. And then Boxy just buys back. He's like, you thought you could stop me from healing in this team fight? Think again. Here I come. And I'm going to check the scoreboard. How much healing came in from these supports?
A lot.
4,000 from Boxy on the Keeper, and then 11,000 from Tofu.
Those are pretty good numbers, yeah. Considering that's more damage than the Faceless Void did in the entire game. It's more, like, combined almost as much damage as your Beastmaster, right? So basically nullifying one of these heroes. It's so much sustain, and it didn't, like, there were some moments where Glyph looked pretty good. Like, in that first half of that Aegis, they were able to actually, like, kind of stabilize the game quite well against Liquid, but at some point it becomes too difficult to kill the Bristleback. And the heart, once that Heart of Taras came out, I don't know, like Mickey's health didn't drop, but like it barely dropped low once in that last Mega Creep Siege. But there's just, you know, he's got Lotus, he's got Glimmer Capes, he's got Guardian Greaves, and then of course the Holy Locket to just dump on him right away.
Yeah, that's the final piece, right? The heal amplification there on top of everything else. So if you do have a better start, then you could kill him right before that healing comes in. But
yeah,
that's why the lanes need to go a little better. They tried to go for the late game. I can respect it, but Liquid plays fast, close this one out.
Yeah, absolutely well done. Now we've got another series. Surprise, I bet you didn't see that one coming, but there's a lot more Dota still to be played, and it's going to be Team Spirit versus Aurora up next, so stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you after the break. We are back, everybody, for more Dota action here. Aurora versus Team Spirits coming up in just a moment. And overall, we've had some fun series, I would say, so far today. The early shift got some banger games. The last couple games we've had, I would say, a little bit more one-sided, but well executed from the teams. So we'll see what this next one's gonna bring.
Yeah, we haven't. You and I haven't gotten to have some like hour-long extravaganza, so it's surely it's coming at some point. But so far, it's kind of the more standard gameplay that the teams want, which is like, yeah, we do well in the lanes, we hit that first Roche, control the map, second Roche, close out the game. It's followed that game plan, which is arguably the best way to play right now. But you can try to do some late game stuff, which that's what that Phase of Void attempt was, but we see why it's tough. Like, those heroes just come online so slowly. There's a lot of good early game items right now, the auras, the healing, consecrated wraps. A lot of the strongest heroes are pretty fast paced rather than the late game. So it's tough to pull off. You really need to have very strong lanes and then like creep cut, avoid them, do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I think watching the last two games really is showing that there is a lot of potential for these like kind of tempo lineups, right? We saw the carry Necrophos, we see the carry Bristleback this time. Both of them worked out really well. And the enemy team, they're trying to play for that late game. It doesn't give you a lot of room to slip up. Like if you give them the space in that early game and they have like the right combination of heroes that can take and force those fights and objectives, they kind of just seem to steamroll over you. So I am curious to see like if that's going to be like a larger trend as we go into this series. And Aurora, they've had a pretty good showing, I would say, recently. Coming off the back of Dream League, but they are 1-4 so far going into this series. They lost both their series earlier today, once to LGD and then the second to Falcons. So they need to turn this ship around.
I don't know. I'm a big fan of this Aurora lineup, but they really are. Like, without being in the team, you don't know what it is, right? But they go up and down so much. And usually when it's that fast, it's like either a burnout thing from like playing too much or a mentality thing. Again, don't know because I'm not on the team, but they have the potential to be at the very top. But then sometimes they're here at the bottom. Spirit, maybe a little bit the same, but it usually wasn't like tournament to tournament. I feel like these guys were, absolutely dominant for half a year at a time, and then like, okay, now we're kind of in the slumps a little bit. A different form of up and down that is maybe more typical of these top teams. Though for Spirit, I mean, they just recently made a roster change, so not as surprising to see them maybe have some struggles. They're 2-3, so not as bad. But yeah, they still need some time to figure out this new lineup.
It's so funny how certain teams can go from such a stellar performance like a week ago to struggling as the very next tournament. And we'll see things kick off here in this draft. It's the first pick of the Hoodwink. Not a hero we see first picked all that often, but Spirit seemed to very much like it. Response in the Tiny. Okay.
We've seen Nightfall play this a lot, but you can send it mid as well. I wonder if we're going to see another Keeper game, because it is a very good pairing with that Tiny.
I'm going to see if I can find the Coddle win rate. It has looked really good.
I actually think it's not winning as much, but I don't think the sample size is huge. I think we just happened to catch two particularly good games of it.
It is 8-5 right now.
Okay, never mind. I was thinking of the wrong hero, apparently.
It's up there. I mean, maybe there's just some games happen on the other stream as well where it did a little bit better, but it's looking like 8-5, so not bad.
Yeah, maybe the wins came today. I think I checked this morning and it didn't look that impressive. But maybe I'm crazy and I just misremembered. Either way, yeah, when you have the right pairings, which Storm, Ember, and Tiny are like the top three, they're all in a very solid spot. I wouldn't say like any of them is individually an absolutely broken hero right now, but they're good enough, and then you make them even stronger with the Keeper.
Yeah.
And if they're banned out, you don't want them, then you don't have to take the keeper, you know? There's other pairings. I think they're just not as impressive. I think you really want one of those 3 heroes if you're thinking about the keeper.
So Hoodwink is apparently the most picked hero currently. She has the lowest win rate of the tournament.
How it goes. How it goes.
For heroes over 5 games, she has the lowest win rate. It's 28%. It is not ideal.
Lardar taken out. He's annoying for the carry Tiny. You do a lot of physical damage into a hero that has 0 armor to start. What scares me to rock in the chair like that? I'm so worried I'm gonna tip over.
Yeah, I have a lock on my chair, so it can only lean so far back.
I do that because I'm old and my back hurts.
No, that makes sense. I'll grab the Largo. Very early pick. Now, with that, it does at least, you know, mean that they can flex it. I don't think we've seen a lot of actually support Largo. I feel like it's mostly been the off laner, but
We have
maybe
not.
Aurora are willing to flex it.
Yeah, I recall them playing some support Largo in the past, and I feel that support Largo has actually been buffed compared to, like, offlane Largo got nerfed, and, you know, rightfully so. That was insane. But I think support Largo actually benefited from the changes they did to him, and I'm a little surprised we don't see any teams go for it at all. But maybe this will be the case. I actually think it's not bad right now because you can save people from bushwhack because you pull them out. The overgrowth, you can save people from that. Remove some of his like living armor buffs, and you can actually also eat repel, which is quite nice. But offlane Largo can also do all that stuff.
Can you actually?
Can you not?
Eat repel? It is dispellable. That's right. I forgot.
But oh, maybe you can't pierce it though. Maybe it has to be.
It has to be like
purge.
nullifier or something. I don't know.
Nullifier used to work, but I don't think it does. Man, that one always switches. I have to check that one.
Dude,
like
repel's
every
gone
other
back and forth a lot.
I have to
don't
check
know.
it every other week to see like which order works on that. I am not sure now. I'm doubting myself. I think you actually need BKB piercing to remove repel.
Okay, that would make sense.
So maybe you can't eat that one.
I was
But
saying,
maybe
bro,
Largo is powerful enough.
if Largo can just eat repel, I would demand that it gets you know, we get Gaben in here to nerf the frog.
Makoto's face is exactly what the anti-mage would be if that happened to him in a real game.
Yeah. Queen of Pain Lion, pretty solid picks though.
Queen of Pain is one of the best. Ooh. I was gonna say Queen of Pain is one of the best heroes for Largo's Croak of Genius buff.
Yeah. Look at that smile. He's like, great. That's so fun. I can't wait.
Pick your mid hero, Makoto. What's the worst that Queen of Pain can get countered by?
Oh, he's just like, cool. Yeah. All right. Anyone else want to play mid this game?
You guys want to run mid Queen of Pain? Pick a sniper? All right, that's pretty cool. The Huskar with Omni Knight, with living armor. This is going to be a very strong Huskar. What anti-healing can you grab at this point? Technically, you could grab Ancient Apparition still. You could run it like 5 with Carry Tiny.
I think
that'll be a very tough lane.
I think you have to ban it. I think you just ban it here if you're Team Spirit, right? You ban the Enchantress, I think you probably just get rid of the Ancient Apparition.
It does feel like they've invested a lot into this Huskar, like the pick setting it up.
There's no way you just get, because like you already have a lot of sustain off the Largo.
But the lane seems so bad if you do that.
Oh, okay, Shadow Demon. That was the
you gotta
repel
protect the
purge
repel.
you were talking
You gotta
about.
protect the repel. Also, you don't want to like commit on the Huskar and then the target gets disrupted or something. Well, KP doesn't seem too bothered by. Well,
Yeah.
he's the one who told Makoto to play the Queen of Pain. He doesn't have to deal with it. He's like, exactly the plan. He's like, this was your plan to get me Huskar'd? I had to deal with this.
It's all right. He's cooked up a really sick final pick. We'll see what it is. Team Spirit, though, they still have the carry option here for Yatoro. The Drow Ranger and the Shadow Fiend removed.
All the people not playing versus the Huskar are smiling. They're all
That's
they're
true.
all fine. Yeah, what do you need here? I feel that I used to think that Huskar is the true
like
carry,
Kez.
right? Like you played behind the Huskar and the carry shouldn't be like some heavy farmer. But nowadays it's a little different. The way the hero functions and has better scaling. So you actually could still pick a typical carry and
It's
just
like
have
Ursa or
Huskar be the
Kez.
space maker. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I also think someone who just like heavily farms can be fine if this is an offlane Largo, because Largo can't really punish you that hard when you do that.
Carry Venge, dude. Do it. It's gonna end up being like Luna or
Amplify
something.
the Huskar.
Yeah, it'll just end up being something like. It is the case. All right, yeah, I think it's fine. I was thinking maybe they'd want for a ranged hero because you have the Treant Protector, but I think honestly you could probably leave Kez in a lot of matchups 1v1, and there he is, the Icicle himself.
So the anti-heal obviously very good. The worry is the lane, because Ancient Apparition
Yeah.
is a very weak laner. Tiny carry is typically pretty good, but Omni's pretty strong versus it. And I got used to this Rue being 5 again. It is the hoodwink in that lane. So like if you bushwhack the Ancient Apparition like a little out of position and then Omni runs up to him, you will destroy him. Or you will just constantly poke this Tiny, and I worry AA won't be able to match that. With that said, Cold Feet actually can be set up by the Tiny, which is a rare, like, you don't usually get that from a lot of carries. So maybe you're the one killing Hoodwink, right? I feel like positioning is going to be very important here.
I think it's possible for sure. If Not Me is out of position, it's very easy for them to kill the Hoodwink. But I agree with your other sentiment that like Kaori also has to be very careful about positioning. A single bushwhack and this Ancient Apparition just dies to Omni Knight and like an Acorn shot. I don't think there's really a whole lot he can do. I think the ease of execution is definitely there for Spirit. Nightfall should still be able to farm quite a bit. Like Tiny, you can't really slow this hero down too much in the lane. Like he just has way more damage than you. He'll be able to deny, he'll be able to last hit. Eventually Collapse just wins the trades over time though because of Purification and Hammer of Purity. But we'll see what they can get done. Mid lane's gonna be rough for Makoto though.
He's very experienced with this hero though. I'm sure he can.
Yeah.
You just got to get through it. The supports, specifically the Lion, I guess, can come over to help more than like Treant Protector can. And Hoodwink doesn't pose as much threat to you as usual because you have the Blink. So you're just going to hope your team can help you out. The mid-game timing will be very strong, right? Because you did go for the Ancient Apparition counter. And the Largo, we said, is a really good pairing with the Queen of Pain. So the strength is there later. You just got to not get rolled in the lanes.
Well, we'll see what we can do. It's time to jump into this series, Aurora versus Spirit. And, you know, I've been wanting to watch a good old Huskar game for a little while. We haven't really caught up too many.
I wanted a Largo game. Looks like we're both winning.
Heck yes.
All right, one way to deal with the tough matchups: smoke, get an early kill.
Get first blood.
Yeah, I think Aurora's first blood is not that bad.
It is
Like
pretty good.
one stun leads into 3 stuns, so
30 seconds to
see
battle.
if they can find anybody. Trian? He's invis though.
Good ward. Scout's WS right at the tail end there. Okay, makes it still under the Nature's Guise. I think they're aware that there is a Treant Protector here somewhere.
Ooh, they sentry. They'll
He
see him.
definitely see him. Yeah, he just pretends like, oh, no big deal, nothing there.
Well, I think Rue knows he also put it there, so I think they all know.
The battle begins.
Well, we'll see the fight potentially here as they grab Laurel on the Huskar. A great hero to start this fight. Hold on. They're killing other heroes bottom, and now Mira dies as well to Yatoro. Makoto, he's committed as well. Needs a little bit of help. Not me rotating over on the Hoodwink. Gonna try and bait them towards the trees, looking for the bushwhack. A double kill for the Kez to start the game. Uh-oh. That's not ideal.
Aurora may have problems. This is a very rough start. They wanted to punish the Huskar, but he's actually just going to take a point in Berserker's blood and be fine.
I like how they're actually going to
2v2.
kind of dual lane for now because they really do not want to risk Laurel dying. He needs to get to level 2. And now that... yeah, Mira's just staying here.
This is an approach you can take to the Huskar. It's just 2v2.
Oh, that sentry not in range to go for his ward.
That's too bad. WS, he's just going to creep drag top, right? His job is to just live and get what he can. So he started boots to creep drag on his own.
They're tri-laning bottom instead. Rue is down here on the Treant Protector.
This is really interesting.
They get the bushwhack. He's going to get the Leech Seed to follow it up. And with this, that should be another kill going the way of Spirit here. Not me will be the one that grabs it.
Now, I think this was part of the plan anyways, but especially after that start, like 3 kills for Spirit, you couldn't play top anyway, so full commit to just creep dragging. Although Yatoro, what are we doing? He's so far behind. Level 3 Kez versus level 1 Largo. Oh no.
I mean, they're trying everything they can right now, you know? They're really trying to put pressure on Laurel mid. He's got his level 2. Once he's level 3 and has the 2 points Berserker's blood, you just have to hope Laurel misplays. But they are just continuing to drop everything they have. Mira, if he gets... Laurel needs to be very careful. If he gets the stun... Nice living armor there to bait it out. I mean, it's working. He has 3 CS on the Huskar. But is this good for your other lanes? Kaori about to get leech seeded by Rue. Another bushwhack does at least have the cold feet to proc, so they will force him back.
Took living armor to help his mid lane, but if he had Q, he could have gotten the kill there. Just a trade-off you gotta pick. This should be fine for Spirit, because your Huskar is not having as good of a time as you thought he was going to. But your Kez got a double kill and is now solo laning, right? And Kez is a hero who can absolutely solo carry bottom.
They're bringing the heroes bottom, but Collapse gets tossed to Lotus, had the purification. Now you gotta get away from this Treant Protector. Has the leech seed there. Still has a blood grenade, might throw it on Nightfall, honestly. Bushwhack comes out, they'll look for the Lion, purification available. They're gonna dive underneath the tower, they get the kill. An absolute bloodbath of a game to start things off here, and well, there's your blood grenade.
Only for one team.
Oh, but yeah, when I say bloodbath, I mean it's all Aurora's blood, and like, and Spirit's bathing in it, bro.
Not Huskar though. Huskar.
He's got his own blood. They're berserkers.
Neutral blood, perhaps. Yeah, these side lanes are very dominant for Spirit. I thought the matchups were already going to be good, but now you start with 3 kills against a very alternative laning, but that has... It gave Makoto a game. That's what Aurora's got for them right now. But the side lanes are kind of falling apart. So when will Makoto rotate and give back? He's only level 4. It's a little too soon for it, though. As they dive yet again, I kind of wonder, is this worth it to TP in? Triple screen?
Well, I mean, it would be hype because Collapse is very low. Nightfall gets tossed a salve and is going to live because of it. Oh, purification almost to get the kill. That was sick. Fairy Fire if Collapse needs it. Rue continuing to just beat down this Lion. The Nature's guys to dodge the tree toss. Okay, Rue. Okay, Rue, that was spicy.
As his main guy.
Collapse is dead.
Got his former teammate.
Okay.
All right, I guess Makoto didn't TP over because he knew Mira was going to do the cleanup.
It works.
Radiant are scanning.
Honestly, WS is doing better than I thought.
Yeah. He's just frog stomping the lane, you know? Classic. I mean, how honestly do you stop a Largo with catchy like this ability has way too much regen.
That is true, actually. Kez usually kills people by building up the bleed, but not on Largo.
Uh-oh, not me. About to die. They also saw him place the ward, so this is not going to be good for the Hoodwink. He's going to get as much damage he can possibly do, but that's going to be another kill going to Nightfall. Here comes Rue, though. You really wish you had that Nature's Grasp right around now. Okay, they actually keep Not Me alive thanks to the living armor. The heals from Collapse. Yatoro even coming through the Twin Gate gets himself another, and he will look for Kaori. You have a Kez problem. Yatoro is 4-0.
This game
Level
is so funny to me.
6.5.
I want a heat map of this game. Like, compared to a regular game, there's like no laning. Everyone is like all over the place. The most bizarre laning stage I've seen in a long time.
This is good stuff. We love this.
Missed bushwhack. I kind of mentioned it. It's hard to hit this hero. What build is Yatoro going for? He is doing
Deso
the Mage
for sure,
Slayer.
right?
Mage Slayer to start,
Oh, he is
and it
gonna
looks
go
like
Mage Slayer.
Deso
Okay.
queued up after.
I'm just getting yanked around in the top lane up here, but should be fine. Pretty durable hero. Let's see, another catchy lick though, another stun. I'll get him. Ooh, grappling claw. He has an Echo Slash in one. He just needs a little bit of distance. Great parry.
Oh, parry!
He'll Echo Slash to the low ground, surely. Or no, he doesn't. He
Nice.
holds it. Dude,
Gives the mana drain.
the mana drain actually insane.
Dire's top
I
tower
think that was
is
Yatoro
under
doing the math. He was like, oh, they don't have the spells to get me, but didn't expect the mana drain to give the mana for the catchy lick. Finally, the Queen of Pain rotates down here to grab a kill. I guess that's it, actually, just the one. I feel like there were probably some early ones that maybe he could have gone to, but it is such a strange game. It's hard to do the typical calculations you're preparing for rotations. Laurel, easy math here. Kill the
Yatoro
frog.
getting some revenge. Dude, Nightfall is level 4.
It's very, very poor as well.
Oh, man.
The Huskar, who dealt with the duo lane and has now just been jungling, at least he can jungle. Like, Berserker's Blood is actually really good for early jungling. Okay? Don't take that to your pubs, guys, too much. But Tiny has nothing for that when they tri-laned him down there, and he only had one support, really, for a lot of it. There is no Tiny jungle.
Oh, are they baiting a Toro again top lane? Dude,
trying.
the catchy lick damage is nuts. Yatoro needs some help. He has another grappling claw away. And another kill bottom thanks to the chase from the Tree Protector and the Hoodwink. I mean, they just swapped Makoto into the bottom lane and put Tiny mid to be like, yeah, I mean, someone's got to deal with this lane, right?
But now Laurel is getting free reign in mid because versus
Yeah.
Tiny, easy peasy. Yeah, this is really tricky. Like, not only was the lane, it was already going to be a tough laning stage, and then Team Spirit got 3 kills, you know? So I don't blame Aurora for being a bit flustered here. Ice Blast is still something you can play for. It's still going to take a couple more minutes the way the game's going, but it is very powerful versus Huskar, obviously. But even against Kez, a big part of Kez is kind of like baiting them in and then healing up with your ultimate. So the Ice Blast kind of just removes that. You have to land it, though, and you have to choose who you are targeting with all this. That's going to be the hard part for Kaori.
When the heck did they get a ward in the dire triangle there?
Who did that?
That is a
Kaori?
sneaky ward. Might be useful if they ever manage to find the Huskar jungling there low HP, right? Like they could potentially burst them. with the Makoto, no Sonic Wave,
Or the Ice Blast.
or the Ice Blast whenever he gets level 6. It's taking a little while, but he will get there.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, it looks like they're giving him mid. Good
Hoodwink's
scan.
about to be level 6. She's gonna get it off this stack here, so.
Good scan. This is the value of the deep wards, even if they don't see. Oh, well, okay. They hear a little. Oh, missed sharpshooter. Well, collapse here to bop him.
Gimme.
That was long
Great
range.
bop.
This is why deep wards are really important. Very missing in your pub games, guys, if you want to start doing this more. Because even if you don't see the Huskar in the triangle ward, well, if he's not there, you know, he's in the other jungle. So that's what that smoke was looking for, but it got scanned out. Spirit responds appropriately, get themselves a lion kill, and they've got a catapult here.
Good
Not
drag
me
up the
dragging
big
this wave away for maximum tower damage. This is some speedrun strats.
Radiant are
Doing their own creep dragging. So I don't think they will finish this tower here unless they... Okay, well, actually Collapse is here. Okay, they really want this.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing
I mean,
the drums Midas build as well.
Yeah.
Maybe this has been going on in scrims.
I think
or maybe he just
Zeal
saw Zeal.
popped it out, and everyone was like, okay, that's actually pretty cool. We should do that. I mean, you need your supports to get level 6 on this side of Aurora, right? Like, and that's why I think they're trying to accelerate the game on Spirit before that happens.
They do have level 6 on the Ancient Apparition. They actually do see the ward sees the Huskar.
Huge stack as well.
Look at that.
Oh, you can't lose that. You have to protect it.
I mean, he has Mage Slayer now. He can. I was like, he can kill it with Raven or with a Raptor Dance if he really wants.
They see him going for this.
They're
Huskar
more
really the better
concerned about
target?
Huskar. They're actually
That Ancient
TPing
stack is
back
worth
on
more than the
Omni, too.
Huskar.
Dude, Omni's here. Ah, he still got him. Sure. No, the Ice Blast
Do
missed.
they?
No, the Ice Blast missed. The Repel gave him just enough space to get away, and in comes the Treant Protector. As he's gonna try and slow down these escapes, and Kaori, well, he's gonna burn. And Kez stole the entire stack.
Gotta buff projectile speed time for Ancient Apparition. Ah, I can't believe that missed.
I mean, I thought for sure it hit, but Collapse read it like a book, TPing back at the best possible time.
Even if that works and you kill the Huskar there, I'm really not sure that's worth it for that amount of Ancient stacks in your own triangle.
And you probably don't get out on everyone, right? Well, we're gonna see them make a play here for Omni. Big overgrowth onto 3, gets the Repel, deletes the Lion. Rue's in pretty deep though, he'll die. So a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane, but they force the tower deny. And Kez is still farming.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He got the Mage Slayer. He is gonna go for the Deso. You have 2 right-clicking cores alongside you, so that's some nice amplification for their damage as well. Once you get there, of course.
What the heck? That was a weird little interaction. I'm pretty sure he threw a Talon Toss at WS while Catchy Lick was going out, and it dispelled the Talon Toss midair.
Ate it out of the air. That's sick.
He just ate it. Just consumed it. Largo, thinking he's going to get a wisdom. Oh, okay, Rue's just not actually going to contest it. All right, never mind.
Dire's middle tower is under
It would have been
attack.
funny to just stand in it, so he just can't get it, but oh well.
Yeah, I mean, it would reveal that you're there, and you're not really going to get it, right? Like, WS will stay there, someone will TP in, and they'll kill you or chase you out. So he's like, okay, I'm just going to stay out of sight so they don't know I'm here. And maybe it's paying off. People are rotating up here. Though if Rue tries to follow behind, there is a sentry that sees him.
He doesn't have a good way to...
He doesn't know they're here, because he doesn't actually see up the high ground. He's going to go now. He sees all of it.
He's gonna try and get on top of him. They just quickly just burst down the Treant Protector, but that's everything that you have spent in Yatoro. Well, trying to find an opening. WS just healing through all of this, has so much bonus armor. thanks to the encore stacks. Quick little 2-for-1.
Still works out for Aurora in the end, though you don't get the Kez that you were hoping for. You probably don't complain about 2 support kills. The way this game's been going, you take what you can get. There's Nightfall. Nightfall finished his Echo, going for the Blink. Larl also going for a Blink to be able to initiate a little better for his team with the silence.
Yeah, I mean, despite everything, it's only a 2,000 gold lead here for Spirit, which isn't that much. I mean, it's closer to 3,000 actually, but it's really going to be this Kez. Like, the Kez is going to be this hero that, like, breaks open some of these mid-game fights with his items. As he's very close to the Deso.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And we'll see how much this collapse Omni Knight's going to scale now that he has his Midas.
Yeah, I think that bottom lane. Now, this was such a strange laning phase that there's no way the teams had really practiced this. But there was a little bit of over-aggression from Spirit that allowed Aurora to get some kills to kind of save the state of the game for themselves. And we are seeing Collapse get involved.
Ooh.
I think the balance that when we saw Glyph do it with Zeal, it was a little smoother. This time they're still trying to find that success, and maybe it's here in a tier 3 dive.
Doesn't get the
Not
kill.
quite.
Bushwhack just off the mark. They'll know about the ward here though, so yep, quick little D ward.
Because one thing Glyph did when they had the offlane Omni with this build, it was a Storm Spirit mid, and I felt like it was much easier for them to do things. This is a Kez Huskar Omni Knight lineup, so like, who is starting the fight, right? They're literally just chasing up to tier 3s trying to get kills.
Oh, Collapse just walks in and bonks one of them. That'll do it. Needs to be careful. He's committed pretty far. Does have the Guardian Angel still available, and there is a Queen of Pain on the way. There's the Guardian Angel, but the Sonic Wave should finish the job. Just whips him with the catchy lick as well. So yeah, a little bit too overextended. It seems like maybe Spirit on a different page. Like, Larl has no intentions of joining the team until he had the Blink Dagger, which is just now delivered.
I think he just should be... I mean, it's hard actually, because Bushwhack is their only real stun, and even that can be dealt with by, oh my god.
God.
Deso's done.
Deso is online. What just I mean, he's level 14 Kez. That'll kind of do it. That being said, Nightfall's over. Avalanche holding him in place. Laurel goes in, goes for the silence, but you've lost the Kez, and now Laurel has been overextended. They're gonna lose another. Maybe more as they chase for Not Me, TPing out on the Tree and Protector, but Hoodwink, I think, well, let's say off to safety, but no, they got him. Trapped up, ran down by the Queen of Pain. Those are 3 pretty massive deaths, and now Makoto is about to pass Kez as the top net worth.
Some classic Queen of Pain Makoto combo right there. He always seems to find a way to do well in the game. But this time, I think the strange laning, I guess, has ended up benefiting Aurora, because if it was normal laning, I think Spirit was supposed to win all 3 lanes. By duo laning mid, they drew top outside of Yatoro starting with a double kill, right? WS just creep dragged, so they went even top. They lost bottom, but then mid got saved. And that has allowed them enough space to reach this point where Spirit, if they're winning all 3 lanes, you just run at objectives, you run at heroes, and it's fine. But now that it's a closer game, you actually need to start plays, and you don't have cores that start plays. Maybe now with the Blink on the Huskar, but all the plays they have tried to start up to this point is just walking into Earth Spike Ravage. It's chasing a Largo playing Hot Foot Hustle. It's walking straight into Avalanche Toss and Ice Blast and Queen of Pain blinking away, and that's why they haven't really been able to convert it into much.
Yeah, they are really kind of losing a little bit of that momentum.
Dire are scanning.
Maybe you guys can get some momentum on the official prediction market of Blast Slam.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Polymarket.com.
under attack.
This Tormentor gets taken. Where are the good shards? Tree and Protector for free vision is always nice. Alas.
Boomerang.
The Hoodwing one's not bad either. But actually, there's not a lot of spell damage this game, so I think you would have preferred Treant.
Yeah, I'd agree. With how things are going, I think Kez, once he has BKB, is very scary. You know, we're kind of seeing him still manage to maintain his net worth. I think the biggest issue Spirit had in the last few minutes was, you know, they die bottom on like the Omni Knight +1, and then Larl gets blank and he's like, yeah, I'll go fight, but you don't have your Omni Knight to back you up, so then you lose another. Top lane, they're gonna lose Collapse again. Great wrap around here from Aurora. They're really starting to heat up. Now look for the tier 1 tower. You have to play Huskar and Omni together, surely, but now Larl's like, I got my blink, but guys, you need to chill. I need to get a BKB.
Yeah, it's been a little strange. I do think there's a turning point because we haven't really seen Yatoro. Well, it's funny to say this because he's 7-2, but we haven't really. I haven't felt him really contribute his top net worth into the team. It's been a lot of heavy farming, and then like, yeah, snipe some kills in some fights. But we actually see, because of his build, he's quite squishy, so he did join and then he got killed. But now he's about to finish BKB. So I hope this is where Spirit kind of lines it up. It's like, okay, he's reliant on his BKB. We can now Omni save the Huskar, and let's get the three of us to like actually put our powers together. Because the last couple of minutes, it's just been Aurora doing it. Avalanche toss, blink stuns from the Lion. It's been setting up the Ice Blast, setting up Makoto and Largo to just drop some damage in.
Yeah, I've liked what Aurora has done. I mean, definitely managed to get through what we thought was going to be a pretty disastrous lane stage, and then actually take the lead away from Spirit as well. I mean, the first time this game they've been in the lead, so they're pretty happy. And you know, as this game goes on, I would probably favor Aurora, right? Like, you have Lion, Ancient Apparition, two incredibly good supports in terms of scaling, but you also just have this Largo, right? Like, how many times have we seen Largo just become such a menace in team fights that you just can't actually deal with him?
We love Largoba.
Yeah, I don't know if Kez is enough. Like, Tiny is not a bad carry. This hero is crazy.
I'm actually, even more than the Tiny, I'm looking at Makoto. I think Makoto is set up to be so insanely strong this game. Your spells are amplified by Croak of Genius and Ice Vortex. I think he's gonna pop off. I mean, he's already kind of popping off, but that's even before the Croak of Genius buff has really come into play, and Ice Vortex is like now really getting going with him.
Boy.
They've
caught Yatoro bottom. He's going to try his best to maybe get away. Nice attempt up to the high ground with that grappling claw, but Nightfall with the toss. The Avalanche, a couple more auto attacks. He burns down to Kaori.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, BKB is done on Huskar in like 20 gold. Is this finally go time? Larl has been jungling for 20 minutes.
If you have the 3 minutes, we're duo lane mids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he started getting dual lane and it was like, I'm gonna go jungle, and he's just been jungling ever since. So he's level 16, BKB, Blink, Armlet.
Go time?
Yeah, when is go time? Is it now?
It does feel like that's what the Omni Knight offlane. I mean, I'm still collecting sample sizes on this, you know, like seeing how it really shines. But when it looked successful for Glyph, it was a very fast-paced game, playing behind the storm, repelling him, letting him make plays. He just hasn't had that partner. Yeah, maybe it could have worked with Kez a little more, but it is the carry, you know? Like, how much do you really want to be forcing him to go join fights?
But it's time to find out as they're going to smoke up. We'll see which team gets the better initiation.
Kaori's in the front. That's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, well, I say that. They get an Avalanche toss onto Laurel. Overgrowth immediately dispelled. What a bushwhack onto 3. The big silence comes through. They just clean up 2 heroes on Aurora as Makoto trying to blink to safety, but dies. Oh boy, not me. Just rips Aurora apart with that one.
A really good bushwhack, but I also think Aurora got a little ahead of themselves on that. The tiny blinks, Avalanche can't toss back because he's the furthest one in front. It was a little bit before this. So then the whole team has like rushed up to help him, and that's what allows this bushwhack into the AoE silence, into everything to connect. So just a little bit too soon from Aurora. Has now lost you the fight, given up Aegis, which, oh, I almost thought he was gonna get that Oscar.
Well, Spirit strike back, man. That Aegis is going to get them a lot of breathing room here, especially for the Huskar, who, you know, definitely is at risk of getting caught and dying still in this game, even with the BKB. Like, they have good burst damage, but now has that free life to play around. And Collapse is working his way towards his own BKB.
Now you can get ice blasted and die once and still help in the fight. You don't want to lose it randomly though. You want to do that while taking a tower, possibly a tier 3 tower. Some revenge on not me for bushwhacking him earlier. Okay, they really hated that bushwhack earlier.
That's why they really wanted the gem. Mira picks it up, but there's no way he gets out of this. He will burn down. They recover the gem.
You came all the way from hell just to get killed.
So worth it for Spirit, honestly.
Okay, they're smoke and look for more. They do want to make use of this Aegis. And Lion's crowd control is some of the reason they've been losing fights. Take him out of the picture. Now it's just the Avalanche toss you're worried about, but that's what Repel is good for. I guess not. I feel like they smoked and then they just went back to the lanes.
That's, yeah. Yutora has to farm to his next item, work his way towards the Aghanim Scepter. Nah, they're here now, but the smoke's expiring. They put the gem on Collapse now. They're like, all right, let's keep it on a little bit more of a durable hero.
He just got his BKB delivered as well.
Oh, did they see the wards over there? I think they did. Okay, I mean, this ward is telling them a little bit of everything right now. There they go. They will find it now. Blinking aggressively. They want to try and find these other heroes. Kaori gets the safety, drops a defensive ward, and they actually blink right over it so they don't see it.
All right. They were really excited to chase people, but didn't end up catching anyone. Now gonna look bottom, try again. They really want to kill into pushing with this Aegis.
Well, Rue is giving them a lot of vision, but he walks into a sentry, big overgrowth, but Mira's there with the finger death from the side. Laurel will get some revenge though. Burn down the Lion. So that's a minute 50 on this Aegis, has an Omni Knight nearby as well, but he is getting absolutely owned. So much damage coming through. The Repel doing quite a bit of heavy lifting here. Because he will survive. And that's the Sonic Wave even committed. Maybe holding it too long.
Took 28 minutes, but we're finally seeing the Repel Huskar combo. But they're not really forcing the fights they want with this Aegis, I feel like.
Ooh,
they can run around by Aurora.
Now. Okay, very quick kill there onto the Ancient Apparition. I agree, though. I want to see them continue to play aggressive. I think they need to like actually be chasing these heroes down.
All right, 5th time's the charm, or whatever group push this is at. Spirit, I don't feel like they've quite found what they wanted to with this Aegis. They're down to the last 50 seconds.
They did get time to farm some big items though, right? Like you have Aghanim Scepter coming out on the Kez. You've got Omni Knights, BKB done and completed.
Dire's bottom tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, Laurel. Okay, caught from the Ice Blast. Has the armlet on. This is...
Middle tower has fallen.
I mean... Is the armlet just still going to kill him? Yeah, okay, it is.
close.
I was like, I think armlet still kills him. So that will be the burned Aegis.
It was about to expire anyways.
Yeah.
Nightfall and Mira were bottom. Kind of hoping like one stray hero comes over and you can burst them, but I'll have to be careful because actually a lot of the spirit heroes are heading on over. So they're gonna go top instead, dodge this out.
Radiant are scanning.
I agree that they did get farming time. Kez Ags is quite powerful, but that does go the other way, right? I'm not convinced as the game goes late, Spirit is in a dominant position, right? I like Kez's scaling, but I do think a lot of their lineup prefers more early to mid game times. And on the other side, Mira's up to 5 stacks of Finger. Ice Blast value only going up.
Yeah, I mean, they're sending the Ice Blast bottom right now to try and find someone to Tormentor, but not quite there. Nami actually just surviving the little burst damage there from Nightfall. Quite tanky on the Hoodwink, has itemized to be a little bit problematic tonight. Another kill for your Toro in the top lane. Dude, Yatoro's starting to do some serious... I mean, he's been doing a lot of damage, but he's going straight into the Daedalus now.
CWS. He is trying to run away. Oh, he's gonna run into the tree.
No, he sees the tree.
Oh, he sees... That was kind of bull... Did he... Okay, I don't think he realized that tree just got placed. Because that was kind of dangerous to run in there.
Mira is just searching as well. Yatoro hiding the trees, pops the BKB, goes in. Nice E-Blade there, or rather goes up there to keep himself alive as Mira will eventually fall to the burst damage. Laurel chasing down Kaori on the other side now. Will BKB looking for Nightfall, gets dragged pretty dang far. He's gonna need a little bit of help, but Omni Knight gets the blink in. There we go. Guardian Angel to turn the tides. And can they chase for more? WS and ran down here by the Kez, but just continues to walk it off. He's got 35 armor.
That's a lot of armor. Hot Feet Hustle keeps him pretty fast against a hero like Kez, who usually has no problem chasing anybody down. All right, in the end, Spirit's starting to finally get some stuff going in these fights. I think some very fortunate, I don't know what to call it, positioning vision luck down there where like Largo walks over to the tree that just got placed. He doesn't know it's there. They think no one's there, so Mira steps in too far, so he gets killed instantly by a Kez. There's like a little bit of good luck in the way that broke out for Spirit. Queen of Pain has an Octarine now, 3.8 seconds on Shadow Strike. This is Shadow Strike that is double buffed.
And has the Scream of Pain damage at 20. So Makoto can do so much work in the fights, especially if Spirit group up at all.
Carcagini is
Avalanche
applied.
toss from Nightfall. Cannot bring down the Hoodwink. He's got that brawny enchantment, bro. 190 health.
Radiant are scanning.
Good read by Spirit. They're backing out. Well, maybe not backing out far enough. Collapse is in a pretty good spot to save this.
Oh,
They're gonna
barely
get
the
hit
Ice
by the
Blast still, but he turned on the armlet. He's gonna need a little bit of help. That Ice Blast shouldn't kill him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So he'll survive, and maybe now they're gonna turn things around with their own smoke, see what they can find. Dude, if that Earth Spike hit,
It was a really good attempt. You're just like guessing, like, okay, it's so next level. Collapse is staying out of sight to help, and Mira
what a
is
bait.
predicting that.
can they actually kill Laurel? He gets the BKB off as they continue to chase in so deep, but Nightfall's just burning. The damage from Yatoro is just way too high. Now on the WS, you've lost 2. Big Sonic Wave. The Scream of Pain doing a lot
Everyone's
of work. Finger
low.
Death comes through it. Here comes Makoto, but now
Get in
he's
there and
stuck.
punch.
Pops the Ghost Scepter, trying his best to stay alive. Lion's gonna Ghost
Oh, he's
Scepter,
gonna steal the
blink
gem.
in, take the gem, and TP home. What a Chad play there from Mira.
In the end, that fight is still good for Spirit, but I think Mira did some sick stuff in that whole sequence. You can like blink stun from any number of angles in that first attempt on that Huskar, but he's like guessing that someone's behind any of those trees. He's like trying to cover it, but just, you know, happened to miss because it's just a gamble. But it could have been a quick kill on Huskar, and then that, in the heat of that moment, right, you're losing a fight, but you're like, I can get this gem. I'm gonna go in and go grab it, and then I'm not just feeding, right? Stealing the gem, maybe that makes it a win for Aurora, even though they lost 2 cores, but you'll start to have vision advantage. And it's very good to have versus the Treant, right? You can't let this guy just be scouting you out. Yeah, we'll see a replay
Let's take a
of that
look
fight
back
here.
at what happened. I mean,
Getting
you
chased.
can
Another
see,
double bushwhack.
yeah. Dude, Nami's been on point with him this game. So Tiny needs some armor is what I'm noticing here after this fight.
Yeah.
There's just no way, dude. I can't believe that works.
Think he's a TI winner for nothing? No way. He's on it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, yep, Tiny has queued up AC after that fight, so I don't blame him. I think he very much needs it.
I kind of wish I got the plate mail before the Hyperstone. But the Hyperstone
just
will
wants to
help with
farm.
farming a bit more. I think you're gonna have to fight over this Roche though, and you still don't have armor.
Yeah. It's all right. Makoto's the real carry. This guy
That's true.
got the Shivas done, has the gem.
He's got his armor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They know somebody's here. Ooh, Rue in the trees, caught from the Hex from Mira. Quick pick off here. They try to save him. That's repelled down. They need to be a little bit careful of that. Ice Blast not gonna connect. As they get the buyback out of the Tree and Protector, knowing that whoever wins this fight gets the Roshan. Ice Blast down. Spirit probably feeling pretty confident to go in. There is gonna be a little ward over here that they have not quite seen somehow. Right behind them. And with it, they get full vision of Makoto. They just jump in, try to get the catchy lick, the dispel. He gets the blink out with the Ghost Scepter. Laurel, his BKB is spent. Needs to be careful. WS wants to go in, knows how tanky he is. Kez gets the stun, the toss back though. Hexed up in trouble. They're gonna be able to save him with the Guardian Angel. Omni Knight doing work. Laurel is low. He's gonna die. The Overgrowth not in time. And look at Makoto. He's just picking apart the back line. Dagger after dagger. 3 dead on Spirit. Did they leave the ward there intentionally to bait Spirit? There's no way. I think they just didn't see it.
I don't think so. I think it, yeah, they just didn't see it. Makoto's been kind of like jumping around. Actually, we saw Collapse, you know, blink over some wards too. So I think it was just a bit of misfortune not catching that ward, but maybe it ended up being good luck because it baited Spirit in, and Huskar ended up getting dragged too far from the team in that chase. Then Kez also got jumped before he could, you know, use stuns, gets thrown in. A lot of his fight has just been moving around the fight rather than doing damage. And Spirit is more on the clock in these fights, right? They need to be doing damage during these BKBs, during the repels and everything. Like, they need very consistent damage to just stand there and attack. It's much easier for Aurora to like throwing a spell, okay, back off. Okay, throwing another spell, back off, right? Like run around with Hot Feet Hustle, okay, throwing a spell, blink here, right? So it's easy for them to kite this out while still doing a lot of their damage, which is ultimately how they won that fight. And now they've got the Roche.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Aegis for
AC is
Nightfall
very
is
close
great.
to being done too, yeah. I think you're just chilling till you get the AC. Oh, maybe if you find this amplified damage, you go a little faster.
I mean, you're almost to level 25 on the
There's a lot
campaign
of-
as well. Last
Who's
creep
gonna
wave
get it?
here.
Queen of Pain, Kez, Kaori, Ancient Apparition. He didn't even hit Ice Blast in that last fight.
Nah, they
Still
didn't.
won. Maybe that's what baited the Huskar in. You know, he thought, oh, I don't have to worry, I won't die.
Holding the talent point right now. I feel like his blink cooldown. Yeah, it does. It's like, I think that's the one you always go for. Like 3-second blink makes this hero such a pain to deal with.
Sonic Wave damage is maybe a little tempting versus a Huskar, but yeah, I think
and
you need.
Omni, yeah.
Yeah, I think you need that blink cooldown. Plus Octarine, I mean, so it's just so fast.
Dead even game. 40 minutes in. Aurora and Spirit here. Looking for the next fight though, as Nightfall under the cover of the Shadow Blade has a little bit of time left on the, or about 3 minutes left on the Aegis. Arcane Rune picked up by Rue. That's a nice one to find.
Minesweeper
No,
top,
they
so
need that
everyone is
creep wave.
positioning behind the trees. That was a very
Oh,
nice
no.
creep cut. They
Okay,
can
now
go
it's gonna turn
top
around.
though. They can go top.
Dire's middle tower is under
You just got the double catapult, right? You might as well just keep the siege up in mid. There's the fortification. All right. I mean, yeah, they should be able to get the top tower for this pretty easily then.
It's a good cut by Spirit to buy some time. Ooh, Nami wanted to get that top wave to do it again, but just didn't get there quite fast enough, so he's gonna go for the next one instead.
Dire's top tower.
This is
It's gonna
enough
be a-
time for Nightfall to hit your tower, though. He has the banner if they want to drop it, but there's still 2 minutes on
2
Aegis. You don't-
catapults are left, man. They should.
Yeah, I think they should.
There it is. Okay, good. Kind of calling the bluff. Like, if you don't fortify, we won't drop the banner. But the second the fort comes out, banner goes down. Nightfall will get to work on the tower. Just blast this thing apart. And the range racks, it's going to fall just to the creeps here. Oh, blink in. Nightfall. Nullified up.
Nice double
Great
stun.
stun from Mira, though. But he's in a lot of trouble. That's going to be your Aegis burned. And not a lot committed from Spirit. This is, you know, Ag's Kez. He's got the Raven's Veil if he wants to go in. He's going to pop the BKB, jump in from Laurel. Big Overgrowth catches 3. They need to save the Ancient Apparition, but he's taunted
Doesn't
up.
get the Ice
He
Blast.
can't get anything off. And now Largo with the BKB, everything rolling through. It's up to Makoto. Big Sonic Wave onto Yotaro. Nearly kills him, but they're going to look to try and turn around, take down the Tree Protector instead. That's the Ags reveal from Laurel. Finding the Ancient Apparition, a really nice one.
It's not too bad for Aurora, like in the big picture. You got the barracks. You did lose your Aegis, but you only lose the support in the end for it. But I do think this could be going better. And I gotta say, for Kaori, he's known to be really good with a couple heroes, but I feel Ancient Apparition is not one of those heroes, and I think we're seeing it a little bit. Like, he has a blink, he has a Force Staff, but he's still too far up and getting found. You pick this hero last purely for Ice Blast on these key heroes, and I don't think it's something he's as comfortable with.
I'd agree. I think
17
definitely.
deaths suggest that Intini is not
boy.
comfortable with this. Guys, why didn't you pick me Phoenix at the start?
Yep. And if you hit Ice Blast in these fights, like, I think you're just running over Team Spirit's lineup, right? And part of it is, you know, Laurel making the super deep dives, like the Hurricane Pike into the Blink, into the Life Break to try and make sure he finds the Ancient Apparition, but he could also just be hiding really deep in the trees, you know, on the Ancient Apparition, so it's not so easy to find him.
Dire's middle tower.
Mid lane tier 2. Gonna go down here as they clean this one up.
Like, does he need to be standing where he is?
Dire's middle tower.
No, absolutely not.
It might be a team decision, right? I'm kind of putting it on him, but they might be feeling like, oh, we got to protect Largo and Lion. Like, we need them more than Ancient Apparition. I guess I kind of get that, but I think Queen of Pain should be the one fronting them. And I think Ancient Apparition should actually be one of the most furthest back heroes. Like, bait your Largo and Lion. If they're initiating on Lion, it's like Lion initiated on them, you know? Ice Blast your Lion, then as he dies, you hit the target you need to hit.
Yeah, and they're getting their Lincoln Spheres now as well, right? So Makoto's is done. They almost have one on WS, so the blink into the life breaks that would taunt you is now not really going to be an option. So Largo is going to be very difficult to actually burst down in these fights. And we've seen over and over, like, if he's got his BKB running and he's got his, you know, Groovin stacks up, they just can't kill him. Like, he's surviving way too easily.
One of his neutral options is Prophet's Pendulum, even better to stay alive. He's thinking about it, though. Maybe debating the evasion on Idol of Skriok.
Yeah,
Also a pretty good one.
Pretty good.
Okay, honestly, these are all pretty good. Like, Rattle Cage, you are so tanky and heal that you also reflect a lot of damage.
I think
He's thinking it through.
It's probably the Pendulum most of the time, I would say, but I can understand the Idol of Skriok. Slow resistance is also just nice.
Health restoration boost. The enchantments are also all really good. He's spoiled for choice.
Oh, jump in, Mira gets caught, but a nice Ghost Scepter nullified off though, as Yatoro will go in and finish the kill. Now the question, can you recover your gem? Rue's gonna walk forward and take it. So you get the Lion and the gem. That's a nice pick. Oh wait, I guess that was their own gem that they got back now.
I think there's actually 3 in the game right now.
Is there 3 gems? Oh, there are 3 gems.
I think there was
one.
2. Yeah, because Aurora stole one from Spirit. Spirit bought a second one. And then I think Aurora also had bought their own. So Spirit has bought 2, Aurora bought 1, and they're passing them around.
Did he mean to force staff for that? I think he meant to just attack it, but he might have just accidentally force staffed himself to death.
Mayhaps, but I don't think he should be there at all. No one else on the team is. Ooh, not me on the hunt top, looking at this Queen of Pain.
Well, fortunately, Makoto has this gem, so he is never really under enemy vision too often. Or at least not for long.
To TP out. Everyone on Spirit on the hunt here. Yatoro hoping to cut him off. Not me looking through the trees, but he is long gone.
What's Partisan's brand on the Queen of Pain? 9% increased spell damage.
Before this, I think I said we haven't had our long game, but I think here we are. Whoa! Rue blinks in as they blink out, but WS is also here.
Yeah, he just happens to fly. He's like, wait a minute, my auras are hitting somebody. It's a little bit weird. Kez jumps in, gets repelled. He's gonna be okay. Makoto gets the blink on out, but they need to be able to save Tidy. Taunted up by Laurel, up onto the high ground. Can he survive? Yeah, WS will do it. And now you gotta get away from the Queen of Pain because she can chase. They force the buyback out of the Treant. Mira with his Shadow Blade looks in, goes in, gets the Hex on the hook. There's a tier 1 tower here? What in the world?
This is where the tri-lane was.
What is that doing alive?
This is where the tri-lane was. They never got to get close. Ooh, smoke up. They know BKBs are down. A little bit of overlap. I mean, I guess he probably pressed BKB while he was stunned, and then when the repel came in, he overlapped the BKB repel.
That's a very dead Hoodwink. 75 seconds without the Hoodwink. And Spirits, they will smoke up now, say, okay, you want to try that? Maybe they're thinking of going into the Roshan.
They're hoping to find Kaori. I think the River Ward caught sight of him. They roughly know where he is. They might actually loop back on the back because he's killing this ward if they want to commit. Okay, with the ward dead, they're a little bit afraid now. It's really scary to go that far. They're just waiting here for Here to come back. But I think Aurora knows. They're now, we've traded high grounds. A little loop-de-loop.
I mean, they've gotten
this is why the gems are so important.
Taken away, yeah. Makoto's just Screw it, blinks in. They get a glimpse of Rue onto the side. They know he's
Deja
here
vu.
somewhere, and this will be a dieback on the Treant Protector unless you can find some way to save him. And you cannot. 90 seconds on the sideline.
All right, that'll be Roche. It took a little bit of maneuvering, but a good read from Aurora, playing the ring around a Rosie, ring around Roche pit, I suppose. That'll get them the big prize.
Do you think Roshan's name is Rosie?
This is the deep lore. It's Slax's next video. All right, so he's getting what? Cheese for Largo. And he has the refresher. I think he's just holding it, because surely he is not the refresher hero.
Oh my god, Nightfall is got the data list. There it is. Been delivered.
Okay,
It took a while, but he's online.
unironically, give refresher to Kaori so he can throw 2 ice blasts. He needs to hit these.
Well, they have found Not Me. Goes to blink out. Laurel gets a nice duel here onto Queen of Pain. The Ice Blast, though, it's going to connect onto both of them. They are going to get the Queen of Pain kill, but she has buyback. Okay, they actually just hold it for now. And, well, Collapse blinks in, trying to burn down Mira. He does have a stun available on one. Dude, he has been so on point with these Ghost Scepters. I don't know how Mira has survived as many times as he has.
None of these heroes really wanted to, like the other heroes don't want to buy Nullifier. It's only Yatoro.
Another gem on the ground.
That was the one Queen of Pain. Oh, let me drop my gem to pick up their gem. It makes sense because their gem has vision.
Yeah.
They're actually smoking and going fast. You don't expect Makoto, right? They're baiting the buyback on this outpost.
Dude, Laurel.
Do it.
Okay, they're going to go for the Omni Knight instead. Quick kill there. Laurel goes for the duel, finds Kaori. He's in pretty deep without a BKB, mind you, and there's no Omni to bail him out. Nightfall under this haste rune is just gonna run at you.
One
Gets
more.
the blink out on Yatoro, barely, but oof.
I kind of think you could buy back and go for like the really big plays there to like win the game, but I guess they didn't really need it. Okay, they have top barracks. They did get the kill, and now they're whacking away at the mid lane.
Good defensive banner
Omni
placement here.
buyback. Yeah, I'm glad it's further back. It could actually even be further back.
Yep, and that's why
for
it should have been.
that reason right there. That reason right there.
It's one of those weird things that we keep seeing, like, Banner has, like, I think notoriously been the most underutilized item ever in Dota. Like, when it first got added, we saw pro teams just constantly ignoring it and not using it. They'd put, like, 3 or 4 in their fountains and just be like, oh, I don't know. Who cares? But now with the range increase, we still don't see people utilizing it super well.
I'm really not convinced they need to be that close, yeah. Like, I'm not a pro, I recognize that, but it really seems to me that the high ground struggle is something we've all recognized for years now, and the banner is supposed to be the answer to that. Tiny.
Oh boy. Tiny's holding
Barely
all of his
alive?
spells because he's got that Aegis available. They're going to be able to take down the Hoodwink. That's a dieback in Yatoro. Caught from the BKB. The Ice Blast on the mark this time. The Finger of Death to seal the deal, and Nightfall never dies. Spirit down to just 2 heroes as the Huskar is about to respawn. We've still got to fight into the Aegis of Nightfall for 2 more minutes. Great patience from him as he just... no fear. Didn't BKB, didn't do anything. Just trusted his team.
I think even if he dies
still
there,
has
it's not
cheese.
yeah, I think even if he dies, it's not that big of a deal.
Kaori in pretty far, had the Aeon Disc, but still dies. Nightfall will die as well. Laurel trying to find what he can, jump in, looking for the Kez. Just the big kill if they can finish
should
it.
be dead.
And they got him. That's going to be the dieback. The toss holding Laurel in place. Collapse just forced to watch as the second toss comes through. Nightfall with the double kill. Laurel with the blink in the duel, but it cannot be done. It's going to be Aurora taking the game pretty confidently here, and what a decision starting from the lane stage to make this game happen.
Nightfall's so happy. He's flashing back to the beginning of the game, getting tri-laned, having like 2,000 net worth at 10 minutes. He's like, I can't believe we just won that. Yeah, it was a well-earned victory from Aurora. I think that draft was not easy to pull off. They put Kaori on an uncomfortable hero, kind of saw it, but did well enough to show why the Ancient Apparition is really good versus Huskar. You just prevent all the healing. There were a couple key connections in that. See, he didn't have fun. He's like, I hated that, guys. Don't ever make me do that again. But it was what his team needed to be able to close out some of those final fights.
I don't know what happened with our post-game graphic there. It kind of bugged out a little bit, but this was such a solid performance from Aurora overall. And the thing that's wild is like Yatoro had such a good start on Kez. He was like 6-0 in the first like 7 minutes of the game, just completely free farming, but they had the knowledge to be like, he can't kill Largo. Largo's just gonna frog stomp and eat creeps and he'll never die. And they even bait Yatoro once, right? Into the tower, and they end up killing him. So it gave, you know, quite a decent amount of time for Largo to just farm to the essential items he needs, which is that Kaya Sange, the BKB, and the Aghanim Scepter. And once he had these, he never died the rest of the game. Just sitting in the back, playing his guitar, keeping the team healthy.
Yeah, WS is one of the premier Largo offlaners. He was when it was broken, and he's one of the few still playing it. He's very good with the hero, and more than anything, I feel like this was a very good idea victory for Aurora.
Yeah,
like in the draft, they had already started to plan like, okay, we're gonna duo lane here, you're gonna like solo here, and even as the game got really wacky and there's like a tri-lane bottom, this is here, this is there, they maneuvered that to get to where they needed. I think Spirit could have made it work for themselves as well. I think that's where maybe they didn't adjust fast enough, and like the draft they picked, we didn't see those heroes really come together until a little bit late. I think they got thrown off by the weird lanes and didn't know how to pull it back.
There was that like one moment where like Huskar was getting Blink, but then Collapse, and I think Not Me died on the Hoodwink. And then Marl's like, don't worry, I'll go in and clean it up with like Yatoro and Rue, and then they all die anyway, and you're like, this isn't good. So it's, you know, a little bit awkward on the timings and lining ups of their abilities and spells, but Aurora, well-deserved victory. They get this one in the bag, and we've got one series left here today. It is going to be LGD versus Liquid. We'll see which of these two teams will come out ahead, so stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you after the break. one series left here today, and it's going to be LGD versus Liquid. I will say both these teams have looked pretty good. I'm wondering, man, is it the org buff? What's going on? X Heroic, now LGD, looking very strong here in this tournament. 4-1, taking down some of the top teams.
Jerseys.
Yeah, the only loss so far to Falcons, but they took down Aurora, they took down BetBoom, they took down GLYPH, and they took down Spirit. So we'll see how they manage to keep the ball rolling, if they can take down Liquid, or maybe Liquid's going to finish the day strong.
Yeah, I think I know it may seem a little surprising to a lot of people that they're doing pretty well right now, but I feel like over the last couple tournaments that they have been at, people can see the potential of this team, and they threw a lot of games, you know, and it's like, it's so close to greatness. And maybe this is what they, you know, maybe they finally figured it out. Maybe it's the sponsor buff, like you said. But I do think this squad can become a top team if they can figure out that consistency. They start many of their games quite well. The lanes are very good through their power picks, through just outplaying. And then they kind of lose it as time goes on. Their opponents, Liquid, in the past, they were kind of similar, right? Like, Liquid would have a lot of good starts, and the Liquid high ground throw was a classic, you know? It might just be the same trajectory for now LGD, right? Like, they've got the early game down, and you spend a lot of time focusing on that, and now you talk through the mid game, you talk through the late game, and maybe in a couple years, they'll be in this constant top position like Liquid has been.
I'd also like to point out the Whisper buff. Whisper's back. I mean, they played the last tournament with a stand-in. Whisper wasn't available, and they looked all right. Like you said, they ended up just unfortunately throwing some games that looked like it was more in their control. And maybe with Whisper back, he's maybe kind of leading the charge a little bit more. It's hard to say, right? Like, there's a lot of things that change from one tournament to the next, but it's a strong team for sure. This is also a team I think that benefits from best of ones. Like,
that could be true.
Let's also talk about the fact that this roster has had some of the most niche pick heroes, I think, for years.
He just
now.
waved to us before he left.
Oh, all right, bye Yuma. See ya. Like, Calf's the coach. He's like willing to like believe in his players and just be like, yeah, if this is the hero that you really want, like, we'll run it, even if it's not super meta. And you always have to be worried about that when you're playing against these guys.
Wait, LGD is at the Liquid facility, right? But why is it, where's Liquid? They've been kicked out of their own facility. They're just at home.
I've watched enough Race to World First to see the insides of that facility. It's a cool spot.
Well, it's helping out LGD more than it is Liquid. Maybe Liquid needs the buff of their own facility. They were right, work from home. It's no good, you gotta bring everyone back to the office. Then they can put the cameras in the proper place. I'm kind of surprised to see this Huskar ban in the first phase, but I mean, LGD will do it. The other two make a lot of sense. Beastmaster, something that obviously Whisper is great at, but Tai Lung has shown to be a very good Beastmaster mid player. And then Snapfire. I think Whisper's one of the premier Snapfire core players right now. He's been cooking on that. Baking, even.
It's kind of a bold opener in the Shadow Fiend, but we've seen a lot of teams find success with it, and they actually get rid of the Beastmaster, which is one of the more annoying heroes as the game goes on, having that like BKB piercing roar to just trying to run at him. They'll spawn with Wind Ranger. Okay, a decent matchup into the Shadow Fiend for sure.
And you just run circles around him while he's trying to raise you. And then if you see the Requiem channel, you can either interrupt it with your stun or just pop your BKB at that point and just continue killing him. You'll certainly need some control. Shadow Demon's in the pool still. It's very good versus Wind Ranger and a good hero in general. You can even pair with Requiem.
I think both teams are looking for the Treant Protector right now. Right,
Another
like
good
Treant
one.
Protector, Wind Ranger, and Shadow
Interesting.
Fiend. Great safe lane.
I mean, you could do the support Wind Ranger. So interesting they ban out the Terrorblade. Yeah, Treant does seem good. Bane's another one we can consider. Very good with Shadow Fiend. Honestly, not bad versus the Shadow Fiend either. He just hates being locked down through his BKB.
Yeah.
You could ban one, pick the other.
They're really contemplating. The thing is like KJ, to me, I think Treant Protector, it kind of fits what he likes to do. So
He's so good at it.
Yeah, it's like that's kind of what I think is the obvious pick here for LGD, but
Wonder maybe we'll see some Bat Rider from them. This team's very good with that hero. It has been nerfed, so I don't think it's been as popular lately, but LGD is one of the teams to still run it. They even picked it a couple times, but it is more towards the end of the draft when you can kind of like know you're getting your cheese matchup. So maybe they want to wait a little longer on it. They are spending a lot of time on this.
yeah, I was like, did someone DC from the draft screen? But no, they are really.
Liquid, your facility seems to not be working here. The Techies ban.
After
All
all
that for
that.
the Techies ban.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Treant pick. I mean, I feel like we knew they want the Treant Protector. The question really was, what the heck do they ban?
So what is Techies good
know.
versus?
I
that
mean,
they were
Dispels
so
Wind
wor-
Run.
I guess so. Dispels Wind Run, the Blast Off Burst.
All right, like if you just taser a target that she's focus firing, she can't proc Wind Run because it instantly dispels Wind Run.
But is that what you think of more than like? Because eventually you get a BKB and it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Is that more of an issue than Shadow Demon? Which I guess it was because they're not even taking Shadow Demon, so.
Well, not yet.
Not yet, yeah, you still could.
Hoodwink Axe, great combo though. We saw Ace earlier go absolute sicko mode on the Axe. Dude was so farmed.
Hoodwink, very good versus Treant, since you can bushwhack him in the trees, reveal him. Though, something we see a lot of teams do is to go run over and cut all the trees, and that is something that Hoodwink does not like dealing with, because now she can't stun as easily.
Oh,
Necro
shit.
into Axe has proven to be very powerful in the lane.
They baited you. That's a support Wind Ranger.
It was always an option. You had to know as possible. Do you take... You could still put Wind Ranger in other places. Do you take Shadow Demon? Because actually it is such a good Shadow Demon game
Yeah.
if you do not take it right here.
So if you pick Shadow Demon, it confirms you're running the Wind Ranger Necro Core, as opposed to having the flex open.
But if you don't pick it, one of your cores, Necro or Wind Ranger, is getting absolutely cooked. And even your Treant Protector, like eventually you'll get the Shard on Shadow Demon and just remove Overgrowth for free.
It really is a good Shadow Demon game.
It's making me think they should have banned it instead of the Techies. They go with a Largo.
Okay, yeah, why not? Just get more healing.
I need one more green hero, quick. Chat, what's the best green hero
Enchantress?
left?
Nature's Prophet.
What do they need? So it is probably a carry Necro, right? Into the Axe?
My thought is it's carry Necro with like Treant Protector safe lane, and then Wind Ranger Largo off lane, and then they're gonna go mid for
Something.
Tai Lung here, unless it ends up being a good mid Necro game for some reason. That's the benefit of their last pick. If it ends up being like a free mid Necro game, they can just run Necro mid. It's no longer a free mid Necro game.
Tornado is pretty good. It's got the dispels that, at least for the early game, it dispels this stuff. Kind of the reason we wanted the Shadow Demon. Admittedly, Shadow Demon plus Shadow Fiend, despite the name similarities, it's not a very good lane.
No.
Even though the hero utility is absurd this game.
Last pick Meepo. What do you think? It's actually an unreal Meepo game, but we'll see. I don't think they would do it.
Always got to think about the Yuma Meepo.
Yeah, it just makes Necro into the mid matchup kind of rough, but Meepo just eats Axe alive. He makes Shadow Fiend's game really rough because he has to BKB every single net. And then you just dig the Requiem. So it's super rough.
It'd be kind of sick. I guess it depends what this final ban is here, right?
Yeah.
Or final pick for Liquid. So they are... Okay, Snowball is another potential save that I kind of forgot because I was so excited about Shadow Demon, but that also makes sense, and that is a much better pairing with the Shadow Fiend.
I'm trying to think what else they can
Any
pick to
other
stop
saves?
the Reaper sides. I mean, there's like Oracle.
Dazzle's not that great. Oracle, I could see kind of working. The lane is, again, a little weak, but...
Ringmaster.
It's not bad. Ringmaster could work.
I mean, Shadow Demon is the obvious one, right? But it's just the lane's not great.
Yeah,
ban the
Shadow
Ember.
Demon and Ringmaster. I think I like those two, if that's the route you want to go.
Yeah.
You can also
Otherwise,
just try to have stronger lanes, right? And then take a different approach.
I'd say otherwise you pick like an aggressive support, something that fights, but not a lot left of those in the pool that play well into the Largo. Unless you want to do something cheeky and run like an Alchemist 5.
But why?
Bro, I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, you know, you could. I've seen someone do it
Bane
this
Nightmare
tournament.
actually could have also been kind of... I think we talked about it earlier, then forgot. But Bane Nightmare,
you're
well-timed, can also be a scythe save. It's a lot harder than all the others, but you know, Tofu could do it. And that's also a good pairing with the Shadow Fiend. These guys are smarter than me. I was just so locked on Shadow Demon. But they're thinking about the stuff that actually makes sense in the lane.
I'm going to laugh when it's a Shadow Demon pick.
Well, it's because they banned the other stuff, though. You know,
Yeah.
like, I would still be up for it. I think you won't have the kill threat, but honestly, killing a Largo, Wind Ranger, and lane is actually quite difficult anyhow. And when they go to kill your Shadow Fiend, that's where Shadow Demon's a little dicey, but like you can disrupt someone, you know, and try to get them out of there.
Is Naga Siren 5 still a thing?
A very bad thing. No
Yeah.
deluge, so it's so hard to do anything in the lane.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen
like
it once.
Playing around the Riptide minus armor and stuff, but yeah.
Glad I spent 5 minutes talking about Shadow Demon, so he finally got picked.
Yeah. He
Thank you for
manifested
making me
it.
look good, LGD. Thank you for banning out the better picks.
I mean, it's such a good Shadow Demon game. The real question now is, are they going mid lane with this final pick? They have 30 seconds. Or are they doing something else?
Okay, wait. Just as a thought, could you actually
Yeah.
run Shadow Demon 4 instead? Because that lane, the original Axe Hoodwink, is cooked at this point because of the Necro carry down there.
Yeah.
So now you're just playing to dodge it, and Shadow Demon's actually better at that with the double stacking and like creep dragging, and Hoodwink can at least bushwhack to save
I like
Shadow
that idea.
Fiend.
Yeah. I think that's probably not a bad idea.
They cheese him with a Bat Rider in the end anyways.
Oh, that's a
Goated shard game now though for
Whisper Bat Rider. They're gonna take
Yo,
Ty.
Yo,
Yeah, I was gonna say they're gonna
Tylung
take
is my guy.
Tylung mid Largo.
I love Tylung. He is so willing to play like any weird thing out there.
I'm
telling you,
man,
this is
it's
the
a
first time
best
I've
of
seen
one
it.
team. It's a best of one team. Like they will cheese you on every last pick.
Bro, this draft is so hype. I love this. Now, is it good? I think Tofu could have the greatest game of his life here. This is the most valuable Shadow Demon game I've ever seen.
But will he get there? Because he's going to have a Bat Rider running at him and a Shadow Fiend in lane, and it is a very good lane for the Bat Rider. The only thing he has to be careful of is to not get caught in the raise range. Like,
Yeah.
If you get like a free stack of rays, and then you can set up like a disruption into like the second rays, at that point you lose the trade. So he needs to make sure he's not falling down to that. But Whisper is one of the best Batrider players, one of the best Batrider off lane players as well. It's gonna be a fun one. Potentially high tempo here coming out from LGD.
Oh, absolutely. I think has there been another mid Largo? I think with this, Tai Lung has the best and only mid Largo player out there. We're gonna see what it does here.
And I'm trying to think, even when he was broken, if people were playing him mid, and then
I don't think so.
I don't really remember.
I mean, in pubs,
seeing it,
I'm
so.
sure, but like at a top pro level match.
Sure, he was just like, you know what? That hero doesn't look too hard. I can make that work.
He's bronze tier, yeah. There's only so many Largo games he's gotten in. It's like, well, you
I'm
press
sure it'll be
W,
fine.
right? That's fine.
I eat range creep, press W, wave, easy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so just theory crafting a little bit. Invoker in the lane tends to trade well with Cold Snap. So you're just gonna eat the Cold Snap if you need to. If he alacrities himself, he'll eat that too.
Super deep ward.
Oh, yeah. Now, how will this help Largo though? What is this? What's the benefit here?
It's going to be for the KJ who's just
The
sitting
first
behind
blood
the
coming up
tower
here.
in mid, just waiting to kill somebody. I mean, they
courier
know
snipe.
that the game plan here is to get stacks for the axe and give him some sort of game to play around. So they're just putting tons of vision around this side of the map.
Smokes break. He's having his smoke broken too. All right, both teams kind of know what's going on then, so it should just be a 2-for-2 trade here. And it'll come down to the lanes, which I don't know what to expect from the mid Largo lane. And if you think you do, you're lying. None of us have seen this.
There's gonna be
But
that
the
one
side
Twitch
lanes,
chatter though.
there's one. Okay, I mean, in the pubs, you've probably seen it. But the side lanes both should go really heavily for LGD. So it's up to Liquid to do some wacky stuff here to at least go even in one of the lanes. You can't lose two side lanes, because then both those supports will come mid. And even if this is not a good Largo matchup, which shrug, don't know, right? He's going to have supports to help him out.
We'll see, because we know Yuma's going to have a pretty good time bottom on the Necrophos. This is what we've been seeing over and over. He's got a really strong lane partner. Boxy's courier just died to KJ as well. So we'll see how that ends up going.
I'm just watching mid. Level 2 timing?
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Doesn't have catchy look for the regen now, like using it offensively, but he's doing all. He's got 4 denies. Dude,
Largo's
has
base
so
damage
much
is really
damage. What
good.
the heck
Yeah.
is this?
He is a chunky man, Frog. He's got the strength. Look at the size of his instrument. Okay, have you thought about this? Have you seen how he
God,
runs
careful
around?
there.
That as well, and he's holding a huge musical instrument.
Yeah,
The
this,
strength it takes to hold this and dance and run and play.
Yeah, it's true. He's a girthy boy. You know, Largo is hard to deal with.
How are these sidelines going? Actually, better to start than I thought.
Ooh, top lane. Ooh, they're gonna go for the play on the Field He gets level 2, and with that, Whisper is gonna try to burn down Mickey. Uh-oh, the Batrider's online. He's gonna get tossed a little bit of extra health. One more auto attack, and the smoldering resin with the blood grenade will get him the double kill. And just like that, the Grand Master Batrider is off to a 2-0 start in the lane.
KJ might die down here. He's trying to get away. Oh, this is courier.
He's so out. Nature's guys. He got the salve too. He's chilling.
This is their attempt at just doing a wacky lane because they don't want to play into the Necro. And honestly, the early levels of Necro, he can't risk contesting this because you actually could die to Axe and Hoodwink at the start. It's over time you kind of crush him. So I think there's a good adjustment from Liquid down here, and it should get Ace to the point where he can start just creep cutting and dragging on his own. So soon it'll be, how do we save Mickey? Because Whisper is online. He just got his boots delivered from that double kill. He's healing up. He's going to get ready for another dive soon.
Okay, real talk. Is Largo supposed to completely dismantle this mid lane? He's 19-12 to 8-0.
I have no idea, dude.
What is happening? He's completely destroying Nisha.
I love this. It's not even a bias thing. I just love seeing players bring out new stuff like this. So I am also biased towards Largo, the hero. So I am very excited to see what Tai Lung does with this. I wonder, do you just do the same build? I imagine, but you know, maybe he's got some. Maybe he's like, hey, Croca Genius works on items. Have you guys seen Dag and Largo?
Oh my god. Please no.
Necro, right? You're like, oh, Scythe doesn't come out till it's low. It's like, oh, but have you seen Dag and Scythe? Check this out.
Treant sacrificing himself to get the D ward, but can he get away from Axe? Absolutely not. Not this time. I mean, they're enabling Ace again, right? Exactly what we've talked about. He's had a really good performance on this hero. Oh my gosh, Nisha almost just died to the catchy lick. Top lane,
will
Tofu,
die to
nice
the
kill
poison.
there, yeah. Lots of poison stacks.
Tofu knows that they want to stack for the Bat Rider. Well, actually, stack for everybody. Bat Rider, Largo, Necro, they all like doing stacks.
Bro. This frog hero is wacky and wild, man.
Get your Largobas ready, guys.
Yeah, this is gonna be a Largoba only stream.
Turn chat into emote mode, please.
They're actually playing Thelacore mid. I've seen them do this where they just look to play off of one hero
one
getting
power
kind of
shot.
low, and then they just aim for the power shot, but off the mark, Tai Lung will dispel himself. Tofu coming in, though. Didn't quite have the range. The disruption will get it now into the Sunstrike. They get the turn on. Great job from Thelacore to absorb it. He gets the catchy link, but it still kills him. Beautifully done from Tofu. Nisha gets a double kill, salvaging a pretty rough start to the lane. And there's a huge wave he's gonna miss.
Whisper
lane, though.
top?
Whew. More pressure from the Bat Rider. Ends up dying under the tower, but
Shadow Fiend got the kill first, so that's pretty good. Okay, he did miss some creeps, but made it back for the majority of the wave. If that first power shot had connected, they would have gotten the kill. He will be level 6 first, which I don't think is as strong as like a typical mid-hero level 6, just because the way Song works. In fact, he might even skip it. I'm kind of curious to see what his game plan is. For now, the build looks mostly the same as offlane Largo, except for like the bottle, which allowed him to get a soul ring faster.
Ace needs to get out of here. He's trying so
He's
hard.
not getting out of here,
There's a Reaper
dude.
Scythe coming, and Tai Lung is gonna try and pull him in range. Hits the frog stomp. Great bushwhack. Okay, hold on.
Hot
Is
feet
Ace
hustle.
gonna live?
No,
there's
you
no way
hear the
get
hot
away
feet
from it.
hustle in the bag. You know your death approaches.
Oh no.
Foxy's trying so hard. If they
Did he
want,
hit
they
him with a
will
blood
get
grenade
him.
too? He might live because of this.
No, they're gonna commit. The 7-minute shrines here, it's not a waste of time.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Radiant's bottom
The
tower
longest
is
chase,
under
but they will get
He
a
will
different
actually
reward.
live.
Maybe Boxy, actually, as they will find him in the trees here.
Eat the
Frog Stomp
squirrel.
is out. There's going to be the Reaper side. Almost gets the disruption on Tofu. Really good TP, but mid-animation
are scanning.
still ends up getting the kill.
Now, I will say, the lane's been a little funny, and, you know, some of the core heroes have struggled for Liquid, but Tofu has been the... Well, okay, I may be cursing him here. He might be about to die.
Oh,
Nice stun. All right, he's now dead. But
He's super
he
dead,
is
yep.
4 3/4. All right, so his game is very important. First to hit level 6 to get Demonic Purge, and then to get a Blink is the next big stepping stone for him.
Considering everything that happened to start here, Whisper's not actually doing that great. Like, he got that double kill at the beginning, and He's up to 3-1, but Mickey is super farmed still.
It's true. Bat Rider's damage is not that high. Shadow Fiend literally has twice. That's kind of allowed him to catch up in CS. I will say the Wind Ranger, you get these cool flex picks because you're willing to move this Wind Ranger around, but Wind Ranger Bat Rider is not exactly the like easiest combo to run, especially because Viola Core has been helping other lanes a bit more. So Whisper did get sacked a bit, whereas maybe they could have dominated top more if he had just stayed there. Usually like a melee initiator is very helpful for these early kills for a Bat Rider. They're gonna try for Nisha one more time.
Oh yeah. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they do manage to get a kill onto the Necrophos, and Tofu with a great disruption. They don't have damage to take down Nisha mid. So another one exchange from Liquid, and what started off as a kind of a rough lane stage, they are crushing it now. Like Invoker, really not that far behind. Like yeah, he's down, but a hero that can absolutely recover it. But the side lanes for Liquid, I don't know how many times we say this, it's always Mickey and Ace that are so farmed for some reason.
Yeah, the cheese picks aside, weird Largo mid aside, this is something Liquid's very comfortable with, right? Oh, we're into bad matchups, what do we do, right? Their experience is showing here. The heroes are very different, but they know how to adjust to this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They really need to hit some big item timings on Yuma. Like, it's got to be this Radiance. It's coming out a little bit slower, I think, than they would like.
What did we see earlier? Like an 11-minute Radiance?
Yeah, it was, he had it purchased at 11 minutes. I think it got delivered like 11:30, 11:40. Tai Lung mid, caught from the call. They dropped the meatball, bushwhack into the Culling Blade. Okay, Liquid putting this hero to good use, and on the other side, Tofu helps find Thilakor with the help of Mickey.
The meatball was too spicy to eat. Especially the catapult wave mid too. Two forward spirits.
Dire's courier has been
KJ
Whisper
just playing
cannot
some
afford to
games.
lose this stack. Which, he is losing the stack.
You can't. The poison has more burst than you. Need help, which they come in droves. That was ignore that. They do kill the Shadow Demon.
Ignore what?
Exactly. They do kill the Shadow Demon, but that's a lot of heroes going over for just to support, to secure your own stack, right? It's not like you're getting an objective and like stealing the enemy stuff. It's like your own stuff that you committed to. So honestly, space made from Tofu. You can see the rest of his heroes are all farming. That includes Yuma though. This is a slow start for a hero. I mean, your lane is good, but then it's kind of slow till you get the Radiance, and then it picks up again. So he'll just be quiet for a bit now. Tai Long the build. It seems to be the same. He's got the Kaya queued up about halfway there. And Whisper's doing his drum, well, doesn't look like he's finishing the Boots of Bearing. He did the triangles, he did the drums, and we've seen him finish the Boots of Bearing in a lot of games, but this time he's actually queuing up the Blink. I wonder if that's an adjustment because of the Shadow Demon. Like, there's no way you can just run in and lasso the first person you see. They will always be disrupted. So you need the Blink to probably find the Shadow Demon, or at least do it so fast that he can't get there to save them.
They are doing a good job at like farming up on the Invoker as well. Like, Nisha is level 9. He's pretty much neck and neck with the Largo. He's got his Meteor Hammer, I think, done now. Will help amplify his speed and maybe give him a little bit of pushing potential onto this mid tower. But you kind of need to start getting the towers right against this Treant Protector.
Yeah, you can't chip it slowly. It did get nerfed though, so they're not being healed as fast.
That's true.
Once he maxes it out, it'll be kind of back to normal.
Oh, Whisper in trouble top lane. There's gonna be the Demonic Purge. Rotation in from Boxy. Very quick kill.
They are not. It looked good, but they are not getting what they needed out of this last pick Bat Rider. The double kill at the start baited us.
Yeah, I mean, he's close to his blink, so we'll see what he can get done with that. I think that will be the kind of decision factor of, you know, can they start getting something out of the batter? Because right now he's just farming, right? He's not slowing down Mickey at all. Okay, speaking of which, just chilling, top of the net worth, working towards his, you know, Dragon Lance next.
Yeah, this does not look like a first pick Shadow Fiend versus a last pick Bat Rider.
We'll see a call here behind the tower. The blink reveal out from Ace. Gets himself a kill onto KJ, and they'll take the tier 1 tower as well. Now they are getting some items. Largo just got the Kaya. They also have a haste rune here on Tai Lung, which might be able to push them away. And Necrophos did complete the Radiance. You don't want to jump too far behind the tower. And it will be double Wisdom Shrines here potentially for LGD as Tai Lung already in position, or Tai Lung Thelacore already in position.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nisha, despite having to deal with the weird matchup, this looks like completely standard Invoker gameplay. Stay mid, farm Meteor, just throw some Sunstrikes. The beginning was rough. Perhaps, I have to question how many times Nisha has played against a mid Largo, right? Maybe he just got thrown off by the high strength.
Well, there it is. There's your blink reveal out from the Bat Rider. The lasso into the Reaper's Scythe.
This
You know,
too
like-
looks like mid Invoker gameplay, left alone and then just randomly dies.
Yeah, it happens, you know. You're gonna get one, right? When that blink reveal comes out from Whisper, you will find your target. You know, they did get something elsewhere on the map from Liquid. You know, they get top tower plus the Treant Protector, and they still defend the mid tower. So it's honestly not that bad. Like, totally reasonable.
You an Invoker player by chance?
Not really. I used to be a long time ago. Like, I'm too old now, man.
Same.
I like to chill when I play my games.
That's why I play Largo to press all the buttons instead.
Invoker stresses me out too much. I used to play him as an assassin, though, just running around Ghost Walk with an Orchid.
I gotta say, I don't know if the mid Largo has really paid off. I imagine it's a slow build up, much like the off lane.
Yeah.
And maybe he was supposed to play around the Bat Rider, but Bat Rider's been struggling. So it's like, it's not strictly him, it's like the team connection's off. Yo, they're baiting this. Everyone's baiting everybody, but they have an
which team's
observer.
baiting who? But the Obs sees Tai Lung, so they won't fall for it. They'll smoke up right under a ward, though. And with this, I imagine Liquid
Is under attack.
is trying to bait it. Oh, the power shot will break the blink.
Oh,
They
he's on
get
a
the lasso.
disruption.
Tofu trying to get in range to save him, but they cannot do it. It will burn down Axe, get a big streak, and now Whisper will chase for more, get some more stacks built up onto the Shadow Demon, and Yuma is here with a Reaper's Sight to collect his 3rd kill.
That's why you need the blink, because if you see the drums Bat Rider sprinting in, Tofu has more time to react to get close. But the blink ult, I'm not trusting my memory right now, but I think not only was he at the edge of cast range, I think he might have been turning to like move further back. So they had to like turn around again. And that's enough time for a speedy Bat Rider to pull the target out, and then you don't get to disrupt the way you want to. And that's why he will eventually need his own blink to then respond to that a little faster.
KJ has just been stalking Nisha here on the top side of the map. They're going to TP in everybody to make sure that he does not die. So Thelacore, I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. There's going to be the Demonic Purge. Power shot not on the mark. They'll find themselves a nice little dunk for Ace. an okay attempt, but you don't really have the damage out of Largo yet, right? Like this hero, like you said, slow build up. He needs his items.
This lineup is kind of all magic. That can be very strong to start, but
Radiant's top tower is under
as the enemy team picks up BKBs and pipes and glimmers, it's gonna, your damage drops off on every single hero.
Yeah, I think after watching last game with Largo, like I am convinced that at some point this hero is uncounterable. Like it doesn't matter how much you bring to the fights. He eventually has just like a BKB and too much armor and sustain. Like he did 26,000 healing last game. How do you deal with that? Nisha looking for the Necrophos. There's gonna be the blink call, the meatball, everything dropping a nice shackle. They get the save. Yuma's out and now Ace is in pretty deep, and there is going to be a Reaper Scythe to get another. That's the 4th stack now. Both teams, you know, trying to make these plays, but they're ready and waiting. And now Whisper is looking for Boxy here in the mid lane. Pops the drums. There's going to be another lasso set up and another kill going their way. Dominating now for the Necrophos. He's on his way to the BKB.
Lane was rough, but Whisper showing why he's such a good Batrider player. Starting to really find the catches his team needs.
Dire's
And the
bottom
Largo
tower
just kind of
is under
buffing
attack.
everything, providing extra move speed for everybody, buffing the Crooked Genius, the extra healing that Necker already likes. Like they really benefit off these drawn out fights.
Yeah,
LGD
absolutely. Meanwhile, Liquid's looking for like a blink call, sharpshooter, meatball, sunstrike. Like just they want to kill a hero immediately and
Yeah.
you know, then take the fight from there. So a very different strategy for each team.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking through. I'm like, what anti-healing can they get, right? Like they didn't do Spirit Vessel.
It's just
Scotty,
against Largo, it feels so
maybe
bad.
On Shadow Fiend at some point, right? And then because she was actually would have been great for like Axe, but now it's Krella's, which is like, who builds that? So I don't know how you're gonna deal with this healing.
Just burst damage. Like I think
guess
that's all it
so,
is. Like,
right?
you just
Yeah.
have to have enough burst damage where the healing doesn't matter, and I think that's why we see the Necrophos going like the BKB Heart of Tarask. You know, he just needs to get enough raw HP and rely on his team to respond, you know? Buy him just a second to get that Ghost Shroud and that Death Seeker out. Smoke up here from Liquid. They want to play for this bottom. It's going to get broken by Cage. Adhesion dodges the smoke. Or dodges the dust, rather. Let's see who's going to find who, though. As he continues to scout these heroes, finds Ace. There's the dust. That one will find him. Blink Lasso is going to pull him into a weird spot and might save KJ here on the Trent. He's got that overgrowth at the ready, and Ace is dead. Now looking for Tofu. Yuma just jumps in, trying to find some help, but the Demonic Purge, it's a problem. They can't save him. They needed to just Reaper Scythe the Shadow Demon. You can't let him Demonic Purge your Necrophos.
I think they thought maybe it wouldn't matter with that many heroes there, but
Well done from Liquid.
yeah, they turned that back around.
Oh, they're smoking. They see them under the ward. Whisper is going to be able to find nothing. There's no
Nothing.
lasso. Mickey gets caught from the Essence Distiller. They see the Hoodwink. Shackle will cancel that TP on out. Steelcore is continuing to chase. They do not want to let them get away with this. Wind Run in one, but yeah, he's out. Okay, Sunstrike. Ooh, doesn't connect either. All right.
Having saved him there, actually, he was trying to go there and got messed up by the trees. Okay, in the end, that's
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's good for Liquid for sure.
Yeah, because you kill the Necro and you get the Tormentor.
And you lose a Hoodwink. Like, oh no, right? Like
Not my Hoodwink.
That's great.
I will say, maybe I missed something that affected him, but I didn't know Catchy Lick was dispelled by,
Demonic Purge.
yeah,
Yeah.
the movement stopped. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's I mean, he tried to pull him back a little bit to save him, but there was no, like, he Death Seekered to get into the fight, so he had absolutely nothing left in the tank to try and maneuver. Whisper, Blink, Dust, just playing on the edge, trying to find Nisha there. Doesn't quite get him.
Bad intel.
Oh, KJ.
This truly is Invoker gameplay right there. He's got the Ghost Walk shard, so he's just running around burning creeps.
I really like this one. I really like just the change to the Invoker. This was one of my favorite changes in terms of the Aghanim Scepter and the Aghanim Shard. It's so good.
Yeah, I think this one's really cool. It's a lot of farm speed with Ghost Walk.
Especially when you just get the 10 damage, like the Ice Wall TPS. It's pretty cool.
Pipe is done. So they're starting to get the items they need to reduce a lot of the damage. They have Blink on Tofu now. Some of the deaths we have seen from Liquid, it's because he can't get there for the disruption. That shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Trying to find what the larger radius number is for Ghost Walk, because it doesn't actually show it anywhere. Just says larger radius.
That's the tooltip.
Ace. Trying to go for Tai Lung, but there's a beefy frog.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Someone tell me how much larger radius is, please.
It's bigger than the last radius. Idiot.
Damn it. Oh, Blink Lasso,
Disruption.
Tofu.
Disruption.
He gets the disruption.
There it
The
is.
Blink was there, perfectly timed. He will lose his life still, but the question is, can you kill Yuma on the Necrophos? He's pretty tanky. Great Death Seeker to
Seeker
safety,
dodge.
but he's broken. The damage out from Mickey. Is it enough? It is. The last auto attack's going to do it. Overgrowth making space on the other side as they do manage to hold Nisha down, and Thelacore trying his best to do something, but Axe comes in, gets the dunk, and they clean up big. Liquid a 3-for-1.
Very well done from Tofu and Ace. They may not play in the lane together anymore, but the synergy between the two players still excellent. Made sure to wait for that Reaper Scythe before coming in to jump. He maybe jumped in a little too far to make sure he disrupted. It's like faster on the mouse to like blink right on top of the target. Right, like he like blinked right next to him, and that's kind of what led to him dying. He could probably have blinked further back and then still done it, but either way, job finished, and Ace barely lives through this. And a lot of people would just run here, but I like that Ace sticks around to see if he can either get an ult off or like one more call to help get a kill, and it pays off because here he is, sees Thelacore, helps to save Nisha, gets a dunk for himself, and you get just a little bit more out of that. Back in live, Tai Lung. Is he gonna live? He's very low. Right before the dunk.
The Lotus.
Lasso.
The Lotus. It's gonna save him. And now Ace cannot get out. Boxy stuck in the Yules. This Necrophos is just running him down, but luckily the Ice Wall will slow him up. He has a Reaper Scythe in about 3 seconds. They're trying to save this tasty squirrel for him, but he does not have the mana, so Tai Lung will get the kill. 2 kills there for LGD. Dude, this... Okay, the Ghost Walk slow and the burn of Nisha just running around in the middle of the fight, it's actually kind of nuts. Like, he had 5,300 damage on the Invoker in that fight.
Unfortunately, it's pretty slow damage. Like, I don't know. It's a lot. It's like more than a Radiance, but into Necro popping out heals, into Trian, into Largo, right? Like, they need even more damage on top of that. Or if they could reduce the healing coming in, right? But I still don't see any of those items queued up. Actually, okay, I take that back. An urn has been added to the Hoodwink. He might be thinking about that vessel. Essence Distiller is actually also kind of good versus Trant. Maybe he'll do that. But some kind of anti-heal probably do wonders. I'm very excited to see the healing numbers at the end of this. I feel like it's going to be over like 50,000.
Dude, the damage. Okay, this I didn't realize how good this is.
It's so
actually
good.
Yeah.
The biggest issue is before when it was facets, you had to choose like ice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get lambasted for that. The quas facet.
Yeah.
But the quas ags sucks. So it's like core invoker wanted exort ags, but you either wanted Wex or quas shard, and now this change allows you to like mix and match for the game.
Yeah, he's doing crazy work. I mean, the AoE burn on this thing is like a, what, 130 damage or something in a pretty massive AoE. They're going to find through the core on the opening, but the lasso pulls Axon very far. They're holding the Reaper side for now because they don't know where the Shadow Demon is, and there it is. Comes in the last second. They've got their hands on Tai Lung. Nice overgrowth as Ace starting to burn here. The damage is a lot. It's stacking up. Mickey is forced to BKB and pop that Requiem, fear away the rest of LGD as they will TP on home. Whisper cannot stop the TPs out, so the sustain. I mean, you pointed out earlier, you need to kill heroes right away against LGD, and if you don't, the fights look really rough.
Yeah, they got the Wind Ranger, but you're fine to trade the Wind Ranger. I don't know if you can call her. Maybe they thought she was more on her own, and it kind of makes more sense. But I feel like if you commit on the Wind Ranger, it's just giving too much freedom to the others. Because although these are not traditional right-click heroes on the side of LGD, the call is still really important for lockdown to prevent the healing, especially on the Largo, prevent him from playing his songs.
Very smart here, trying to make sure that they can't contest the Roshan, as it is. It's pretty low, but they just blink right up. They get the lasso, quick disruption, but Whisper caught from the Demonic Purge, and Ace gonna be in huge Cataclysm. That takes out the Bat Rider. Can you get out now? Ace in trouble. It doesn't look like it, and Necrophos, he's got that Reaper Scythe cooling down. Tai Lung trying to continue chasing here. Drop the Frog Stomp. Nice Meteor Hammer stun onto two, but Mickey is burning. They need to get away, but Tai Lung, the Largo just keeps on chasing.
So fast.
Nice Tornado EMP from Nisha. That should do it. They managed to dodge the EMP, though. Now the Reaper Scythe comes out. Nisha trying to run, does get out with the Ghost Walk, and he is a fast boy down the river. Hasted at 575. Is that what I saw? Jeez. Okay. Great disengage from Liquid.
Yeah, I think the Croca Genius on the Necro ran out at the end, so otherwise I think that would have killed Nisha. But they're actually still looking for him. They see the burn.
They know he's here.
Wind Ranger, but Invoker's faster than her. Yeah, they picked the wrong direction, so Nisha will get out. Tai Lung also chucks it in the wrong direction.
That one tree, the one tree just fogged him. He is a pain in LGD right now. The thorn in their side. They're trying to find this Invoker, but he is just causing so much chaos around the map.
He did get GD Pollen Bag. Actually, I forgot about this as a way to reduce health restoration. How many do we have? 2. Axe and Invoker both have one.
They are looking to chase this. They get the Demonic Purge. I think Yuma's just dead. There's no way out of that one. They pop the BKB even on Mickey to make sure that they get the follow-up kill. Okay, that is a little bit of an oopsie from LGD, a little bit out of position, and yeah, that should be Roshan. You're right. Tofu blink in, he's not done. They want the Largo. He's gonna get caught from now, tries to push him back. Yules throws, or the Cyclone rather, throws him to the sky, and Tai Lung cannot survive. Coaling Blade to get the kill. 3 dead now.
LGD's draft is really good together. They all kind of amplify each other, right? Hey, I'm healing, you're healing, I got health restoration, you got health restoration. That's really strong. But when you're broken up and scattered, especially when Liquid's all together, it's just not enough. It's not strong enough, and they're actually just staggering deaths. It's gonna give Roche over to Mickey now. And now that Reaper Scythe, right, that's even harder to use. The lasso's harder to use. And they're even getting one more.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of them need to buy a gem at this point on Liquid, and Foxy will buy it. Top lane, they get the Whisper Batrider again. It feels like LGD are kind of at a loss at this point. Like those series of pickoffs have really confused them on where they can go and what they can do, and it's just pickoff after pickoff now as they will find Thelacore. He does have the Yules to protect himself, but Nisha is so strong on this Invoker. Drops a Meteor Hammer on him. He's stuck inside the Ice Wall. Sharpshooter dunk as well. He just can't get away. Nisha's crushing them on the Invoker.
Yeah, it took a while, right? This is why you let the Invokers farm mid. He's got to get his items, but once he's there, this hero is a menace.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They got some time on the Batrider. Tofu's a little far in, but with 2 dead, I doubt they're gonna try much here. They're just gonna let Mickey hit this with alacrity. This is a good use of Essence Distiller. That's Boxy's Essence Distiller. You can just scout the enemy. All right.
Yeah.
Run into it, eat it. So you can do that too.
Okay, BKB on the Necro.
Radiant's top tower is under
This is where I'm like worried. I feel like this might have been too late. He was trying to go for the Shiva's guard and had to double back, you know, for the BKB. I think he just kind of needed the heart BKB this game a little bit earlier. Glypnir on the Invoker as well. What is this, dude? How big? I literally can't tell how big the Ice Walk AoE, the Ghost Walk AoE is, but I'm pretty sure it's like 900 or something. It might be more than that.
It's large.
Radiant are scanning.
Nisha's just aura maxing over here, man. I don't know. Just walks by people until they die.
You never have to stop. That's the nice thing about this shard. I like that the Ags icon also chooses the color based on what you picked.
Yeah, I agree.
Very small detail. If you're not an Invoker player, you may not have seen that, but it's very cool.
Well, 16,000 gold lead for Liquid. They've got 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Shadow Fiend working towards a Satanic. I mean, great item in this game. Mickey just needs to survive. But he is so dang strong.
We've got the time to play the map, just look for a pickoff. I imagine as we get down to this last minute of Aegis time, they'll start to look for the high ground push. If you can farm the Satanic before then, I think great. And if he just commits to farming, he can, but they really want this pickoff. They're looking, but actually nobody's here.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, here we go. High ground siege. Frog Stomp is out. They're looking to try and maybe pull Mickey in to burn the Aegis, but that means you'd have no lasso, and you got 50 seconds to try and bide as much time as possible. Constant catch. Look, there's the lasso.
Really far back.
He's really far in.
I think you give him up.
The question is, can you
just
save
get the
him?
buildings.
He's gonna have BKB and begin the run, and the double force staff. They get the melee racks. Looking for the ranged. Tai Lung tries chasing after him. The catch like the pushback. Ace gets pulled back again. They have the Reaper's side, but Tofu, of course, will just save him. Why not? He's right there. Ace now BKBs and walks away. Liquid, very calm and collected. Not worried that Mickey is nearly in the enemy fountain.
These last couple of Reaper sites. I mean, I know I'm the one that put forward Shadow Demon as a counter to this, but I feel like you have to adjust and not Reaper Scythe the first target when you don't know where the Shadow Demon is. Like, you know he knows, so you gotta know you can't do it. You got the first 4, but I don't think there's been a successful one in the last 4.
We haven't seen a Reaper Scythe connect, I think, in like over 15 minutes.
Pretty much since the blink finished on Shadow Demon. They're not separating it enough. There was an attempt, like Whisper did try to flame break the Shadow Demon away, but all the Force Staffs and everything got the Shadow Fiend back into range.
And also just pipe him, right? So he can blink, right? Like you have pipe on Ace, so that little bit of magic damage allows him to get the blink off.
I will say this double catchy lick is kind of interesting.
It's cool.
I've only ever seen anybody do the groove in Aura, and I think it is still a pretty good game for it, but the way he's used catchy lick to keep pulling people in has been pretty interesting. And I guess it adds a lot of damage if you're playing mid Largo. Two Shivas, is that worth it? I mean, they're not done, but they're queuing them up. Tai Lung and Necro.
I mean, you need armor. You need armor real bad against the Shadow Demon and Shadow Fiend. You went Enchanter's Bubble with the alert facet. That's quite nice. Yeah, and that's a very quick grab on Yuma. He did get a little bit of help off of the Ghost Shroud, but the Reflected Lasso holds Batrider down. You lose 2 right away. And Liquid are going to be happy with this one to go straight on to the high ground. No need to wait for next Roche. Without a buyback, and they even get a nice blink disruption here. They find Tylog. He cannot survive that. No groove and stacks built up. And Liquid, I think they've done it. That just ends the game. All 3 cores dead, and there's the GG. They get it.
Well done from Liquid. This is a really fun draft from LGD. I really like the idea. I think you can't make too many mistakes, which we did see a couple early deaths kind of mess up their momentum. And the reason that matters is because we kind of see like the blink on Shadow Demon, a lot of the magic resistance items from Liquid. Once you get those, you lose a lot of damage. I thought the healing might carry them through, but then the execution of the fights, I think Liquid also kind of outshone them there, right? I don't know if it's experience or maybe they just had the momentum because they're like, oh yeah, we're feeling more confident. Maybe LGD's losing some confidence as they made those mistakes. But the way these fights happen as you don't have a huge lead is very important. And it was constantly Tofu saving whoever's getting Reaper Scythe, whoever's getting lassoed. And that's just, you can't throw 2 ults and get nothing out of it.
Yeah, and that was kind of the name of the game. Like, there's too many times where you go for this like lasso into Reaper Scythe, and I mean, you talked about it for 5 minutes in the draft. Like you said, like, is this not the best Shadow Demon game in history? And it was. Yuma's first death, I think, was the one where, or like one of the big deaths really, was the one where he's just kind of out too far in the top lane, just gets immediately demonic purged, and you see how easy it is for them to actually kill the Necrophos. You know, when he doesn't have his healing bonuses and everything to rely on. So who needs Spirit Vessel when you have the raw damage?
I guess so. Yeah. I will say the healing actually ended up a lot less than I thought, even though that kind of fell away from LGD. I wonder if it's not counting some like regen stuff, but it was only about like 10k healing, which is actually far less than I thought. Maybe maybe they didn't need anti-healing, or maybe the what's it called? The GD pollen bag. Maybe that was enough.
I mean, the fights just happen so fast too, right? We're saying like Liquid needs to start the fights off with a kill, and it did feel like that was kind of the case, right? If they go for this lasso and they don't get the Reaper Scythe, the fight's pretty much done for LGD. Like, Liquid will turn around. They have enough stun between like Hoodwink, Demonic Purge, Call, even like Invoker, that the one target they decide to kill is gonna die. So really good stuff. A really cool build from Nisha, and great recovery from him as well. Absolutely towering over everybody in terms of damage done this game. It's not even close. He has like 50% more damage than the next closest hero. Just run around and ghost walk, just burning everything.
I want to check that real quick. Actually, it's also less than I thought, or maybe some of the damage is counted in Ice Wall.
Yeah,
between
I don't
the
know.
two, it's like
all 7,000.
Yeah, I don't know how much to trust the breakdown, but Either way, really well done from Liquid. I feel like Tofu knew his job. They picked him Shadow Demon. He knew exactly what to do. And this is kind of why you don't lean too much into one thing, which like LGD is very much like all magic, all momentum, all healing. And, you know, I guess if you counter some of it, right? The double single target ults with the Shadow Demon, along with the Purge on all these like Ghost Shroud, the Wind Runs. It's just too much was answered by that one hero.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you know what we can do is take a look at all the results from today. We finished up day 2 of the group stage here, so this is everything that we've seen. Of course, Liquid finishing with the W in this last series, but they had a great day. They took their series up against GLYPH and BetBoom. A 3-0 for Liquid today puts them in a much better spot. They started the day, you know, not having a great time yesterday, but they're going to be towards the top of the standings as a result of this. They'll be tied with LGD at 4-2. So they're happy to get that win for sure. Puts them in a much better spot.
Yeah, some typical Liquids. I feel like they sometimes start a little slow in these group stages, and then it's like, oh, should we just, guys, we got to play better. Oh yeah, of course, we should play better.
Why didn't I
just
think
comes
of that?
together. Yeah, what an idea, guys. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever the reason is, they do seem to they're getting there, right? I believe this is tomorrow's schedule. Some
Heck
more
yeah, it
fun
is.
games lined up. Anything calling to you? Ooh, Spirit Xtreme, a classic.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got the final 4 series of the day. So Spirit Xtreme, Falcons, Tundra, Yandex, BetBoom, LGD, OG. Yeah, Spirit Xtreme is gonna be super cool. I think Falcons, I really want to watch them play. They have been crushing it this group stage as well. They're sitting at 5-1, I think, tied with Yandex at the very top. So that will always be, you know, fun to see which of those two teams is going to kind of end up at the top of the group. But so far, Blast Slam 7 has been a blast, I could say.
Yeah, loving these different drafts. Like, we're still seeing, I don't know, like 5 to 6 of the typical heroes, but a lot of these drafts have these like one-offs here and there that are like, that's weird. This game has the Largo mid. Didn't win. Maybe we won't see it very much, but I don't think it was just on the Largo mid. I think that Batrider lane didn't go as well as they needed it to, so they lost momentum. But I love that creativity from this LGD roster. It's something that's always been really cool about them. So I hope they won't, I hope they won't give up on it. I want to see more of it and maybe see it works. Maybe they just need to like fine tune that draft a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, clearly things are working for them this tournament so far. You can't win every game, and we're already seeing that. Everyone is dropping a game here or there, especially in best of ones. So we'll see how they do tomorrow. But that is going to do it for us here on the B stream. We'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time, with a lot more Dota 2. If you guys want to see a little bit more left here today, there is still one game happening, I believe, on the main stream, or it just ended. I'm not sure. And okay, it just finished. I'm lying. So you can go watch the highlights of that game if you'd like. But that'll do it for day 2 here at Blast Slam 7. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening.